Chapter 1: The Synthesist. Quirks. They've always been a fascination for me, not because I don't understand them, but because I've never had one. My name is Izuku Yagi, the youngest child of Toshinori and Inko Yagi. I'm part of a rare group in a world where 80% of the population possesses quirks, leaving only 20% quirkless. In my family, though, I'm the anomaly, the odd one out. I'm 12 years old, and lately, it feels like life has hit rock bottom. Ever since the day our quirks, or lack thereof, were revealed, my parents' attention has gravitated toward my siblings. I can't help but feel overshadowed. Ichiro, my eldest brother, inherited the best of both our parents. With my mother's green eyes and my father's yellow hair and build, he's the perfect blend of their strengths. His quirk, Impact Drive, is nothing short of extraordinary. It amplifies his natural abilities exponentially, giving him unmatched strength, speed, agility, and durability. It's a power destined for heroism. Then there's my sister, Inori, the middle triplet, who looks more like my father with her blonde hair and blue eyes but carries my mother's delicate features. Her quirk, Mind's Reach, is equally impressive. She can manipulate objects with such precision and power that even heavy appliances like a fridge are effortless for her. However, there's a cost. Overusing her ability leaves her with debilitating migraines. And then there's me, Izuku Yagi, quirkless and seemingly insignificant. In a family of brilliance, I'm just there. Don't get me wrong. They would still feed me, but the attention that I received was nothing. I barely got any attention while my siblings received it all. They wouldn't listen to my suggestions. They wouldn't be there when I had something going on, but they were always at my siblings' side. At this point, if there was a fire inside the apartment, I am sure that I would have been forgotten in the building if it was burning down. I am not sure how I am going to do it, but I am determined that I will be a hero. I might be 12 years old, but I still have time to be better, stronger, and everything else in between. I was interrupted by my thoughts as I heard someone being pushed down. I looked to see Kaken pushing down a kid. Behind him were Inori, Ichiro, and some other of his friends. Kaken, or Katsuki Bakugo, was a name that struck both fear and frustration into my heart. He had always been a force to be reckoned with, a fiery personality paired with an explosive quirk aptly named Explosion. It wasn't surprising to see him bullying someone. It was practically a daily occurrence. What shocked me was the sight of Inori and Ichiro standing behind him, arms crossed and smirking. The boy on the ground looked younger than us, maybe 7 or 8. He had tears streaming down his face as he clutched a toy that Kaken was trying to rip from his hands. "Give it here, you little runt," Kaken barked, his palms crackling with small pops of energy. "Stop it, Kaken," I yelled, stepping forward without thinking. My voice wavered slightly, but I refused to back down. Kaken turned to me, his eyes narrowing. "What do you want, Deku?" he sneered, using the nickname he had coined to remind me of how useless I was. I always hated that nickname. It was used so much that I am referred to by everyone as Deku, even the teachers. I grit my teeth, doing my best to ignore the sting of his words. I said, "Stop it." My voice cracked slightly, but I stood firm, taking another step toward Kaken. The boy on the ground was still crying, clutching his toy desperately to his chest as Kaken's explosive hands hovered over him, ready to cause more damage. Kaken scoffed. "Why should I listen to you, Deku? You don't even have a quirk." Inori chuckled sweetly at this. "Good point. I almost forgot," she said, lifting him with her quirk and throwing him to the side. I flew into the air and landed in a pond full of koi fish. I stood, dripping wet, eyes stinging from the water, my body shivering in the cold. I wanted to scream, but I kept it in, holding back the tears that were threatening to fall. I couldn't let them see that they were getting to me. I couldn't let them see how much it hurt. As I looked up, I saw Kaken, standing there with his hands still smoking from his quirk, a smug grin on his face. Inori and Ichiro stood off to the side, watching with detached expressions, not even flinching as I struggled to get out of the pond. They were just watching like it was all some kind of game to them. Inori's voice rang out, sweet but mocking. Oops, looks like you slipped, Deku, she said, crossing her arms, her gaze never wavering. You really should learn to watch where you're going. Kakin grabbed the toy from the kid's hand and chuckled. You know what? I think I should teach you a lesson. Explosions going off in his hands as he walked over to Izuku. This is for meddling in business that isn't yours, he said as he sent a small explosion my way. I was hit by the front of the blast, sending me flying further. I slammed into the dirt, my body skidding across the ground, the force of the explosion leaving me breathless. I coughed, tasting the smoke in my mouth, and for a moment, I just lay there. My clothes were burned, my skin stinging from the blast. The world felt distant, as if everything had slowed down. But the pain wasn't what hurt the most. It wasn't the bruises or the burns. It was the way they all stood there, as if my suffering was just a trivial thing to be ignored. Kakin's laughter rang out above me. You think you can stop me, Deku? You're nothing. You're just in the way. I slowly pushed myself up, my hands trembling as they scraped against the dirt. I could feel the tears threatening to fall, but I refused to let them show. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of seeing me break. You're not the boss of me, Kakin, I muttered, my voice hoarse but firm. You don't get to decide what I can do or who I am. Kakin paused, his smug grin faltering for a split second. But then he just scoffed and took a step closer, the sound of his explosions echoing with every movement. I don't need to decide anything for you, Deku. You've already decided. You're nothing but a quirkless loser who doesn't even have the guts to fight back. You think you can be a hero? His voice was dripping with disdain. You're a joke. Yeah, little bro, Quirks make the hero. Look at All Might, Endeavor, and many others. They are who they are because of Quirks. The three of us will likely be in the top 10 in the next decade or so. I would just give up on your dream if I were you, he said, walking over and looking down on him. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My own brother, Ichiro, was telling me to give up on my dream. My own family, the ones who should have been supporting me, were the ones trying to tear me down. But I couldn't let them. Not now, not ever. I don't care what you say, Ichiro, I spat, my voice shaking but full of determination. I'm going to be a hero, and nothing is going to stop me, not even you. Ichiro's eyes narrowed, and for a brief moment, there was a flicker of something. Maybe doubt, maybe something else. But then, just as quickly, it disappeared. He stepped back, raising his hands in mock surrender, but his words were still as cutting as ever. Fine, do whatever you want, he sneered. But don't expect anyone to help you when you fail. Inori let out a soft, mocking chuckle. Look at you trying to act all tough. But you're nothing, Izuku. You'll never amount to anything. You'll always be just Deku. With that, the three of them walked away and I still stayed in the same spot. The attacks had launched me out of the playground, but not like that mattered anyway. I slowly got up in pain as I had hoped my clothes were fine. I looked down to see there were singe marks and a couple of rips in the shirt and pants. I've had much worse, I said to myself. I started to make my way home as there was nothing else to do. As I limped home, the sting of their words echoed in my mind. Quirkless, useless, Deku. The same insults, the same mocking tone. They had always treated me this way, as if I was invisible, as if I didn't even matter. But today, it hurt more than ever. Ichiro, Inori, Kakin, they were all so sure that I would never amount to anything. It felt like they had already decided my future for me, like I was nothing more than a shadow in their lives. But deep down, I knew they were wrong. I couldn't explain it, not to them or even to myself, but something inside of me kept telling me that I wasn't done yet. That despite everything, I had the power to change my fate. It wasn't going to be easy, and it wasn't going to happen overnight. But if I could just keep pushing, keep fighting, then maybe, just maybe, I would prove them all wrong. I made my way through the familiar streets of our neighborhood, my mind drifting to thoughts of heroes. All Might, Endeavor, the countless others who had shaped the world with their quirks. They all had something I didn't. They had power, strength, and abilities that made them stand out. But none of them had a dream like mine. None of them had the determination to become a hero despite the odds stacked against them. I wanted to be like them. I wanted to protect people, to be the one who stood up for those who couldn't defend themselves. I wanted to be the one who made a difference in the world. I just needed heart. I just needed to keep going, no matter what. When I reached our door, I hesitated for a moment, taking a deep breath before I pushed it open. The familiar warmth of the apartment greeted me, but it didn't feel the same. It felt distant, like everything was out of reach. I glanced at the living room, where my parents were sitting, watching TV. I went to my room to get changed for supper. The thing is, they didn't give a damn about this type of stuff. I told them once that Inori and Ichiro did this to me, and they didn't believe me. They are so wrapped up with their children with powerful quirks that they don't see any flaws in them. I went to the bathroom to get some bandages and wrapping for my injuries. I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, carefully wrapping the bandages around the burns on my arms and the small cuts scattered across my body. My reflection barely seemed familiar to me. My face was a mix of dirt, water, and the remnants of the explosion, but it was the exhaustion in my eyes that stood out the most. I couldn't deny it anymore. The weight of their words, their indifference, it was all starting to take its toll. I finished wrapping my wounds, making sure the bandages were secure before heading back into my room. The door creaked open, and I stepped inside, my eyes immediately drawn to the small stack of notebooks and papers on my desk. They were filled with all sorts of scribbled plans, calculations, and notes. Most of it was about heroes, how they trained, how they fought, and how they overcame their weaknesses. I had researched everything I could find on becoming a hero, but none of it seemed to matter without a quirk. I ignored those thoughts and headed downstairs to eat some dinner. Inori and Ichiro were already back as I pulled a chair up to the table. As I sat down at the dinner table, I couldn't help but notice how easy it was for Inori and Ichiro to laugh and joke around with our parents. They didn't even notice me as I quietly picked at my food, my eyes on my plate. I felt the familiar ache of being invisible. My parents were absorbed in the conversation, asking Inori about her latest training and Ichiro about his achievements at school. They asked how their quirks were progressing, congratulating them on their successes without a second thought. The silence at the table was suffocating, and I hated it. It wasn't that I didn't love my family. Actually, now that I think about it, did they truly love me? It was an honest question. It was a constant reminder that they didn't see me the same way. My own parents never asked about my day or my dreams. Instead, their conversations revolved around how much potential my siblings had and how incredible their quirks were. It felt like I didn't belong in this family, like I was just a shadow in the background. I quickly finished my food and made my way upstairs to my room to just decompress. I lay down on my bed and just looked up at the ceiling. The only thing in my room that made it vibrant was the few hero posters in my room, which were of all might. Every hero deals with their own challenges. It's how you make the most of the good and the bad that makes you the person in the end, I said to myself. I said that every day to make sure that I never gave up. That was when I felt something strange. It was a pulling sensation in my head. No, my whole body. I felt like I drifted into consciousness as the pulling sensation continued. Third-person POV. Izuku opened his eyes to see that he was in an open area. He had no clue where this was, and he was slightly nervous. The area was blue mixed in with black, and it looked like it expanded on for miles. "Hello!" he called out, but all he heard was the echo of his voice. He started to walk in a direction, hoping to find something that would show him where he was at. That was when something started to form right in front of him. It looked like pixels started to form right in front of him, and he stepped back slightly. The pixels started to form in the shape of something that resembled a human. Izuku stood frozen as the pixels in front of him swirled and shaped into a human form. The digital figure slowly solidified, its features becoming clearer with each passing moment. It eventually formed into a man with a suit and tie. He stood around 6 foot 6 inches tall and looked more like a butler than anything. "Who are you?" Izuku stammered, his voice trembling, unsure whether he was dreaming or something far stranger was happening. You, my good sir, can call me Chase. My full name is Cognitive Human Assistance and Systematic Engine, but please call me Chase, he said in a British accent. Izuku stood there, his heart pounding in his chest. The figure in front of him was surreal, an entirely digital being that looked as if it had stepped out of a futuristic movie. The man, or whatever this entity was, smiled politely, but there was something unsettling about the whole situation. His polished suit and tie, his smooth features, all made him look like something out of a virtual reality simulation. Chase, Izuku repeated, still processing the situation. What is this place? Chase tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. This place, my dear Izuku, is a space between what I like to call mind space. Think of it as if we are in your head and before you ask you are currently sleeping, he said, projecting an image of himself on his bed. But what is this? He said, looking around. This is your quirk, my dear boy, he said, showing him the empty space. Your quirk is called synthesis. You can create quirks, to put it simply, as he snapped his fingers. It is a matter of seconds. The space transformed itself into a home, and Izuku was sitting down with a cup of tea in his hand. Izuku sat there, completely bewildered, his fingers trembling around the cup of tea that appeared in his hands. The warmth from the drink didn't do much to calm his nerves as the surreal nature of the situation continued to unfold before him. The room around him looked cozy and familiar, a strange mix of comfort and disorientation. He glanced up at Chase, the figure who had just told him that his quirk was synthesis. I can create quirks? Izuku repeated, still trying to wrap his mind around the words. But how? How is that even possible? I don't have a quirk. I'm quirkless. Chase smiled faintly, his hands clapped together in front of him, like a butler ready to explain some grand mystery. Ah, but you do have a quirk, Izuku, he said, his voice calm and measured, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. The reason you couldn't see it before was because it's a different, unique, if you will. Izuku shook his head, trying to understand. But I've never shown any sign of having a quirk. My parents, my siblings. His voice faltered as he thought about how they had always treated him like an outcast. He felt like he was suffocating in the weight of their expectations, or rather, their lack of them. That is because your quirk needed years to develop. A little over 8 years since that day of the quirk exam, and now you have your quirk, he said, sitting in a chair across from him. So many questions. Izuku trailed off as he wiped his tears away. Most were from frustration, but also sadness, happiness, and anger. But if I can create quirks, how does it work? Izuku asked, his voice still shaky, but with a spark of curiosity in it now. What do I have to do? Chase stood up, walking around the room in a slow, deliberate manner. The process of creating a quirk, Izuku, is not as simple as snapping your fingers. It requires understanding. From this point on, anyone that you physically touch or vice versa will allow you to store the quirk's power, abilities, and knowledge of the quirk here, he said, showing him an area of empty shelves. Izuku wiped some more tears away from him as he tried to understand. Wait, so I copy the quirk, but I don't? He asked, confused. Chase gave a soft chuckle as if Izuku's confusion was perfectly normal. Correct, Izuku. You will store the quirk's power and knowledge, but you will not inherently copy the quirk to use. Think of it like a library of sorts. You will keep the ability to access it and understand how it works, but you will not permanently adopt the traits or powers of the quirk unless you choose to. You can pick and choose the ideas, powers, or abilities of the quirks to create your quirk. Oh, I see. How do I create a quirk? He asked, getting more and more excited. Well, once you have some quirk stored in here, you can pick and choose abilities in here to manifest and create it into being. If you even wanted, you could just use the quirk you copied. However, it is not as easy as it seems, he said, showing him to a big console. What do you mean? He asked, confused once again. Well, you see, there are restrictions to your quirk. You need to reach certain requirements and goals to create your quirk. For example, he said, pulling up a screen. You can't create one just yet, as you need to go and make contact with someone. The other restriction of your quirk is you cannot copy and store the quirks in the library for people that you have a blood relation with, he said, looking at him. Good. I don't need their quirks anyway, he said, quieter than normal. Izuku sat back, absorbing what Chase had just explained to him. The idea of having the ability to create quirks, to store and understand them, was overwhelming. He never imagined that something like this could exist, especially not for someone like him who had always felt invisible in a world where everyone had a quirk except for him. The thought that he wasn't truly quirkless was both a relief and a source of fear. There was so much potential, but also so much responsibility tied to this newfound power. His mind raced with possibilities. What kind of quirks could he store? How could he use them? And why had it taken so long for his quirk to manifest? All these questions swirled around him, but one question stood above the rest. Could this truly make him a hero? Could he finally prove everyone wrong? Izuku nodded slowly, taking it all in. So I'll need to find quirks first, right? To store them, I mean. Yes, that is correct. As I said before, from this day on, any physical contact and their quirk is stored here, Chase said. So, how can I come back to this place? Asked Izuku. Think of me and this place and you can come back here whenever you want, Chase said, smiling. I should also let you know that time moves differently in here than out there, he said, referring to the outside world. Really? Yes, indeed. Time moves 5 times slower here. If you are here for 5 hours, it will be 1 hour out there. Plus, you can be here when you are sleeping and still get rest for your body, said Chase. Izuku nodded, trying to wrap his mind around everything. The concept of storing quirks and creating his own was a lot to take in. His mind raced with excitement and uncertainty. For years, he had felt useless and powerless, and now he had the potential to change that. But there were still so many questions, so many things he didn't understand. So, if I store someone's quirk, I can use it to create my own, but it won't be like theirs? Izuku asked, trying to clarify. Chase nodded, his smile never faltering. Exactly. You'll have access to the knowledge, power, and abilities of the quirk, but you will have the freedom to modify and create something that is uniquely your own. Think of it as a recipe. You can take ingredients from different quirks, combine them, and create a dish that is entirely new. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. The idea of being able to make a quirk that was truly his own, shaped by the quirks of others, was something he had never imagined. It was like being given the power to forge his destiny, to write his own path in a world where the odds had always been stacked against him. But how do I choose which quirks to store? What if I make a mistake? Izuku's voice trembled slightly as the weight of the responsibility began to sink in. Chase smiled. That's the best part. You can store as many as you want. That, and when you can create a quirk, I will send a notification that only you can see saying that you can create a quirk. Izuku smiled at that. Well, thank you, Chase. I think I am going to go to sleep for real in the outside world. Sounds good. Good night, my dear boy, he said, patting his head as he was teleported out to get some sleep.
Chapter 2. Quirk Creation.
The next morning, Izuku had some pep in his step and got his clothes on with some enthusiasm. He wanted to see what his family would think of him having a quirk. He walked downstairs to his family, getting ready to eat breakfast. Inori looked over to her brother to see he was a lot happier. That annoyed her for some reason. "What's up with you?" she asked as she poured some milk into a glass. "I got a quirk," he said, smiling. Inori looked at him before snorting, with that snort turning into a laugh. "That is actually funny," she said, wiping a tear away. Izuku's smile faltered for a brief moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He had spent so many years longing for a quirk, a chance to prove himself, and now he finally had it. But hearing Inori's mockery stung. She always had a sharp tongue, and no matter what he did, it seemed like she was never going to take him seriously. "Really?" Inori scoffed, her eyes narrowing. And how are you going to prove that? You can barely get through a normal day without being a laughingstock. Do you really think you're special now? I didn't say I was special, he said, clenching his fists slightly. Inori used her powers to move the milk back to the fridge, and she still chuckled. Yeah, sure, I got to tell everyone this. As she went to the living room. Hey Mom, Dad, Ichiro, Izuku said he has a quirk, she said, still chuckling slightly. Ichiro started to laugh while Inko and Toshinori looked at him confused. His father set down his coffee cup, his brows furrowed. Are you sure you're not just imagining things? You're quirkless. Everyone knows that. This isn't something you can just change overnight. Remember your quirk exam? You were one of the only kids in your class who didn't even show a spark of power. It's just impossible. Izuku's hands tightened into fists, the sting of rejection sharp and familiar. He had spent years trying to ignore the shame of being quirkless, watching everyone around him grow stronger while he remained powerless. But now, with this new power, he thought he could finally show them. Show them that he was worth something. But here they were, dismissing him before he even had a chance to explain. I am not imagining things. Izuku's voice cracked as he tried to hold his ground. Izuka, honey, this isn't funny. If this is your idea of a joke, then you need to stop, said Inko sternly. Toshinori stood up as he walked to Izuku. For some reason, he had an intimidating presence, something he never felt from him at all. Agreed. There are late bloomers, which happen about a few months after your quirk exam, but you need to stop thinking you have a quirk. It's been years, so you will likely never get one, he said, glaring at him. Izuku stood frozen, his heart pounding in his chest. The weight of his father's words crashed down on him, and all the excitement he had felt moments ago seemed to fade into the background. He wanted to argue, to shout that he wasn't lying, but the coldness in Toshinori's voice made him hesitate. I'm not lying. Izuku's voice cracked with the desperation he had been holding back for years. I really do have a quirk now. It's not a joke. His fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Ichiro rolled his eyes, clearly enjoying the show. You're quirkless, Izuku. You always have been. Don't get your hopes up, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Toshinori sighed as he placed his hand on his shoulder. That is enough. We've had enough stress as it is that you never had a quirk, and we don't need this. This is like you having that dream to be a hero. You can't do it if you don't have a quirk. You would be much better off being a firefighter, policeman, or doctor. Now get going to school, he said sternly as he walked to the bathroom before he had to leave for work. Annoyed, tired, and sad, he grabbed his backpack and walked out the door. By the time Izuku arrived at school, his heart was still heavy, but he carried a sense of determination that he hadn't felt before. He knew that he wasn't truly quirkless, and that knowledge gave him power that no one could take away. He walked through the gates, his eyes focused ahead. He could hear the usual chatter of his classmates, the sounds of laughter, the clatter of lockers being slammed shut. But none of it seemed to reach him. All he could think about was how to prove them wrong, how to show them that he wasn't the useless, powerless boy they thought he was. Classes went by normal until it was lunchtime. Izuku made his way to lunch just like normal when someone pulled out the door to the outside and dragged him behind it. Judging by the grip, he knew who it was. He was soon thrown down and looked up to see who it was. Oi, Deku, growled Bakugo. Izuku scrambled to push himself off the ground, his palms stinging from the impact with the pavement. He looked up to see Bakugo standing over him, his usual scowl painted across his face. Kakin, what do you want? Izuku stammered, trying to hold his ground, but his voice wavered. He had hoped that things would be different now that he had a quirk, but he had no idea how to face Bakugo in this new reality. The last thing he wanted was another confrontation with the person who had always belittled him. Bakugo sneered, crossing his arms over his chest. You think you can just go around saying you've got a quirk now, huh? After all these years of being useless? You think you're suddenly gonna be some kind of hero? His voice was thick with disdain, and his eyes burned with the usual intensity. "Yes," was all he said as he was punched in the face. "That's bullshit," he yelled as he grabbed him by his hair. Izuku winced as Bakugo's grip tightened on his hair, pulling his head back painfully. His vision swam for a moment as the pain from the punch throbbed in his cheek, but the sting didn't deter him. The fire burning in his chest, the new power that he felt within himself, kept him from feeling completely defeated. "I'm not lying, Kaken," Izuku gasped, struggling to free himself from the tight hold. "I really do have a quirk now." Bakugo's eyes narrowed, and his lips curled into a snarl. "Quit spouting that crap, Deku." With a brutal twist of his wrist, he slammed Izuku's head against the ground, sending another shockwave of pain through Izuku's skull. "You're still quirkless. You're just pretending to be something you're not. You've always been useless, and that's not going to change because you say you've got a quirk now. You've been quirkless for years. Deku, don't you dare try to pretend now like you're something special." Izuku stopped resisting as Bakugo hit once more for good measure. "I don't want to ever hear you talking about that shit again, you damn liar," he said, stomping away from him. Izuku lay on the ground, his face stinging from the brutal punches and his head spinning from the impact. His vision blurred, and he could feel the blood trickling from a cut on his lip. He barely had the strength to lift his head, but something deep inside him kept him from staying down. Even as Bakugo's harsh words echoed in his mind, a fire ignited in his chest, fueled by something more than the pain. He gritted his teeth and pushed himself up, shaking as he did so. His body felt like it was on fire, but not in the way Bakugo had intended. He could feel the surge of energy within him, the quirk that he knew he had, the one he wasn't imagining, wasn't lying about. Bakugo's taunts and physical punishment only made him more determined to prove himself. "That didn't feel good," he said as he leaned against the brick wall for support. "Whatever. Looks like I am going to miss lunch again," he said as he made his way to class. He made it with a few minutes to spare as he sat down in his usual seat, bruises already starting to form. He didn't give a damn right now. He understands where they were coming from by not believing him that he didn't have a quirk, but damn, they could at least listen to him. The rest of his day was about as pretty normal as it could get, but he was a bit fascinated about something. When he was walking home, something appeared to be in his eye or something, but an image or a screen of sorts appeared in front of him. Achievement complete. Collect and store 10 quirks in the library. Reward: 1 quirk creation available. This made Izuku excited as he started to make his way home faster. He wanted to get back into the mind space to work on quirk. He had wondered about many things, such as how many quirks he could make and use. He wanted to get some quirks stored up, so he acted like he was bumping into people accidentally when he traversed the halls of the school. Some resulted in nothing, when others were throwing punches at him. He ran to his room not even to see his mom, as he was sure she wasn't there. He threw his stuff down and started to think about Mindspace before eventually he was pulled back in. He was welcomed to the sight of Chase as he was smiling down at him. "I see you are excited, sir. Shall we have some tea and see what quirks you have stored up?" he said, forming the rooms for Izuku to use. "We shall, Chase," he said excitedly. Chase, ever the calm and patient guide, gestured to the center of the room, where a large, glowing screen materialized. It hovered in the air, flickering with different hues as it displayed an intricate list of quirks Izuku had collected. The screen was organized like a library catalog, each quirk listed with a brief description and a button next to it that Izuku could tap to access more detailed information. Izuku's fingers hovered over the screen. The potential to shape these quirks into something entirely his own was thrilling. The idea of being able to combine and manipulate powers was like nothing he had ever dreamed of. His eyes moved from one quirk to another, eager to explore what each one could offer. "Shall we start from the beginning?" Chase asked, his voice gentle and encouraging. Izuku nodded, his excitement palpable. "Yes, please." "So, for the first quirk, we have Explosion, belonging to Akatsuki Bakugo," said Chase. An image of Bakugo came up on the screen and Izuku frowned slightly. This was from the fight at noon. "All right, let's do the next one," said Izuku, ready for what was next. Chase swiped to the next entry. Quirk number 2, Adhesion. The user can adhere to surfaces with their hands and feet. Simple, yet versatile. Izuku's face lit up. That sounds a lot like a spider's ability. Could be great for mobility or even stealth if used right. "Indeed," Chase replied, pleased with Izuku's growing enthusiasm. Chase swiped to the third entry, the glowing screen adjusting as the next quirk appeared. The third quirk is Cerebral Enhancer, a quirk designed to enhance cognitive abilities dramatically. It allows the user to increase their IQ in proportion to their focus and effort, enabling accelerated problem-solving, strategic thinking, and memory recall. Izuku's eyes widened with excitement as he stared at the screen. An IQ boost? That's incredible. I can imagine so many uses for it. I could analyze situations faster, plan battles better, and even optimize how I train and use my quirks. This could really level the playing field. Chase nodded, his smile calm but proud. "Exactly, sir. It has limitations, of course. While it can elevate your intelligence significantly, it also places a great demand on your mental energy. Overuse may lead to cognitive fatigue, headaches, or even temporary confusion." "That sounds awesome. We will have to come back to that later," he said excitedly. "Indeed, we will. For your fourth quirk, we have Jolt. Not very powerful in terms of destructive power, but it allows the user to send out small amounts of electricity into their fingertips that reach about 6 inches. Izuku nodded, listening carefully as Chase described the fourth quirk. "Jolt, huh?" Izuku mused aloud. "That could still be useful, especially in a pinch. I could use it to shock enemies or short-circuit tech, maybe even give myself a boost in combat if used correctly." He considered how he could make the most of each quirk, turning every ability into an asset, no matter how small. Chase nodded. "Exactly, sir. Even simple quirks like this have potential. Now, for your fifth quirk." He swiped again, and a new quirk appeared on the screen. It went like this for the next few minutes. Izuku was fascinated with quirks, but in terms of overall usefulness, this was very incredibly specific. He knew quirks could be powerful if you trained them, so he would store off on the rest of them. Chase smiled at all of these quirks. "Well, Master Izuku, these quirks are indeed interesting, and now we have our final quirk," he said, pulling it up on the screen. Izuku was shocked at the man who was on his screen. He said, "Tashinori Yagi with the quirk one for all." Izuku's mouth was drier than the Sahara Desert as he saw 2 images on the screen. "Chase, why is All Might and Dad up on the same screen?" he asked, hoping this wasn't going where this was going. "Because Izuku, they are the same person," he replied to him. "But you said I can't copy my family's quirks because they are blood-related," he said, wanting answers. "While that is true, it says here that one for all has been passed down to several people," he said, showing a screen of its past users. Izuku was holding his hand to his head. This was all too much to process. Why hadn't his dad ever told him or his family that he was the #1 hero? Izuku's mind was racing. He stared at the screen in disbelief, his eyes locked on the names of previous users of One for All, and then back to Tashinori Yagi's image, his father. His breath caught in his throat as he processed the information. "All Might is my dad," Izuku whispered under his breath, his voice barely audible. His hands began to tremble. I never knew. Why didn't he tell me, damn it? He told me to give up on my dream of being a hero because I didn't have a quirk. But he had one right here, something he was able to pass down the whole time, and he didn't even look my way to want to help me on my path to becoming a hero," he said as tears were falling down his face. Chase's voice was soft, as if he understood the storm of emotions swirling inside Izuku. "I know this is a lot to process, Izuku, but this is your reality now." Izuku wiped his tears away in frustration as he looked at the screen once more. "I think that I would like to examine all of the quirks and their abilities now," he said, trying to avoid the subject. All right, sir. What kind of quirk were you thinking? He asked curiously. Izuku wiped away a few more tears as he looked at the screen. I was thinking something along the lines of an IQ quirk similar to the one earlier. Chase nodded thoughtfully, sensing Izuku's need to focus on something constructive. I understand. A quirk like that would be valuable, especially in helping you understand and master all the quirks you've already collected. Let's go ahead and explore that route. The glowing screen flickered as Chase made a few adjustments. The list of quirks expanded, and the focus shifted to the Cerebral Enhancer quirk. A new window opened with a more detailed breakdown of its abilities. So, we already know what it does. What are the restrictions and cons of the quirk? That, and I would like to know how much the IQ is increased by, he said, putting a finger under the chin. Chase nodded with approval as he tapped a few controls, expanding the information on the screen for Izuku to examine. A new section appeared, labeled Cerebral Enhancer, Detailed Breakdown. Here are the specifics, Izuku, Chase began, his calm demeanor not changing despite the emotional weight Izuku was carrying. The quirk allows you to significantly enhance your cognitive abilities, which means your IQ can be increased by up to 100 points based on your focus and effort. This could theoretically push your intelligence into the genius category, enabling you to process information and solve problems much more rapidly. For someone like you, it would enhance your strategic thinking, combat tactics, memory recall, and even your understanding of quirks. Chase continued, however, as with all powerful abilities, this one does come with its drawbacks. The more you use it, the more mental energy it consumes. Extended use beyond your physical or mental limits could result in cognitive fatigue, memory lapses, and even temporary loss of coordination or confusion. In extreme cases, it could even lead to memory loss if overused, so it's essential to be mindful of your limits. What if we do not have those restrictions? How would this affect the quirk? He asked. I was hoping you would ask this. You see, sir, when creating a quirk, if you were to not have restrictions on a quirk, it would give you lower stats such as less power, he said as he adjusted the restrictions on the quirk. So, you will increase your IQ by only 40 points, however. You will be able to continuously have this quirk on at all times with no side effects whatsoever. It will be like you won't even feel it, he said, showing him. Izuku took a moment to absorb the information, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of the choices before him. The prospect of enhancing his cognitive abilities without limits was undeniably tempting, but the reality of what such a decision would mean weighed heavily on him. His hand hovered over the screen as he thought it through carefully. 40 points isn't as high as the full 100, Izuku murmured, but being able to keep the quirk active all the time sounds like it could help me stay on top of everything. I wouldn't have to worry about cognitive fatigue or burning out. He glanced over at Chase, who was watching him with a calm, expectant expression. That's correct, sir, Chase said. The trade-off would be a slightly smaller increase in intelligence, but you would be able to maintain a consistently sharp mind without risking overexertion. You could always rely on your enhanced focus and analysis without any downtime. Izuku nodded thoughtfully. That doesn't seem too bad, to be honest. What is my IQ now? Your IQ right now, as you are 12 years old, is currently 123. This means you would have a 163 IQ with this quirk. Your IQ will also increase as your brain is not fully developed yet, he said, smiling at him. Relieved, Izuku gave a decisive nod. Then that's what I'll do. Let's create the quirk with the 40-point boost and unrestricted use. Chase gestured to the glowing screen, and with a wave of his hand, the parameters were set. A swirling vortex of light appeared before Izuku, pulsating with energy. Chase explained, "This is the creation process. Simply reach out and claim it, and the quirk will be yours." Taking a deep breath, Izuku stepped forward and extended his hand. The swirling light seemed to respond to him, wrapping around his fingers and seeping into his skin. A warm sensation flooded his body, and for a moment his vision blurred. When it cleared, he felt sharper, like a veil had been lifted from his mind. "How do you feel, sir?" Chase asked, a hint of pride in his voice. I won't lie, I feel pretty much the same, but I do feel like something changed inside of me, he said, clenching his fist. Chase smiled warmly. Indeed, the effects may not feel immediate, since the quirk enhances cognitive functions rather than physical ones. However, you'll start noticing subtle differences soon, clearer thoughts, faster problem solving, and perhaps a better understanding of complex situations. What shall you name the quirk, sir? He asked to write it down. Izuku nodded, still clenching and unclenching his fists as he adjusted to the newfound clarity in his mind. Already, he could feel his thoughts flowing more smoothly, like a river unobstructed by rocks. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was enough to make him feel sharper. How about brain boost? He said, smiling. I like it, he said, writing it down into the system. Well, now that we've taken care of that, what's next? Izuku asked. His voice was steadier than before. He was eager to channel his emotions into something productive. The revelation about his father still weighed heavily on him, but right now he needed focus. Rest. I believe you still have dinner to attend to, and after that we can go over what. Chase smiled warmly. Indeed, the effects may not feel immediate since the quirk enhances cognitive functions rather than physical ones. However, you'll start noticing subtle differences soon, clearer thoughts, faster problem solving, and perhaps a better understanding of complex situations. Izuku nodded, still clenching and unclenching his fists as he adjusted to the newfound clarity in his mind. Already, he could feel his thoughts flowing more smoothly, like a river unobstructed by rocks. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was enough to make him feel sharper. Well, now that we've taken care of that, what's next? Izuku asked. His voice was steadier than before. He was eager to channel his emotions into something productive. The revelation about his father still weighed heavily on him, but right now he needed to focus on what to do next, he said, bowing slightly. That sounds good. When can I create my next quirk? He asked curiously. Not until you reach and meet this requirement, he said as he put it up on the screen. Chase's demeanor turned slightly more serious as he gestured to the glowing screen. The requirement for creating your next quirk is simple but crucial, Master Izuku. To harness your quirks effectively, your body needs to be in peak condition. It's not just about mental sharpness but physical readiness too. You'll need to meet this prerequisite before we can move forward. Izuku squinted at the screen, reading the text carefully. Apply for a gym membership, get a job, and commit to a consistent workout routine for 3 months. He frowned, feeling a pang of hesitation. A job? At my age? Isn't that going to be difficult? Chase's expression softened. Not at all, sir. Plenty of opportunities exist, even for someone your age. It's not just about earning money, though that will help you gain independence. It's also about learning discipline, time management, and responsibility, skills that will serve you well as a hero. Not to mention, your quirks will place an immense strain on your body. Enhancing your physical endurance, strength, and agility will ensure you can wield them effectively without injuring yourself. Think of this as laying the foundation for your future success. Thank you, Chase, Izuku said with a small smile. I think this is going to make a big difference. Chase nodded, his expression calm and reassuring. You're welcome, sir. Remember, this is only the beginning. But get going to dinner. You have been here for about 3 hours, meaning that it has been 36 minutes out there, he said. With that, Izuku went back to the real world and sat up from his bed. It might have been less than 24 hours since he acquired his quirk, but it sure was going to be a while before he could get used to that. He then remembered All Might and his father being the same person. He still was so pissed off. He never felt like this before. He felt betrayed by his father. The same man who had been quirkless at one point told him that a quirkless person could not become a hero. What an asshole. He made it downstairs to see his family were just sitting down to eat as his mom was dishing up food for herself. He sat down and slowly got his food. Inori and Ichiro started to talk about their day. Izuku was staring at his father, not with a glare, but with a calculating, cold intensity that unsettled even him. It was the look of someone who was assessing every action, every word, and every possible motive. All Might, his father, Toshinori Yagi, noticed the look but chose to ignore it, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Inori and Ichiro instead. His siblings' laughter echoed in the dining room, but to Izuku, it sounded distant. His mind was too busy swirling with thoughts. How could he say something like that to me? He thought bitterly. How could someone who claimed to care about me so much dismiss my dreams as impossible, all while hiding his identity? The betrayal simmered just beneath his otherwise calm exterior. He wouldn't lie when he said he was curious as to how this skinny blonde man who was barely 5 foot 10 inches tall was All Might. One for All must have been one heck of a powerful quirk, and he would have to investigate it. That's some good progress, Inori, said Inko happily. Izuku shook his head at this. Conversations like this were starting to bother him more and more because he was never asking about how his day went. He finished eating and started to make his way up to his room. He had a lot of research and a lot of catching up to do. Chapter 3, Training Begins. 1 month later. And that is another $100, he said, sighing. $100 was enough for a 1-month membership at the local gym. Yes, it was local, however, it was a gym with a pool, a track, mixed in with a dojo. It was the real package and why it was so expensive, and he was glad to be going there. Izuku had managed to secure an online job as a customer support agent for a tech company. It wasn't glamorous work, but it allowed him to contribute financially to his goals while maintaining flexibility with his schedule. He worked a few hours each day after school, answering queries about troubleshooting software issues and helping customers navigate their products. While the work was sometimes repetitive, it gave him a sense of accomplishment. Each paycheck brought him closer to achieving his plans. Sitting at his small desk, Izuku adjusted his headset and glanced at the queue of support tickets. The first was a customer struggling with a frozen application. He quickly reviewed the troubleshooting script, then typed out a concise, polite response. "Thank you for reaching out. Here's what you can try to resolve the issue." He hit send and moved to the next ticket. Despite the monotony, Izuku approached the job with the same determination he applied to everything else in his life. He saw it as more than just earning money. It was an opportunity to refine his communication skills, practice patience, and strengthen his ability to solve problems under pressure. By the end of his shift, Izuku leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. It wasn't the most physically demanding work, but staying focused for hours on end was draining in its own way. Still, when he looked at the total earnings in his online account, he felt a swollen feeling of pride. It wasn't just about the money, it was proof of his growing independence. He had created a schedule with Chase with the best interest in mind, and good God did it look like hell. 4 a.m. wake up.
4:30 am 7. 00 am. First gym workout.
8 a.m. to 3 p.m. school. 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. work. 6 p.m. to 6:15 p.m. dinner. 6:45 p.m. to 10 p.m. second gym workout. 10:30 bed and Mindspace studying. Would it be hard? Yes. Was he willing to do it? Absolutely. Izuku sat on his bed, staring at the schedule Chase had meticulously crafted. It was rigorous, but it aligned with his goals. If he wanted to become a hero despite the odds stacked against him, he needed to push beyond his limits. He read through it again, committing it to memory before placing it carefully on his desk. The next morning, his alarm buzzed at 4 a.m., jolting him awake. For a split second, Izuku considered rolling over and stealing a few more moments of rest, but he quickly shook the thought away. He had made a commitment to himself, and if he started slacking now, he'd only be sabotaging his own future. Throwing on his workout clothes, he grabbed a water bottle and headed out the door. He wasted no time getting into the gym and started to get to work. He did a warm-up of 20 push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, and crunches, and he was ready to go. Granted, he had never really done super physical workouts, so had taken some baby steps. The gym was relatively quiet at this early hour, save for a few other dedicated individuals. Izuku began on the treadmill, setting a moderate pace. His legs burned within the first few minutes, but he reminded himself of why he was doing this. Heroes don't quit. If I can't push past this, how will I ever keep up with villains in the field? After 20 minutes on the treadmill, he transitioned to weight training. Chase had given him a beginner's guide to proper form and manageable weights to avoid injury. Izuku started with dumbbell curls and bench presses, his arms trembling slightly under the unfamiliar strain. Despite the challenge, he felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction with every rep completed. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he pushed himself further than he ever had before. By the time he moved on to core exercises, he was already feeling the effects of the morning's work. Planks, Russian twists, and leg raises tested his resolve, but Izuku grit his teeth and kept going. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to stop, but he countered each thought of doubt with images of his future, standing tall as a hero who could save lives and inspire others. When the clock struck 7 a.m., Izuku finally wrapped up his session. His muscles ached, and his body was drenched in sweat, but he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He had survived the first step in his grueling journey. As he walked out of the gym, the cool morning air hit him, refreshing his exhausted body. One step closer, he muttered to himself, a small smile forming on his lips. The next part of his day proceeded as planned: school. Balancing academics with his new physical regimen was no easy task, but Izuku knew he couldn't afford to let his grades slip. He paid close attention in class, furiously taking notes and mentally organizing his study schedule for the evening. Every now and then, his classmates would notice his slightly tired expression, but none of them commented on it. By the time school ended, he felt drained but kept his focus sharp. After all, he still had work to do. Logging into his customer support job from his bedroom, Izuku handled each ticket with the same meticulous care as before. The repetitive nature of the work might have deterred others, but Izuku treated it as a mental workout way to sharpen his problem-solving skills and maintain his composure under pressure. Dinner was brief, as usual, with his family's conversations revolving around Inori and Ichiro's day. Izuku ate in silence, his mind racing with plans for his next workout session. He caught glimpses of his father from across the table, but the calculating, cold intensity in his gaze remained. Toshinori noticed but continued to feign ignorance, a choice that only deepened the tension between them. After excusing himself, Izuku returned to the gym for his second workout of the day. This time, he focused on different muscle groups to avoid overworking in any one area. He tackled the rowing machine and the squat rack. This place was a lot more at this time, but he didn't mind that. He did feel like he was being watched, though. He wasn't sure who was watching him, but it was someone doing it. He ended the workout and was going to the locker room when someone stopped him. "Hey, you're Izuku Yagi, right?" Izuku looked up to see a modestly tall man standing near the locker room entrance. His hair was dark brown, a little messy, but it looked like it had been styled intentionally, with streaks of gray peeking through the edges. He wore a black long sleeve and sweatpants, his body showing signs of experience with physical activity. Muscles not overly bulky but lean and well-defined, a clear indication of someone who had spent years in training. His face was weathered, perhaps by time, but there was something about his presence that commanded respect. "Yeah, that's me," Izuku replied, his exhaustion making his voice slightly strained. "Is there something I can help you with?" The man gave him a friendly, knowing smile, though there was an underlying seriousness in his eyes. "I've been watching you for a while. You've been coming in here pretty regularly. Most people would burn out by now, but you've got something about you. Discipline. Dedication." Izuku blinked in surprise, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he shifted his weight nervously. He wasn't used to strangers noticing him like that. I'm just trying to get better. For my goals, you know? This is my schedule," he said, showing him. The man nodded pleasantly. "Ah, yes, I know you are and can see that clearly, but I should introduce myself. My name is Daichi Arai," the man said, extending his hand. Izuku hesitated for a moment before shaking it, feeling the firm grip of someone who had clearly spent years honing their strength. I own the dojo that's attached to the fitness center here, Daichi Arai said, gesturing toward the far end of the gym where the dojo's sliding wooden doors stood. I couldn't help but notice your work ethic. It's not every day I see someone so young pushing themselves so hard. You remind me of someone I used to know. Izuku looked at Daichi with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Oh, really? Was he a hero? Arai chuckled, the sound low and warm. Not exactly, but he had the heart of one, much like you seem to. Listen, Yagi, I've been around long enough to recognize potential when I see it. You've got a fire in you, but if you're not careful, that fire can burn you out. Training is good, but training smart is better. Izuku's cheeks turned slightly pink. I'm just trying to catch up. I've got a lot of ground to cover. Arai nodded knowingly. I figured as much. That drive of yours is admirable, but if you're serious about achieving your goals, you'll need guidance. Pushing through pain and exhaustion can only take you so far. If you want, I'd be willing to help you. Teach you how to balance your training, refine your technique, and maybe show you a thing or two about martial arts. It's up to you. The offer caught Izuku off guard. He wasn't sure how to respond at first. He had always been wary of accepting help, especially now that he had decided to forge his path independently. But there was something about Arai's presence, his calm confidence and the wisdom in his eyes, that made Izuku consider the proposition. That's a generous offer, Izuku said cautiously, but I don't have a lot of money right now. I'm already stretching my budget just to be here. Arai waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry about that. Consider it an investment. I see potential in you, and I'd hate to see it go to waste because of something as trivial as money. All I ask is that you show up ready to learn and give it your all. Deal? Izuku hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Deal. Arai's grin widened. Good. We'll start tomorrow evening, based on the schedule you showed me. Come by the dojo, and I'll introduce you to the basics. It's not going to be easy, but then again, I think you already know that. I do, Izuku replied, his voice firm, and I'm ready. The next evening, Izuku stood in front of the dojo's entrance, his nerves tingling with anticipation. He slid open the wooden doors and was greeted by the faint scent of wood polish and the soft light filtering through paper lanterns. The dojo was a stark contrast to the bustling gym, quiet, serene, yet filled with an underlying intensity that made his heart race. Arai stood in the center of the room, wearing a black martial arts GI with a white belt tied around his waist. You're on time. That's a good start, he said, gesturing for Izuku to join him. Izuku stepped onto the polished wooden floor, feeling the cool surface beneath his feet. What's the first lesson? Arai crossed his arms, his expression serious. The first lesson is understanding your limits and learning how to extend them without breaking. You've got raw determination, but that alone isn't enough. You need control, focus, and adaptability. Today, we'll start with the basics of movement and balance. Should we get to know each other first before then? He asked, wondering who this man was. Ah, of course, he said, sitting in a crisscross position just as Izuku did the same. Daichi Arai adjusted his posture, sitting straight and exuding a calm yet commanding presence. He looked at Izuku with a small smile. You're right. It's always good to understand the person you're trusting to teach you. Let me tell you a bit about myself. Izuku nodded, settling into his seat. He was curious about this man who had taken an interest in him. Well, you know my name already, but I am a retired hero who just trains martial arts now. My quirk is triple joint. There are people who are double joint naturally, which was me, but my quirk added another joint, making me triple jointed. It allows me to extend and manipulate my body in ways most people can't. Arai continued, his voice calm yet infused with an undertone of pride. I can bend, twist, and maneuver my limbs to an almost impossible degree. It gave me a unique edge in combat situations, dodging attacks, striking from unexpected angles, and even escaping tight spots. But it wasn't just my quirk that defined me as a hero. I worked hard to refine my physical capabilities and tactical skills. A quirk is just a tool. How you use it determines your success. Izuku leaned forward, intrigued. So, you were a hero? What happened? Why did you stop? Arai's expression softened, a flicker of nostalgia passing over his face. I was a hero for about 15 years, operating under the name Elastic Shadow. I specialized in rescue operations and non-lethal takedowns. I even made it to number 73 on the hero charts. But as time went on, the toll on my body and mind became more apparent. Every fight, every mission, it all adds up. I decided to retire before I hit a point where I couldn't keep up anymore. It wasn't an easy decision, but it was the right one. Now I focus on teaching others, passing on what I've learned to people like you. Izuku nodded, his respect for Arai growing. That's admirable. I think it's great that you're still helping people in your own way. Arai chuckled, his eyes crinkling at the edges. You remind me of myself when I was younger, hungry to prove myself, eager to learn. But let me ask you this, Yagi, why are you doing this? What's driving you to push yourself so hard? Izuku hesitated, his gaze dropping to the polished wooden floor. He took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts. I want to catch up. For a long time, I felt like I was always behind, always struggling to prove my worth. I want to change that. I want to be someone who can stand tall, someone who can protect others and make a difference. But I know I can't rely on anyone to hand me the tools to do that. I have to earn it. Arai nodded thoughtfully. His expression was unreadable. A noble goal. But let me give you some advice, Izuku. You're right to want to rely on yourself, but don't let that turn into isolation. The world is full of people who can teach you, guide you, and challenge you to grow. You're here now, which means you're already taking a step in the right direction. Izuku felt a wave of warmth at Arai's words. It wasn't often that someone acknowledged his efforts so directly. Thank you, Arai-sensei. I won't waste this opportunity. Arai smiled, standing up and gesturing for Izuku to follow. Good. Then let's get started. First, I'll assess your natural movement and balance. Take your shoes off and stand in the center of the mat. Izuku quickly complied, feeling the cool surface of the mat under his feet. Arai circled him, observing his posture and stance with a critical eye. Not bad, Arai said after a moment. You've got a decent foundation. That tells me you've been paying attention to your form during your workouts. But combat isn't about standing still. It's about adapting to ever-changing circumstances. Let's see how you move. Arai began by walking Izuku through a series of basic simple steps, shifts in weight, and maintaining balance while moving. Though the exercises seemed straightforward, Izuku quickly realized how much focus they required. Every step needed precision, every shift in weight demanded awareness of his center of gravity. Your movement is stiff, Arai commented after a while, his tone not unkind but firm. You're focusing too much on doing it perfectly. That's good in training, but in real scenarios, hesitation can cost you. Try to flow naturally. Don't think, feel. Izuku nodded, adjusting his approach. He loosened his stance, trying to let the movements come more intuitively. It wasn't perfect, but he could already sense an improvement. Better, Arai said with a small nod. Now let's add some complexity. The session progressed with increasingly challenging exercises. Arai introduced basic martial arts stances and transitions, emphasizing the importance of staying grounded and maintaining fluidity. He demonstrated how small adjustments in posture could make a significant difference in balance and power. Martial arts isn't just about punching and kicking, Arai explained as he demonstrated a series of sweeping motions. It's about understanding your body and how it interacts with the world around you. If you can master that, you'll find strength in even the simplest movements. By the end of the lesson, Izuku was drenched in sweat, his muscles burning from unfamiliar motions. But he felt exhilarated. Each technique, each correction had opened his eyes to a new dimension of training. This wasn't just about building strength, it was about refining it, channeling it into something precise and effective. "You did well for your first day," Arai said, clapping a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "But this is only the beginning. If you want to see real progress, you'll need to commit to consistent practice. Are you ready for that?" Izuku looked up at Arai, his green eyes blazing with determination. "Yes, I'm ready." Arai grinned. "Good. Then we'll meet here tomorrow. Rest well tonight, Yagi. You've earned it." As Izuku left the dojo, the cool evening air greeted him once more. His body ached, but his spirit felt lighter than it had been in months. For the first time in a long time, he felt like he was truly moving forward. The path ahead was still uncertain, but with Arai's guidance, he knew he wasn't walking it alone. "One step closer," Izuku muttered to himself, the faintest hint of a smile playing on his lips as he disappeared into the night. He got home to everyone in bed, which was about what it was like every night since he had been doing this, which was fine with him. He went to the fridge to get some chicken and rice and walked to his room. The unique thing about Mindspace was he was still able to get a full 6 hours of sleep if he wanted to, even when he was in Mindspace, because his body was resting. Izuku collected a few quirks from the past month, and he started to see a trend with the quirks that he had stored up. Based on what he was hearing, a lot of people firmly believed that they could not be heroes with the quirks that they possessed. He had a total of 14 storage now, and most of them were not trained enough. Granted, they were simple, such as having long fingers and pulling eyes out of your socket, which was gross in his opinion, but he didn't think of a use for them yet. The kid who had the quirk sparks was interesting though. It said that the quirk could have gotten much stronger if it was trained constantly, but the kid never did anything. It made him wonder how many people with weak quirks could be powerful if all they did was train them. His siblings or parents hadn't caught on to the fact that he was starting to train more and more, but nonetheless it still hurt that they didn't believe that he had a quirk now. He had thought that someday if he had gotten a quirk that he would have gotten the recognition he needed from his family, but he thought life had other plans. The bullying hadn't stopped yet, and he seriously doubted that it never will, but it irked him to no end that Inori and Ichiro were still doing it to him. He had told himself constantly that there are other people who have it worse than him out there, but it was getting harder and harder to believe every day. He will admit though that with the training he's been doing on his body, it was starting to hurt less and less if the kids beat him up. He was grateful for that. Then there was the thing about One for All and his father being All Might. He hadn't read its profile or contents yet in Mindspace because he was still mad at his father for not telling him or his family. He knew without a doubt that his mother knew who he was, but his siblings likely didn't know either. Now Izuku knew that his neglect could have been much worse. Granted, it sucked, but he could have been thrown out of the house and left on the streets to rot. He knew that he had a roof over his head and meals provided to him, but there was no attention whatsoever from his family, and at the end of the day neglect is still neglect. He decided that he would push away for now because he and his siblings didn't know of his father's identity. He had finished eating the meal that he had brought from the fridge and decided to go into his Mindspace once more. He was still mad at his father, but he was curious to read the contents of One for All. He wanted to know what made the man so powerful that he was the #1 hero, though he was not sure if he wanted the quirk for his own. He was soon standing next to Chase as the two of them looked at the screen. Izuku held the book that said One for All on the front cover inside. "Let's see what we are working with," he said as he placed the book on the holder, connecting it with the screen. "One for All," Chase began, reading from the screen, "is a quirk born from the fusion of two abilities. One to stockpile power and another to transfer that power to others. Over generations, it has passed from wielder to wielder, growing stronger with each succession. It's a unique blend of raw strength and inherited will." Izuku's eyes widened as he absorbed the information. "So, it's not just strength? It carries the legacy of everyone who's ever wielded it." "Exactly," Chase replied, pointing at the screen. "Each user has contributed to its growth, both in power and knowledge. But it's more than just physical. It's about ideals, protecting those who can't protect themselves, standing against overwhelming odds." The screen cut to show the users of One for All. Many of them were heroes Izuku had never heard of before. This explains why Dad is the strongest, if the quirk can continually stockpile power. Izuku was analyzing the quirk with fascination now because the overall potential of this quirk is amazing. If he were to implement this into the quirks that he made, they would be much more powerful and would have more use. Chase smiled as he looked at Izuku with a thoughtful expression. "I see you are thinking about adding this to your quirks," he said. "It's hard not to when you see this much power with it. But I am also pissed at my dad right now," he said, smiling at the possibilities. "You need to be careful though. If you are creating a quirk and then add the one for all's potential, then you could damage yourself from the amount of stockpiled power," he said as he generated a pot of tea for Izuku. Izuku took the cup of tea that Chase had generated for him, the warmth seeping into his hands. He took a slow sip, thinking about Chase's warning. "Yeah, I get it. I can't just dive into this without considering the consequences. But it's hard not to be excited about the potential." Chase nodded. His expression is more serious now. "It's good that you're excited, but you need to be aware of your limits. One for all may give you more power than you've ever imagined, but power is a double-edged sword," he said. "Yeah," he said as he looked at Chase. "Say, Chase, what are you?" he asked. "Think of me as an artificial intelligence to you quirk synthesist. I am here to help you with a lot of the complexity of this quirk so that you can learn the quirks you create," he said. "That makes sense," he said, sipping some tea as he investigated the corner of the screen. He hit the screen, and it showed that they were quirks from past users of One for All. Izuku leaned in closer, his eyes scanning the screen as it displayed a list of quirks from past users of One for All. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Each user had contributed their own unique ability to the quirk, and it seemed like each of them had made One for All even more formidable than it had been in its previous form. Some of the quirks were powers that Izuku had never even imagined could exist. It was clear that One for All was not just a simple strength-boosting quirk. It was a collection of abilities, each one adding its own flavor to the whole. He pointed to one of the quirks listed on the screen. "What's this one? Float? It looks unusual." Chase's expression softened as he looked at the screen. "Ah yes, that quirk belonged to one of the former users. It allows the user to float or levitate, defying gravity. It's a quirk that pairs very well with strength, especially in battle, since the user can move freely and avoid attacks. It was a key ability used by the previous wielder of One for All to outmaneuver opponents." Izuku was amazed. He could already see how powerful it would be to combine a strength-enhancing quirk like One for All with something as versatile as float. The possibilities were endless. He scrolled through the rest of the quirks, each one more fascinating than the last. Black Whip, Smokescreen, Danger Sense, FA Gene, and Gear Shift. All of them were amazing. He was honestly debating on just using the quirks as they were rather than finding a way to make them better because most of them couldn't be made better. The next few hours in Mindspace were spent nitpicking the quirks to see what he could do with them and if they could be improved. But before they knew it, he had been there for almost 5 hours, which was about an hour of real time. "All right, Chase, I am going to go to get some actual sleep now," as he started to teleport out of Mindspace, he said, waving. "Sounds good, sir. Have a good night rest," he said before he teleported out fully. 2 months later. It had been 3 months since he started his training, and Izuku couldn't be happier. His skinny frame was slow but surely filling out into a leaner and more muscular one. Arai had taught him quite a bit in martial arts and was glad he was done with some of the training he had him do. Arai-sensei had drilled it into his head that flexibility is something every hero should know, and every day there was a minimum of 20 minutes of it. Izuku rubbed his inner thigh in pain. He still remembered when he had him to the splits for the first time. He felt like he couldn't walk right for weeks, but thankfully it barely hurt anymore. His job was also going well for him too. He went from earning $15 an hour to now making $18 an hour, which he was all for. As he walked up to the school, he thought that his progress in academics was going to worsen from his training schedule, but as it turns out, they got better. He went from being in the top 15 in the school to he was now in the top 3, with 2 of the other students having IQ quirks much stronger than his brain boost. He also found out that anything that he was touching with his body when entering mindspace he would bring in there. So, he started to bring in multiple books for reading, allowing him more time to learn. He started to read into topics of mathematics, biology, chemistry, physics, and technology, often using mindspace to digest the material more quickly. The more he absorbed, the better he became at applying it in real life. His ability to multitask had improved, and he felt his mind growing sharper with each passing day. As much as he enjoyed his physical training, the mental side of his development was equally important. If he could understand the complexities of the quirks he was working with, he could learn to harness them more effectively. He was almost at class when he was tripped in the hallway. Izuku looked up to see it was Inori, Ichiro, and Bakugo waiting a few doors down from their class. "Oops," said Bakugo smirking. Izuku just stared at him, picked up his things, and started to walk to class when he was called out again. "Don't ignore me, you fucker," yelled out Bakugo. He kept his head down and continued to walk toward his class, hoping that Bakugo and the others would just let it go. Something that was getting annoying to him was this. He started to stop talking to them unless it was needed. He still told them the same thing, that he was going to be a hero every time they brought it up. As he said before, the pain was lessening from their blows, which meant that he was getting stronger. Thank God they stopped talking about how he lied about having a quirk. But Inori wasn't done. She stepped into his path, blocking his way with a smug grin on her face. "What's the matter, Deku? Finally learned how to walk with your head up?" She laughed, and Ichiro snickered behind her. Izuku could feel his frustration building. The constant teasing and bullying had become an exhausting routine, and though he was getting stronger physically and mentally, it still hurt. He could see them, but he refused to let them see how much their words affected him. "Move," Izuku muttered, his voice low but firm. "Oh? You think you're tough now, huh?" she said mockingly with her hands on her hips. Izuku gritted his teeth slightly and put his hand on Inori's shoulder to surprise her. With a hard push, she was shoved face first into the lockers, making a loud thud. Ichiro and Bakugo were wide-eyed at that. Never in their lives had they seen Izuku lay his hands on someone like that. "I said to move," he said coldly, walking into the classroom. Inori looked at him and saw that he wasn't having it today. She was fine by all accounts because it didn't feel like he wanted to hurt her, but it still was an act of aggression. Inori glared at Izuku as he walked away, her face flushing with embarrassment and anger. She pushed herself off the lockers and stomped after him, but Ichiro grabbed her arm. "Let it go," he muttered, his eyes still wide with shock. "Let's deal with it later," he said. Inori looked at Izuku as he sat down and gritted her teeth. She would show him who he just messed with. Izuku didn't pay much attention to the event, but he knew the fact that he just pushed his sister like that meant it was starting to get to him. He didn't think much of it as the rest of the day transpired. He checked out a few more books to read from the library and started to walk out the school grounds. He just zips up his backpack when he was grabbed by the hair and thrown into the alleyway and pushed to the ground. Izuku landed hard on the rough pavement, his breath leaving him in a sharp gasp. He scrambled to get his bearings and looked up to see Bakugo, Inori, and Ichiro standing over him. The dim light of the alley cast ominous shadows across their faces, amplifying their expressions of anger and disdain. "You think you're tough now, huh, Deku?" Bakugo sneered, cracking his knuckles as small sparks of his quirk danced across his palms. "You don't get to push Inori like that and walk away." Izuku stood up, slowly pointing at her. "I told her to move." Inori gritted her teeth as she activated Mind's Reach and lifted Izuku off the ground. "You don't just get to do that to me. You need to be taught a lesson," she said, waving her hand and slamming him face first into the wall. Izuku felt his nose popped, meaning that it broke. Izuku gritted his teeth as blood streamed from his nose. The pain was sharp, but it wasn't enough to deter him. Inori slammed him into the other way face first, once more breaking it more. Izuku resorted to breathing out of his nose now but still tried to resist. Inori stopped her telekinesis and dropped him down, hitting the ground hard. Izuku tried to get up but was in Inori's grip, once more being pinned against the wall. Ichiro walked over smiling at him. You know, it pisses me off thinking you get to treat her like that. I thought we were supposed to be siblings, he said, activating impact drive. You could see that his body was slightly enlarged as he still walked over to Izuku. Ichiro cocked his fist back, hitting Izuku on the right side of the stomach. There was another pop from his ribs as Izuku had coughed up blood. Izuku gritted his teeth as blood dripped from his broken nose and his stomach throbbed in pain. Ichiro's punch had knocked the wind out of him, leaving him gasping as he struggled to regain his footing. But Ichiro wasn't finished. He grabbed Izuku by the collar, lifting him slightly off the ground. You think you can just push Inori around and get away with it? Ichiro growled, his voice low and menacing. Izuku coughed, spitting blood onto the pavement. His mind was racing, but his body was exhausted from the onslaught. Despite the pain, he managed to glare at Ichiro. I told her to move, he rasped. Ichiro's expression twisted with anger, and he raised his fist again, hitting the wall behind him. If you do that to our sister or anyone we see as friends, the beatdown will be worse the next time. Understand? He asked. Izuku nodded at this and he was dropped down. Izuku crumpled to the ground, his body screaming in protest as he struggled to breathe. His vision blurred with pain, but he clenched his fists tightly, digging his nails into his palms to keep himself grounded. His ribs ached, his face was throbbing, and his stomach churned from the repeated blows. Still, his resolve remained intact. Bakugo sneered down at him, the sparks from his palms flickering like small, menacing fireworks. You're lucky we're letting you off easily this time, Deku, he said, his voice dripping with disdain. But don't think for a second this is over. You pull another stunt like that, and you'll wish you never stepped foot in this school. Inori stood off to the side, her arms crossed as she glared at Izuku. Her telekinesis had left her breathing slightly heavier than normal, but her anger was far from being exposed. You're pathetic, she spat, trying to act tough when you're nothing but a quirkless loser. You should be grateful we even acknowledge you exist. Ichiro stepped back, flexing his fingers as if he were itching for another punch. His enlarged muscles from impact drive began to shrink as he deactivated his quirk, leaving him towering over Izuku with a look of disgust. We're supposed to be family, you idiot, but you're nothing more than a stain on our name. Izuku didn't respond. He didn't trust himself to speak without his voice shaking, and he refused to give them the satisfaction of seeing him break. He slowly pushed himself onto his hands and knees, every movement sending fresh waves of pain through his battered body. Pathetic, Bakugo muttered again, turning to walk out of the alley. Let's go. He's not worth any more of our time. Inori hesitated, her eyes narrowing as she looked down at Izuku one last time. Stay out of my way, Deku, she said coldly before following Bakugo. Ichiro lingered for a moment longer, his expression unreadable. Then he shook his head and walked off without another word, leaving Izuku alone in the dimly lit alley. Izuku just lay staring at the sky that still had some light out, but just enough that it would be sundown in a couple of hours. He coughed up a few more times, wiping the blood from his mouth. How are we supposed to be family when they treat me like shit? He said to himself, turning over to get up. Izuku was crying slightly from the physical pain and emotional pain. Izuku struggled to his feet, his body trembling from the effort. Each movement was agonizing, but he forced himself to keep going. The alley felt suffocating, the shadows closing in around him as his mind raced with thoughts of despair and anger. His tears mixed with the blood on his face, dripping onto the pavement below. He clutched his side, the pain from his broken ribs making it difficult to breathe, let alone walk. His legs wobbled beneath him, threatening to give out at any moment. But Izuku pushed forward, one shaky step at a time, determined to make it home before the sun fully disappeared. Screw it, I need a hospital, he said as he started to walk to the nearest one he could find. He stopped for 1 second, grabbing his nose. He would be damned if he was charged more money than he needed to. With a yelp of pain, he fixed his nose and it was back in place. Izuku winced as he adjusted his grip on his side, trying to keep the sharp pain at bay. He knew he couldn't let himself collapse in the middle of the street. Not now. His determination to reach a hospital overrode his embarrassment. The occasional glance from passers-by felt like needles, but he refused to acknowledge them. His thoughts swirled with the events of the day. How did it come to this? He wondered bitterly. The so-called siblings who were supposed to have his back were his greatest tormentors. Bakugo had always been harsh, but Inori and Ichiro's betrayal cut deeper. Family wasn't supposed to hurt you like this, physically or emotionally. He gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening with each agonizing step. "I can't stay like this forever," he muttered. "I won't." The faint glow of a neon sign caught his eye, a small urgent care clinic. It wasn't a full hospital, but it would do. Izuku hesitated before entering, his hand trembling as he pushed open the door. The cool, sterile air of the clinic was a stark contrast to the suffocating warmth outside. A receptionist looked up, her eyes widening at the sight of him. "Oh my, sir, are you okay?" Izuku forced a weak smile, though the movement sent a fresh jolt of pain through his face. I need some help," he said, his voice hoarse. The receptionist hurried to her feet, calling for a nurse. Within moments, Izuku was led into a small examination room. The nurse's questions came rapid-fire, but Izuku struggled to answer, his mind clouded by pain and exhaustion. "Did someone do this to you?" the nurse asked gently, her eyes scanning his injuries with a mixture of concern and suspicion. Izuku hesitated. His first instinct was to deny it, to protect the people who had done this, even if they didn't deserve it. "It was just me getting jumped," he mumbled, avoiding her gaze. The nurse didn't look convinced, but she didn't press further. "We'll need to get you cleaned up and take some x-rays to assess the damage," she said. Izuku nodded, too tired to argue. As the nurse worked, cleaning his wounds and setting up for the scans, his thoughts drifted back to his training. "If I were stronger," he said to himself. When they were finished, the doctor returned with the results. "You've got 2 fractured ribs, a partially dislocated nose, which you already reset, and some severe bruising across your torso and face. You'll need to avoid heavy physical activity for at least 6 weeks to allow the ribs to heal properly." Izuku's heart sank. 6 weeks? That was practically an eternity in his world. He couldn't afford to stop training, not when he was already so far behind. "But there is another option, and you are lucky that there is. There is a lady here that speeds up the recovery of your injuries to where you are good as new," she said, making his eyes go wide. "Recovery girl is here?" he asked excitedly, but yelping in pain from his ribs. "Ah, I see you know your stuff, but yes, she is here. She is on the 3rd floor, and I can have her come down to see if she can do it for you." Izuku's heart raced, a flicker of hope piercing through the pain and exhaustion. Recovery girl is here? He could hardly believe his luck. If anyone could heal him quickly, it was her. "Yes, please," he said, his voice breaking with relief. Despite the sharp pang in his ribs, he sat up straighter, ignoring the nurse's worried glance. I mean, if she has the time." The nurse smiled softly, recognizing the spark of determination in his eyes. "I'll call her down," she said, leaving the room. Izuku slumped back against the examination table, his head spinning with possibilities. He could get back to training sooner, strengthen himself, and finally prove that he wasn't as weak as everyone thought. But beneath the optimism, doubt lingered. Would this really be enough to close the gap between him and his tormentors? A few minutes later, the door opened, and Recovery Girl entered. Her petite frame and kind smile radiated a sense of comfort, though her sharp eyes quickly assessed his injuries with a practiced gaze. "Goodness, young man, you've been through quite the ordeal," she said, shaking her head. "You're lucky you didn't puncture a lung with those ribs. Now, tell me what happened." Izuku's voice trembled as he spoke, each word strained from the pain in his chest. I got jumped. That's all. Recovery Girl narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced. It seems like there's more to the story, but I won't press you if you're not ready to share. Let's focus on getting you healed up first. She stepped closer, pulling out her signature syringe-like healing device. This will use a good amount of your stamina, so you'll need to rest afterward. But you'll be good as new in no time. Izuku nodded eagerly, though his body was still tense from the aches and bruises. Thank you, ma'am. I really appreciate this. Recovery Girl smiled kindly, then leaned in to administer her quirk. As her healing energy surged through his body, Izuku winced, feeling a strange warmth spread through his injuries. The pain began to dull, replaced by an odd but welcome fatigue. Within moments, his ribs felt as though they'd never been fractured, and the soreness in his muscles had vanished. There, Recovery Girl said, stepping back and wiping her hands on a handkerchief. You're healed, but you'll still feel drained for a while. Go home, eat something nutritious, and get plenty of rest. Do you have someone to help you? Izuku hesitated, the question hitting a sore spot. No, he admitted quietly, looking down. I can manage on my own. Her expression softened, but she didn't push. All right, young man, just promise me you'll take care of yourself. You've been given another chance to keep going, so don't squander it. I won't, Izuku said firmly, his green eyes shining with determination. Say, young man, you look familiar, she said, looking at him closely. Have I seen you from somewhere? She asked. I think you have me confused with someone else, said Izuku, wondering who she thought he was. Recovery Girl tilted her head slightly, her gaze sharp as she studied him, but she didn't press further. Maybe. It's not uncommon for me to see young faces around here. You're certainly a determined one, though. Keep that fire, it'll take you far. Izuku nodded silently, grateful for her words, though a nagging feeling settled in the back of his mind. He'd felt that same sense of familiarity in her voice, like she had known him long before that moment. But, as he thought about it more, he realized that it didn't matter now. All that mattered was healing, training, and proving to himself that he could become something more. Recovery Girl gave him one final smile before she turned to leave the room. Now get some rest, young man. Don't push yourself too hard. Remember what I said. Take care of yourself. Izuku smiled weakly, the words sticking in his head as he left the clinic, feeling lighter than he had in days. Even though the events with his family had left scars on his heart, the physical pain was now a distant memory, thanks to her healing. Izuku started to walk home knowing he would be late for supper, but he didn't care too much. He decided to see one night if they cared if he was home or not when they had dinner, and not surprised. They didn't say a thing. It hurt him more than they realized, but if they didn't care enough to have him at dinner, then it wasn't worth it. As he got home, the lights were off, meaning the family was somewhere else right now. He walked into his room where he had gotten 2 notifications on a screen that only he could see in front of him. Achievement complete. Apply for a gym membership, get a job, and commit to a consistent workout routine for 3 months. Reward. 1 quirk creation available. This made Izuku smile, knowing he could give himself another quirk. The question is what though? He went to his room and entered his mind space, excited to create a new quirk. When he entered, Chase was already waiting for him, ready to create a quirk. Here is your tea, sir, he said, handing it to him. Thank you, Chase. Now let us get ready to design my quirk, he said happily. Right away, sir, he said, hitting a few buttons on the panel, changing his screen. Here it is, sir. Right now, you have a total of 46 quirks stored in the library. Have you thought about what type of quirk you would like to make? He asked. Well, that is the thing. I currently have Brain Boost, which gives me an additional 40 IQ constantly, and I don't know where to go from here. What type of quirk would be good to make? He asked for his opinion. Chase put a hand to his chin. Well, there are defensive quirks, elemental-based quirks, IQ quirks like you have made, and many more. I am not too sure, he said honestly. All right, let me look through the library for a second, he said, waving his hand to generate the library before him. Chase had taught him that, and he was glad he could use it now. He started to look through his collection of stored quirks and started to list some of them. He looked at one for all and didn't even take a second glance. Hell no, he said, walking past it. Let me see here. Explosion wouldn't be good. Jolt is a maybe. I still would like to see what I can do with that, he said to himself. That was when his eyes went wide. The book he picked up said the words heal on top of it. Izuku smiled and went back to the panel to get to work. Chase, I just realized that I possess Recovery Girl's quirk heal. This is a big game changer, he said. Chase raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to the quirk Izuku had just selected. Heal? He repeated thoughtfully. You're correct, sir. That's indeed a game changer. But why did you grab it? Well, if I am being honest, I do not want to go to the hospital constantly from being beat up, so I think it would be a good idea to have a quirk that can heal me and maybe others, he said quietly. Excellent idea, sir. How would you like to set the parameters of your new quirk? He asked as he put the quirk to the screen for him to choose. Is there a way to have the quirk heal myself slowly over time but also heal others? He asked. Yes, sir, there is. You also have a quirk in storage that you have read in death yet. As he snaps his fingers with the book teleporting in his hand, he said, showing him. The book was labeled Cellular Stimulation. In essence, the quirk talked about how it could boost the cells of the body to increase the healing process in a positive way and not negatively affect the body. That's interesting, Izuku murmured, glancing between the heal quirk and the new book. Cellular stimulation could speed up the healing process. If it enhances the cells of the body to recover faster without causing harm, I think it could work perfectly with heal. Chase nodded in agreement. Exactly, sir. The combination of heal and cellular stimulation could allow for a rapid healing process, not only for you but also for others. You could heal more efficiently and with greater range, and the energy cost might be reduced, as the body will recover on its own more swiftly. That would be amazing, though I would rather have myself place a hand on them to heal them and not kiss them, he said, blushing slightly. Let me make the adjustments and see where it is. Izuku started to make the adjustments, his fingers moving quickly over the virtual interface. All right, I want to be able to place my hand on someone, heal them, and use cellular stimulation to speed up the process. But I also need the ability to heal myself without the need to touch myself. I want it to be faster than normal regeneration, but also so that I do not get tired myself. Wait, I also want people to not get tired of when I heal them, he said, looking at Chase. Chase nodded thoughtfully as he processed Izuku's request. Understood, sir. So, you want to heal others by placing your hand on them, using cellular stimulation to enhance the healing processing, and being able to heal yourself passively without tiring yourself or others out. That's quite an intricate setup, but it's possible. We can add a passive healing mode that activates when you are injured, healing you gradually without consuming too much energy. Izuku's fingers hovered over the screen, his eyes scanning the parameters. Yeah, I like that. Izuku and Chase finished the parameters of the quirk building process and took a step back to admire their work. Alright, what we have is we combined both aspects of the quirks and it is quite the powerful quirk, said Chase, analyzing it. So, you will be able to regenerate much faster than by normal standards, but we won't know until it is in effect. You will also be able to heal others without draining their stamina like Recovery Girl does, but it is much slower and weaker because you are also healing yourself. Just realize that you do not need to heal yourself manually and that it will be a part of you naturally, Chase said, sipping some tea. All that is left for you to do now is name the quirk. Izuku smiled and thought, I was thinking Cell Surge. Excellent, he said, hitting a few more buttons before a swirling vortex of light appeared just as before. Just as before, sir. Reach out to claim your new quirk, Cell Surge, said Chase, smiling proudly. Izuku reached out eagerly, his heart pounding as the swirling vortex of light swirled before him. The colors seemed to dance around his fingers, vibrating with an energy that felt both foreign and familiar at the same time. He extended his hand, focusing his thoughts on the name he'd just chosen, Cell Surge. The moment his fingers touched the light, he felt a strange, electric pulse run through his body. It was both exhilarating and slightly overwhelming, like his very cells were waking up, stretching and awakening as though they'd been dormant for too long. The light around him seemed to hum with power, before finally dissipating into nothingness, leaving him standing there, still as if nothing had changed. "Did it work?" Izuku asked, turning to Chase, his voice filled with curiosity. He didn't feel any different, but there was a subtle shift in the air around him, as though something new was now embedded within him. Chase, who had been observing the entire process, smiled softly. "It appears so, sir. You've successfully integrated the cell surge quirk into your system. You should be able to heal yourself and others now, and it should be far more efficient than before. It also says that your body will heal 3 times faster than the average body." "That is awesome. Thanks again for everything, Chase," he said, bowing. "It is my pleasure, sir," he said, bowing in return. A new goal appeared in front of Izuku's eyes after they were done bowing to each other. New requirement: collect and store 100 quirks in the quirk library. 46/100. Reward: 1 quirk creation available. Izuku nodded. Simple enough, he said to himself. He smiled at the fact that he was the first to have more than 1 quirk, to his knowledge anyway. Chapter 4. Strings of Fate. 2 weeks later. Izuku sighed as he lay in his bed. It was a Saturday, and it was his day off from damn near everything. No homework, no training because it was his rest, no nothing. He sat up and decided he needed to do something. He got dressed and headed downstairs to head out. He looked to see Inori and Ichiro on the couch watching the latest hero rankings on TV as he went to the door. Inori looked over to Izuku and smirked. "Well, if it isn't my useless brother, Deku," she said, looking over at him. Izuku just ignored her. She never would have said this if their parents weren't around, but he didn't care right now. "Oi, Deku, I was talking to you," she said, sitting up to walk over to him. "Yeah, I know," he said as he was putting on his right shoe. Inori narrowed her eyes, her tone growing more condescending. "Where do you think you're going, huh? It's not like you got any friends." "Yeah, I know I don't. You two made sure of that," he said, pointing at Ichiro and Inori. Inori's expression hardened at his words, and Ichiro, who had been lazily lounging on the couch, sat up at the mention of his name. "What did you just say?" Ichiro's voice was calm but laced with a dangerous edge. Izuku turned slowly to face his older brother, his gaze steady despite the growing tension. "You heard me. You two made sure that your younger brother was made known to the world that he was quirkless, useless, and a waste of space. You remind everyone and myself of that every day. Now, if you will excuse me, I would like to get some fresh air," he said as he finished putting his shoes on, stepping out of the apartment. Ichiro's voice called out sharply just as Izuku reached the door. "Don't walk away when I'm talking to you, Deku." Izuku froze for a moment, his hand lingering on the doorknob. He had always hated that nickname, especially coming from his siblings. It wasn't just the word, it was the weight of their contempt behind it. Slowly, he turned his head to glance back at Ichiro, his expression calm but firm. "I'm not walking away," Izuku replied. "I'm choosing not to waste my time arguing with the two people who always think they are always right," he said, shutting the apartment door. Izuku walked away from their apartment and sighed. "God, that gets old," he said as he was trying to figure out something to do. Izuku wandered down the familiar streets, letting the crisp air fill his lungs. It felt liberating to be away from the suffocating atmosphere of his apartment, even if it meant dealing with the uncertainty of what to do next. His hands were shoved deep into his jacket pockets, and he kept his head low, avoiding the gazes of passers-by. He wasn't in the mood for unnecessary interactions, but the world around him still buzzed with life. "You know, they sure are lucky that I have never thought about ending my life. They would be liable for it, but then again. Quirkless people are treated like garbage anyway," he thought sadly. It still bothered him that no one believed that he wasn't quirkless anymore, but he decided to leave it at that and try to find something to do. As he walked down the street, he saw something out of the corner of his eye, and it was an instrument store. Izuku's steps slowed as he turned his attention to the instrument store. The warm glow of its interior spilled out through the large glass windows, and the sight of neatly arranged instruments caught his eye. Guitars hung on the walls, keyboards lined the back, and various percussion instruments were set up on display stands. Something was inviting about the place, a sense of calm creativity that drew him in. He pushed open the door, a soft chime signaling his entrance. The inside of the store smelled faintly of polished wood and leather, a combination that instantly put him at ease. A middle-aged man stood behind the counter, cleaning a violin with meticulous care. He glanced up at Izuku with a friendly smile. "Welcome. Let me know if you need any help," the man said before returning to his work. Izuku nodded at him and smiled as he looked at the selection. He packed a buttload of money today in case he wanted to have a lot of fun. "Not like that, you perverts." As he looked at the guitars, he wasn't too sure what to get, whether it was an acoustic or an electric one. He was interrupted from his thoughts as someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Trying to figure out what kind of guitar you want?" asked a feminine voice from his side. "Yeah, I've never played or anything, so I don't know where to start," he said, turning to the girl. Izuku turned to see a girl with short, black hair and a pair of headphone jacks dangling from her earlobes. Her sharp, black eyes appraised him with a mix of curiosity and confidence. She wore a leather jacket over a band t-shirt, paired with ripped jeans and boots, exuding an air of cool nonchalance. A pair of drumsticks were tucked into her jacket pocket, hinting at her musical background. The girl gave him a small smirk. "Well, if you're starting fresh, you've come to the right place.
I'm Kyokajiro.
I know a thing or two about guitars and music in general." Izuku offered a shy smile, a bit taken aback by her easy demeanor.
I'm Izuku Yagi.
"I've been thinking about picking up music to, try something new. Do you work here?" "Oh no, I don't. I saw you were struggling and decided to help," she said, shrugging. Jiro tilted her head, her sharp eyes narrowing slightly as she studied him. "You seem like someone who could use a good escape," she said, her tone softer. "Music has a way of drowning out the noise in your head. Trust me, it's worth it." Izuku nodded, appreciating her understanding without needing to delve into the details of his situation. "So, where should I start? Acoustic or electric?" Jiro tapped her chin, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. "Well, that depends. Acoustic is great for starting out, easy to pick up, no extra gear. Plus, it's versatile and portable. But if you're into the idea of rocking out and making some serious noise, electric's the way to go." Izuku scratched the back of his head. "I don't know. I think I'd like something I can play at home without disturbing anyone." "Acoustic it is," Jiro said, her smirk returning. "Follow me." She led him to a display of acoustic guitars, her movements confident and purposeful. She stopped in front of a row of instruments, running her fingers lightly over the polished wood. "Here, this one's a classic starter guitar. Solid build, good sound, and it won't break the bank." Izuku reached out tentatively, his fingers brushing against the smooth surface of the guitar. He picked it up, marveling at its lightweight and the warmth of the wood against his palms. "It's nice," he said, his voice tinged with wonder. Jiro chuckled. "Nice is a good start. Let me show you how to hold it." She stepped closer, her hands moving with precision as she adjusted his grip on the guitar. "Relax your shoulders. Let it rest against your body like this. See? Comfortable, right?" Izuku nodded, his grip steadying under her guidance. "Yeah, feels natural." "Good," she said, stepping back and crossing her arms. "Now let's try a basic chord. Place your fingers here and here. Press down firmly, but not too hard. You don't want to strain yourself." Izuku followed her instructions, his brow furrowed in concentration. He strummed the strings, producing a sound that was more twang than melody. He winced, but Jiro smirked. "Hey, it's a start," she said. "No one's a pro on their first try. Keep at it." Izuku smiled sheepishly, his cheeks tinged pink at his less-than-perfect first attempt. "Thanks, Jiro. I think I'll buy this," he said, picking it up and taking it to the counter. "Good choice," Jiro said, watching as Izuku carefully carried the guitar to the counter. The shopkeeper, still polishing the violin, looked up and set his work aside to help. "Ah, that's a fine instrument," the shopkeeper said with a warm smile. "Great for beginners, but it'll grow with you as you improve." He rang up the purchase, adding a small starter kit with extra strings and a beginner's guidebook. "Do you need a case for it?" Yes, please," Izuku replied, fumbling slightly with his wallet. He placed the money on the counter, grateful he'd brought enough to cover everything. As the shopkeeper packed the guitar, Izuku glanced back at Jiro, who had casually perched on a nearby stool, twirling one of her drumsticks. "Do you come here often?" he asked, genuinely curious. "Every now and then," Jiro said, shrugging. "I like to check out new instruments, maybe pick up supplies. Plus, it's a nice place to unwind." Izuku nodded, understanding the sentiment. There was something calming about the store's atmosphere, with its faint scent of wood and the quiet hum of conversation. It felt like a safe space, a small bubble of peace in an otherwise chaotic world. The shopkeeper handed him the guitar, now snug in a protective case. "Take good care of it," he said, "and don't hesitate to come back if you need anything." "Thank you," Izuku said, bowing politely before turning to Jiro. "Thanks for your help, too. I probably would have left empty-handed if you hadn't stepped in." Jiro smirked, standing up and slinging her drumsticks back into her jacket pocket. "No problem. It's fun seeing someone get into music for the first time. Just promise me you'll practice, yeah? Don't let that guitar gather dust." "I won't," he said, bowing. "Thank you again," he said, leaving, but was stopped once more by her putting a hand on his shoulder. "Wait, give me your number," she said, pulling out her phone. Izuku blushed immediately after that. Sure," Izuku stammered, fumbling for his phone. His hands trembled slightly as he unlocked it, the sudden request catching him completely off guard. He wasn't used to people being so direct with him, especially someone as effortlessly cool as Jiro. Jiro smirked, clearly amused by his flustered reaction. "Relax, it's not a big deal," she said, holding out her phone. "Here, put your number in." Izuku nodded quickly, typing his number into her phone with careful precision. When he handed it back, Jiro glanced at the screen to confirm it was saved and gave a small nod of approval. "All right, Yagi, I'll shoot you a text later. Don't ignore it, or I'll know you're slacking off." He chuckled nervously, his cheeks still pink. "I won't, promise." When he got home, he placed the guitar case on his bed and carefully opened it. The polished wood gleamed under the soft light of his room, and Izuku ran his fingers along the body, marveling at its craftsmanship. He took out the beginner's guidebook the shopkeeper had included and flipped through the pages, eager to get started. He spent the next few hours experimenting with the chords Jiro had shown him, strumming clumsily but with determination. His fingers fumbled over the strings, producing awkward sounds more often than not, but he didn't let it discourage him. Each twang and misstep felt like a small step forward, a piece of the learning process. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the room darkened, his phone buzzed on his desk. He picked it up to find a message from an unknown number. "Hey, it's Jiro. Practicing already, right? Don't tell me you gave up after one day." Izuku grinned and quickly typed a reply. "Of course. I've been practicing for hours. It's harder than I thought, though." Her response came almost immediately. "Good. It's supposed to be hard. But you'll get there. Keep practicing and you'll be good in no time. Say, what school do you attend?" Izuku hesitated for a moment before replying. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer Jiro's question, but it still felt strange to talk about his personal life with someone he'd only just met. Still, She'd been kind and encouraging, so he figured there was no harm in telling her. Aldra Junior High, Izuku typed back, then hesitated before hitting send. After a moment, he pressed the button, feeling a small flutter of nervousness as he did so. It wasn't like Aldra had the best reputation, and he wasn't sure how Jiro might react. Her reply came quickly. Aldra. Not exactly the most famous school, but I guess it gets the job done. Do you plan on becoming a hero, or are you just doing music as a hobby? I would love more than anything to be a hero, and I am working on becoming one by going to UA High. I am learning music to have as a hobby so that I am not always training, reading, or overexerting myself, he texted her.
UA High?
That's pretty awesome. I get the whole balance thing, though. Heroes can't save the world if they burn out, right? Plus, music's a great way to relax and focus on something other than the stress of everything. The two continued to text each other, making Izuku smile more and more. This was a friend that he could consider an actual friend. Not unlike Bakugo or his siblings. It might have been his first year at a letter junior high, but he couldn't wait to get out of there. He hoped that this new friendship would last. 1 month later. Harder, Izuku, said Arai as he laid out another palm strike at Izuku's chest. Izuku dodged the attack by going for a leg sweep, but his sensei had dodged that one as well. Izuku always remarked that Arai having a triple-jointed quirk was always a pain because he could just dodge about 95% of his attacks. It was likely why Arai used to be number 73 in hero rankings. Izuku quickly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a spinning back kick that would have knocked him flat on his back. His heart raced, and sweat trickled down his forehead as he rose to his feet, trying to shake off the growing fatigue. Arai was relentless. His quirk, which allowed him to stretch and twist his limbs in unnatural ways, made him nearly impossible to predict. Every time Izuku thought he had the upper hand, Arai's strange, triple-jointed limbs gave him the flexibility to escape. Come on, Yagi. You've been training for months now. You should be able to land a clean hit by now. Arai's voice was stern but not unkind, a sharp contrast to the playful teasing he sometimes gave during their sparring sessions. Izuku panted, wiping the sweat from his brow. I know. It's just hard to keep up with your quirk. He adjusted his stance, trying to anticipate Arai's next move, his mind running through various techniques he'd learned over the past month. Arai's eyes gleamed with that familiar, calculated amusement as he prepared another attack. Your biggest weakness, Yagi, is that you're too predictable. You're relying too much on what you already know. You need to start thinking outside the box if you want to outmaneuver me. Izuku bit his lip. He knew Arai was right. His usual method of brute force wasn't going to work here, especially when facing someone with such an unpredictable quirk. He needed to adapt, to improvise. Just as Arai launched himself forward, Izuku dropped to a crouch and let his opponent pass over him, narrowly avoiding the palm strike aimed at his head. With a burst of speed, Izuku reached out, grabbing Arai's ankle as he tried to spring back. Using Arai's momentum against him, Izuku twisted his body and sent his sensei tumbling to the floor. Arai stared up at him, clearly surprised. Well, Yagi. Looks like you're starting to get it. Izuku, though exhausted, couldn't help but smile. It feels different, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. Arai pushed himself up with a grunt and offered a hand to Izuku. That's what I like to see. You're finally thinking on your feet. Keep this up, and you'll be ready for UA in no time. Izuku had told him that he would like to go to UA a couple of years down the road, and he was one of the few that believed in him. Aside from Jiro, of course, who supported him in his endeavors. Thanks, Arai-sensei, Izuku said, bowing slightly. I'll keep working at it. Arai smirked, crossing his arms. Good. You're making progress, Yagi, but don't let it get to your head. You've still got a long way to go before you're ready for UA. Keep training. Keep pushing yourself. Oh, and one more thing. Izuku blinked, looking up at him. Yes. Arai leaned closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Don't forget to ice those bruises. I went easy on you today, but tomorrow, Well, let's just say you might need to start stretching before you even walk through that door. Izuku laughed nervously. Right, I'll make sure to do that. As he left the dojo, Izuku felt a surge of pride and determination. It wasn't just the physical progress he was making, it was the mental fortitude he was building. He'd started this journey unsure of himself, but every sparring session, every lesson from Arai, was helping him believe in his dream of becoming a hero. He felt his phone vibrating and he looked down to see who it was, and it was Jiro. He was honestly happy that him and her had become pretty good friends. He was a lot better at the guitar than he was when he first started playing, and it was because of Jiro giving him advice and pointers. He picked up his cell phone as he walked out of the gym, answering her. "Hello," he said. "Hey, Yagi, I was wondering if you were busy?" she asked curiously. "Not particularly at the moment. I just got done with the gym," he said as she hummed thoughtfully. "Would it be okay if you were to have dinner with my family and me? It's up to you if you want," she said, not wanting to force him. Izuku hesitated for a moment, caught off guard by the invitation. Dinner with Jiro's family? It felt like a big step, considering they'd only known each other for about a month. But then again, Jiro had been nothing but supportive and kind to him, and the idea of spending more time with her, especially in a setting outside of training or texting, sounded nice. "I'd love to," Izuku said, a small smile forming on his lips. "Are you sure your family won't mind?" Jiro chuckled on the other end of the line. "Trust me, my parents are cool. My mom's been curious about the new friend I keep mentioning, so you'll probably score some points just by showing up." "Okay, where should I meet you?" Izuku asked, shifting his gym bag to his other shoulder. "I'll text you the address. It's not too far from where you are. Come by around 7. "Sounds good. I'll see you then," Izuku replied. "Great. Oh, and Yagi." "Yeah. Relax." "Well, I'm just an awkward guy, you know," he said, rubbing the back of his head. "Yeah, I know that, but it's fine." Izuku laughed nervously. "Thanks for the warning. See you later." Hanging up the call, Izuku felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Meeting someone's family was a big deal, even if it was just as friends. He quickened his pace, heading home to shower and find something presentable to wear. He cleaned up and threw on a gray long sleeve with black pants along with his red shoes, and he was eventually on his way. Izuku arrived at the address Jiro had sent him, pausing outside the modest yet welcoming home. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the nerves swirling in his stomach. "Relax," Jiro had told him. Easier said than done. He adjusted the strap of his gym bag, then checked his phone to confirm the time. 6:55 p.m. Right on time. The front door opened just as he reached it, and Jiro stepped out, her usual cool demeanor lightened by a warm smile. She wore a casual hoodie and jeans, her headphones draped around her neck. "Hey, Yagi. Perfect timing." "Hey," he replied, smiling back. "Thanks for inviting me." "No problem. Come on in," Jiro said, stepping aside to let him in. "Mom, Dad, he's here," Jiro called out, guiding Izuku into the living room. Izuku was met by the sight of her mother first, and it was pretty obvious from there where she got her looks from. It looks like she also got her quirk from her, as she had the same earphone jacks that she had. Her mother greeted him with a warm smile that radiated genuine kindness. "You must be Yagi. Jiro's told us so much about you," she said, extending her hand. Izuku shook it, his nerves slightly easing at her welcoming demeanor. "It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Jiro. Thank you for having me over." "Please call me Mika," she insisted. "And this is my husband." Mr. Jiro entered from the kitchen, a tall, slightly intimidating man with a serious expression. However, as he approached, his face softened into a friendly smile. "Welcome, Yagi.
I'm Kyotoku.
Hope you're hungry. I made plenty of food." Izuku nodded quickly. "Yes, sir. Thank you for having me." "Dude, you can chill, my dad doesn't bite," she said, trying to calm him down. Izuku could have sworn that he saw her dad give him a glare which made him look down at the ground. Jiro noticed Izuku's unease and quickly stepped in, giving her dad a pointed look. Seriously, Dad? Stop trying to scare my friends. It's not funny. Kyotoku held up his hands in mock surrender, a sly grin spreading across his face. All right, I'm just messing with the kid. Izuku managed a small laugh, though his heart was still racing. It's okay. I'm just not used to meeting new people like this.
Mika smiled warmly.
You're doing just fine. Come on, let's sit down. Dinner's ready. The dining table was already set, with bowls of steaming rice, grilled fish, miso soup, and an assortment of side dishes that made Izuku's stomach rumble. He took a seat across from Jiro, her father sitting at the head of the table and her mother to his right. So, Yagi, Mika began as she poured tea into their cups. Jiro tells us you're planning on going to UA. Izuku blinked at the question, momentarily caught off guard.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I plan on going there one day and I am training hard to make sure that happens. Well, isn't that a surprise? Our little Jiro said she has been planning to go there for some time too. 4 years in fact, said Kyotoku taking a drink of his tea. Izuku glanced at Jiro, who shrugged casually but couldn't hide the faint blush creeping up her cheeks. Yeah, well, I've been working on it, she said, picking at her rice. It's not like I talk about it all the time.
Mika smiled knowingly.
She's been dedicated to music and training to be a hero since she was little. We always knew she'd aim high. But the question is, who is your favorite hero? Asked Kyotoku. Izuku thought about it. He would have said All Might, but after recent events it had changed. Truth be told, I don't have a favorite hero. I like Endeavor, Edgeshot, Mirko, Death Arms, and a bunch of other ones, said Izuku, hoping it was a good answer. Kyotoku raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Not All Might, huh? Most kids your age are obsessed with him. No, not him too much. I'm not saying he isn't great, but there are so many other heroes, he said, a little embarrassed. Kyotoku nodded slowly, leaning back in his chair. Fair enough. Sorry for not asking you this earlier, but tell us a little about yourself, he said, narrowing his eyes at him. Izuku couldn't seem to look him in the eyes and looked at his dinner instead. Well, my name is Izuku Yagi. I am 12 years old and go to Aldra Junior High. I love to learn a lot of different things and I plan on becoming a hero one day. Hopefully the greatest, he said, smiling slightly at that last part. Jiro's father still held his expression at him, making him feel less confident. Dad, can you not stare him down like he's on trial? Jiro said with an exasperated tone, shooting her father a pointed look. Seriously, he's not here to defend his life choices to you. Kyotoku blinked, then chuckled, leaning back in his chair and raising his hands in mock surrender. All right, I'll ease up. Sorry, kid. Habit of mine. I like to know the kind of people my daughter spends her time with. Izuku managed a small smile, though his heart was still racing. It's okay, Mr. Jiro. I understand. I just want to make a good impression. It's all right, Yagi. My dad normally isn't this bad, said Jiro, sending a glare of her own his way. Kyotoku raised his hands in defense, looking more amused than apologetic. All right, no more interrogations. I'll behave, I promise. He leaned back in his chair, his expression softening. I just want to make sure anyone my daughter hangs around is someone I can trust. Izuku felt the tension in the room ease a little as the conversation shifted. Mika smiled warmly at him, offering some comforting words to balance out her husband's rough edges. Don't mind him, Yagi. He just worries, like all fathers do. She patted Kyotoku's arm playfully. It's nice that you're so focused on your future. Hero or not, it's important to aim high. Izuku nodded, feeling more at ease with the light-hearted atmosphere. Thanks, Mrs. Jiro. His eyes shifted over to Jiro, who had returned to picking at her rice. I, also really admire the way you balance everything, Jiro. Music, hero training, school. It's inspiring. Jiro glanced at him, her cheeks a little pinker than before. It's hard, but it is doable. Izuku smiled softly, sensing the faint warmth in Jiro's voice. I can imagine. Balancing all those things must be tough. But you seem to handle it really well. He glanced at her, noticing how she seemed to shrink into herself slightly, as if trying to avoid the attention but still unable to hide the pride in her eyes. It's not always easy, Jiro admitted, shifting her attention to her plate. There are days when everything feels like it's falling apart, but I don't give up. I can't afford to. Her determination resonated with Izuku. He admired it. It reminded him of his own struggles, his own daily challenges in training, school, and trying to prove himself as a hero. I get that, he said softly, his gaze settling back on the food in front of him. But I think it's worth it, right? Even when it feels hard. Mika chuckled, her voice warm and understanding. Exactly. It's those tough times that help you grow, Yagi. You'll face obstacles along the way, but it's how you handle them that counts. Izuku nodded, feeling encouraged by her words. He could see why Jiro had inherited that tenacity from her mother. The conversation continued, flowing more easily now that the atmosphere had settled. They shared stories about their days, small details about what life was like for them, from the latest news in the hero world to funny anecdotes from Jiro's childhood. Izuku found himself laughing along, the tension in his chest slowly loosening as he felt more comfortable in their company. After dinner, the two parents told the kids to go into the living room to go and relax while they handled the dishes. While they were chilling out and watching television, Jiro decided to ask a question that was on her mind. Say, Yagi, you haven't talked much about your family. Is there a reason for that? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, she said, trying not to force him. Izuku looked at her and sat up. No, I should tell you anyway, he said, turning to face her. Truth be told, my relationship with my parents is strained, he said, thinking about how his father Toshinori told him to give up his dream to be a hero, with his mother silently supporting it. Jiro blinked in surprise, not expecting Izuku to open up so quickly. She noticed the way his shoulders tensed slightly, the way his hands gripped his knees as if grounding himself. Strained? What do you mean? She asked softly, her tone careful. Izuku hesitated for a moment, searching for the right words. Well, my dad, he's always been strict about what he thinks I should do with my life. And when I told him I wanted to be a hero, he didn't take it well. He said I wasn't strong enough, that it was too dangerous. His voice faltered for a moment, but he pressed on. He wanted me to focus on something else, something he thought was more realistic. And my mom, she didn't exactly argue with him. She just went along with it. Jiro frowned, leaning forward slightly. That's rough. So they don't support you at all? Izuku shook his head. Not really. All the studying, training, martial arts, and all that stuff. I have been doing this without their knowledge. Then there is the problem with my siblings. I am the youngest of triplets, and my older brother and sister are given a lot more attention than me when it comes to that type of stuff. They were given powerful quirks and have the full support of my parents. Izuku paused for a moment, his expression pained but resolute as he continued. My brother, Ichiro, has a quirk that can amplify his body tremendously to give him strength, speed, agility, and more, while my sister, Inori, has an incredible telekinesis quirk, allowing her to lift things as heavy as fridges and is even trying to lift cars. Jiro listened intently, her gaze soft but focused. That sounds horrible. Yeah, it is, but I am going to prove that I can be a hero. Just as much as they can, he said, clenching his fist. Jiro studied Izuku carefully, noting the fire in his eyes despite the pain etched on his face. She admired his determination. It was a trait she'd noticed in him since they first met, and now she understood where it came from. I believe you can, Yagi, she said softly, her voice filled with sincerity. You've already proven so much just by pushing forward, even without their support. Her words hit him harder than he expected, and for a moment, Izuku didn't know how to respond. He felt a lump in his throat, but it wasn't the kind of heaviness he usually carried. It was something lighter, something comforting. Thanks, Jiro. I don't hear that kind of thing very often. Jiro smirked, trying to lighten the mood. Well, maybe you should hang out with better people more often. Izuku chuckled, the tension in his shoulders easing. Maybe I should. The rest of the evening went on just fine and it was soon time to leave. I guess I should be heading back soon, he said, a tinge of regret in his voice. It had been a long time since he'd felt so at ease, and leaving felt like stepping out of a bubble of warmth and safety. Jiro shrugged, though there was a flicker of something unspoken in her expression. Yeah, I guess you should. Don't want your parents to worry or notice you're gone, right? Izuku chuckled softly, though there was a hint of sadness behind it. Yeah, something like that. Jiro's parents appeared at the doorway, Mika drying her hands on a dish towel and Kyotoku leaning casually against the frame.
Mika smiled warmly.
Heading out, Yagi? You're welcome to stay longer if you want. Thank you, Mrs. Jiro, but I should get going, Izuku said, bowing politely. I really appreciate you having me over. Dinner was amazing, and it was nice being here. That is good, kid. Safe travels to you, said Jiro's dad, waving at him. Thank you. Thanks again for having me here, Jiro. I'll see you later, he said, waving and smiling back at her. Yep, bye, she said, waving back as he shut the door. Mika looked at her daughter and smiled. What a sweet boy. You were kidding when you said he was awkward. Jiro sighed, slumping into the couch after the door clicked shut behind Izuku. He's not that awkward, Mom. He's just shy, that's all. She tried to sound nonchalant, but the warmth in her tone betrayed her. Mika chuckled, settling next to her daughter. Shy, maybe, but there's something endearing about the way he speaks. He's genuine, which is refreshing. She gave Jiro a knowing glance. You don't bring friends home very often. What made you want to bring him over? Jiro shrugged, avoiding her mother's gaze. I dunno. He's different. Not in a bad way, just he works hard. And he doesn't seem like the type to give up, even when things get tough. Her voice softened as she continued. It's kind of inspiring, I guess. Kyotoku joined them, wiping his hands on a kitchen towel. Inspiring, huh? Sounds like someone's impressed. He smirked, earning a sharp glare from his daughter. Dad? Jiro groaned, leaning her head back against the couch. Don't start. All right, he said, raising his hands in surrender. I'm just saying he seems like a good kid. A bit nervous, but good. You could do worse for a friend. Jiro rolled her eyes, but a small smile tugged at her lips. He is a good guy. A little too hard on himself, though. You heard him. His family doesn't support him, and he's out here training in secret just to prove himself. It's kind of unfair.
Mika nodded thoughtfully.
It is, but it also says a lot about his character. He's determined, and that's something to admire. Still, it's sad that he doesn't have the support he deserves. With Izuku, that dinner could have gone worse, he said to himself as he walked up to his apartment door. He was happy to have made an impression on her parents, making them know he was a nice kid. He opened the door to see that no one was in the living room or dining room area again. He decided to pull out a book to read to get a different environment for reading before he decided to go to bed. He plopped himself down on the couch and pulled out a book about the latest in gadgets and how they were made. Izuku flipped through the pages of the book, his fingers tracing over the diagrams of intricate gadget designs. The soft hum of the apartment's refrigerator was the only sound accompanying him in the quiet space. He found himself engrossed in an article about a new type of compact jet propulsion system, marveling at the ingenuity behind the design. He heard something from the door and he saw his dad walk in with a tired look on his face. Toshinori turned around and locked the door and was surprised to see his son, his other son. Son, what are you doing? He asked, setting down his briefcase. Izuku frowned slightly, not wanting to look at him. Reading, was all he said as he tried to indulge himself more in his book. Toshinori nodded at that. Reading is always good. Say, I noticed that you no longer have All Might posters and memorabilia in your room. Yeah, what about it? He said, getting annoyed. Truth was he took them down the moment he found out his dad was All Might. The man that treated him like shit and told him to give up on his dream was no hero. Well, you just seem to have stopped idolizing him, Toshinori said, wondering why his son took down the posters. Well, I guess we all have to grow up sometime. Besides, I needed the money, he said, closing his book in annoyance. Toshinori's brow furrowed as he processed his son's words. Grow up? Are you feeling okay? Never felt better, he said, walking upstairs to his room. Toshinori looked confused at his son. Izuku had always seen All Might, himself, as like a god. He shrugged, pushing that thought to the side. He needed to prepare for a long night of missions to try to stop crime. Chapter 5. Birthday Celebration. 1 month later, Izuku's birthday. Izuku sighed as he stretched out in legs in class. Something that he noticed was that with all of his reading and information that he learned from his memory recall from the Brain Boost quirk, the classes were starting to seem repetitive. He still listened, but he wasn't even paying attention half the time and was still getting A's on all his tests, quizzes, and homework. He felt something hit the back of his head, and he wiped it away to see it was a mushed-up paper ball. He looked back to see it was Bakugo spitting it at him. He shook his head, trying to get back to the lecture. It was his birthday, and he wasn't sure how he was going to celebrate it. Even if his parents still treated him badly and barely gave him attention, they still gave him a half-decent birthday. He was half tempted to spend it with Jiro and hang out with her instead. The other thing that made him happy was that Chase had sent a notification of a goal being birthday boy, and it said that he would be allowed to create 2 more quirks. It made him smile at the possible abilities he could do with that. Plus, his sensei gave him a break from the dojo for today to allow him to relax. Bakugo spit another ball on his head and Izuku dodged it, getting a surprised look from him. This made him madder, and he decided to spit a few more. Izuku just accepted the hits to make him stop for a bit. Alright, class, that is all for today. Make sure to study for tomorrow's test, said their teacher as most of them started to pack up. Izuku gathered his belongings, carefully slipping his notebooks into his bag. As he stood to leave, Bakugo bumped into him intentionally, nearly making him drop his things. Watch where you're going, Deku, Bakugo sneered, his ever-present smirk twisting his features. Yes, Bakugo, said somewhat mockingly at him. Bakugo stopped for a second and scoffed. That was another thing that had changed. He had stopped calling him Kakin as there was a name for his friend, not an asshole who treated him like shit every day. Funny enough, it was starting to visibly bother Bakugo that he wasn't do it anymore. He picked up his things while walking down the halls and saw his siblings hanging out by the door. Yo, Deku, how you are doing? Asked Inori a little too sweetly. Bakugo was standing near Ichiro, and they smirked at them. I'm fine. Why? He asked, confused. He knew he hadn't done anything yet, so why were they messing with him? Nothing, she said, walking around and pulling his bag off his back. He didn't resist, as that would cause more problems. She dumped out his bag to see what he had in there. Izuku sighed inwardly as his books and notes spilled onto the hallway floor, scattering in every direction. Students passing by glanced at the scene but didn't intervene. Most had learned to avoid getting involved when it came to Bakugo and Izuku's so-called friends. Seriously, Inori? Izuku muttered, bending down to gather his belongings. He kept his voice calm, though irritation simmered just beneath the surface. What's this, huh? Inori snatched up one of his notebooks, flipping through it with exaggerated curiosity. Are you writing a diary or something? How pathetic. Ichiro snickered, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Bakugo watched the scene with a smug grin, clearly enjoying the humiliation. They are books from the library, he said, trying to get it back, but Inori yanked it away from him. Let's see what it is, she said, using her telekinesis to pick up the books to see. Inori's telekinetic grip hovered the books in midair, her smirk growing wider as she read the titles aloud. Heroic Strategies for Rescue Missions, she said mockingly. Advanced quirk analysis. Tactical planning for pro heroes. Geez, what a nerd. You think you're hero material, Deku? More than a lot of people, yes, he said bluntly. Inori sent him a glare on his way. Are you still seriously trying to become a hero? She asked. Izuku met her glare head-on, his green eyes steady and unwavering. Yes, I am. And no amount of this, he gestured to his scattered books and notes, is going to change that. Ichiro heard this from the wall he was leaning on. Dude, we have been through this hundreds of times. You are quirkless. Izuku didn't flinch, though the weight of Ichiro's words pressed heavily against him. And I've told you just as many times, he said, his voice steady. A quirk isn't what makes a hero. It's their heart, their determination, and their willingness to do what's right. Most of the people had left the hallway, and there was no one around now, meaning Izuku had to get out of there, otherwise they would use their quirks on him. Izuku subtly glanced around the now empty hallway, his heart pounding. He knew what was coming. This wasn't the first time his siblings had cornered him when no one was around. He tightened his grip on his scattered belongings, his mind racing for an escape route. Inori floated the books higher, her telekinetic grip tightening. You're so full of yourself, Deku, acting like you're better than us just because you read a bunch of books. I never said I was better, Izuku replied, standing his ground. I just refuse to give up. Refuse to give up, huh? Ichiro said with a mocking laugh. He activated his quirk. Let's see how far that stubbornness gets you. Bakugo smirked, cracking his knuckles. You really don't learn, do you, Deku? Let's teach you a lesson you won't forget. Yeah, how about no? Why would guys waste your time on someone who you think is useless? He said, trying to deter them. Bakugo's smirk faltered for a moment, and Izuku's words seemed to hang in the air, heavy with defiance. Inori and Ichiro paused, as though considering the suggestion. The three of them powered down, and Inori sighed, putting the books down. Fair point. Glad to see that you are seeing yourself as useless now, said Inori, walking away from him with Ichiro and Bakugo following them. Bye, loser, she said before shutting the door. He sighed at this. He will never understand why the hell they get a sick kick out bullying him. Not to mention that if he fought back then, they would fight back harder. He needed to get an offensive quirk created soon so he could better defend himself. He walked outside and didn't seem to notice his purple-haired friend. Yo, Yagi, called out Jiro, leaning up against the wall. Izuku blinked, snapping out of his thoughts at the sound of Jiro's voice. He hadn't noticed her standing by the wall, her arms crossed as she waited for him. A small smile tugged at his lips, and he walked over to her, trying to shake off the frustration he still felt from the earlier encounter with his siblings. Hey, Jiro, he said, his voice a little more tired than he intended. Sorry, I was just lost in thought there. Wait, what are you doing here? Your school is like 45 minutes away from here, he said, wondering. Well, it is your birthday, and I thought I would come and see my friend. Unless you don't want me to, she said, raising an eyebrow.
No.
I'm really glad you came, Jiro. I just didn't expect it. I wasn't planning on doing anything for my birthday. Jiro's expression softened in response, and she stepped forward, gently nudging his shoulder with hers. Well, now you've got something to look forward to, right? I'm not going to let you spend your birthday sulking in a corner somewhere. Are you sure you want to come to my place for a party? I don't think it would end well, he said, scratching the back of his head. With what, your siblings and parents? Who gives a rat ass what they think? I sure as hell don't. Now let us get going, she said, pushing him along. All right, I get it. I'm not going to ruin my own birthday by sitting around feeling sorry for myself. Izuku gave her a small but genuine smile. But I'm warning you, things might be awkward. Jiro raised an eyebrow and grinned. Awkward? Oh, come on, I've dealt with way worse. I can handle your family. Izuku's laugh was weak but real, and he felt a small sense of relief. Jiro always knew how to lighten the mood. They made their way out of the school, the cool air of the late afternoon brushing against their skin. Izuku couldn't help but glance back toward the school, his thoughts drifting to his siblings. The encounter with them still stung, but Jiro's presence was a comforting reminder that he wasn't alone. As they made their way to his home, Jiro chatted about everything under the sun. Her latest band practice, the upcoming school events, and her own frustrations with school life. It was nice to hear something that wasn't about his lack of a quirk or his family's constant indifference. For the first time that day, Izuku felt like he could breathe again. When they arrived at his house, Izuku hesitated for a moment. The familiar, oppressive atmosphere of the house loomed ahead. His parents' indifference, the teasing from his siblings, it was all waiting for him behind that door. But Jiro was by his side, and that gave him the courage to push the door open. Inside, the house was as quiet and empty as usual. His parents were nowhere to be seen, and his siblings were probably off doing their own thing, leaving him with the distinct impression that he was an afterthought, even on his own birthday. "Come on, let's do this," Jiro said, her voice full of determination. She looked around the house, her expression a mix of curiosity and mild disdain. "Wow, this place is like a ghost town. You live here, huh?" Izuku chuckled nervously. "Yeah, it's pretty quiet most of the time." "So, what do you usually do for your birthday, anyway?" she asked, glancing around. "Oh well, I don't really do much," he said flustered. He really was not used to this feeling of having someone over for him and him only. Izuku scratched the back of his head awkwardly, not used to having someone genuinely interested in what he did for his birthday. The house was always so empty, so quiet, that it had become normal for him to just let the day pass without any fanfare. But now, with Jiro here, it felt different. "I don't know," he muttered, glancing around. "I usually just read or work on stuff for school. My parents don't really make a big deal out of it, and my siblings." He trailed off, unsure of how to finish that thought without making things worse. He didn't want Jiro to feel sorry for him. Jiro's gaze softened as she observed him. She walked over to the kitchen and opened the fridge, peeking inside. It was just as empty as the rest of the house, and she raised an eyebrow. "Looks like no one's even bothered to stock up for you." Izuku shrugged, trying to play it off as if it didn't bother him. "It's fine. I don't need anything." Jiro turned around, hands on her hips. "I don't know, man. I'm not about to let you spend your birthday alone in this place, especially without even a little celebration. How about we get some food and hang out? I can't be the only one who thinks that sounds like a decent plan for a birthday." Izuku blinked, the offer catching him off guard. It had never even occurred to him to do something like that. Going out with Jiro, having a meal, and just enjoying his day without the usual weight of his family's neglect hanging over him. It sounded too good to be true. I don't want to inconvenience you," he said hesitantly, glancing at her. "It's not a big deal, really." Jiro rolled her eyes and stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Stop that. You deserve to enjoy your day, and I'm going to make sure you do. It's not an inconvenience, all right?" Izuku couldn't help but smile at her insistence. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all. Maybe it was time to actually do something for himself, to not let his family's indifference dictate how his day went. "Okay," he said with a small nod. "Let's go get some food. I think I could use a change of scenery." "Good choice," Jiro said, grinning. "Let's get out of here." Izuku followed Jiro as she led the way down the street, not sure exactly where they were going but happy to be in her company. They didn't need to say much. It felt like the kind of quiet companionship where words weren't necessary. Eventually, Jiro stopped in front of a small diner, its neon sign flickering in the twilight. The warm light spilling from the windows made it look inviting and cozy, the kind of place where time seemed to slow down. "How about here?" Jiro asked, turning to Izuku with a smile. Izuku looked up at the dinner and nodded. It wasn't fancy, but it didn't need to be. It was the kind of place that felt like it could offer comfort, warmth, everything he needed right now. "Yeah, this looks perfect." They walked inside, and the friendly bell above the door chimed as they entered. The diner was warm, with the smell of freshly cooked food in the air. A waitress greeted them with a bright smile, and they took a booth near the window. Jiro immediately grabbed the menu and started scanning it, while Izuku just sat there for a moment, taking it all in. "So, what's the birthday boy in the mood for?" Jiro asked, raising an eyebrow as she flipped through the pages of the menu. Izuku glanced at the menu, but nothing really jumped out at him. He wasn't used to picking out food for himself. It was usually something his parents or siblings handled. But with Jiro here, it felt a little different. He thought about what he usually liked but never really got. "I'll have the pancakes," he said after a moment, surprising himself a little. It was something simple, comforting, something he'd never asked for at home. But today he felt like it was okay. Jiro nodded approvingly. "Pancakes, huh? Good choice. I'll take the waffles. We'll both have a sugar overload." Izuku laughed softly, the tension in his chest loosening just a bit more. He wasn't sure why, but it felt good to do something spontaneous. Something for himself. The waitress came by shortly after, and they placed their orders. As she walked away, Jiro leaned back in the booth, crossing her arms over her chest. "So, what's your deal with your family?" she asked, her voice quieter now. Izuku felt the question catch him off guard. He hadn't expected her to ask. It wasn't something he liked talking about. But looking at her, he could see that she wasn't asking out of pity or judgment. She was genuinely curious, genuinely concerned. "It's a long story. My family. Let's just say they don't exactly see me as important." Jiro tilted her head, her gaze steady. "What do you mean?" He sighed, realizing there wasn't much point in sugarcoating things. "Well, my siblings all have quirks, powerful ones too. They've always been the center of attention. You know how I said I had a quirk? Turns out I was a late bloomer and got it much later than a lot of other kids. I tried to tell them I had one, but they never believed me. For once, I thought maybe they'd notice me. Maybe they'd finally see that I wasn't just the quirkless kid." He paused, his gaze dropping to the table. "But they didn't. Hell, my dad told me to give up on my dream and to be more realistic with myself." Jiro's fingers drummed lightly against the edge of the table, her lips pressed into a thin line. She looked ready to say something, but she held back, letting him continue at his own pace. "It's not just about the quirk, though," Izuku said, his voice softer now. "It's everything. The way they treat me, the way they talk to me or don't talk to me. Birthdays, holidays, school events. I'm always an afterthought, if I even cross their minds at all." Jiro's expression darkened, her hands balling them into fists. "That's so messed up. How can they treat you like that? You're their kid, for crying out loud. They should be supporting you, cheering you on, not ignoring you. I knew it was bad, but not that bad." Izuku shrugged, his shoulders heavy with the weight of years of disappointment. "I've gotten used to it. Still hurts, but I've learned not to expect much. It's easier that way." Jiro leaned forward, her tone firm but compassionate. "Yagi, you shouldn't have to get used to it. What they're doing isn't okay. You deserve better than that. Way better. I know. I am thinking about moving out. It would be better for my health. I get that I just turned 13, but it would be better than living like that," he said. Jiro blinked, momentarily caught off guard by Izuku's declaration. "Wait, you're seriously thinking about moving out? At 13? She asked, her voice a mixture of surprise and concern. "That's a big decision, Yagi." Izuku nodded, his expression solemn but resolute. "I know it's not normal for someone my age, but I've thought about it a lot. Staying in that house. It's not good for me, but if I have to put up with it, then I will. The money is only there in case I absolutely need to move out. They might not give me all the attention that a kid needs, but they still give me a roof over my head." Jiro leaned back, processing his words. She could see the truth in his eyes, the weight he carried despite his young age. "Have you thought about where you'd go? What would you do if you did?" she asked gently, not wanting to dismiss his feelings but also wanting to make sure he'd considered everything. "I've been saving up," Izuku admitted, his voice quiet but steady. "Truth be told, I have a job making decent money right now, but I am trying to start an online business to make a lot more money just in case I have to buy an apartment of my own." Jiro went wide-eyed. "That is pretty surprising, being able to manage all of that, and you are 13. "Yeah, I know I am a nerd, but I have been making custom notebook covers with heroes on them. It is pretty easy once you get the hang of it, but I put people like Endeavor, All Might, and other heroes on there. I even have had a few people buy them." Jiro stared at him, her expression a mix of amazement and respect. Wait, hold on. You're telling me you've already got customers? Like, actual people buying your stuff?" Izuku nodded, a small smile creeping onto his face. "Yeah, it started with just a few people in my neighborhood. Word got around, and now I've got a small online store. It's not making a ton of money yet, but it's growing. I'm trying to build it up before I make any big decisions." "That's insane, Yagi," Jiro said, shaking her head in disbelief. "In a good way, though. Most people wouldn't even think to do something like that, let alone pull it off." "Thanks," Izuku said, his cheeks flushing slightly. "It's been a lot of trial and error. I had to learn how to use design software, figure out shipping costs, and deal with things like marketing. I even made my own website. It's not perfect, but it works." Jiro leaned forward, resting her chin in her hand. "You're seriously blowing my mind right now. Here I was, thinking you were just a shy, quirk-loving nerd, and you're out here running a business like some kind of entrepreneur." Izuku laughed softly. "Well, I'm still a quirk-loving nerd, but it's been my escape. When I'm designing or planning, I don't have to think about everything else. It's something I can control, something that's mine." A comfortable silence fell between the two of them for a while, and it was nice. Jiro finally decided to pop the question. "Say, Yagi, what is your quirk?" she asked, leaning in. "You never really talk about it," she said quietly. Izuku hesitated, his eyes drifting toward the window as he considered Jiro's question. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell her, he just didn't know how she would react. His quirk was complicated, to say the least, but there was something about her, something in her steady gaze that made him feel like he could be honest. "Well," he began, his voice quiet but steady. "I would like to show you," he said, extending his hand out to her. Jiro looked confused but trusted him and took his hand anyway. Their hands touched, and Jiro felt a faint warmth spread through her palm. Izuku closed his eyes, a look of concentration crossing his face. Jiro tilted her head in curios to ask what was happening when she noticed something strange. She felt a pulling gnawing at her, and before she knew it, she was standing in an empty area with Izuku next to her. She looked around with curiosity, fear, and a bit of excitement. "What is this?" she asked, looking at him. "This is my mind space," he said, snapping his fingers. Soon Chase, the screen, and the library appeared, making her awe at the appearance of them. "And this is my quirk, known as Synthesist. I can create quirks by storing the knowledge of them in here to then create better, stronger, or even weaker quirks if I wanted," he said, making her shocked. "Ha!" was all she said. Izuku laughed, which made her annoyed. "I am being serious, you know. You are the first person that I have ever shown this place to. Oh, and this is the man that helps me with it, Chase. He is pretty much an AI of this place, and he helps me create the quirks when I need to." "Hello, Jiro." Chase greeted me in a calm, even tone. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I must commend you on your remarkable auditory quirk. It's a fascinating addition to the collection." Jiro blinked, unsure how to respond. Thanks? So, you're like a quirk-making assistant or something?" "Precisely," Chase replied, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "I am an artificial intelligence programmed to assist Izuku in analyzing, synthesizing, and perfecting quirks. Together, we push the boundaries of what is possible within the constraints of quirk science." Jiro turned back to Izuku, her mind racing to catch up. "Wait a second. So, You're telling me your quirk isn't just about copying quirks? You can store them, study them, and make new ones. Yeah, pretty much, but I think you should go back before your faces hit the table, said Chase as he pushed them out of the mind space, and they were back in the normal world. Izuku and Jiro found themselves back at the dinner table, their hands still touching briefly before Jiro instinctively pulled hers away. She blinked a few times, trying to process what had just happened, her mind swirling with thoughts. That was insane, Jiro said, her voice a little breathless. I mean, I knew quirks could be complex, but what you just showed me, that's on a whole other level. She stared at Izuku, her tone a mix of disbelief and curiosity. And you're just sitting here like it's no big deal? Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. It is kind of a big deal, but I've been living with it for a while now. Honestly, it's the one thing I have that makes me feel like I can actually make a difference, you know? Like I'm not just invisible. Jiro's expression softened. Invisible? Yagi, there's nothing invisible about you. You just transported us to some mental library with an AI that can literally create quirks. That's as far from invisible as it gets. Izuku shrugged, his gaze dropping to the table. Thanks, Jiro. That means a lot. But you don't know what it's like at home. My siblings, my parents, they don't see it. Or they don't want to. I've tried showing them, explaining it, but it's like I don't exist. Like I'm still just the quirkless kid they wrote off years ago. Jiro frowned, her fingers drumming against the table again. They're idiots, she said bluntly. Sorry, but they are. You're sitting on one of the most incredible quirks I've ever heard of, and they're too blind to see it. That's their loss, Yagi. Not yours. Yeah, I know, but please promise you won't tell anyone else. If this quirk of mine were to get out, it could cause a lot of problems, he said, looking at her, holding her hand. Jiro felt the weight of his words as he held her hand, his green eyes pleading for her understanding. She could see the vulnerability he tried so hard to mask, the fear of betrayal that lingered beneath his resolve. With a firm nod, she gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. You have my word, Yagi, she said, her voice steady. I won't breathe a word of this to anyone. Your secret's safe with me. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Thank you, Jiro. It means a lot to me. I'm not sure I could handle it if people started looking at me like I'm some kind of science experiment. Sue, what quirks have you made? She asked, leaning in, fascinated to know. Izuku smiled at the way she looked. My first quirk is called Brain Boost. It continuously always gives an additional 40 IQ to me with no problems. My second quirk is called Cell Surge. I can heal people with physical touch as well as me having a faster healing factor. The next couple of hours were just talking about his quirk and how it worked, as well as other topics such as music and Izuku's business he was starting. Soon it was time to go, and Jiro and Izuku walked outside to head home. As they stepped outside, the cool night air greeted them. The stars shone brightly above, and the soft hum of the city echoed in the distance. Izuku felt a sense of calm, though a lingering feeling of uncertainty remained. He just shared something deeply personal, and Jiro had taken it in stride, offering her support without hesitation. That felt good, but it also made him question just how much more of himself he could reveal. Well, this has been a lot, Jiro said, glancing at Izuku as they walked down the street. I mean, I knew you were talented, but this whole quirk creation thing? That's next level stuff. Yeah, but aside from that, Jiro, I really appreciate what you did for me today. You didn't have to, but you still did it. Thank you for a great birthday. It was the best in a long time. Jiro smiled warmly, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. I'm glad you had a good birthday, Yagi. And hey, it was the least I could do. You've been carrying so much on your shoulders, and today, well, I just wanted to make sure you felt seen. You deserve that, you know? Besides, I got you a gift, she said, pulling it out. Izuku blinked in surprise as Jiro pulled a small, neatly wrapped box from her bag. A gift? For me? He asked, a bit taken aback. Yeah. You didn't think I'd let you off without a present, did you? Jiro said with a mischievous grin, holding it out to him. Izuku took the gift and they both stopped in the middle of the street. Izuku carefully unwrapped the box, revealing a beautiful, sleek notebook inside. The cover was made of deep brown leather, soft to the touch, with an embossed symbol on the front that looked like a star surrounded by swirling lines. It was simple, yet it had a certain elegance about it. He ran his fingers over the edges of the cover, intrigued by its quality. This is really nice, Izuku said, looking up at Jiro with wide eyes. He didn't expect a gift like this, especially considering how much else she'd already done for him. Jiro smiled, a little embarrassed, but her expression was full of affection. I thought it might be something you'd like. I know you've got a lot of ideas floating around, and well, you're always jotting things down on scrap paper or napkins. I figured you might need something a little more official, you know? She gestured toward the notebook, her voice softening. Something to put all your dreams and plans in. A place to write down your future. Izuku felt his chest tighten with emotion as he looked at the notebook. The gesture was so thoughtful, and it spoke volumes about how much Jiro understood him. She didn't just see him as the quirky, sometimes awkward guy trying to find his place in the world. She saw the potential, the drive, and the dreams that had been quietly growing within him for years. I don't even know what to say, Izuku mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. This is perfect, Jiro. I never really had a place to put all the things I want to do, all the things I want to build, and this is exactly what I needed. Well, that is good. You could even use that to put down your hero analyses down if you want so that it isn't on old yellow paper, she said as she started to walk again. That would be dope, said Izuku, still smiling at his gift. Please do not use the word dope in a sentence ever again, she said. Izuku chuckled nervously at Jiro's comment, his smile widening. Right. No more dope. I'll stick to the classics. Jiro gave him a side-eyed glance but couldn't help the soft smile that tugged at the corners of her lips. Good choice. She nudged him with her elbow playfully. Anyway, I'm glad you like it, but seriously, don't go filling it with just hero analysis. You've got a lot of other ideas too, right? You should write those down too. Oh, I will. 'Cause I am a certified nerd, he said, pointing at himself. Jiro rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress her smile. Certified nerd, huh? Well, at least you're owning it. Soon they arrived at Jiro's house and Izuku still had that same smile on his face at the gift he was given. And Jiro was glad he liked it. Thanks again for everything, Jiro. You are a dope friend, he said, hugging her and catching her by surprise. She had a slight tinge of pink on her cheeks as she hugged him back. I thought I told you to not use dope in a sentence. Izuku pulled back from the hug with an apologetic smile, still holding onto the notebook. Sorry, I couldn't help it, he said sheepishly. But seriously, you're one of the best friends I've ever had. I'm lucky to have you in my life. Jiro's earphone jacks twitched slightly, and she started to fiddle with one of them. Well, I'm glad you are here too, but let's do our best no matter what we do, she said. Izuku nodded, his expression softening as he met Jiro's eyes. Yeah, you're right. Let's keep giving it our all. We'll make sure our futures are something we can be proud of. Jiro's lips curled into a small, sincere smile. Exactly. We can't afford to hold back. She paused for a second, glancing at Izuku as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. And hey, don't forget to take care of yourself too. You can't be the best if you burn out. Thanks, Jiro. See you later, he said, waving at her. Izuku turned on his heel, the weight of the notebook in his hands grounding him. He glanced back over his shoulder one last time, catching a glimpse of Jiro watching him from her doorway. She gave him a small wave, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw her smile lingering even after she stepped inside. As he walked home, the city felt different. The usual hustle and bustle of late-night life seemed muted, giving him space to think. The events of the day replayed in his mind, each moment with Jiro standing out like a vivid snapshot. From the easy banter to the heartfelt gift, it all felt surreal. He clutched the notebook a little tighter, as if afraid it might vanish if he didn't. He walked up to the apartment to see that it was locked, which made him sigh. This meant he had to go through the window. Again, he opened the window to his room and crawled in. He could hear some laughter coming from downstairs. He decided to open his door slightly to hear what was going on and peeked down the stairs. "Thanks again, Mom and Dad, that was a great time," said Ichiro, sounding happy. Inori finished laughing and sighed. "Yeah, it was amazing, Dad and Mom. It was a great birthday." Toshinori smiled. "Glad you both enjoyed it, but I would like to give you one more present. Mom and I thought this would be a good one," he said, standing back from them. Toshinori stood there, breathing in, and steam filled the room. "Look out, my family, for I am here," he exclaimed, showing him he was all might. "No way," Ichiro exclaimed, his grin nearly splitting his face. "Dad, you're so cool. How did you even keep this a secret from us for so long?" Inori clapped her hands together, her expression glowing with awe. "This is the best birthday ever. You're a real hero, Dad. The #1 hero." Izuku knew he was all might, but it didn't hurt any less when he saw this type of interaction between them. "Yes, my children, but I need to say something very important to you that must stay between us and no one else. It is about my quirk one for all," he said, making the two of them listen. Inko took a seat next to her husband as her children sat across from them. Izuku too wanted to know about this story. He knew the mechanics of one for all but not the full story, so he still listened in from the top of the stairs. One for all is a quirk that can be passed on from one person to the next. It person that it goes to collects more and more power than the last. Long story short, it's more than a quirk. It's a responsibility, a torch passed down to fight against the darkness that threatens the peace of our world. Ichiro's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "So, it gets stronger with every person? Like, all their strength combines?" "Exactly," Toshinori confirmed. "Every person who has carried one for all has added their own strength and will to it. It's not just about power. It's about the ideals and determination of those who wield it. That's what makes it unique. It's not just mine. It's the collective effort of everyone who came before me." Inori tilted her head, clearly deep in thought. "But why pass it on? Why not just keep it yourself?" Toshinori's expression softened, his smile tinged with a bittersweet edge. "Because no one can carry this burden forever. A few years ago, I was injured and I can only hold this form for so long a day. About 5 hours as of now. And eventually one of you will be the successor for one for all," he said, transforming back down to his skinny form. Ichiro frowned, his brows knitting together. "But you're saying one of us might have to take it next? Why us?" "Because I see incredible potential in both of you, my children. You two are destiny for greatness," he said, smiling at the two of them. Izuku scowled at his father with those words. Either his father was so blinded by his children's power that he couldn't see how horrible they were, or he was an idiot. Probably a bit of both. His elder siblings were the reason why he was bullied damn near every millisecond. "And from this day on, I will be training you two as much as I can so that the two of you can be prepared so that I will know in the future or to pass on this power to," he said, clenching his fist. Ichiro's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Train us? Like real hero training? That's so awesome, Dad." He punched the air, already imagining himself in All Might's shoes. "I'll make you proud, I swear." Inori, however, looked more contemplative. "But how will you decide which of us gets it? Isn't that a huge responsibility to just hand over to one person?" Toshinori nodded solemnly. "It is, and that's why this isn't a decision I can make lightly. You both have so much potential and I need to see how you grow. Not just in strength, but in character. A hero isn't just someone who fights villains. A hero inspires others, protects those who cannot protect themselves, and upholds the values that make our society strong. That's what I'll be looking for." Ichiro grinned, his confidence unwavering. "Well, that's easy. I've got everything it takes. You don't have to look any further, Dad." Inori shot him a sidelong glance. Don't get ahead of yourself, Ichiro. This isn't about who's stronger or louder. It's about who's ready to carry the weight of something bigger than themselves. Ichiro huffed, folding his arms. Yeah. We'll see who ends up being the better fit. From the shadows of the staircase, Izuku clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. The bitterness in his heart grew heavier with every word his family exchanged. Destined for greatness? He thought, his teeth grinding. How blind can you be, Dad? You're grooming bullies to inherit a legacy they don't deserve. Do you even see what's right in front of you? Do you even see me? Ichiro and Inori in unison, determination gleaming in their eyes. We won't let you down, they said, their voices filled with conviction. Izuku shook his head. He wiped away the tears forming in his eyes and went quietly into his room. If they are getting serious now too, then I will be even more serious, he said as he opened the book that Jiro just bought him, starting to write down ideas for what he had to do in the future. Chapter 6: New Quirks and the UA Tour. 2 weeks later. Izuku sat in his mindspace after a long day of school, work, training, and a bit of bullying from his classmates. It was the norm as he tried to figure something out with Chase. Chase, I really don't know what to do here. I mean, I have 108 quirks stored up in the quirk library now with 3 quirk creations available, but I don't know what the best course of action is, he said with a finger on his chin. Chase snapped his fingers, getting a cup of tea for Izuku as he walked over to him. I can help make recommendations and give you answers to problems you have about quirks, but I cannot tell what quirks you should specifically put together, he said, handing it to him. I know that, but can you give me some insight? He asked genuinely. Well, sir, I would try to have a quirk with versatility or a fighting-based quirk, he said simply. It was a simple suggestion, but a good one for that. Izuku nodded thoughtfully at that and pulled up some quirks on the screen for him to use. Izuku tapped his chin as he browsed through the holographic interface in his mindspace. Quirks arranged in neat rows, each with a brief description of its abilities. The quirk library glowed faintly, a testament to the immense power he had accumulated through years of hard work, observation, and sheer determination. All right, let's break this down, Izuku muttered, his voice steady despite the whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. If I'm going for versatility, I'll need a quirk that can adapt to various situations. But if it's fighting-based, then I'll need something with raw power, something that can hold its own against overwhelming odds. Chase nodded approvingly, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Precisely. But remember, combining quirks isn't just about raw compatibility. You must also consider how you'll use them strategically in real-world scenarios. Izuku nodded, his emerald eyes flickering with determination. Maybe I don't need to combine quirks this time, he said, pulling up a quirk he had read extensively on in his mindspace. Chase looked at the screen. Black Whip? He asked questioningly. Yeah, you said I could use a versatile quirk in my arsenal. This is one of the best ones in my library. Here I will read the description, said Izuku. Izuku cleared his throat and read aloud the description of Black Whip, his finger tracing the glowing text on the screen. Black Whip, a quirk that allows the user to manifest powerful, flexible tendrils made of dark energy. These tendrils can be controlled with great precision and used for a variety of purposes such as binding, swinging, or even attacking. The user can control the tendril's length, strength, and flexibility, making this quirk highly versatile. However, it requires mental and physical stamina to maintain control, especially when multiple tendrils are in use simultaneously. The quirk is highly effective in combat and for mobility, but prolonged use can lead to fatigue. It also says that with all that time being in one for all, the power is amplified, and it is made more powerful now. Izuku looked up from the screen, his expression thoughtful. It's versatile enough to be used in both combat and utility situations. And with my enhanced cognition, I could probably use this with great precision, even under pressure. That seems like a great idea. Do you want to change anything about the quirk before we seal the deal? asked Chase as he went up to the screen preparing for the adjustments. Izuku hesitated, his eyes tracing the details of Black Whip once more. He had always seen its potential, but now, with everything he had gone through, his training, his growth, and the weight of his struggles, he understood it on a deeper level. The versatility it offered was incredible, but would it be enough to face the challenges ahead? No, he said softly, but with resolve. I think Black Whip is exactly what I need. I don't need to change it. I just need to learn how to control it better. If I can master this, I'll be unstoppable. He nodded to himself, and a quiet determination settled in. Chase tilted his head, considering Izuku's words carefully. I want you to realize this, though, Master Izuku. This is the first quirk that will be for combat or fighting purposes. Unlike Brain Boost and Cell Surge, you need to actively train with this quirk so you can grow powerful with it. I know, Izuku said, his voice steady. I'm ready for it. If I'm going to be strong enough to protect those I care about, I need to master this. Chase's expression softened. That's the spirit, Master Izuku. However, remember to pace yourself. Rushing will only lead to mistakes. Mastery doesn't happen overnight, but with time, your control over Black Whip will become second nature. Izuku took a deep breath, grounding himself in the reality of the journey ahead. He had already faced so many challenges, but this mastering Black Whip would be a whole new battlefield. Yet, something about it resonated with him deeply. The versatility of the quirk, its ability to be used both defensively and offensively, gave him the edge he needed. I'll take my time, Izuku agreed. Let's do this, he said, clenching his fist. Excellent, sir, I shall begin the process, he said. Chase began to hit a few buttons, and a light started to form. This light was green mixed in with black, similar to what the Black Whip looked like. Eventually, it settled and Izuku stood up from his seat and looked at it. Black Whip is ready to be integrated into your body, sir, said Chase as he stood beside him. Reach out and claim it, he said. You can do this, Izuku, he whispered to himself, clenching his hands into fists. This is the next step. He reached out to it and touched the light. He let it flow throughout his body. Almost immediately he felt the power it gave. He closed his eyes, and he could feel the power flowing everywhere. His head, chest, arms, legs, feet, everything. The feeling felt warm, it felt right. The feeling eventually went away and Izuku opened his eyes. Chase looked at him curious. How do you feel? He asked. Great. I feel the power it gave for a while, he said, looking at his arms. I think that I am ready to make another quirk, he said happily, but Chase frowned. As much as that would be cool, Master Izuku, we cannot do that. You see, your body can only handle creating one quirk every 24 hours, otherwise it puts tremendous strain on you. Why don't you go and try to train with Black Whip to get a handle on things and then we can come back to it? He offered. Ah, I see, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. I guess I got a little carried away there. He let out a small laugh, trying to shake off the rush of excitement that still pulsed through his veins. He had just experienced the power of Black Whip, and it was incredible. The last thing he wanted was to overstrain himself by rushing into another quirk. Chase gave him a patient smile. It's understandable. Good luck. Be sure to train in a secluded area in case Black Whip freaks out on you, he said. I will. Thanks again, Chase, said Izuku, pushing himself out of the mind space. Izuku got up from his bed and sighed. It was 3:50 a.m., meaning it was time to get ready to train. His body was accustomed to getting up this early anyway, and he was used to it. His progress thus far has been amazing. His body was starting to become more defined in his muscles and was starting to get taller. He stood at a height of 5 feet 6 inches, and at 13 that was tall, all things considered. Ironically, he was the same height as his siblings, but that didn't matter. Speaking of siblings, they were starting to train harder than they ever had before. The one thing he was glad about was some days they were too sore to bother him, and they left him alone for the most part. He had still been keeping up with his guitar playing skills and was debating on buying an electric guitar. Jiro had helped him in that department, which made him happy. He was hoping to repay her someday, and he would, but it would take some time to do so. He quietly made his way out of the apartment as he did every day and tried to find a clearing to work on Black Whip. It said in the profile that this belonged to the fifth user of One for All, and it relied heavily on emotions to keep in check. He was still thoroughly debating if he should make One for All a quirk of his to show that he was worthy of having the power, but he really didn't know what to do. He didn't want to be like his father in that way. Izuku found a clearing in a small forest that he would usually work on his moves, and he did verify that he could be there so that there would be no trouble, as it was a training area for people. He set down his workout bag and the school bag and walked to the middle of the clearing. "All right, Black Whip," Izuku murmured to himself. "Let's see what you can really do." He started to focus on different feelings, trying to get Black Whip to emerge in front of him. He did remember that it would be progress no matter what, so he closed his eyes and hoped for the best. "Come on," Izuku murmured under his breath, focusing on his emotions. The excitement of having Black Whip was still fresh in his mind, but he needed to control that rush. A few moments passed, and nothing happened. Izuku's fingers twitched slightly, and his muscles tightened, but there was no sign of Black Whip. Frustration bubbled up inside him. He had worked so hard to get here, and now it felt like the quirk was slipping away from his grasp. "No," he muttered to himself. "I can do this. I've come this far. I can control this." Taking a deep breath, he refocused, letting his frustration melt away, replaced by a sense of purpose. His heart slowed, his mind becoming clearer. Izuku's fingers relaxed, and he allowed his focus to drift deeper, remembering the past struggles he had overcome, the emotions he had harnessed to push forward. His desire to protect those close to him, his friends, his family, the people who believed in him, those were the emotions he needed to channel. The green-black light flickered in his mind's eye. He could feel it, Black Whip, responding to his emotions. It was closed. All he had to do was reach for it. Slowly, cautiously, Izuku extended his right arm, feeling the power stir beneath the surface. His fingers tingled with the anticipation of control, and then, with a slow exhale, he reached out. And there it was. A dark tendril of energy surged from his hand, snapping into the air like a whip. Even if this was for less than a second, it still showed to him. Izuku's eyes widened in astonishment as the tendril of Black Whip disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air. The sensation lingered in his hand, almost like an echo, a reminder that he had done it. He had summoned Black Whip, if only for a fleeting moment. A grin spread across his face. "I did it," he whispered, his voice filled with awe. But the momentary success wasn't enough. He knew he had to push further, to hold onto the quirk longer, to make it an extension of himself rather than just a fleeting burst of power. He clenched his fists, his resolve strengthening. "All right, let's try that again." "Focus," he muttered to himself, shutting out the distractions of the world around him. "Feel it. Don't force it." This time, he didn't try to summon Black Whip immediately. Instead, he let his body relax, his mind wandering to the emotions that fueled his desire to be a hero. His love for saving people, his passion for becoming stronger not just for himself but for others. Those feelings began to stir within him. He thought of his family and how he had been treated all these years to let it influence him somewhat. A flicker of green-black energy began to form in his palm. It danced and crackled like a spark of life, hesitant yet eager. "There you are," Izuku whispered, a small smile tugging at his lips. A small tendril of Black Whip formed and was about a foot long, but it disappeared almost immediately after. Izuku sighed at this. "I didn't think that this was going to be this difficult. But I have about a couple of years before I go to UA," he said to himself. Training continued until he had to go to his class at 8, as he normally did. Granted, there was barely any progress, but he had time. 2 months later. Izuku had been proud of the progress he has made. Black Whip was getting easier and easier to control. He was able to create one black whip for 5 seconds, but if he did 2 tendrils it could only be for 1 second. The quirk was still too much to handle that much power, and it made him frustrated from time to time. He had used one quirk creation recently, and that was Danger Sense. It belonged to the 4th user of One for All Hikage Shinomori. Danger Sense was a quirk that alerted him to imminent danger through a sharp tingling in his head. At first, the sensation had been disorienting, like an overwhelming itch he couldn't scratch, but with time he began to adjust. He was honestly thankful for all the bullying at school for once, as he was able to feel the malice from people when something was going to happen. He had adjusted the quirk to be more manageable to handle it. He had eventually gotten used to it as a whole, but this was a very handy quirk. The next quirk that he created was something he called Eagle Eyes. It was a very simplistic quirk, but it allowed him to pick up movement easier with his eyes. He had gained prefect vision with this quirk, and it boosted his perception significantly, enabling him to track fast-moving objects with incredible accuracy. Eagle Eyes wasn't as flashy as Black Whip or as critical as Danger Sense, but it was invaluable in training. With it, Izuku could anticipate movements better, plan his actions more effectively, and notice details others might overlook. As he said before, he wanted effective and non-flashy quirks so that not many people wouldn't know of his power to create quirks. The more and more he thought about it, the more he realized that this power would make people freak out and he might get hunted down for it. He might have been over-exaggerating, but you couldn't be too careful. He was playing his guitar right now to relieve some stress. A big part of his stress was gone as he quit his part-time job to solely work on his online business. The superhero theme covers were a success, and he was making a little over $1,000 a month. It was starting to get too troublesome to make the covers himself, so he started to find a way so that the designs would be put on the covers faster. He created a machine to help with that, and he was surprised when he did. He knew he was smart, but not the type of smart to put designs on the covers of notebooks. It was simple, really. He placed the design and cover in the machine, and it pressed it down to transfer the design onto the cover. A big plus to it was he could reuse the designs. He had designs of Endeavor, All Might, unfortunately, Mirko, Edgeshot, Ryukyu, Hawks, and even some lesser-known heroes like Fat Gum that he drew himself. Customers loved the variety, and orders kept pouring in from all over Japan. Izuku was amazed at how much his business had grown in such a short time. It felt good to have something he could call his own, something that was thriving because of his hard work and creativity. He was interrupted when his sister knocked on his door. This really confused him, as she never did that. Not since they were much younger anyway. He went to the door and opened it. "Yes, Inori?" asked Izuku, curious at what she wanted. "What the heck are you doing in here, Deku?" she asked, trying to look into his room. "Why does that matter?" he asked. "Because I wanted to know. But Dad said he wanted to talk to all 3 of us," she said, still trying to peek in. He furrowed his brow at that, but shrugged his shoulders. "That's surprising, at all 3 of us. He probably means you and Ichiro." This confused her slightly, but she shook her head as she headed to the living room with Izuku in pursuit. He walked downstairs to see everyone was already sitting, including his father, who was standing at the head of the table. He sat at the end of the table while his mom and siblings were at the other end. Toshinori cleared his throat to speak. "Well, you 3, now that you are here, I have something for all 3 of you," he said, pulling out 5 slips of paper and sliding it over to them. The 3 of them opened it to find it was an all-exclusive pass to Tour UA. Izuku stared at the slip of paper in his hands. An all-exclusive pass to Tour UA? He couldn't deny the thrill that coursed through him. UA was a place he had idolized for as long as he could remember. But at the same time, his mind raced with caution. Something didn't feel right at all. He felt like there was something more to be said. "No way," said Inori, looking at the tour pass. "This is awesome. How did you get these?" exclaimed Ichiro. "I have my ways and connections. I figured that all 3 of you wanted to go to UA and we could take a tour of the place. They have the best heroics program for up-and-coming heroes for you too, and one of the best general educations in all of Japan for you, Izuku," he said, smiling at him. And there it was. He knew there was going to be something like that. The good thing was it was up to him for what program he wanted to do at UA, the hero course being the one he was choosing to do. Toshinori sighed. Though the bad news is that myself and your mother cannot go with you tomorrow as we have an important business meeting. So you will have 2 other tickets. You could even bring a friend or 2 if you wanted, he said, offering. Ichiro and Inori looked at each other, as if they were the only 2 that knew what was happening. Izuku shook his head as he knew why. His mom and dad had to go across Japan for a mission. His mom, from what he figured out, was his little helper with phone calls, telling him missions and appointments. They were only doing this in front of him because they were still under the impression that he didn't know his father was All Might. Inori smirked. We could bring Bakugo. He always wanted to go, and he would be mad if we didn't invite him, she said, thinking of what would happen if they didn't. Who else could we bring? Asked Ichiro, thinking of anyone. I don't care who you bring, as long as those passes get used, said Toshinori, walking away with Inko following behind. I have someone I could bring, said Izuku, shrugging. Inori and Ichiro looked at him, surprised that he had a friend. Ichiro scoffed at that. That's a good one. Don't make me laugh like that, he said, wiping a tear away from his eyes. Izuku's expression didn't change as he pulled out his phone, making them shocked more. Wait, you actually have a friend? Asked Inori, pointing at him, looking at Ichiro. Izuku rolled his eyes as he got up to walk away from the table. There were a few more seconds of ringing and Jiro picked up the phone. Hello. Jiro's voice came through the speaker, slightly groggy, as if she had just woken up. Izuku smiled softly. Hey Jiro, it's Izuku. I was wondering if you'd be interested in going on a tour of UA tomorrow. Inori and Ichiro were jaw-dropped, looking at their younger brother. To their knowledge, he had no friends and would spend most of his time reading at school or doing his own thing. There was a pause at the other end, followed by a sleepy chuckle. A UA tour? Are you serious? The UA? Yes, indeed. It says the tour on the pass starts at 9 a.m. Would you be down? He asked, hoping she would say yes. Damn straight. Who else is going? She asked happily. My siblings and friend of theirs called Bakugo, he said, making his siblings confused now. All right, I'll be there at around 8:15 tomorrow morning, ready to go, she said, excited. He turned around to see his still gobsmacked siblings and nodded at them. Now we have a 5th for tomorrow, he said, returning to his room upstairs. Inori looked over to Ichiro, who looked back at her. You think she is quirkless just like him? He asked. His friend has to be. I don't see anyone hanging out with our brother, she said, crossing her arms over her chest. The next morning, Izuku woke up earlier than usual. There was a sense of excitement in the air, but a nervous tension settled in his stomach as he prepared for the tour. He quickly got dressed, made a light breakfast for himself, and then grabbed the tour passes from his desk. He made sure to set them in his pocket, checking that he hadn't forgotten anything important. He walked downstairs and heard a knock on the door, and Izuku opened it to see Bakugo right in front of him. Move it, loser, he said, going over to Ichiro and Inori, who was at the table. Morning, Bakugo, he said to himself, shaking his head. He prayed to God that today would go well. He knew that it would be fine if Jiro were to show up because he knew his siblings and Bakugo didn't do anything stupid in front of people because they didn't want to ruin their image. So, Kaken, did you know that Izuku has a friend? Said Inori, smirking slightly. Bakugo froze at the mention of Izuku having a friend, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. My ass, he does. It's true, bro. He talked to the guy last night, said Ichiro, leaning back in his chair. Bakugo's glare intensified, his arms folding tighter across his chest. No way. Izuku having a friend? That's a joke. His voice was dripping with disbelief. What's the catch? Is she just like him? Quirkless and pathetic. Izuku's arm twitched, showing a small tendril of black whip for less than a second, but it faded away. Is it that hard for guys to accept that I have a friend? He said, getting more frustrated. Bakugo's sharp eyes locked onto Izuku, and the intensity of his gaze was almost unbearable. TCH, You think I'm stupid? Just because you have some friends doesn't mean you're not still a pathetic loser, he sneered. Yeah, whatever, Bakugo, he said, shaking his head. Bakugo noticed this and glared. Before he could say anything, there was a knock on the door, and Izuku smiled, knowing who it was. Ichiro, Inori, and Bakugo leaned in their chairs to see what this friend of looked like. Izuku quickly moved to open the door, and sure enough, standing there was Jiro, looking as cheerful as ever. She gave him a wide smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hey Izuku, ready for this tour? Hey Jiro. Izuku greeted her warmly, stepping aside to let her in. Yeah, I'm ready. It's gonna be a great day. Dang right it is, said Izuku, smiling. Ichiro looked at the friend and spit out his drink, catching the other two's attention. You're a girl? He yelled out. Jiro tilted her head slightly, a small smirk forming on her face as she looked at Ichiro. Yeah, last time I checked, I was still a girl, she said, her tone light and playful, not taking offense at the surprised outburst. Izuku and Jiro had planned this, which is why they weren't too shocked at the way they were acting. Izuku had given her the lowdown of how they acted and what they did to him, and he had to call her at some point because she threatened to beat them to a pulp. It meant a lot she would do that for him, but it wouldn't do anything to help his cause. All right, let us get going to the train station. My future school awaits me, said Bakugo, leaving the apartment. Izuku, Jiro, and the rest of the group quickly gathered their things and made their way out of the apartment. Bakugo, already ahead, was stomping down the stairs with an air of impatience, clearly eager to get going. His words were sharp and clipped as he moved quickly, never once looking back to check on the others. Izuku sighed but didn't let it bother him too much. It was just Bakugo being Bakugo after all. As they walked to the train station, Inori looked back to Jiro and Izuku, smiling happily as they walked along the path. So, this is where Deku is getting all of his confidence from. That's why he started to walk around with more of it. It's because she became his friend, she thought to herself, narrowing her eyes at Jiro. Meanwhile, Jiro was chatting away with Izuku, her voice light and energetic as they continued on their way to the train station. So, Izuku, are you nervous at all? I mean, we're about to see UA, the place where the best heroes are trained. I'm kind of excited, to be honest. I've heard the place is crazy with how they do things. Izuku smiled softly, his hands tucked into his jacket pockets. A little nervous, yeah. It's just, I've always dreamed about going to UA, and now that it's so close, it feels unreal. Jiro laughed lightly, elbowing him gently. I bet it's overwhelming, but you'll be fine. You've got the heart of a hero, and you've worked hard to get here. That's all that matters. Izuku blushed slightly with her encouragement. Thanks, Jiro. It feels good to hear that. Inori went wide-eyed. That settles it. That is where he is getting confidence from. Whenever he doubts himself, she is there to bring him up. I need to do something about this before this gets out of hand. As they neared the train station, the group's energy started to pick up. Bakugo, as expected, was already at the platform, tapping his foot impatiently. Ichiro and Inori were discussing something quietly, though Inori occasionally shot glances toward Jiro, her earlier suspicions still lingering. It was clear that she was calculating her next move, trying to figure out what was so special about Izuku's new friend. They all boarded the train and were on their way to UA. Izuku couldn't help but smile as the train bustled by buildings waiting to go to his dream school. Jiro was lost in her own thoughts as they headed to UA. He wasn't kidding. Just off first glance, these three look like snobby kids. I am amazed that Izuku turned out the way he did with this pressure. I am glad I found him and made him my friend, otherwise he would be a lost soul right now, she thought, looking at her friend, marveling at the sights. The 5 future heroes soon made it to their stop and started to walk to the UA grounds. As they stepped off the train and began walking toward UA, the air was filled with a mixture of awe and anticipation. Even Bakugo, usually brash and dismissive, couldn't entirely hide his curiosity as the grand structure of UA Academy came into view. Its towering gates and sleek modern design were a testament to the prestige of the school, the beacon of hero training in Japan. Wow, said Ichiro, looking around. Agreed, replied Inori. The five of them soon stopped as the passes said to wait at the gate of the entrance, and they were there 15 minutes early, so they were all good to go. The group stood outside the massive gates of UA, each lost in their own thoughts. The air was crisp with the anticipation of something great. Izuku couldn't help but fidget with his tour pass as he glanced around at his companions. Bakugo leaned against a nearby post, arms crossed and tapping his foot impatiently, while Ichiro and Inori were whispering to each other, likely about Jiro. Jiro, on the other hand, was the picture of calm confidence. She had her hands in her jacket pockets, her eyes scanning the impressiveness of the academy. This place really lives up to the hype, she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. Izuku smiled softly at her words. Yeah, it really does, he agreed, his voice tinged with a mix of awe and excitement. I've read so much about it, but seeing it in person is something else. Jiro nudged him playfully. Guess this means we'll just have to work even harder to make sure we belong here. Huh? Yeah, he said, smiling. Before Izuku could respond, a loud voice cut through the quiet. You'd better not embarrass me, Deku, Bakugo barked, his fiery glare fixed on Izuku. Confused, Izuku tilted his head to the side with a perplexed look on his face. You're the only one yelling, meaning that you are likely the nervous one. Excuse me, he yelled out, but the conversation was stopped from a tap on Izuku's shoulder. Pardon me, sir, but are you here for the tour of this campus? Asked a deep voice from behind him, tapping on his shoulder. Izuku turned around and blinked, looking up at the figure with the bird-like head. Oh yes, we're here for the tour, he said, showing the tour pass he had been nervously fiddling with. The figure nodded, their sharp beak dipping slightly. Very well. I am also on this tour. My name is Fumikage Tokoyami. Pleasure to meet you, he said, shaking his hand. Nice to meet you too, Tokoyami, said Izuku, smiling at him. He wasn't the only one to show up. There were 3 more people on this tour. A girl that had vines for hair, a somewhat tall girl with black silky hair done up well in a ponytail, and a boy who stood well above the rest with multiple arms and a mask on his face. Oh yeah, who is ready to get their tour on? Yelled a man with blonde hair as he struck a pose. Everyone knew who this was as they stared at him. For those of you that don't know, my name is Present Mike. I am going to be your tour guide, my little listeners, he said, pointing to all of them. Izuku had stars in his eyes as he saw a hero right in front of him. Oh my gosh, he said, whispering to Jiro. I listen to his podcast every morning. Me too. I forgot that he was a teacher here at UA, she said, panning back over to him. All right, my little listeners, I need you names so that I can keep track of you all and not get in trouble again for losing a person, he said, scratching the back of his head. Inori Yagi, Ichiro Yagi, Katsuki Bakugo, Ibara Shiozaki, Mizo Shoji, Izuku Yagi, Kyoka Jiro, Momo Yayarozu, Fumikage Tokoyami. Present Mike smiled as he finished writing the names down. Awesome sauce. Now how about we get going, my future heroes? He said, striking another pose. The group, now fully gathered, stood in front of the towering gates of UA, ready to embark on the long-awaited tour. Present Mike waved his hand enthusiastically, leading them forward with unbridled energy. Follow me, my little listeners. We're going to get an exclusive look at the place where all the heroes are made. His voice echoed off the walls, and Izuku couldn't contain his excitement as he walked beside Jiro, trying to match her stride. As they passed through the gates, the scale of UA Academy hit them like a tidal wave. The sheer size of the grounds was overwhelming. Tall buildings towered over them, each one a symbol of the countless heroes that had trained here. Izuku felt a lump form in his throat as they moved deeper into the campus. This was it, the place he had dreamed about for so long. Now he was walking on its hallowed grounds. First stop, the main training area. Present Mike shouted, breaking the silence. Let me tell you, this is where all the magic happens. The real action. This is the place where you can train your quirks to the most of your potential or even get some actual physical training in. We have full-size cities, mock battle zones, and combat arenas. We also use this space for some of the more intense exams and testing, including the famous entrance exam. Present Mike grinned, clearly proud of the facilities. Present Mick's voice boomed again. All right, let's move on to the gym, my little listeners. This is where you're going to get a real taste of the training here at UA. Some of you might find it tough, but it's all part of the process of becoming a true hero. Present Mike continued. This gym is also where we host a lot of the practical exams and where students can get hands-on experience with their quirks. Let me tell you, the stuff we do here can get pretty intense, and if you're not careful, you might find yourself out of your depth. But don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to train and figure things out. This place is very dignified, said Momo behind them. Indeed, it is living up the expectations I expected from such a prestigious school, said Tokoyami. The group looked around, soaking in the environment. Shoji examined the various devices with keen interest, while Momo appeared to be mentally assessing the space. Her intelligent eyes scanned the equipment, likely thinking about how she would utilize these resources when it was her turn to train. Bakugo, who had been silent for most of the tour, grumbled impatiently. Yeah, whatever. Let's get to the good stuff. Oh, Bakugo, was it? You will see much more and what UA has to offer, he said. Present Mike led the group further into the sprawling UA grounds, his enthusiasm never faltering. All right, my little listeners, next up on our tour is the Support Development Studio. This is where all the tech-savvy minds come together to create the gear that helps heroes do what they do best. The group entered a large building buzzing with energy. Inside, they were met with a flurry of activity. Students designing suits, testing gadgets, and collaborating with instructors. The air smelled faintly of metal and oil, the sounds of welding and machinery humming in the background. This place is incredible, Ichiro exclaimed, his voice filled with awe. They're building hero gear right in front of us. Momo's eyes gleamed with interest. The level of innovation here is astounding. I've read about this place, but seeing it in action is something else. Jiro nudged Izuku lightly. Bet you'd love to try some of this tech out, huh? Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. It's amazing. I'd probably spend hours here if I could. Let's keep moving, Present Mike announced, clapping his hands. The next stop is the dormitories, something that is new to the UA school. They were implemented this year, he said, making his way across the campus. There was a quiet silence for a little while as the group slowly made their way to the newly built dorms. Welcome to the dorms, said Present Mike, showcasing the buildings before him. As you can, we have Class 1A and Class 1B sharing the building together. This goes for the second years and third years. Let us not forget we have dorms for the support course and general course students, he said, opening the door for them to enter the Class 1A building. The group stepped into the Class 1A dorm building, greeted by a spacious and modern common area. The room was tastefully decorated, with a mix of sleek furniture and colorful accents that gave it a warm yet contemporary feel. Large windows allowed natural light to stream in, and a soft hum of activity could be heard from the adjacent kitchen and lounge areas. This is the shared living space where you'll spend a lot of your downtime, Present Mike explained, his arms spread wide. It's designed to help you bond as a class while giving you all the comforts you need to focus on your training. Each floor has its own unique layout, and your private rooms are fully customizable. The students began exploring the common area, their excitement palpable. Momo walked over to examine the bookshelves lining one of the walls, while Shoji observed the kitchen setup with interest. Tokoyami found a corner near the windows, quietly admiring the view of the campus grounds. Ah, and here is one of our amazing first-year students, said Present Mike, placing an arm around a student who was on the couch. Izuku looked to see the boy had small black eyes with blonde spiky hair, a smile on his face. Hello, everyone. My name is Mirio Togata, he said. Mirio Togata's bright, warm smile immediately put everyone at ease. I am a first year here, and I can say that everything here is amazing, and if you all attend here in the future, you will all get the best education, he said, winking and giving a thumbs up. The group chuckled at Mirio's infectious enthusiasm. His bright personality seemed to radiate positivity, easing any lingering nerves among the potential students. Thanks, Mirio, Present Mike said, gesturing to the rest of the group. Why don't you tell them a little more about what it's like to train here at UA? Mirio nodded eagerly. Of course, UA really pushes you to grow, not just as a hero but as a person too. The teachers are amazing, the facilities are top-notch, and the challenges. Well, let's just say you'll discover what you're truly capable of. Jiro tilted her head. What kind of challenges do you mean? Great question, Mirio responded. For example, there are mock battles where you have to strategize against classmates, rescue simulations that test your quick thinking, and physical challenges that push your limits. Oh, and the teachers sometimes jump in to make things extra tricky. Bakugo smirked, his competitive side already stirred. Sounds like my kind of place. I'll show everyone how it's done. Mirio chuckled, unfazed by Bakugo's boldness. That's the spirit. But remember, teamwork and adaptability are just as important as raw power. As the group continued to ask Mirio questions, Izuku couldn't help but feel inspired. He admired Mirio's confidence and easy demeanor. If I make it to UA, I want to carry myself like that, Izuku thought. All right, let's not overwhelm the guy, Present Mike interjected with a laugh. We've still got more to see, my little listeners. Next up, let's head to the cafeteria. The group followed Present Mike out of the dorms and toward a sleek, modern building with wide glass doors. Inside, the cafeteria was bustling with activity. Students were scattered across tables, some chatting animatedly, while others focused on their meals or books. The aroma of freshly cooked food filled the air, making more than a few stomachs rumble. This is the cafeteria, Present Mike announced. They've got everything you could want, nutritious meals, quick snacks, and even options tailored to students with specific dietary needs. Trust me, the food here is so good, you'll forget it's part of school life. Momo raised her hand slightly. Do they cater meals for students with unique quirks that affect their dietary requirements? Absolutely, Present Mike assured her. We've got chefs and nutritionists who work together to make sure every student gets exactly what they need to perform their best. The group spent a few minutes exploring the cafeteria, with Ichiro marveling at the variety of food options on display. This place is like a 5-star restaurant, he whispered to Jiro, who nodded in agreement. Actually, what is convenient about this is that it is lunchtime right now. So how about we all get some grub, and I will meet back with you here in a bit. I need to go talk to one of the teachers here, he said, winking at them and walking away. As Present Mike strolled off, the group found themselves standing in the middle of the bustling cafeteria. They exchanged glances, some feeling a bit hesitant about diving into the lunch crowd, while others were eager to sample the food. Izuku and Jiro sat together while they noticed that his siblings and Bakugo were at a table far away from them. He was fine with that, so he didn't need to deal with them. Izuku and Jiro exchanged a small smile as they sat down at a corner table, trays of food in front of them. The aroma of freshly made curry wafted from Jiro's plate, while Izuku's tray was laden with a balanced assortment of rice, grilled fish, and steamed vegetables. The quiet hum of the cafeteria seemed to provide a momentary reprieve from the energy of the day so far. Excuse me, mind if we can sit here? Asked Momo with a tray in her hands. Izuku looked to see Shoji, Tokoyami, and Ibara were there too. Of course, he said, smiling, gesturing to the seats. The group settled into their seats, and the atmosphere at the table quickly became lively. Momo placed her tray neatly in front of her and adjusted her posture, always composed and elegant. Shoji, with his calm and collected demeanor, sat down with minimal fuss, while Tokoyami chose a seat that allowed him to keep an eye on the room. Ibara, serene as always, folded her hands briefly in silent prayer before picking up her utensils. This place really does feel like a step above a regular school, Momo said, glancing around the cafeteria. Even the food options seem designed to cater to every taste and need. It's impressive. Shoji nodded in agreement. It's clear UA takes its students' well-being seriously. The facilities, the dorms, and now this cafeteria. It all shows their commitment to developing heroes in every aspect. I find the balance between functionality and aesthetics here to be quite harmonious. Tokoyami added, his tone reflective. It fosters a sense of unity while maintaining individuality. Ibara smiled softly. It's truly a blessing to be in an environment that supports us so fully. I can see why so many students aspire to join UA. So, it was Izuku Yagi, was it? Asked Momo, getting his attention. Yes, said Izuku. Are you a part of triplets then because you have the same last name as those other two individuals? He asked. Izuku straightened himself before answering her. Yes, I am. We don't really get along all that well, he said honestly. That's why they are standoffish from me. Momo tilted her head, her expression softening with curiosity and a touch of concern. I see. That must be difficult for you. Tokoyami nodded, his voice solemn. True strength often arises from solitude. Though the journey may feel lonely, it hones one's spirit. Shoji gave Izuku an encouraging look. But it doesn't mean you have to walk that path entirely alone. There's strength in finding others who support you. Oh, I know. That's why I am friends with Jiro right here, he said, pointing over to her. He put an arm around her and smiled. She is pretty punk rock, as she likes to say. Jiro shrunk a little bit and blushed slightly. Jiro quickly swatted Izuku's hand off her shoulder, though her cheeks remained tinted with a faint blush. Don't get carried away, Yagi, she mumbled, her tone a mix of embarrassment and amusement. So, what is everybody's quirks? He asked, trying to get to know everyone. Momo was the first to respond, her tone polite and eager to share. My quirk is creation. It allows me to create any non-living material or object, as long as I know its molecular structure. It's incredibly versatile, though it requires a lot of studying to master. She smiled modestly. I've spent years learning chemistry and engineering to make the most of it. That's incredible, Izuku said, his eyes lighting up with genuine admiration. The amount of knowledge and strategy you must need. It's like you're carrying a portable laboratory with you. Momo blushed slightly at the compliment but maintained her composure. Thank you, Yagi. It's a privilege to use it to help others. Jiro looked at the blushing girl with a weird feeling in her chest. She didn't know what it was, but she didn't like Izuku complimenting other girls. Tokoyami nodded, his expression serious. I am Fumikage Tokoyami, and my quirk is Dark Shadow. It allows me to manifest a sentient shadowy creature that I can control. Ibara spoke next, her voice soft yet confident. My quirk is vines. My hair functions as extendable and flexible vines that I can control with precision. They're excellent for capturing, restraining, or even shielding others. However, they require care and hydration to remain effective. Like a living shield and tool, Izuku murmured, visibly impressed. That's so unique. It must feel like an extension of yourself. Ibara smiled, a serene warmth in her eyes. Indeed, it is. I view it as a gift to serve others. Shoji chimed in, his deep voice calm and steady. I go by Shoji Mizo. My quirk is dupli arms. I can replicate different parts of my body, like hands or eyes, on the tips of my tentacle-like arms. It's great for multitasking, reconnaissance, and close combat. That's so practical, Izuku said, leaning forward slightly. You must have incredible adaptability in both offense and support roles. Shoji nodded. It's useful, though it also means training a variety of skills to maximize its potential. Finally, Jiro cleared her throat. Well, my quirk is earphone jack. I can plug my jacks into objects to channel sound waves, either to amplify my heartbeat for sonic attacks or to pick up faint vibrations and sounds. That's very unique, said Momo. Jiro shrugged, a slightly sheepish smile tugging at her lips. I guess it's a bit unconventional, but it works for me. Plus, it's handy when I'm not playing music, she added with a wink. What about you, Yagi? Asked Ibra. Jiro looked over to him, realizing that this could be a problem. She knew that he had 5 quirks now, 6 if you include synthesist, and he couldn't just openly say it. Izuku hesitated for a moment, his mouth opening slightly as he tried to figure out how to explain his quirks without revealing too much. He couldn't exactly tell them about all 5 of his quirks, 6 if you counted synthesist. The truth was complicated, and he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. But before he could formulate an answer, the loud boom of Present Mix's voice cut through the air. All right, kids, are we ready to continue the tour? Present Mix's trademark enthusiasm bounced through the cafeteria as he approached the table with a wide grin on his face. Izuku quickly straightened up, glad for the interruption. Yeah, ready when you are, he said, flashing a quick smile to his classmates, who seemed just as eager to move on from their lunch break. Present Mike gave a quick thumbs up. Great, follow me. Everybody, we've got more to see, and it's time to hit the ground running. As Present Mike led the group toward the hallway, the students shuffled along, chatting amongst themselves and stretching a bit after their meal. Some seemed relieved to be away from the lunch table, eager to get moving again, while others looked like they were ready for a break after all the new information they'd absorbed. Bathrooms, bathrooms, Present Mike called back to the group, his energy unwavering. You've got about 2 minutes before we move out. Make sure you're all set, 'cause we've got a packed schedule ahead. Jiro walked into the bathroom to wash her hands real quick after her meal. She heard someone else enter and turned her head to the door to see it was Izuku's sister who was walking in. She assumed she had to use the bathroom too, but she was there for a different reason. Jiro, she said distastefully. Yes, Inori, she replied to her. How much did he pay you to hang out with him? She said, leaning against the wall. She tilted her head confused. Excuse me. My brother is too boring to have friends. Not to mention he doesn't even have a quirk. So how much did he pay you to be his friend? She said, putting up air quotes. Jiro's confusion deepened as she processed Inori's words. She had expected this from what Izuku told her. But this felt different, and it caught her off guard. She blinked, taking a step back from the sink. I'm sorry, I don't really understand what you're saying. Inori's eyes narrowed as she crossed her arms, leaning against the bathroom wall in a relaxed yet pointed stance. You heard me. Izuku's got no charm, no skills. He doesn't have a quirk at all. Why are you hanging out with him? She scoffed, clearly dismissing her brother's abilities with a flick on her wrist. He's the kid who should have been left in the shadows, but you are hanging out with him for a reason that I can't think of. He is about the pinnacle of uselessness. Jiro's hands balled into fists as her anger began to boil over. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. How dare Inori talk about Izuku like that? He was a hard-working, kind-hearted person, and to have his own sister belittle him in such a way was beyond infuriating. She closed the gap between them, her voice low but edged with fury. You really think that's how things are? That Izuku is some kind of burden to be thrown away just because of who he is? Jiro's tone was sharp, and the energy around her crackled with frustration. You don't know the first thing about him. Do you think because he doesn't fit into your little box of what's useful or cool, that he's worthless? All I see is that he has an asshole sister and brother who don't give a shit about him. That's where I went in showing him is worth something and that he can be something. It's disgusting to see siblings treat him like this, she said angrily. Inori's eyes widened slightly at Jiro's words, but the shock quickly faded into a cold, disdainful smirk. She uncrossed her arms and stepped closer, looking down at Jiro as if she were the one in control. You think you know him, huh? You think you understand what he's been through? You don't get it. He's always been the disappointment in our family. The one who never lived up to expectations. It's not my fault he can't keep up. If you're determined to waste your time on him, then be my guest. But don't act like you're doing him any favors. You're just indulging his pathetic fantasies, Inori said, turning away from her. And you're just being a huge bitch in his life that thinks too highly of herself. I can't imagine how your parents treat him, she replied to her bitterly. Inori paused for a moment, her back still turned to Jiro. But Jiro could feel the sharpness of her words hanging in the air. It was clear that Inori was on the defensive now, and Jiro's last remark had struck a nerve. Inori's entire demeanor had shifted, her posture stiffening as she clenched her jaw tightly. Watch your mouth, you fucking lesbian-looking bitch, Inori spat, her voice icy. You don't know a thing about our family. Don't think you can come here and act like you know what's best for Izuku. You don't know what it's like to have him dragging down everything he touches. Jiro, unfazed by the comment, got in her face to say one last thing. Then you know nothing of him. 10 years from now, Izuku is going to be the #1 hero smiling at world and being a hero to everyone and their hearts. Your family will be the ones at the bottom, she said, pushing her slightly as she left the bathroom in a huff. All right, everyone ready to go? We've got places to be and things to do. Time to get moving, folks, said Present Mike. Let's finish this up. The next couple of hours went by in a flash as the group wondered about the rest of the UA campus. Soon they were at the gate ready to leave. I would like to thank you all for coming to tour our marvelous campus and get a glimpse of what we have to offer here at UA, Present Mike said with his usual enthusiasm as he waved them toward the exit. Remember, this place is full of opportunity, and you're all capable of great things. Take in everything you've seen today. It's just the start. The future UA students began to walk away, but Izuku was stopped by Momo, who turned to him quickly. Wait, I would like to exchange my numbers with you, so that we can stay in touch. You do plan on attending UA, right? Izuku blinked in surprise as Momo approached him, a gentle but determined smile on her face. His heart skipped a beat at her words. He had only just met her, but it seemed like she was already making an effort to keep in touch. It was something he hadn't expected but felt a little grateful for. I do plan on attending UA, Izuku said, his voice a bit uncertain but hopeful. I'd be happy to exchange numbers. Momo's smile grew wider, and she pulled out her phone, unlocking it with a quick swipe. Great! I think it'll be good for us to stay connected. We're all going to face challenges ahead, and it might help to have someone to bounce ideas off of or just talk to every now and then. Izuku nodded enthusiastically, already feeling the weight of the upcoming challenge, but also sensing that he was starting to build a network of people who would be there to support him. He reached into his pocket for his phone, quickly pulling it out and unlocking it. Here you go, Izuku said, holding out his phone to Momo. Shoji looked at this and smiled from one of his arms. That is a great idea. Let's stay in touch with each other, he said, giving his number out. He saw Bakugo, Inori, and Ichiro had walked from the group to make their way home, ignoring them as they exchanged numbers. He soon had Ibara's, Shoji's, Momo's, and Tokoyami's numbers, and felt a sense of camaraderie forming among them. It felt like he was finally starting to build a support system, one that might carry him through the challenges of UA. It was nice meeting you all, said Izuku to them as him and Jiro started to walk away. Let's hope that we see each other again, said Ibara, bowing to him. Izuku smiled softly, his heart warm with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Yeah, I hope so too, he replied, bowing slightly in return before turning to walk alongside Jiro. Jiro looked down at the ground as they made their way to the train station. Izuku caught notice of this and frowned a little. You okay, Jiro? Jiro hesitated for a moment, her hands stuffed deep into her jacket pockets. She kicked a stray pebble on the sidewalk, watching it bounce away before she spoke. Yeah, just thinking about some stuff. Izuku tilted his head, concern evident in his expression. Was it something Inori said? How did you know? she said, looking at him slightly surprised. Because she went into the bathroom the same time you did, and you came out of the bathroom looking like you were going to go Super Saiyan, he said, moving closer to her. Jiro chuckled softly at Izuku's attempt to lighten the mood, but the tension in her shoulders didn't entirely ease. Yeah, she had some choice words, she admitted. She said some really awful things about you, about how useless you are and how you don't deserve friends. Honestly, it pissed me off more than I thought it would. Izuku sighed. What did she say about you? 'Cause I know she said something to you specifically. Izuku followed Jiro onto the train, his concern growing. He took a seat across from her, waiting for her to answer. Jiro leaned back against the window, her arms crossed tightly as if trying to shield herself from the memory of the conversation. She called me a lesbian-looking bitch, Jiro finally muttered, her tone half disbelieving, half angry. I don't even know why she felt the need to say it. It's like she was just reaching for something to hurt me. It's not the first time someone thought I was a lesbian. I don't get why people associated short-haired woman with lesbian. Izuku's eyes widened, and his expression immediately darkened. That's awful. I'm so sorry, Jiro. She had no right to say something like that. Yeah, well, I'm used to dealing with people who think they can get under my skin by throwing around insults, Jiro said, shrugging, but her voice betrayed a hint of hurt. What really got to me wasn't what she said about me. It was the way she talked about you, like you were some kind of inconvenience to her, someone who didn't deserve to have people care about him. It made me want to punch a wall. Izuku looked down at his hands, his fingers curling into fists. She's always been like that. Even when we were kids, she never saw me as her equal. It's not just Inori, though. My brother Ichiro, he's the same way. It's like I don't even exist with them most of the time, and when I do, it's just to remind me that I'm not enough. I know I have told you a lot about them and how they treat me, but that's just what they do. I'm sorry for bringing you into this. Jiro's eyes softened as she looked at Izuku. She uncrossed her arms and leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. Hey, don't apologize. You didn't bring me into anything, I chose to step in. Besides, you don't deserve to deal with that kind of crap alone. And for the record, they're wrong about you. You're not enough. You're plenty. Izuku blushed heavily at the compliment and didn't know what to do. He did know he had to address what Inori said to Jiro. It was mean, to put it simply, and he felt like he needed to say something to her because it was visibly bothering her. Izuku took a deep breath, his determination rising as he looked at Jiro. He leaned forward slightly, his voice soft but resolute. Jiro, what Inori said to you, it wasn't just mean. It was wrong, plain and simple. You didn't deserve that, and I hate that she made you feel like you did. Jiro shrugged, her fingers idly playing with the zipper of her jacket. It's not like I haven't heard stuff like that before. People like to think they know me based on how I look. Short hair, a bit of an edge to my style. Suddenly I'm some stereotype they can throw insults at. It doesn't usually bother me, but today, it did. I know I am not a lesbian, but I hate it when people say that stuff. Izuku was turning red from embarrassment. He knew he wasn't good with this type of stuff. He knew he was an awkward kind of guy, but he needed to push this to the side for now. It was for Jiro. Izuku shifted nervously in his seat, clasping his hands together as he struggled to find the right words. I get that. I mean, not exactly, but people have said things about me too, stuff they think they know just by looking at me. Or because of my quirklessness. Or, well, used to be quirklessness. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, glancing at Jiro to gauge her reaction. Jiro leaned her head back against the window, her lips curving into a faint smirk. You really are a dork, Midoriya. But, thanks. I guess you'd understand better than most. Her smirk faded as she turned her gaze to the passing lights outside. Still, it doesn't make it any less annoying. I don't care if people think I'm a lesbian or whatever. I know who I am. But when someone says it like it's an insult, like it's something I should feel ashamed of, she clenched her fists. That gets under my skin. Jiro then went wide-eyed as she felt something on her right cheek, and it was his hand. Izuku was struggling to do this as he was looking away from her slightly but continued. He moved his hand to where a couple of fingers were near her earphone jack, and a few were on her cheek. Jiro froze, her breath catching in her throat, as she felt the warmth of Izuku's hand against her cheek. Her usual sharp, sarcastic demeanor was stripped away, leaving her vulnerable and unsure. "Wayagi?" she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku's face was a deep shade of red, and his eyes darted away, refusing to meet hers.
Just.
"I wanted to say something," he mumbled, his voice trembling. "You're amazing just the way you are, Jiro. If it means anything, I like your hair. I like your personality. It makes you look gorgeous," Izuku finally managed to say, his voice barely above a whisper. "Strong, confident, cool. That is what you are." His hand trembled slightly against her cheek. I mean, not that you need my opinion or anything. I just, wanted you to know." Jiro blinked, stunned into silence. She had never expected those words to come out of Izuku's mouth, especially not directed at her. For someone so perpetually awkward, he had a knack for throwing her completely off guard. Her face felt hot, and she was sure her expression was betraying just how flustered she was. Her face was almost a bright red, and her right earphone jack unconsciously moved around his fingers that were still touching her face. Izuku, still visibly panicked from his own boldness, quickly started rambling in an attempt to fill the silence. I just mean, like, you have this way of being, yourself. And it's really, inspiring," he said, pulling his hand away. "Not that I'm saying I'm inspired by you or wait. I mean, I am, but not in a weird way. Just stop," she said. Izuku froze, completely taken off guard by Jiro's sudden embrace. His heart raced in his chest, and for a moment, he couldn't even remember how to breathe. Her arms wrapped around him tightly, and he could feel the warmth of her body pressing against his. It was an unexpected move, especially from someone like Jiro, who usually kept her distance with her tough demeanor. "Jiro?" he stammered, his voice almost caught in his throat. Jiro didn't pull away, though. She held him there, and he could feel her take a deep breath, almost as if she was trying to ground herself. It took him a few moments before he realized that, for the first time in a long while, she wasn't being sarcastic or hiding behind her usual sharp remarks. She was simply being herself. He had never seen this side of her before, and he liked it, and it made Izuku's heart thrum even faster. "You're such an idiot, Yagi," Jiro murmured, her voice muffled against his chest, and he knew she didn't mean it. Izuku looked around to see no one else was in the train car, and he looked down at Jiro, who was still embracing him. He slowly put his arms around her and blushed heavily at the contact. "Why's that?" he asked slowly. "No reason," she said into his chest. The train then came to a stop. Jiro pulled back, releasing her embrace with a small sigh, though her fingers lingered on the edge of his jacket as she looked up at him. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, still feeling the warmth of her touch, his heart hammering in his chest. It felt like the train had stopped for longer than usual, as if time had momentarily slowed down just for them. As the doors to the train slid open, Jiro adjusted her jacket, straightening up and offering him a small, playful grin. "Well, looks like we're here," she said, her tone returning to its usual teasing self. But there was a softness to it now, a sense of understanding that hadn't been there before. "Yeah. Let's walk you home," said Izuku, not meeting her eyes as they got up. They left the train station, and there was silence between the two of them for almost the whole journey. Thankfully for Izuku, it was a quick walk to get to her house. As they reached the intersection near Jiro's house, Izuku stopped, glancing at her. "Well, here we are, safe and sound." Jiro smiled, her gaze lingering on him for a moment before she gave him a small nod. "Yeah, thanks, Yagi." Izuku took a deep breath before speaking. "I meant what I said, Jiro. I hope you know that." Jiro smiled as she looked at him. "I know, you big ol' nerd." she said, smirking. Izuku went to say something but was cut off by another hug from Jiro. He was a few inches taller than her, and she still hit his upper chest. Izuku blushed for what was the 100th time in the past 30 minutes and hugged her back. You know, you don't have to call me nerd for everything. Jiro chuckled softly. Her arms still wrapped around Izuku's waist as she leaned into the embrace. It's a term of endearment, Yagi, she teased, her voice full of warmth. Besides, you're not exactly helping yourself by being so… well, you. I know, but no. You are amazing, Jiro. I won't let you have to deal with my family like that again. You didn't deserve it? He said, still pissed at what Inori called Jiro. I know I didn't, but you all don't deserve anything that they do to you, she said, getting out of the hug now. Yeah. Have a good night, Jiro, he said, starting to walk away from her. Oh, and Yagi, she called out to him. Izuku turned around, still blushing slightly. You said all that stuff about me, so I should do that same, she said, clearing her throat. You are a very selfless, caring, and incredible as a person. Never let that change about you, she said, her face turning red from saying it. Though Izuku didn't see that, he smiled at the compliment. You are too. Have a good night, Jiro, he said, turning around and leaving. Jiro immediately went inside and turned to shut the door, leaning against it slightly. Mika saw her daughter had been talking about Izuku outside and knew something was up. How was the tour of UA, honey? Mika asked, her voice light but with an underlying curiosity. Jiro let out a soft sigh, still trying to steady her breathing. It was fine, she muttered, her voice quieter than usual. She quickly kicked off her shoes and walked further into the house, trying to act as though nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Mika raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying the casual response. She moved toward Jiro, who was now fiddling with the sleeve of her jacket. You're not fooling me, sweetie, Mika said with a small smile. What happened out there? You've been acting a bit different ever since you came back. Jiro flushed a little bit, poking her earphone jacks together. Oh, you know, something happened. Izuku defended me. Said some stuff to make me feel better. Oh, what a nice boy. I knew he was a good kid, she said, leaving the answer open for her to finish. Jiro cleared her throat, trying to ignore the heat in her cheeks. She rubbed the back of her neck, suddenly feeling more self-conscious than she had earlier. Yeah, some girl called me a lesbian. Again. He didn't take it lightly and reassured me that there was nothing wrong with me. He said I was gorgeous, strong, confident, and… she said, getting more and more red as she spoke. Mika's eyes widened with surprise, a warm smile spreading across her face as she watched Jiro squirm in embarrassment. Well, sounds like someone made an impression, she teased gently, her tone light but affectionate. I knew that boy had a good heart, but hearing it from you, well, that's something. Jiro groaned, burying her face in her hands for a moment. Stop it, Mom. You're embarrassing me, she muttered, though she couldn't hide the slight flush in her cheeks. I didn't expect him to say those things. And honestly, I wasn't sure what to do. It's just, no one's really ever stood up for me like that before. I'm going to my room, she said, all flustered. Her mother let out a gentle smile as she went back to the kitchen. Keep that up, Izuka, honey, and she will be… something more, she said, smiling at a picture of her and her husband. Chapter 7. A Very Long Day. 1 year later, the sludge villain incident. Izuku walked by himself as he was on his way to school. He had gotten cleaned up from his workout and smiled at the day he was having. He was now 14 years old, his green hair flowing gently in the wind. Thanks to his father's genetics, he was a healthy 5 feet 9 inches with a very lean body from all of the workouts he had been doing the past couple years. He wore clothing that was slightly baggy to make sure people didn't know of his training, mainly his siblings. His notebook cover company was now making him around $5,000 a month in profit, and if he wanted to, he could just use the money to live off of the rest of his life. Who would have thought that my obsession with heroes would turn into a business? He murmured. He still was doing designs of heroes on the covers, and they were still doing him good. He had been completing tasks and goals that were set for him to get quirk creation points, and as of now, he had a total of 3 quirk creation points for him to use. He had been saving them as he didn't know what to. He had been keeping contact with his friends that he went on the tour with as much as possible, making sure to hang out with them at least once a month, as some live over a few hours away. The streets of Mizudafu bustled with the usual morning activity. Parents rushing their children to school, shopkeepers opening their stores, and the occasional hero flying overhead on their way to a mission. Izuku's sharp eyes caught sight of a hero in action. A towering man clad in red and gold apprehending a petty thief. A spark of admiration lit up in Izuku's emerald eyes, and his pace quickened. He couldn't wait to reach school, where he'd get to discuss the latest hero news with his classmates, or at least the few who tolerated his enthusiasm. He was interrupted from his thoughts when he saw an explosion in the distance. He ran over to see that there was a fight happening. As Izuku Midoriya watches the intense scene unfold at Tatooine Station, his mind races with thoughts and emotions, mirroring his awe and admiration from the first time he witnessed heroes in action. He immediately pulled out his hero analysis book similar to what Jiro got him a while ago. Standing off to the side, Izuku's wide eyes are filled with admiration for the hero's swift and coordinated response. He can hardly contain his excitement as he observes Death Arms using his overwhelming strength to hold the falling portal catenary, his powerful muscles straining under the weight. It's exactly the kind of heroism that Izuku has always dreamed of. A hero putting everything on the line to save others, no matter the cost. Backdraft's ability to create a water fence is something Izuku is particularly fascinated by. His water pump quirk is so precise and well-timed, controlling the situation by keeping the citizens at a safe distance. Izuku knows how important it is for heroes to maintain public safety, and Backdraft's calm and strategic use of his power impresses him greatly. But what captures his attention the most is Kamui Woods. As the hero with the ability to control and manipulate wood, Kamui's arrival feels like a turning point in the fight. Izuku can almost feel the tension rise, knowing that the giant villain is going to have to face Kamui's formidable power. He imagines Kamui's flexible, controlled movements, his wood-like appendages sprouting from his body to restrain the villain, all while the massive figure looms before him. It's a battle of agility versus brute force, and Izuku wonders how the fight will unfold. Izuku watches the unfolding fight with an intensity that borders on obsession, his notebook already out, scribbling furiously as he documents every move, every strategy, and every quirk application in the battle. He can barely keep up with the pace of Kamui Wood's movements, marveling at how the hero's Arbor quirk allows him to dodge the giant villain's crushing attacks with such finesse. When the giant villain lashes out with his enormous hand, Izuku's breath catches in his throat, fearing for Kamui Wood's safety. But the hero's fluid agility amazes him. Kamui dodges effortlessly, his wooden limbs extending and retracting in perfect harmony with his movements. Izuku mutters to himself as he writes, noting how Kamui Woods uses his quirk not just for offense but also for mobility and evasion. Dodged again. His reaction time is incredible, and his control over his Arbor quirk, it's almost like an extension of his body. Izuku mumbles, oblivious to the curious stares of the bystanders around him. When Kamui Woods attempts to restrain the villain by running up his arm and seizing his wrist, Izuku is on the edge of his seat. That's it. He's trying to immobilize him, if he can just. But his excitement turns to shock as the giant villain effortlessly waves Kamui Woods away, sending him flying through the air. Just as Kamui Woods prepares to unleash his lacquered chain prison, Izuku leans forward, barely able to contain his excitement. But before the attack can land, the ground shakes violently as a massive figure leaped into the fray. Without hesitation, Empty Lady strikes with her canyon cannon, a devastating kick that sends the giant villain sprawling. The force of her attack shakes the area, and the crowd erupts in cheers as the villain collapses, defeated. Izuku's jaw drops in awe. She took him down in one hit. Her strength and timing are unbelievable. As the dust settles and the crowd's cheers grow louder, Izuku can't help but feel a mixture of emotions. Admiration for the heroes, awe at their abilities, and a burning determination to one day stand among them. Watching Kamui Wood's strategy, MT Lady's overwhelming power, and the teamwork of all the heroes involved only reinforces his dream. Izuku blushed a little at how MT Lady was dressed but still wrote her down in his hero analysis book number 13. He knew she dressed like that on purpose. He started to mutter as he wrote, "This is her hero debut, and she didn't do that bad of a job. Her quirk is gigantification, allowing her to increase the size of her whole body. I wonder if she can control the exact degree of her size or if it's always a fixed height. Does it take a lot of stamina to maintain? How much space does she need to maneuver effectively without causing collateral damage?" Izuku's pen flew across the page, filling it with notes and sketches of MT Lady's stance, her cannon attack, and the way she seemed to time her arrival perfectly to finish the fight. His mind buzzed with analysis, considering how her quirk could be both a strength and a potential weakness. She's definitely strong, but I wonder how she handles tighter spaces or urban environments where her size could be a liability. And her timing, was that purely instinct? Or does she have experience calculating the right moment to intervene? Oh, and that kick. The force generated must have been immense. The angle, the precision. If the villain had managed to dodge, would it have been hard for her to recover? The crowd around him began to disperse, satisfied that the danger was over, but Izuku stayed rooted in place, lost in his thoughts. He glanced back at Kamui Woods, who was already helping Death Arms and Backdraft secure the area. Kamui Woods was about to use lacquered chain prison. I wonder if he's frustrated about being upstaged or if he's used to working with heroes like MT Lady. Teamwork is so critical in these scenarios. Maybe I should add a note about how they combined their efforts. He heard his ringtone from his pocket to see who it was. He pulled it out to see it was Momo Yaoyorozu and smiled at that. From that day on the UA tour, he and Jiro became great friends with Momo, Shoji, Ibara, and Tokoyami. While they didn't hang out all the time, they were able to see each other occasionally to talk about what they were doing. Izuku quickly answered the call, his face lighting up with a genuine smile. "Hey, Yaoyorozu, what's up?" Momo's calm yet enthusiastic voice came through the line. "Good morning, Yagi. How are you today?" "Just dandy, but you are not going to believe this. I got to see Kamui Wood, Death Arms, and then a new hero called MT Lady making her debut." Izuku's excitement bubbled through the phone as he launched into a detailed recount of the morning's events. "Yaoyorozu, it was incredible. Kamui Woods was so agile, dodging the villain's attacks like it was nothing. Then MT Lady came out of nowhere with this massive kick, the cannon, and took the villain down in one hit. Her timing and power were insane." "That's amazing. I bet you were able to jot that down already," she said, giggling. "Yeah, I was. Say, not to be unappreciative for you calling me, but don't you have school?" "Because I do," he said as he walked through the gate to go to class. "Oh, well, our school gets a day off a month, and that is that day," she said happily. "I was debating on using it to meet you when you were done with school." Izuku blinked, surprised but excited by Momo's suggestion. "Really? Do you want to meet up? That sounds great. I mean, if it's not too much trouble for you." "Not at all," Momo assured him. "I thought we could spend some time going over hero strategies. I've been refining a few ideas for combat scenarios, and I think your insights would be invaluable. Plus, I've been curious about what you do for your training. I was thinking the library near your school," Momo suggested. "It's quiet, and they have private study rooms we could use." Izuku walked down the hallway to his classroom smiling. "I would love that. I will meet you there. Bye, my class is starting now," he said. "See you later, Yagi," said Momo, hanging up. Izuku put down the phone and sat down in his normal seat. He looked to see Ichiro and Inori glancing at him. The two of them were physically much stronger than they were when his father started to train him. Not quirk-wise, but body-wise. Inori was much more toned while Ichiro bulked up and slimmed down, slightly giving off a much more athletic build than the bulky physique he used to have. They both had been putting in extra hours in the gym, following Izuku's father's advice to work on their physical condition and resilience. Nothing really changed between him and his family, and to be honest, he was fine with that. He had grown accustomed to the feeling of doing something for himself and hanging out with his friends that truly cared for him. He looked up to see his teacher walk into the room with a stack of papers. As the teacher began handing them out, his gaze lingered on Izuku for a moment. "This is your last year," he began, his tone serious. "You should start thinking seriously about your future. But you guys are all planning to become heroes, right?" He paused, waiting for a response. "Yeah." A chorus of voices responded enthusiastically from the class as kids started to use their quirks. The teacher nodded approvingly. "Yes, yes, you all have wonderful quirks," he said, but his tone shifted. "But using your powers at school is against the rules." Izuku's mind snapped back to attention. The excitement that had started to build inside him now shifted to focus. He understood where this was going. Using your abilities outside of controlled environments could easily lead to accidents, misunderstandings, or worse, putting others in danger. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. "Sensei," Katsuki Bakugo's voice cut through the air with his trademark intensity. "Don't lump me with these guys," Bakugo snapped, his face contorted with disdain. "There's no way we're going to be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these losers." "Agreed, myself, Inori, and Kaken are going to go far. These guys would be like to get hired by some D-lister in the future," Ichiro said, pointing his thumb back at the crowd of students. Izuku shook his head at his brother's remark. Now he will admit Impact Drive is a very powerful quirk. Inori's quirk Mind's Reach is also very powerful, even Bakugo's quirk is as well, but they didn't need to act like snobs about it. Any quirk trained well enough could have its uses for hero work. He was snapped from his thoughts as the teacher turned their attention to the trio. "Oh yeah, if I remember correctly, Inori, Ichiro, and Bakugo," the teacher said, eyeing the group. "You three wanted to attend UA? Is that correct?" Ichiro nodded with a serious expression, his sharp eyes showing nothing but determination. "Absolutely," he said, his voice steady. "UA is where the strongest go. It's where I belong." Bakugo's smirk was immediate, his usual arrogance on full display. "Of course, we're aiming for UA. We aced the mock test. We're the only ones at this school who could possibly get into UA." His voice boomed with unshakable confidence, as if the fact were a known truth. "We'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. Our names will be inscribed on the list of top earners." "Yeah, sure, Kaken," Ichiro added with a grin, his voice filled with the same level of arrogance. "You might just beat everyone to the top. Inori and I will be right behind you, though. We're not the type to settle for second place. Expect us to be right there every step of the way." "Oh yeah, that is right, Izuku, you were planning on attending UA, right?" asked the teacher, making everyone divert their attention to the young man sitting in his seat. "Yes, sir," was all he said, causing an uproar between the students. Most were laughter, but his siblings and Bakugo just looked at him with a mixture of anger and confusion. "The youngest of the Yagi triplets, attending UA, that's the best jokes I've heard all day," said one of the students, laughing his ass off. Izuku gritted his teeth but kept silent. His classmates' laughter echoed in his ears, but he refused to let it shake him. He had spent too much time doubting himself already. Now, more than ever, he needed to stay focused on his goal. His siblings, Inori and Ichiro, didn't help matters. Inori raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Ichiro, however, shook his head, his lips curling into a sneer. "Pathetic," he muttered under his breath, but just loud enough for Izuku to hear. "You'll never make it. Just face it, you're not cut out for it." Izuku sighed once more. This was going to be a long day, he said to himself, sitting up in his seat. Elsewhere. "Hey, stop that villain." Many people could see a sludge villain running down the street with the wallet of the person it took from. Toshinori was holding some groceries, seeing this happen, and sighed. "I can't even buy groceries without something happening," he said, transforming into his buff form. He then started to chase after the said villain. With Izuku, Izuku had finished writing in his analysis book and checked his phone to see a notification of a sludge-like villain. Maybe I could swing by on my way to Yaoyorozu to see it, he said, getting up from his desk. His danger sense went off and yanked his notebook away just in time to see Bakugo and practically lunged for it. Bakugo was slightly surprised at the speed but continued anyway. I am afraid I am not done with you, Deku. Done with what? He asked, half annoyed and half curious. What book is that? He asked, trying to see it. My hero analysis book number 13, he said, still not letting him get it. He then saw a green aura form around the book, realizing this was Inori's doing. He quickly put the book into his bag, preventing her from using her quirk on it. Ichiro snorted. You know, Deku, heroes start making waves when they are young, and don't even get me started on you not having a quirk. So what, Yue got rid of that rule long ago, he said, shrugging his shoulders. The point that he is making is to not apply to Yue, you fucker, said Bakugo threateningly. I don't care what you think about my quirk, Kakin, Izuku replied, his voice steady. Quirks don't define who you are or where you go in life. Bakugo's expression twisted into an even deeper scowl. Then why the hell are you even trying to go to Yue? You're just gonna hold everyone back with your uselessness, he shouted, his voice filled with contempt. His hands sparked small explosions, showing just how ready he was to act on his anger. Inori shook her head at Izuku and sighed. All right, guys, let's go. He isn't worth it, she said, trying to get them out. Bakugo smirked as he waited right at the door, staring at Izuku. Hey, I do have a great idea for you to get a quirk, he said, smirking. You could take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in the next life, he said, chuckling slightly. This even had Ichiro and Inori laughing, leaving the room. Now Izuku didn't care about a whole lot of what they had to say, but the fact that 3 of them had laughed at telling him to commit suicide was just wrong. This made him feel much different than before. He shook his head as he put his backpack straps on, leaving the classroom. He knew his siblings didn't care about him, but that hurt more than he thought it would. He started to make his way over to the library, realizing how far he had come. He went from a scrawny, quirkless, awkward, and above-average smart kid. Now he was a lean, athletic, super smart, and still awkward kid who was on his way to being a hero with several quirks. That he was on the same path as the sludge villain. Something went off in his head. Not danger sense, but an empty feeling in his stomach. That was when his danger sense went off. He activated his eagle eyes to see there was sludge starting to go around his foot. He actively sends 2 tendrils off to the end of the tunnel. He propelled himself away from the villain. The sludge villain grinned at Izuku. Well, you seem like a power quirk user. You will make a great vessel for me, he said, charging down the tunnel at Izuku. Izuku was prepared to fight as the manhole cover in between then burst open. A man standing well above him, with blonde hair in the shape of a rabbit, stood menacingly. You've got to be kidding me right now, thought Izuku as he saw All Might, his father, right there. Fear not, citizen, I am here, he said, cocking his fist back at the scared villain. Take this, you evildoer. Texas smash. The ground trembled as All Might launched his fist forward with earth-shattering force. The sludge villain, caught off guard by the sheer power of the attack, was sent flying backward into the side of the tunnel, its body splattering across the walls before collapsing into a heap. The impact left a crater in the pavement, and the air was filled with the sound of debris settling. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, his eyes wide in disbelief. For as much as he neglected him, he sure as hell was strong. He wasn't the #1 hero for nothing. In the blink of an eye, Izuku saw All Might capture the villain in a soda bottle. All Might twisted the cap onto the soda bottle, trapping the sludge villain within. He inspected the bottle with a satisfied grin. There we go. Another job well done, he said, holding it up like a trophy. He looked back to see that his youngest son of all people was there. Izuku? What the hell was he doing here? Thank God I got here. He wouldn't have been able to defend himself, he said, turning to walk to the boy. Young man, Are you hurt in any way and are you okay? He asked with that grin still on his face. Yes, sir, I am fine, said Izuku as calm as he could be. He wouldn't lie, his adrenaline was pumping right now and seeing his father didn't help any either. That is good, young man, would you like my autograph? He asked, leaning down over him. Even if he didn't like his father all that much, having an autograph from All Might would be great to pass on to his children. He knew that and that he would love and take care of them much more than he ever did. Izuku hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, sir. Handing him his hero analysis book. As his dad took his book, he thought about All Might as a whole. Now, even though he didn't respect his father, he still respected All Might to model after him to some extent. Saving people with a smile on his face is something that he thought was a great thing All Might did. It reassured people that they would be okay. That was about the only takeaway though. The older he got, the more he tried to separate the hero he was and the man he was behind the scenes. All Might flipped through Izuku's hero analysis for the future notebook, a faint glimmer of surprise crossing his face. The pages were filled with meticulous notes, sketches, and detailed diagrams analyzing quirks and battle tactics. This is impressive, young man, All Might said, his voice tinged with genuine admiration. You've put a lot of thought into this. Izuku shifted uncomfortably. Thank you, he said quietly, watching as All Might scrawled his autograph across the top of a blank page. Say, if you don't mind me asking, what would like to do with your life, young man? Izuku sighed internally as he knew what his father was doing. He was trying to be curious, but to him, this would look like a casual conversation between hero and citizen. He couldn't give it away, not for what he had planned anyway. He wanted it to hit his family all at once, what they missed out on. I am not sure, to be honest. I plan on going to UA. Then after that, I do not know, he said, trying to not placate it. A fine goal, but that is okay, you don't have it figured out yet. I didn't for a long time when I was a boy, he said, giving him a thumbs up. Izuku nodded, not wanting to continue this any further. All right, sir, I will let you take the villain to the proper people and I'll be on my way, he said, turning away from him. Good deal, he said, crouching down to launch himself off. As Toshinori soared through the air, he could feel that the conversation was off. Was Izuku always that quiet? Normally he was a pretty loud kid when it came to stuff. He liked it, but that was every kid. He would have to see him later tonight. He landed on a rooftop to give himself a cool down from his transformation, not realizing he was missing something in his pocket. With Izuku, he shook his head lightly at this predicament. He just hoped that he wouldn't really bring it up after today. He looked up to see Yaoyorozu leaning up against a brick wall that led to the library, smiling at Izuku. Hey Yaoyorozu, called out Izuku. Izuku approached Yaoyorozu, her calm smile, a welcome sight after the whirlwind encounter with his father. She waved at him, pushing off the wall with effortless grace. You're late, she teased lightly, her tone warm. I was beginning to think you ditched me for something more exciting. Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. Not exactly. Ran into some trouble on the way here. Nothing I couldn't handle, though. Yaoyorozu raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Izuku hesitated for a moment before deciding it wasn't worth hiding. Sludge villain. But don't worry, I am okay. Her expression shifted to one of concern. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? I'm fine, Izuku reassured her, waving off her worry. Well, how about we go and get some food? I am sure you are hungry, and you can tell me what happened. The library can wait, she said, trying to pull him along. Izuku smiled at Yaoyorozu's offer. The idea of eating something good after a stressful encounter sounded perfect. Yeah, that sounds great, he said, his voice sounding more relaxed than it had all day. Good. I know a place not far from here, Yaoyorozu said, already turning toward the exit. It's a small cafe, but their food is really good. You'll like it. Izuku nodded eagerly, following her as they made their way through the streets. As they walked, The cool evening air started to settle in. It was refreshing after the tension of the day, and for a brief moment, Izuku let his mind wander to more peaceful things, like the meal ahead. "So, how's your training going?" Yaoyorozu asked as they walked side by side. "It's going well," Izuku replied, though he felt a little unsure. He'd been working hard to improve his skills and learn more about his quirks. But lately, there was this gnawing feeling that something wasn't quite right. His encounter with All Might earlier that day only added to that unease. Yaoyorozu noticed his hesitance. "Is everything all right? You seem a little distracted." Izuku nodded, smiling at her. "Yeah, I am good." Yaoyorozu gave him a sideways glance, sensing there was more to the story. "If you ever want to talk about it, you know I'm here, right?" Her voice was warm, and there was no judgment in her words. Izuku felt a surge of gratitude toward her. "I appreciate it," Izuku said quietly. "I really do. I just don't know if I'm ready to talk about it yet." They walked in silence for a few more moments before Yaoyorozu spoke again, her tone lighter now. "Well, I'm sure some good food will help you feel better. You'll see." Izuku smiled. "Yeah, you're probably right." The two of them continued to walk as they made their way to the cafe. Momo looked at one of her green-haired friends with a smile on her face. What was weird was that she did feel something weird on her left leg. She looked down to see there was sludge already up to her knee, and it was rising faster. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened in alarm as she realized the sludge creeping up her leg. Its sickly, viscous texture clung tightly, and it was spreading upward quickly. She immediately grabbed Izuku's arm, pulling him back as she tried to free herself. "Yagi, it's the sludge villain," she exclaimed, her calm demeanor giving way to urgency. Izuku's heart raced as he turned to see the familiar greenish mass of the sludge villain writhing and bubbling from right behind her. This causes people in the streets to panic at the sight of the villain. Izuku's eyes widened as the crowd around them erupted in chaos. People screamed and scattered, some ducking into alleyways while others sprinted in the opposite direction. The sludge villain's gurgling voice boomed, his slimy form writhing with malicious intent. "You're not escaping me this time," the villain growled, his semi-liquid tendrils lashing out toward Momo. Momo struggled against the sludge gripping her leg, her normally calm and composed expression replaced with one of alarm. Izuku wasted no time, his instincts kicking into high gear. He grabbed her arm and pulled, trying to free her from the villain's grasp, but the sludge only tightened its hold. "Momo, use your quirk. You have to create something to fight back or stun him," Izuku shouted over the noise of the panicked crowd. Momo clenched her jaw and nodded, forcing herself to focus. She placed her free hand on her exposed forearm, and within seconds, the outline of a large shield formed around her arm, preventing the villain from getting a good grip on her. "I won't let you get away. You will be a great vessel," the villain snarled. "Time for you to go, kid," he said, looking at Izuku. The villain set a punch right into Izuku's chest, losing his grip on Momo as he was sent flying into a car. Izuku crashed into the car with a loud thud, the force knocking the wind out of him. Pain radiated through his body as he struggled to regain his bearings. His vision blurred for a moment, but he shook his head, forcing himself to focus. Her shield had managed to block some of the sludge's advance, but the villain's relentless nature made it clear they weren't out of danger yet. The sludge villain turned his attention back to Momo, his slimy mass surging forward. "You think you can escape me? Think again," he growled, his tendrils lashing out to grab her once more. It was a pandemonium. Izuku's mind swirled right now, and everything slowed down. He looked to his left to see Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and Backdraft trying to contain the crowd. He was amazed at how fast they got here. To his right, he sees Empty Lady blocking the way at the other end of the street. He didn't blame them 100% because their quirks weren't suited for a villain like this. Then he saw Momo still struggling against the villain. Most of her skin was getting covered, which wouldn't be good for her quirk. Izuku gritted his teeth, his body protesting every movement as he forced himself to stand. The sharp pain radiating through his chest was nothing compared to the urgency surging in his veins. Momo needed him, and there was no time to hesitate. He put a smile on his face as he prepared himself for battle. "Let go of her!" Izuku roared, summoning his resolve as 3 tendrils of black whip shot out from his arms, streaking toward the sludge villain like dark lightning. The glowing black tendrils wrapped around Momo's body gently but firmly. He stomped his feet into the already damaged car as leverage and continued to pull her. Momo was wrapped in something similar to a harness from Black Whip as she was slowly being pulled out. She created a flashbang, throwing it in the villain's face. "Holy shit, this kid is strong," said the sludge villain, trying to hold on to her. Izuku gritted his teeth even more as he continued to pull on Momo. He didn't even know where this strength was coming from. Momo created multiple flashbangs from her skin and used it on the villain. Then it worked. Momo was out of the villain's grasp and launched towards Izuku. Izuku caught her in his arms, falling from the force he pulled her at. Izuku had cushioned her to make sure he took to the brunt of the blast. Izuku struggled to catch his breath, holding Momo tightly as they landed in a heap on the pavement. His body ached from the impact, but the immediate relief of pulling her away from the villain was worth it. Still, the sludge villain was enraged, and Izuku could feel the heat of his fury as the villain prepared to launch himself at them again. "You fucking brat! You are dead!" the villain screamed, his limbs coiling, ready to strike. But before the sludge villain could advance, a sudden flash of light streaked across the street, and a burst of cold and hot air swirled around them. The villain froze mid-motion, his entire form shaking as he looked at the man before him. Floating in front of Momo and Izuku was Frostflare, one of the few sidekicks to Endeavor. He was in a hero suit of deep blue with black accents all over. He was ranked 39th on the charts, and he was the son of Endeavor. Frostflare's icy blue eyes glinted as he hovered just above the ground, his body surrounded by a shimmering aura of frozen air. His white hair, edged with a faint blue glow, shifted slightly in the wind, and his intense gaze locked onto the sludge villain with an air of authority. The streets, which had been full of chaos just moments before, fell silent for a brief second, the tension palpable as the villain recoiled, sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere. "You're not going anywhere," Frostflare said, his voice calm but icy, dripping with the confidence of someone who knew exactly how to handle a situation like this. He waved his hand, sending a powerful ice blast toward the villain, effectively freezing him. The ice blast shot forward with incredible speed, striking the sludge villain's writhing mass with a violent crash. The villain let out a strangled, gurgling scream as the cold surged through his body, freezing him solidly in an instant. His tendrils, which had been lashing violently toward Momo and Izuku, were now stiffened and rigid, completely immobilized by the intense frost that had overtaken him. Frostflare turned down his flames and floated down to the ground with graceful ease, his boots barely making a sound as they landed on the pavement. He glanced briefly at Momo and Izuku, his expression unreadable for a moment. Then he nodded toward the villain, who was now nothing more than a frozen, grotesque statue of sludge. "That should hold him for now," Frostflare said, his voice calm and authoritative, but with an undertone of satisfaction. His piercing icy gaze turned toward the chaos around them. The remaining panic in the streets seemed to subside now that the immediate threat had been neutralized. Heroes from nearby had already begun to secure the area, ushering civilians to safety and keeping the perimeter clear. Izuku, still holding Momo in his arms, breathed a sigh of relief as the adrenaline in his body began to fade. His body was sore, aching from the impact of the villain's blow and the strain of pulling Momo from the sludge's grasp, but the rush of victory and the relief of her safety kept him going. He carefully helped her to her feet, making sure she was steady before he took a step back. "Are you two all right?" he asked, walking over to them. Izuku nodded, wincing slightly as his sore body protested the movement. "Yeah, we're fine," he said, his voice rough but steady. "Thanks to you." Momo, who had been quiet for a moment, smiled up at Frostflare. "We really owe you one," she said. Her voice warmed despite the chaotic circumstances. "That ice blast, you were amazing." Frostflare gave a small, almost imperceptible nod in acknowledgement. "It's my job," he said simply, as though it were no big deal. But Izuku could tell by the way his gaze lingered on them that there was a deeper layer of thought behind his words. A quiet intensity that suggested a willingness to help but also a certain distance. Frostflare's gaze lingered on Izuku and Momo, his icy blue eyes scanning them with a mix of curiosity and quiet approval. Despite his calm exterior, there was something in his demeanor that hinted at a deeper sense of urgency, a weight that he carried silently. "You've got potential," Frostflare said, breaking the silence. "Continue to train hard, and work smart, and I will see you in the top 10 of the hero charts in a few years," he said, smiling at the two. "Let's get you some medical attention," he said, putting arms around the two kids and walking them back. The three of them were then almost blown down by a big gust of wind. They looked to see it was All Might standing there. "I heard the commotion. What happened?" he asked, looking behind them to see the sludge villain that fell out of his pocket earlier was frozen in the middle of the street. "All Might," Frostflare greeted calmly, stepping forward. "I've neutralized the villain. He won't be causing any more trouble." He gestured to the frozen sludge villain, his expression stoic. All Might's eyes darted between Frostflare, the frozen villain, and the two teenagers. His trademark smile faltered for the briefest moment. "Thank you, Frostflare. You've done well." His gaze settled on Izuku, who instinctively straightened despite the soreness coursing through his body. "Young man, you seem to find danger wherever you go," All Might said, his booming voice directed at Izuku. "Are you all right? What happened here?" Izuku hesitated, his mind racing. He didn't want to draw attention to himself, especially after using Black Whip so openly. "I am fine, sir," he stammered, bowing slightly. "The villain attacked us out of nowhere. Frostflare saved the day." Frostflare tilted his head slightly, observing the interaction between All Might and Izuku with a subtle curiosity. The boy's nervousness wasn't unusual. All Might had that effect on people after all. But there was something about Izuku's demeanor that caught his attention. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it was clear the young man carried more weight on his shoulders than most his age. All Might, meanwhile, beamed down at Izuku, his trademark grin back in full force. "Good to hear. You've got a knack for survival, young man," he said, giving Izuku a hearty pat on the shoulder. Izuku winced slightly but managed to put on a sheepish smile. All Might then turned his attention to Momo, his expression softening. "And you, young lady, are you hurt?" "I'm fine, thank you," Momo replied, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. All Might nodded approvingly before looking back at the frozen villain. "Excellent work," he said, addressing Frostflare. "Your control over your quirk is impeccable. The precision of that ice blast, remarkable." Frostflare crossed his arms, his expression unchanging. "It's all about control and timing," he said simply. "No point in power without precision." His tone was neutral, but there was an unmistakable edge to his words, a quiet pride in his mastery of his abilities. Frostflare looked at the two teens and smiled as there was an ambulance off to the side. "Why don't you two go and get some medical attention to make sure you're fine?" he said, then turning to All Might. "Will you help me with the villain, All Might?" All Might nodded firmly. "Of course. Let's ensure this villain doesn't cause any more trouble. You unthaw the villain, and I will seal him so that the police can apprehend him when they arrive." Frostflare's icy blue eyes lingered briefly on the two teens before he turned his full attention to the frozen villain. As he approached, his aura of frost began to intensify again, the air around him shimmering with a mixture of cold mist and heat distortion. All Might followed close behind, his towering presence overshadowing Frostflare's more subtle but equally commanding demeanor. Meanwhile, Izuku and Momo made their way to the waiting ambulance. Izuku winced with each step, his body protesting from the strain he'd put on it. Momo, though shaken, walked steadily beside him, her gaze flicking back toward Frostflare. "Do you think he's always that composed?" she asked, her voice quiet as though not wanting to disturb the atmosphere. Izuku glanced back at Frostflare, who was now speaking with all might as they examined the villain. "I don't know," he admitted, "but he definitely knows what he's doing. It's like he's been through this 100 times before. Makes me wonder if Endeavor is the same way, like father like son." Momo nodded thoughtfully. "It's reassuring, isn't it? Knowing that there are heroes like him out there." Izuku smiled faintly. "Yeah, it is." As the two teens reached the paramedics, one of them, a young woman with a warm smile and steady hands, helped Izuku onto a stretcher. "You've had a rough day," she said kindly. "Let's make sure everything's all right." Momo hesitated, glancing at Izuku. "I think I'm fine," she said, though her voice wavered slightly. The paramedic gave her a reassuring nod. "Even if you feel okay, it's good to get checked out. Adrenaline can mask injuries." Izuku watched as Momo was being treated first per his agreement when he felt someone stand behind him. He turned around to see Death Arms was there. He stood up straighter for when he would address him. His expression was stern but not unfriendly, a seasoned hero sizing up someone who had clearly been through the ringer. "You all right, kid? That is a lot even for heroes?" he asked calmly. "Why, yes, sir," he replied. "I would like to say sorry, sir. I understand that quirk use is bad, but I just wanted to make sure that she was going to be okay. I understand if I am going to get in trouble," he said, bowing down before him. Death Arms tilted his head, his stern expression softening slightly at Izuku's humility. He placed a firm but not unkind hand on Izuku's shoulder, his grip steady and reassuring. "Relax, kid," he said. "First off, you were attacked, which right out of the gate allows you to use your quirk to defend yourself. Secondly, I wanted to say I was impressed with your skills, strength, and wits to save your friend or girlfriend or whatever she is to you," he said, leaning against the ambulance. Izuku's face turned bright red at Death Arms' comment, his hands waving in front of him frantically. She's not my girlfriend. We're friends," he stammered, his voice a mix of embarrassment and panic. Momo, overhearing the exchange as she was being checked over by the paramedics, glanced over with a slight blush but composed herself quickly. "Thank you for the assistance," she said politely, addressing Death Arms. Death Arms chuckled, his stern exterior softening further. "Relax, kid. I'm just messing with you," he said, his deep voice carrying a hint of amusement. "But jokes aside, you did well. Not a lot of people your age would have the guts to jump into a situation like that, let alone handle it as well as you did." Izuku blinked, the praise catching him off guard. Thank you, sir," he said, bowing slightly. I couldn't stand by and do nothing." "That's good. What I am saying is that I hope to see you down the line. With what you just did, you will be a great hero," he said honestly. "I completely agree," said Kamui Woods, walking up to them. "Good work out there, kid. Maybe we can work in the future together. You are pretty strong if you are able to pull her out," he said, looking to see All Might was stuffing the villain back in a jar. "No need to be so formal, kid. Just keep working hard, and I'm sure you'll make it far." Momo, now finished with her checkup, stepped beside Izuku. Her expression was composed, but there was a glimmer of pride in her eyes as she looked at him. "Yagi is remarkable," she said. "He was fearless in protecting me, and I wouldn't have been able to hold my own without his quick thinking." Izuku blushed furiously at her words. It was nothing, really. You were amazing too, Yaoyorozu." Momo's cheeks turned a faint pink, but she maintained her poise. "Thank you, but we both know teamwork made the difference." Kamui Woods nodded approvingly. "Teamwork is essential. It's what separates the solo vigilantes from true heroes. Unlike my associate over there," he said, pointing to Empty Lady flaunting herself around the press and media. The others chuckled as the two aspiring heroes were being checked out by workers. A couple of hours later, Izuku was walking Momo to the train station to send her on her way home. Izuku coughed, trying to find a topic to think of. Well, that was something, wasn't it? Momo nodded, her hands clasped neatly in front of her as they walked. Despite her composed demeanor, the faintest smile tugged at the corners of her lips. It was, she agreed. Not exactly how I envisioned today going, but I suppose that's the nature of being a hero, isn't it? Unpredictable. Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, definitely unpredictable. I mean, villains attacking out of nowhere? That's kind of standard, but still. Momo glanced at him, her expression softening. You handled yourself well, Yagi. I don't think I've ever seen anyone move so decisively in a situation like that. Izuku's face turned pink, and he looked down at his shoes. Taichi, thank you. But honestly, I just acted. You were the one who stayed calm and thought of using flashbangs at some point. We make a good team, Momo said simply, her tone warm but matter-of-fact. Yeah, we do, Izuku said, his voice quiet but sincere. He looked at her, and for a moment their eyes met. He quickly turned away, feeling his face heat up again. So are you okay? I mean, really okay? Momo hesitated, then gave a small nod. I am. A bit shaken, perhaps, but otherwise fine. What about you? You pushed yourself pretty hard back there. I'm okay, Izuku said quickly, though his body ached in protest with every step. I'll probably feel it tomorrow, but it's nothing I can't handle. Momo's brow furrowed slightly. You should rest. Overexertion can lead to injuries if you're not careful. I will, Izuku promised. I just wanted to make sure you got to the train station safely, and sorry for not using my healing quirk back there. I didn't want them to see me using more than one, he said as he saw the train station in the distance. That is quite all right, and thank you for being a gentleman, Yagi, she said, nudging him with her hip. Izuku stumbled slightly at the gentle nudge, his face turning bright red. He let out a nervous chuckle and adjusted his pace to match hers again. Oh, ooh, yeah, of course. I mean, it's the least I could do after everything. Momo smiled, clearly amused by his flustered reaction, but she didn't press further. The train station loomed closer, its lights casting a warm glow on the cobblestone streets. The hum of the evening crowd filled the air, a stark contrast to the chaos they had experienced earlier. As they approached the entrance, Momo hesitated. Thank you for saving me today, Yagi. I was pretty scared, she said in a bold move, hugging him. Izuku turned into a tomato, hesitated, and hugged her back. He noticed she was much easier to hug than Jiro because of the height difference. I didn't know what else to do, Izuku stammered, his voice muffled by her shoulder. I just wanted to make sure you were safe. Momo's gentle laugh filled his ears, and she pulled back just slightly to look at him. Her eyes were soft, but there was a deep sense of gratitude in them. And you did, Yagi. You were amazing out there. She paused, giving him a small smile that made his heart skip. But I think I should thank you for saving me more than once today. Oh, you don't have to do that, he said, waving her off, trying to fan himself from the blush still on his face. Momo's smile only grew at his flustered reaction. I insist, she said firmly but kindly. Without you, things could have gone much worse. You deserve recognition for that. Trust me, I don't need anything or want anything, he said. Momo tilted her head slightly, a thoughtful look crossing her face. Even if you don't think you need or want recognition, it's still important to acknowledge the good you've done, Yagi. You have a habit of underselling yourself. Izuku scratched his head awkwardly, unsure how to respond. I just think it's what any hero would have done. You would have done the same for me, Yaoyorozu. No question. She smiled at him warmly, the kind of smile that made his heart flutter and his thoughts scatter. Perhaps, but not everyone acts with the same conviction and selflessness you do. That's a rare quality, Yagi. You should hold on to it. The train soon pulled up to the station, and he waved her off, watching her head to her home. Izuku sighed as he put his hands into his pockets. He really wasn't looking forward to seeing his family because there was no doubt his dad told them what happened. Thank God he didn't see him use a quirk. That was when a pit of dread hit him. The news stations and media. They likely recorded him using Black Whip to save Momo. He prayed they didn't see much. 30 minutes later, he stood outside of his door taking in a breath. Multiple things could happen if he opened that door. The first thing could be they hadn't watched the news yet or his father didn't tell them. The second thing was he did tell them, and they wanted to know what happened. Or the third thing he thought of as they found out he had a quirk and would have to explain. Let's hope it wasn't the latter option. He opened the door to see his mom and father on the couch as they approached him. He was surprised his dad was able to get here before him, but then remembered he had to make sure Momo was safe when he dropped her off. Izuku, we saw what happened on the news? It's on the television right now, said his mother, pulling him to the living room. There he saw Inori and Ichiro with a straight look on their faces as their eyes were fixed on the TV, but he knew they were pissed. The five of them watched as it cut to the 7 o'clock news. This was likely the third time they had seen this, but they were still watching it on TV. The room was tense as the footage played on the television. A shaky video from someone's phone showing the chaotic scene of the earlier incident. The camera zoomed in just as Izuku was about to extend out Black Whip, but Momo's multiple flashbangs had blocked it out of view right as he was able to pull her out, making him internally sigh with relief. The news anchor cleared his throat before speaking. A little while ago, a sludge-like villain was attacking middle school students when they were walking down the street. The two students reacted quickly to the situation. Thankfully, the hero Frostflare was able to come in to stop the sludge villain from causing further damage. But not before a student by the name of Izuku Yagi pulled out his friend. The news anchor continued. Izuku Yagi pulled out Momo Yaoyorozu from the villain, creating an opening for the hero Frostflare to finish the job. While the hero Frostflare intervened to neutralize the threat, witnesses report that the students played a pivotal role in ensuring no one was seriously harmed. Authorities commend their actions as they were the ones attacked first and defended themselves, but remind civilians to leave such dangerous situations to licensed heroes. Toshinori turned to his son and looked at him with a calculating stare. First off, are you okay? Izuku couldn't help but think this was the first time in ages that he was given this much attention. Yeah, I am, he said, looking at everyone staring at him. Good, he said, getting a smack on the back of his head from his father. What the hell is this? He said, gesturing to the TV. Izuku didn't flinch from the hit but rather looked confused at the TV. That was me saving my friend from an attack, he said, pointing to Momo. Ichiro whistled when he pointed at her. Give her my number while you are at it. She looks hot, he said, nodding his head slightly, but was hit by his father in the chest. Not the time, he said, turning back to Izuku. That was the dumbest thing you could have done. Running to the fray like that. Izuku was getting a tick mark on his head. He was glad they didn't see him use his quirk. But this was ridiculous. He saved Momo's life. Where was his credit? Was that something not to be proud of? Toshinori's words stung, and Izuku felt his frustration bubbling beneath the surface. He clenched his fists, trying to keep his voice steady. I couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Momo was in danger. I had to act. You had to act? Toshinori repeated, his tone sharp. You are quirkless. Charging in is going to get you killed. So this is what this was about. They thought he was still quirkless, thus making them think he was weak and an idiot for charging in. This was something he didn't think of in the many possibilities of being talked to. Inori walked up to him, shaking her head in exasperation. Izuku, as your sister, this was an idiot move. You needed to let the pros handle it. If you saw this as you shot to get yourself seen as a hero, then that was even more stupid. His heart pounded in his chest as he tried to keep calm. I wasn't trying to get attention. I was trying to save someone. Momo was in danger, and I couldn't just sit by. I had to do something. You're not a hero, Izuku, and you never will be. Ichiro shot back, his voice harsh with frustration. You don't have the training, you don't have the experience, and worst of all, you don't have a quirk. He was being tag-teamed and he was about to reach his boiling point. He was genuinely trying not to lose it right now. I wasn't trying to be a hero, he said, his voice strained but firm. His mother's voice cut through the tension like a knife. Izuku, look at the footage. You're rushing in without any thought for the consequences. Everyone is right, Izuku. You need to accept that and move on. Izuku stood frozen, feeling like the air had been knocked out of him. He was clenching his fists so hard that his veins and muscles were starting to show. You know what? You guys are right, Izuku said, his voice laced with bitter laughter. His hands trembled at his sides as his knuckles turned white. You're absolutely right. The next time that someone is in danger, I won't care about it. I will just sit and watch as they are begging for help and not do anything. You guys couldn't be any more right, he said, still bitterly laughing. Oh, come on, Izuku, Ichiro scoffed, crossing his arms. Don't be dramatic. Dramatic. Izuku turned on him, his emerald eyes blazing with frustration. The thing that is so fucking stupid is that we wouldn't be having this conversation right now if it was Inori or Ichiro who had saved someone. We would be celebrating and partying and they would be praised like no tomorrow. But because it is me, we must make sure Izuku knows it's wrong. Toshinori was getting a bit annoyed with this right now. He hadn't expected Izuku to take it this far and he normally never did. Alright, that is enough, Izuku, he said, trying to end it. Fact scoffed as he looked at his dad. And the fact that you didn't deny just proves my point. I said that is enough, Izuku, Toshinori glaring at him. No, it isn't. Dad, like I said, this wouldn't be a conversation if this was Ichiro or Inori. So, let me ask you this. You and Mom are walking down the street when, suddenly, Mom is taken down the alleyway. Are you going to sit there with your thumb up your ass and be like, "Welp, looks like I have to wait for the pros to show up while my wife is being taken to God knows where"? Toshinori's eyes widened slightly at Izuku's blunt and brutal example. That's not the same thing, he said, his tone hardening. Don't twist this into something it's not. Oh, it's not the same? Izuku challenged, his voice rising. What's different about it? Because it's you in the situation? Because it's someone you care about? If anything, that just proves my point even more. He took a step closer, his frustration spilling over. You'd act. You wouldn't hesitate. You'd do what you could to save Mom, no matter how dangerous it was, because you care. Just like Inori would do, just like Ichiro would do, and just like I will continue to do. It is common sense to help people when they are in trouble. I am not going to sit there and watch Yaoyorozu, one of the few people who I have as friends, fight for her life, he ranted, breathing heavily. Toshinori pinched the bridge of his nose, his patience wearing thin. But before he could say anything, Inori jumped back in. That's enough, Izuku, you need to learn to. Izuku clicked his teeth together in annoyance. Shut up, Inori. The only reason you and Ichiro are pissed is because it wasn't you on that TV. You weren't the one getting the attention. The room was silent for a moment, the tension so thick it was suffocating. Izuku's chest heaved as he tried to steady his breathing, his anger still simmering just beneath the surface. His siblings' stunned expressions only fueled the fire burning within him. Yeah, that's what I thought, Izuku muttered, his voice bitter and cutting. You can't deny it, can you? The only reason this is such a big deal is because it was me, he said, wiping away the sweat that was on his forehead. But you know what? Like I said before, you all are right and will continue to be right. Anything that you say goes and anything I say is wrong and will always be wrong. That's just the reality that I live in. You are right, Dad. You are right, Mom. You are right, Ichiro. You are right, Inori. And I am wrong per usual, he said, turning away from them to go to his room. The door slammed behind Izuku as he retreated to his room, leaving the rest of the family in stunned silence. His words echoed in their ears, slicing through the tension like a sharp blade. Izuku sat on his bed, breathing heavily, trying to calm the storm raging inside him. The room was quiet, but the weight of his thoughts felt suffocating. His hands trembled as he clutched his face, wiping away the sweat that dripped down his brow. His mind raced, replaying the confrontation with his family repeatedly. He continued to wipe away the sweat from his face as he tried to calm down, but the sweat seemed to be never ending. He then started to realize he was crying. "God damn it," he muttered to himself. "Is it that hard to feel appreciated?" he said to himself, still crying. He then heard a knock on his door, and he shook his head, wiping his tears once more. He opened it with a crack, but not enough for whoever it was to see him or see him crying. "What?" he asked bluntly. "It's Dad. I wanted to talk," he said, fiddling with his fingers. "There is nothing to talk about. I told you already. You are right, and there is nothing to prove it wrong. Forget this ever happened. Just move on and let's be done with it," he said. Toshinori sighed a heavy, weary sound. "Izuku, listen," he began, his voice calm but firm. "I said it's fine. Just forget this ever happened. The morning will come and we'll go on with our lives as if nothing happened. Let's be down with this ordeal. I got to get up in the morning for school anyway," he said, shutting his door. The door clicked shut, leaving Toshinori standing outside in the hallway. He sighed again, leaning his forehead against the door for a moment. He knew pushing Izuku further wouldn't help. The boy was hurting, and sometimes words couldn't mend the chasm of emotions between them. He walked back to the bedroom to see Inko was on the bed already with a concerned look on his face. Inko sat on the edge of the bed, her expression a mix of worry and sadness. She looked up at Toshinori as he entered the room, her eyes searching his face for understanding. "How is he?" Inko asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "He isn't talking to me, if that's anything," he said, plopping himself down on the bed. "Maybe if we give him some space. That seems like the best course of action," she said, laying down next to him. "Yeah," Toshinori agreed with a heavy sigh. "Maybe giving him some space is the best thing we can do for now. Like I said, he needs some space. Just wait for a bit and see what happens." Toshinori nodded as he took his clothes off to put some sleeping attire on and call it a day. Chapter 8. Exam Preparation. Few days later, 10 months till entrance exam. "All right, remember to lift with your legs and not your back," Izuku said as he hoisted a fridge up. Izuku had been up almost all night in Mindspace, which was about 40 hours in there, coming up with the soundest ideas to help him in passing the entrance exam for UA. Now he knew from confidence speaking he would pass if he were to take it now, but he wanted to be the best of the best. Tokoyami, Jiro, Shoji, and Ibra checked up and called the two of them after the incident, and they said they couldn't believe that we were famous. Izuku tried to wave it off, but they were persistent in telling them that they were glad to see they were fine. His family, though, was different. He was barely talking to them as of right now after that whole excursion between them. He would move out, but that wouldn't make any sense. UA had a dorm system making sure that their students were safe, and if they went out and bought an apartment, that would be more of an unnecessary expense even if he had a lot of money at his disposal. He and Chase had come up with the idea to clear out a beach for an assortment of reasons. Reason number one was community service of sorts. The Dagoba Municipal Beach used to be a beautiful beach that Izuku remembered coming to when he was really young, and now it was a place with meters tall full of garbage. Reason number two, he could train here and not have anyone know of what trying he was doing. He could train his new quirks and continue to grow stronger. The focus of the next months would be more on quirk training specifically rather than physical. Yes, he was getting physical training by picking up heavy trash, but he trained in the open area once it was cleared out. Reason number three was the metals and minerals here. Izuku wanted to try to build some tech for himself or others, and this place had lots of it. Copper, steel, iron, and even aluminum could be salvaged from the heaps of discarded appliances and machinery. If push comes to shove, he could just sell the stuff. He placed the fridge down near the entrance and sighed. This would be hard, but he was willing to do it. He thought about the events that happened the past few days and he shook his head. For lack of a better term, his family really was stupid sometimes. It wouldn't lie if he said he didn't feel better letting them hear some of what he had inside of him all these years, but that was just a drop in the bucket. He really wanted to let it fly, but that could wait for another day. He actually chuckled that he had gotten clearance to clean the beach so fast by the city, but then he realized he was in the news recently with the sludge villain incident, and you could guess why. The best part was that he was given clearance because Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and MT Lady endorsed it, which is why it got pushed so quickly. He had asked personally if they could keep this under wraps for obvious reasons. They would send one truck a day, so he would have to make the most of what he did while he had it here. Izuku took a deep breath, rolling his shoulders to ease the tension building there. The fridge wasn't the heaviest thing he'd moved in the past few days, but the accumulated exhaustion from his relentless efforts was starting to creep in. He glanced at the massive piles of trash that still needed sorting and chuckled under his breath. "One day at a time," he muttered. He worked till 3 p.m. clearing up a decent section that was about 15 feet by 15 feet. The truck was filled with garbage and pulled out his notebook with the next part of his plan. The 3 quirk creations he had available were already thought out, and he was about to test one of them. F.A. Gene. F.A. Gene fascinated him, which was funny as most of the quirks of the previous users of One for All were. F.A. Gene allowed him to build up kinetic energy through repetitive motion, storing that energy like a coiled spring waiting to explode. It was versatile and powerful, but the trick was learning to control it. Izuku had been experimenting with different movements to find the most efficient way to charge it without exhausting himself too quickly. The next quirk he needed to make was Jolt. Now yes, on its own Jolt isn't all that powerful, but Izuku wanted to infuse the potential of One for All into Jolt to make it much stronger. The upgraded version of Jolt would allow him to channel bioelectricity at very high levels and then expel it from his body. He would be able to channel it around his body to give him a huge boost in speed, but not in physical attacks. He would be able to channel the electricity into bursts or streams of lightning. Not to mention he would be immune to any electric-based attacks. Lastly, the last quirk creation was going to be used for something he called Zephyr Rush. To put it simply, it was air and wind manipulation. He could use it to propel himself forward, launch himself through the air, and glide through the air. He would be able to use it to control gusts of wind within a certain area, and he would have to train hard to make the intensity of the wind gusts stronger, but that would be fine. Lots of work and only so much time, but he knew he got this. Izuku clenched his fists as he put them into a fighting motion. "All right, let me try punches really quick," he said, reading himself to use F.A. Gene. He began with light, rhythmic jabs alternating between his left and right fists. Each punch was fluid and precise, and as the motion continued, he could feel the energy slowly building in his arms. The sensation was strange at first, a faint buzzing that grew stronger with every repetition. "Okay, I think that's enough build-up," Izuku muttered, stopping his movements. He squared his stance, focusing on the target he'd set up, a makeshift punching bag crafted from salvaged materials. With a deep breath, he threw a single punch, releasing the energy in a controlled burst. The impact was explosive. The punching bag flew backward, crashing into a nearby pile of trash. The force of the blow reverberated through his arm, and he winced slightly at the strain. "Wow," Izuku said, flexing his hand as he examined the results. "That's definitely stronger than my normal punches. But—" He glanced at his arm, feeling the lingering tension in his muscles. "Puts a lot of stress on my joints. I'll need to be careful with how much energy I release at once. I need a lot of training with this quirk, so I don't mess up my body." He jotted down in his notebook, nodding at the results. "So F.A. Gene could be used to boost my speed, strength, or both. Though it does take a while to charge, that could be changed if I were to do it rapidly. So this could give me a boost in jumping, running for extra speed, punching, kicking, and anything else physical," he said, making bullet points. "This is going to look like I am going to have a harder time using quirks with F.A. Gene to try to counterbalance it," he said. "Yo, Yagi," said Jiro from behind him, tapping him on the shoulder. "Awaya," jumped Izuku, throwing his notebook and pen into the air and catching them before they hit the ground. "Holy crap, you scaredy cat. You were muttering for like 3 minutes. I heard you from the street. Did you forget you invited me here? She said, showing him a few bentos. Izuku blinked, his face flushing crimson as he realized how oblivious he'd been. Oh no! I completely forgot, Jiro. I'm so sorry. He bowed deeply, clutching his notebook and pen against his chest like a lifeline. I was so caught up in testing Fa Gene and writing everything down that I. Jiro sighed, waving him off with one of her earphone jacks. Chill out, Yagi. I'm not mad or anything. But seriously, you've got to stop mumbling to yourself all the time. People are going to think you've gone off the deep end. She held up the neatly wrapped bentos, her other hand resting on her hip. Please tell me that you ate today, she said, looking at him. Oh yeah. Sure. I did, he said, looking away from her. Jiro narrowed her eyes, her earphone jack twitching slightly in a way that made Izuku feel like a child caught in a lie. Yagi, she said, her tone flat and unimpressed. Your hesitation just gave you away. You haven't eaten anything. Have you? No, I ate 2 apples. One for the morning and one for lunch, he said. Jiro groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose. 2 apples? Seriously? That's not a meal, Yagi, that's a snack. You're going to waste away if you keep this up. Sit down. Now. Izuku crossed his arms, looking away from her. Jiro raised an eyebrow, her earphone jacks twitching in annoyance. Don't even try it, Yagi. You're not getting out of this. Sit down before I make you. See now, I know for a fact that you are too nice to me to try that. Even though you poke me with your earphone jack half the time. I swear you did it the other day like 10 times while we were playing darts, he said, looking dejected as he walked over to her to sit down. Jiro smirked as Izuku grudgingly plopped down beside her, crossing his legs and folding his arms like a pouty child. First of all, she began, handing him one of the bentos. If I poked you 10 times, it's because you deserved it. You're terrible at darts, by the way. Izuku let out a small huff as he accepted the bento, mumbling, I wasn't that bad. You missed the board entirely 4 times, Jiro retorted, raising an eyebrow. And don't even get me started on the time you hit the wall. That was 1 time, Izuku protested, though his face flushed with embarrassment. Jiro snickered, leaning back on her hands. Relax, Yagi. I'm just messing with you. But seriously, you need to eat more than just apples if you're going to keep training like this. You're pushing your body way too hard. Izuku opened the bento, the delicious aroma wafting up and making his stomach growl audibly. His cheeks turned a deeper shade of red as Jiro gave him a knowing look. Fine, he muttered, picking up the chopsticks. But only because it smells amazing. Did you make this yourself? Not this time, Jiro admitted, brushing her bangs aside. My mom whipped it up when I told her I was coming to see you. She said you probably weren't taking care of yourself and made me promise to bring extra. Ah, that stinks. I like the way you make the rice, he said, looking at the food. Jiro blinked in surprise at his comment, her cheeks turning the faintest shade of pink. What are you even talking about, Yagi? She said, brushing off the compliment with a flick of her wrist. It's just rice. Anyone can make it. Izuku shook his head earnestly, pausing mid-bite to look at her. No, really, the way you make it, I don't know. It just tastes better. You add this little, I don't know what to call it, personal touch, I guess. Jiro fidgeted with her earphone jack, pretending to check something on the ground beside her. You're weird, she muttered, though there was a small smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Now stop stalling and eat. Izuku took a bite of the rice and grilled fish, his eyes widening as the flavors hit his tongue. This is incredible, he said, his voice muffled by the food. Your mom's cooking is amazing. She'll be glad to hear that, Jiro said with a small smile. Now eat the whole thing. Don't even think about leaving a single grain of rice. Izuku grinned, holding up his chopsticks in a mock salute. Yes, ma'am. He dug in with newfound enthusiasm, savoring every bite of the meal. It was a rare treat for him to eat something so delicious, especially with how preoccupied he'd been with training. Jiro leaned back, watching him devour the food with a mix of amusement and satisfaction. You act like you haven't eaten in days, she teased. Seriously, Yagi, what's the deal? Why don't you ever take a break? Izuku paused, chopsticks halfway to his mouth, and glanced at her. I guess I feel like I don't have time for breaks. There's so much I need to improve on, and everyone else is working so hard. I can't afford to fall behind. Jiro sighed, her expression softening. You know, you're allowed to take care of yourself, right? Nobody's going to think less of you for taking a moment to rest. In fact, you're probably going to get stronger if you give your body time to recover. Yeah, I guess, he said, finishing the bento and taking another one. Your mom makes amazing food, he said. I'll be sure to tell her, said Jiro, twirling her jack. She looked next to Izuku to see his bag with him and walked over to it. She pulled out a book and plopped herself back down next to him with Izuku shaking his head, grinning slightly. Oh yeah, just help yourself, he said, gesturing to her. She looked through Hero Analysis Book 13 and smiled. She had meant to ask him this sooner, but she wondered if she was in here. Izuku blushed, seeing her flip through the pages. Jiro turned a few more pages, her expression thoughtful. She was scanning through the detailed analysis of various heroes, their strengths, quirks, and strategies laid out in meticulous detail. Her gaze flicked over the familiar names and classifications, but her focus quickly shifted when she spotted something familiar. Hey, Jiro said softly, her voice low as she pointed to a section on the page. Is that me? Izuku glanced over at the page and immediately felt his face heat up. His fingers fumbled as he quickly tried to close the book, but Jiro stopped him. Wait, Jiro said with a teasing smirk, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Don't hide it now. Let me see. Izuku swallowed hard, looking down at the book. His mind raced with thoughts. How long had it been there? How much did she know? It's nothing special, he mumbled, trying to play it off. Jiro tilted her head, her smile widening as she leaned in closer to get a better look. Nothing special? Seriously? You wrote an entire section about me. Hero Analysis. Kyoka Jiro. She chuckled softly, flipping through the pages. Let's see what the nothing special part has to say. Izuku kept his hand on the book, looking away from her. Well, you know, I do an analysis of heroes and future heroes. I've done them on Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami, Shoji, and Shiozaki as well. I just don't want you to think it's weird. Jiro raised an eyebrow, her smirk softening into something more contemplative. Weird? She echoed, folding her arms. Why would I think that's weird? It's actually kind of impressive that you take the time to do this. Izuku glanced back down at the book, his fingers still resting lightly on the pages. I guess I just don't want it to come off the wrong way. You know, like I'm obsessing over details or trying to overanalyze everything. Jiro leaned in a bit closer, her expression gentle now. But you're not. It's thoughtful, Yagi. You're just trying to understand how everyone works so you can be better, right? He nodded slowly, still feeling a bit self-conscious. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So, then let me see and finish eating your damn food, she said, pointing her earphone jacks at him. I did, he said, pointing to the empty bentos. Good. Then let me read the analysis you did of me. You know you are going to have to change this when we enter UA, right? She said, opening it to her. Yeah, I know. Say, could you tell me a bit more about your earphone jacks? He asked curiously. I mean, I have basic info on there, but I'd like to know more. Jiro's expression shifted from playful to thoughtful as she paused, her eyes glinting with a mixture of amusement and introspection. She toyed with the end of her earphone jack absent-mindedly before speaking. They're not just tools for me, she began softly. They're a part of how I communicate and perceive the world around me. Each of the jacks has a specific frequency range, and I can adjust them to pick up different sounds, low, high, or even subtle vibrations. It's how I can detect things that most people wouldn't normally notice. She paused, a small smile forming on her lips. It's kind of like being able to hear in more dimensions than just with your ears. Izuku listened intently, his curiosity piqued. That sounds really useful, he said, leaning forward slightly. But it must be difficult sometimes, right? Like if you're overwhelmed by too many sounds or frequencies. Yeah, it can be, but I've been doing it for years, so it is pretty easy to know what is, she said, looking into the book and finding an interesting detail about herself, and blushed as she read it. She closed the book, immediately trying not to meet Izuku in the eyes. Izuku noticed Jiro's sudden shift in expression, her blush betraying her usual calm demeanor. The brief moment of silence felt heavy, the weight of the unspoken thoughts lingering between them. He shifted slightly, unsure whether to break the silence or give her space to gather her thoughts. "Hey," Izuku said gently, leaning a little closer. "You, okay?" "Oh yeah, I'm good. But I was gonna ask you, are you done training then?" she asked, twirling her earphone jack. "Not yet, I was going to— Oh, WW," he yelped from Jiro, poking him in the arm with her earphone jack. Izuku rubbed his arm where Jiro had poked him, his expression one of mild discomfort mixed with confusion. "Hey, what was that for?" "I asked you, are you done?" she said, poking his chest with each word. "And I said no, I was going to— Oh, WWWW," he yelped once more from Jiro, poking him with her earphone jack. Izuku winced, rubbing his arm where Jiro had just jabbed him again. "Would you stop abusing me, please? This is what I was talking about earlier when you keep poking me." Jiro couldn't help but giggle at Izuku's reaction. "Oh, come on. You know I'm just messing with you." She leaned back in her chair, her playful demeanor returning as she rested her feet on the bench. "Okay, I guess I am done training for today then, since you said so," he said, sighing, looking sad and dejected. Jiro raised an eyebrow at Izuku's dejected tone, her playful expression softening. She leaned forward again, her feet dangling off the bench as she rested her chin on her hands. "Hey," she said, her voice a bit gentler now. "Don't look so down. You've been working hard. You deserve a break." "Well, you made me feel down by poking me, and now I can't train," he said, playing sad as he went on, hoping Jiro knew he was joking. "Oh please, you'll be fine," she said, hitting him in the arm. "Ouch, Jiro, you just poked me there, please stop hitting me for a minute," he said, rubbing it out. Jiro gave a light chuckle at Izuku's reaction, her playful demeanor softening. All right, I'll go easy on you for now," she said, getting up from her spot. "Come on, dude, let's go do something," she said. "Like what, darts?" he asked. "Yes, actually. We can go to my place again," she said, pointing in her house's direction. Izuku nodded with a small smile. Darts sounds like a good break from all the training. He gathered his belongings and stood up, adjusting his bag on his shoulder. Jiro led the way back toward her house, her earphone jacks swaying slightly as she walked. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the landscape, creating a peaceful ambience. Izuku walked alongside her, the light conversation from earlier still lingering between them. Jiro looked at her friend and blushed once more. She thought back to the words he wrote in the book about. She couldn't shake that feeling that he said about her. She also looks cute when her earphone jacks tangle or when she fiddles with them. Jiro's blush deepened as she thought back to the words Izuku had written about her. The memory of his observation played in her mind, simple, yet unexpectedly personal. She hadn't expected such a thoughtful reflection, and it made her feel something she couldn't quite pinpoint. "What a dork," she thought, smiling slightly. "My dork." Here is how Inori's and Ichiro's quirk works for anyone wondering. Ichiro Yagi quirk, Impact Drive. It is a quirk that is very similar to One for All, though it is not as powerful. Ichiro has the ability to have several activations that can amplify his body's strength, speed, durability, agility, and endurance many times over, and these activations are known as impact levels. Each level makes him more powerful over time. Hypothetically, if he trained hard enough, he would have the ability to be on the same level as One for All, but as of now that is far out of reach. He has 6 levels of impact as of right now, and they are as follows. Impact Level 1 provides minor enhancements in strength, speed, and durability, useful for everyday tasks and basic combat. Impact Level 2 increases his abilities significantly, allowing him to perform more impressive feats, like heavier lifting and faster movements. Impact Level 3 further enhances his physical attributes, improving his durability and agility, making him more effective in tougher battles. Impact Level 4 boosts his capabilities to a more substantial degree, offering enhanced endurance and the ability to handle more intense situations. Impact Level 5 reaches a high level of performance, allowing him to push through tougher challenges, though with noticeable strain on his body. Impact Level 6 temporarily reaches a peak, though it leaves him vulnerable afterward, requiring rest to recover. Theoretically, as I said earlier, he could have an infinite number of levels of impact if he trained hard enough. Inori Yagi Quirk, Mind's Reach. It is a quirk that evolved from One for All and Inko's Quirk Attract, creating a powerful telekinesis quirk. She has the ability to generate telekinetic fields that allow her to push, pull, suspend objects much more than her weight and at high speeds, such as fridges and even vehicles. She even has the ability to use telekinesis on herself to allow herself to effectively float or fly. The range of her telekinetic range can increase with trying, but right now it is 75 feet in all directions. Though her range is that small, she can focus on several tasks at once, such as stopping falling debris, immobilizing enemies, and rescuing civilians. The downside to her quirk is if she overuses, it can cause headaches that progress to migraines and will cause it to feel disoriented and maybe even pass out from the strain and pain. While Inori has excellent control, her quirk requires immense concentration. Distractions or mental disruptions can weaken her hold on objects or cause her to lose control. 5 months until the entrance exam. After 5 months of relentless effort, Izuku stood on the now transformed beach, his hands on his hips as he surveyed his progress. What once resembled a chaotic junkyard was beginning to look like an actual beach again. The sand was clear of debris in large sections, and the sound of waves lapping against the shore felt less muted by the overwhelming clutter. The transformation was a testament to his hard work, and though his muscles constantly ached, he felt a deep sense of pride. As promised, he had been saving some of the scrap he found, bits and pieces of metal, old appliances, and even a few intact objects that still had some utility. A neatly organized pile sat in one corner of the beach, waiting for the day he would find a use for them. Izuku wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing down at his hands. They were calloused and slightly bruised from days of lifting and sorting, but he didn't mind. This work wasn't just about cleaning a beach. It was about becoming stronger and preparing for the future he dreamed of. Jean was more or less understood to the point he wouldn't hurt himself. He may or may not have broken his fingers testing out his quirk by flicking them rapidly and then releasing them, but that was a test run. He now had a total of 8 quirks, or 9 if you included synthesis right now. Something that he loved about this quirk was the ability to create multiple quirks for his use to help others. But something that he had noticed was this was a huge double-edged sword. Yes, having several quirks in your arsenal was amazing, but the malicious training, hours of work, along with blood, sweat, and tears was something else. He did have 1 quirk creation point, and he was saving it for something that would go well along with his other quirks. He only had 5 months left, and he would be out of that place. The money he earned from his notebook covers was flowing in now, and he would be fine on his own. There was no point in buying an apartment because he would have to live in the dorms anyway, and he didn't need to waste money like that. But something he did buy was a storage unit. It was a large one too, containing available scrap metal and other materials that he stored up from the beach. Right now, he was using Black Whip to clean up some of the debris from the area. Black Whip had been one of the more challenging quirks to master, its raw, almost chaotic energy requiring constant focus and control. But now it felt natural, a tool he wielded with confidence. He smiled as he thought of his plan from the start. He created quirks that would not be noticeable. If they were noticeable, they could be explained easily. He would say he had a stockpile quirk that allowed him to use energy in different forms. It would make more sense because he could then say Black Whip, Zephyr Rush, Jolt, and FA Gene were different ways he could use energy. His other quirks were Eagle Eyes, Brain Boost, Cell Surge, and Danger Sense, but like he said, they weren't noticeable or too noticeable. He looked over to his phone to see he was getting a call from Yaoyorozu, and he smiled. "Hello," he said, answering the phone. "Hey Yagi, just reminding you that I got a few of us together to have some dinner," she said. "Oh, who's coming again?" Izuku asked as he changed out of his clothes. "I think it's Jiro, Shiozaki, you, and me because Tokoyami and Shoji are busy with some training for the exams," she said. "Sounds good," Izuku replied, adjusting his shirt. "What time should I meet you all?" "Around 7. I thought we'd try that new fusion place downtown," Yaoyorozu said, her voice brimming with excitement. "I heard they do amazing tempura, and their desserts are supposed to be divine." Yagi chuckled. "You had me at tempura. I'll be there. Should I bring anything?" "Just yourself," she replied warmly. "It's been a while since we all hung out together. I think we could all use a break from the grind." "Agreed. I'll see you there, Yaoyorozu," Yagi said before hanging up. 1 hour later. The restaurant was cozy, with warm lighting and a faint aroma of grilled seafood wafting from the kitchen. Yaoyorozu had already claimed a corner table, her elegant presence impossible to miss. Jiro and Shiozaki were seated with her, chatting animatedly. "Yagi," Yaoyorozu called out, waving him over. "Hey everyone," he greeted as he slid into the seat beside Jiro. "Good to see you all." "Good to see you too, Yagi," Jiro said with a smirk. "I thought you might have ditched us for your training schedule." "You were the one to tell me not to overwork myself," Yagi replied with a grin. "Besides, you guys are more fun than the beach debris." Shiozaki chuckled softly, folding her hands neatly on the table. "We all need a break once in a while." "Exactly," Yaoyorozu agreed, passing around the menus. "And tonight is about unwinding. No training, no strategizing, just good food and good company." The conversation flowed easily, shifting between updates on training, amusing anecdotes, and shared dreams for the future. Jiro talked about her recent music project, while Shiozaki shared her experience volunteering at a local community garden. Yaoyorozu mentioned a new book she was reading, and Yagi found himself relaxing in their company, his usual intensity giving way to laughter and camaraderie. As the dishes arrived, crispy tempura, savory udon, and a variety of sushi rolls, their table grew livelier. Yagi couldn't help but marvel at how much he appreciated moments like these. Despite the pressures they all faced, their bonds made everything feel a little more manageable. "I still can't believe you got recommendations," said Izuku, digging at his food. Momo waved it off like it was nothing. "Well, my quirk is pretty strong," she said. "Strong is an understatement," Jiro chimed in. "No," Izuku said, pointing to her with his chopsticks. "I was meaning your brain. You are pretty clever," he said, shoveling in more food. "I agree with Yagi. You are intelligent, so it is no surprise," Ibra said, nodding in agreement. Momo had blushed at Izuku's words, which didn't go unnoticed by Jiro, who narrowed her eyes at her. Momo cleared her throat, the blush lingering on her cheeks. "We thank you too, but I think that we should dig into the food," she said, trying to ignore the compliment. Jiro unconsciously scooted over to Izuku a little bit more as she continued to eat her food. Izuku wouldn't lie when he said he was starving as he continued to eat some food. Izuku jumped slightly when he felt Jiro's leg brush against his. "So, Yagi," Yaoyorozu said, steering the conversation to a lighter topic. "How is cleaning up the beach going? You know the offer is still on the table if you need any help." "It's going good, but it's okay. This is something I need to do on my own," he said, looking at her. "It's admirable," Yaoyorozu said, her voice warm with encouragement. "But don't hesitate to lean on your friends if it ever gets overwhelming. You don't have to shoulder everything alone." Izuku smiled softly, appreciating her words. "Thanks, Yaoyorozu. I'll keep that in mind." Jiro smirked, nudging him with her elbow. You're too humble for your own good, Yagi. Well, someone has to be, Izuku replied with a light chuckle. Otherwise, I'd be insufferable, wouldn't I? Jiro rolled her eyes playfully, but the smile on her face lingered. She leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand as she glanced at Izuku. Insufferable? You? I think it's more likely you'd trip over yourself trying to apologize for being too insufferable. Fair point, Izuku admitted, his grin widening. Shiozaki tilted her head thoughtfully. Your humility is certainly one of your strengths, Yagi. It's rare to see someone work so hard and remain so grounded. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Thanks, but I think it's just normal, you know? You do what you have to do to improve. There was silence between the four of them as they continued with their meal. Anyone want dessert? Asked Momo. I could go for dessert, Jiro said, setting her chopsticks down and leaning back in her chair. Something sweet to top this off sounds perfect. Same here, Izuku chimed in, finishing the last bite of his tempura. What's on the menu? Shiozaki nodded politely. I wouldn't mind something light, perhaps fruit-based. Yaoyorozu waved over the server, who approached with a welcoming smile. What do you recommend for dessert? She asked. The server gestured toward a small chalkboard near the entrance listing the restaurant's specials. We have matcha parfaits, yuzu sorbet, and a selection of mochi. The chef's special is a fusion-style chocolate lava cake with a hint of miso caramel. Ooh, that sounds fancy, Jiro said, raising an eyebrow. I'm intrigued, Izuku admitted. Let's get one of those to share. I'll also take the yuzu sorbet, Shiozaki added. It sounds refreshing. I'll have the parfait, Yaoyorozu decided. Same, Jiro said. Parfait sounds solid. With their orders placed, the group fell into a comfortable lull, their conversation shifting to lighter topics. Izuku found himself smiling as he watched his friends, their laughter and warmth filling the space around them. When the desserts arrived, the table lit up with excitement. The parfaits were beautifully layered with matcha-flavored cream, sweet red bean paste, and crisp rice crackers for texture. The yuzu sorbet glistened like freshly fallen snow, and the lava cake oozed rich chocolate and caramel when it was cut into it. The four friends enjoyed their desserts, quietly savoring each bite. As the restaurant began to quiet down for the evening, Izuku glanced at the time on his phone. Wow, it's already getting late. Yaoyorozu nodded, checking her watch. I suppose we should start heading out. Izuku grabbed the bill, much to the displeasure of the others. You don't have to pay, Yagi, said Ibara, going to grab it. It's fine, I got it, Izuku said, keeping it out of reach of the others who were also trying to grab it. I insist on paying, said Momo, who was still trying to grab it as the group got to the counter to pay. Izuku held firm, clutching the bill like his life depended on it, a determined smile on his face. Really, it's on me this time. You all can get the next one. Momo frowned, crossing her arms. That's not fair, Yagi. I suggested the dinner, so I should pay. Exactly, Ibara added, her tone firm yet gentle. You've already done so much for us, Yagi. Let us do this for you. Jiro chimed in, smirking as she reached over to tug at the edge of the bill. Come on, Yagi. Don't be a hero about it, at least not here. Guys, I am telling you, I got the money and the meal is covered. You don't have to worry about it, he said, handing the man the money to pay. The cashier took the money from Izuku, giving him a polite bow. Thank you for dining with us. Have a wonderful evening. Momo sighed in defeat, shaking her head with an exasperated smile. You're far too stubborn, Yagi. Seriously, Jiro added, poking him lightly in the arm as they exited the restaurant. It's like trying to argue with a wall, an unreasonably polite, green-haired wall. I ain't stubborn. I just want to do the right thing, he said. They all chuckled as Izuku did his normal routine of walking them down to the train station. As the group strolled toward the train station, the evening air was filled with a gentle breeze. The streets were quieter now, the hustle of the day giving way to a peaceful calm. Izuku walked slightly ahead, his hands tucked into his pockets, while the girls chatted behind him, their voices light and teasing. "You really didn't have to do that, Yagi," Momo said, her tone part exasperation and part gratitude. "I'm perfectly capable of paying for dinner, you know?" "I know you are," Izuku replied, glancing over his shoulder with a soft smile. "But I wanted to. You've all been so supportive, and it's the least I could do to show how much I appreciate you." Jiro snorted, shooting him a playful glare. "You sound like you're writing a thank you card. We're your friends, Yagi. You don't need to pay us back for just existing." "I know," Izuku said with a chuckle. "But it still feels good to do something nice once in a while, especially for the people you care for." Izuku did realize the weight of his words as he still faced forward, but the girls all had blushes of varying degrees on their faces. The quiet moment between them lingered as they walked, the subtle warmth of the evening enhancing the calm atmosphere. Izuku didn't glance back again, though he could feel the girls' eyes on him. He smiled softly to himself, a quiet sense of contentment settling over him. It wasn't long before the group was at the train station and Izuku looked at the girls. "Well, we are here," he said, showing them the place. Jiro stretched her arms as they reached the train platform, a teasing grin still lingering on her face. "Well, at least this time you didn't insist on walking us all the way home, Yagi," she said with a wink. "It's always a bit of a trek." "I don't mind the walk," Izuku said, adjusting his backpack. "It's nice to spend a bit more time with you all," he said, watching the train pull into the station. "That is very considerate of you, Yagi," said Ibara, walking up to him in a bold move, hugging him and making him blush. "Have a good night," she said, walking onto the train. Momo and Jiro, not wanting to be outdone, followed suit, each giving Izuku a quick hug before stepping onto the train. Yaoyorozu lingered for a moment, smiling warmly at him before saying goodbye. "Thank you, Yagi," she said softly, her tone filled with genuine affection. "Take care on your walk home." Izuku watched as the train doors closed, the quiet hum of the station becoming a little more subdued. He stood there for a moment longer, a gentle smile still on his face, the warmth of their farewells lingering in the cool evening air. "Oh God. Is that a friend thing or is it a girl thing? I need to understand friendships better so I can be less awkward," he said, fanning himself off and walking home. Izuku got to his home and shut the door to his apartment. It was about 8:30 p.m. and he was going to go clean up before bed when his father stopped him. "Hey, Izuku," Tashinori said, standing in front of him, not sure how to stand, switching between leaning and crossing his arms. Izuku furrowed his brow at his dad. "Yeah. Did you need something?" he asked. Well, I was just wondering if you needed anything for UA in the next months. It is only a bit away, like school supplies or anything, or even if you need to help you with your forms for the general course," he asked. Izuku shook his head in annoyance. "No, Dad, I should be fine. I got everything taken care of," he said, trying to walk past him. Tashinori watched his son with a mix of concern and hesitation, his arms still shifting awkwardly at his sides. "Are you sure? I just had Inori and Ichiro fill theirs out before they went to their rooms." "Yes, I am fine. I filled it out months ago," he said, trying to walk up the stairs, but was stopped by him pulling his arm. "Please wait just a moment, your mother and I need to talk to you for a bit," Tashinori said, noticing how firm his arm was, meaning he was working out. Izuku let out a soft sigh, his frustration evident but not directed at his father. He paused on the staircase, looking back at Tashinori with a raised brow. "Okay, Fine. What's going on?" Tashinori glanced around briefly before stepping aside and inviting Izuku into the living room. "Sit down," he said, his voice unusually serious. "We just want to talk for a bit. It's important." Izuku hesitated, then made his way into the room and sat on the couch. He crossed his arms, still slightly exasperated but curious about what his parents needed to discuss. Toshinori took a seat next to him, while Inko quietly sat down for a cup of tea on the small table in front of them. Izuku, Toshinori began softly, his usual confident demeanor subdued. We've had this discussion with Inori and Ichiro, but we wanted to ask you what you wanted to do after UA. Izuku looked confused but decided to play their game. I will be honest with you, I haven't thought much about it. I mean, I will be barely 15 when I first start school. Toshinori nodded thoughtfully, his gaze steady. That's understandable. So, is that it? Are we done? Asked Izuku, wanting to be done with this conversation. Toshinori let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. Not quite, son. This isn't just a quick chat. It's a chance to figure things out together. You don't have to have all the answers, but we want to make sure you're thinking about what's ahead. Yeah, well, I don't really think now is the best time to talk about this, he said, getting up from his seat. Toshinori raised his hand gently, signaling for Izuku to pause. I understand you're tired, Izuku. I promise we won't take too long. Please, just hear us out. I said I am fine, he said, ignoring him and starting to walk away. Toshinori's expression shifted to one of surprise. Wait, why? Because, if I am not comfortable enough to have this conversation with you, you should respect that, he said. Toshinori stood frozen for a moment, Izuku's words cutting through the air with an unexpected sharpness. The weight of them settled in his chest as he watched his son ascend the stairs, his back tense, his movements deliberate. Inko had a worried look on her face. He still is pushy with us. Yeah, that's what sucks, said Toshinori, sitting down. Toshinori sighed heavily as he sank into the couch, resting his elbows on his knees and cradling his head in his hands. The room felt heavier than it had just moments before, the air thick with unspoken worries. Inko reached over and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, her voice soft but firm. Toshi, he's still a teenager. He's going through so much right now. You can't blame him for wanting to set boundaries. Hell, Inori and Ichiro are doing it. Yeah, I know, but not like what he was doing, he said, putting to where Izuku was a moment ago. I just wait a bit then. He is right when they will be a little over 15 though. Inko nodded as she rubbed her husband's hand as they turned the TV on. Chapter 9, The Exam and Realizations. Day of the entrance exam. Izuku stood proud at the gate of UA as he looked at his future school. He had finished cleaning up the beach a couple of months ago. He had done so much since then. His sensei Daichi Arai had passed him in his dojo, and he had taught him everything he knew and had learned 3 different martial art styles. He had built a few items from the scrap that was made, one of his best ones being sound gauntlets for Jiro and her earphone jacks. The premise of the sound gauntlets was quite simple. Jiro could plug her earphone jacks into the gauntlets, and they would amplify and redirect her sound-based attacks with unparalleled precision and power. He had also incorporated shock absorption to reduce strain on her eardrums and added a secondary feature that allowed the gauntlets to record sound waves for tactical purposes. Jiro had been overjoyed when he gave them to her, calling him a genius inventor despite his bashful protests. She could even use it in the exam as it was signed off as being used for her quirk. He stood a proud 6 feet tall, his frame a testament to the months of grueling training he had undergone. His once wiry build had transformed into a powerful, well-toned physique that balanced strength and agility. Every muscle on his body seemed to carry the story of his dedication. Chiseling his abs, broadening his shoulders, and fortifying his arms and legs through countless hours of intense workouts, sparring sessions, and quirk drills. Everything on his body was the peak of physical strength. But now, as he stood before the massive gates of UA, those achievements seemed like distant memories. The weight of the moment hit him like a freight train. This is it, he thought, his hands clenching into fists. Everything I've worked for leads to today. Let's just hope that Bakugo or my siblings aren't here to see me. The sad thing was the seats were assigned, so he couldn't be next to his friends, and he was going to beat someone up if he sat next to Bakugo, Inori, or Ichiro. He began walking into the examination hall, his boots echoing softly on the polished floors. Each step felt deliberate, like he was stepping onto a battlefield, not just an exam. The large hall was lined with rows of seats, each section filled with hopeful students, all brimming with anticipation and nerves. Despite the crowd, the room seemed to fall into a hushed stillness as the proctors took their places on the elevated stage at the front. He took his seat thanking whoever did this that didn't have any one of those three next to him. He was interrupted from his train of thought when someone bumped into him in his seat. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you," said a girl with brown hair. Izuku waved her off. "You're fine. You didn't mean to," he said. "My name is Achiko Uraraka, what is yours?" she asked, sticking her hand out to him. Izuku shook her hand with a gentle smile. "My name is Izuku Yagi. Nice to meet you, Uraraka." Achiko smiled warmly. "Nice to meet you too, Yagi. Are you excited for the exam?" Izuku's expression softened as he nodded. "Yeah, I've been looking forward to this for a long time, but there's a lot riding on it, you know?" Achiko tilted her head slightly, her gaze curious. "I understand. It's a big step, but I think you'll do great. You seem really focused." Izuku felt a small wave of gratitude at her words. "Thanks, that really means a lot. How about you? Are you nervous?" Achiko laughed softly. "A little, but mostly excited. I've been training hard for this too. Let's do our best." Izuku nodded at her as they both settled in there and the lights dimmed to show Present Mike on stage. As the lights dimmed, the hall fell into a hushed silence. The sound of footsteps echoed softly as Present Mike stepped onto the stage, his confident demeanor instantly capturing everyone's attention. The excitement in the room surged once again, but now there was a different kind of energy, one that came with the presence of a pro hero. "Good afternoon, future heroes." Present Mike's voice boomed across the hall, resonating with enthusiasm. "Welcome to the UA entrance exam. You've all come a long way to get here, and today is the day you put your skills to the test. But first, let me go over how this test is going to work." Present Mike's voice filled the large hall, energetic and brimming with excitement. His animated gestures matched his tone, commanding the attention of every hopeful student in the room. "All right, listen up," he continued, pointing dramatically toward the crowd. "The UA entrance exam is split into two parts, a written test and a practical exam. Now we shall move on to the practical exam as we are now done with that. So, let's get rocking and go over this. Do not be afraid to ask any questions," he said, hitting a button and a screen turned on behind him. The screen behind Present Mike lit up, displaying images of various villain bots, ranging in size and complexity. Each model rotated slowly, giving the students a clear view of what they'd soon face. Present Mike gestured dramatically toward the screen, his enthusiasm undiminished. "All right, future heroes, let's break it down. The practical exam is all about racking up points. In your assigned zones, you'll face off against villain bots of varying difficulty levels. Here's how the scoring works. 1-point bots are your basic models, lightweight and easy to take down. 2-point bots are bulkier, with tougher armor and slightly better mobility. And then there are the 3-point bots," he said, his tone dropping slightly for emphasis. "These bad boys are designed to challenge even the best of you. They're heavily armored, have a range of offensive capabilities, and require a solid strategy to defeat." "Excuse me, sir?" asked a tall boy with glasses and blue hair standing up. A light shined down on him, and he asked, "What is with the 4th bot on this page?" "I am glad you asked that," he said, changing the screen to a dramatic image of a massive, towering robot that dwarfed the others. Its frame bristled with simulated weaponry, and it cast an ominous shadow over the mock city below. And finally, Present Mike announced, pointing toward the colossal machine on the screen, the 0-pointer. "This one is just here to shake things up. It's big, it's terrifying, but let me be clear. It's worth 0 points. You don't need to engage. Try to avoid, all right." Present Mike clapped his hands, snapping Izuku and the rest of the students back to attention. "All right, Any other questions? He scanned the room, but no one else raised their hand. Good. Then let's get this party started. Check the screen for your assigned testing zones and report there immediately. You've got 5 minutes to get to your designated bus to travel to your zone. The clock's ticking. Looks like we are in the same testing zone based on our card, she said, looking over to Izuku. Yeah, we should get going, he said, getting up. Izuku and Achiko made their way toward the buses lined up outside, each labeled with the corresponding testing zones. The energy among the students was a mix of nerves and determination, the sound of hurried footsteps and hushed conversations filling the air. As they boarded the bus for Zone B, Izuku noticed the seats were filling quickly. He gestured for Achiko to take the window seat, and she nodded with a smile, sliding into place. Izuku sat beside her, his hands resting on his knees as he stared out the window. He had thought back to this morning about what his father said to him and his siblings. Good job to all of you and good luck today, he said, referring to them all. He shifted his gaze to Inori and Ichiro and smiled even more. Go out there and make you old man proud, he said, with the two of them smiling. Izuku clenched his knees in disdain towards his family. I'll show them, he said to himself. I'll be the best in everything I do and give it my all even when I have nothing left to give. Those are some good words of motivation, said Achiko, smiling at him. Izuku almost forgot he was with her for a moment and nodded. Yeah, might as well hype me up as much as possible, he said as they came to a stop. We are here. Good luck to you all, said the bus driver. Good luck, Uraraka, said Izuku. You as well, she said, finding an open spot for herself. Izuku stood near the gate waiting for the go-ahead, then he showed them what he had. He knew he would have to explain his quirk, so he deliberately pointed in his request forms to meet with the staff to talk about it, knowing his father was on the staff. His training in martial arts, quirks, knowledge, and workouts lead him to this moment. This was a start, but he would make it worth it. He wouldn't lie when he said he wanted to be his father's record, which was still unknown. He wanted to see the looks on his family's face that he had a quirk all this time. He wanted to show them that he was going to follow his dreams with or without their help. He would give it his all. This was his statement to show to the world. He was here. This wasn't about the most points he could get right now, but rather how heroic he could be. His training would allow him to handle the use of 2 quirks without any negative effects, aside from the ones that are constant, such as Brain Boost and Cell Surge. The combat quirks he had. He could use 3 quirks at the same time in a short burst without problems, and maybe 4 if he pushed it, but he would have to be careful. He inhaled deeply, preparing himself. He could not wait to see the looks of his family. Present Mick's voice then cut in. What are guys doing? Go out there. There is only so much time. They were off to the races. Observation room. The teachers sat in their chairs waiting for the talent and the creme of the crop to show themselves to them. I have a feeling this will be quite a year, said Snipe as he leaned in his chair. Indeed, I cannot wait, said Nizu, sipping on some tea. There are so many cuties already, said Midnight, licking her lips seductively. Please don't start, said Eraserhead, sighing as he sipped some coffee, not wanting to fall asleep right now. Toshinori just sat in his chair thinking about today. I think Inori was the right candidate for One for All. Her telekinesis quirk is going to be incredibly powerful now, as well as having some strong attacks. Ichiro even said his quirk was very similar to mine, so it wouldn't make sense for him to have it. He is a selfless kid. The two of them have been training their asses off for this. They will be the top 3 without a doubt. I wonder if Izuku passed his general course test. Of course he did, who am I kidding? The kid is smart as hell, he thought as the test started. This is where I am going to explain all of the quirks Izuku has so far, just so we are clear on that, and in order of what and when they were made. First quirk, Brain Boost. This quirk allows Izuku to increase his IQ by 40 without any side effects, and it is always active. His IQ is 167 without and 207 with it. He also has memory recall. Second quirk, Cell Surge. This quirk allows Izuku to have a faster healing factor than an average person. Think of it like Spider-Man's healing factor. He also can heal others like Recovery Girl with physical touch such as his hand, but it is slower than hers. Third quirk, Black Whip. Once used by the fifth user of One for All, Izuku can use 5 tendrils of Black Whip at any time for 5 minutes in a row. Any more tendrils and he struggles to control it. Any less tendrils and he can control it for longer. This is one of his most versatile quirks as he can use it to swing himself, capture enemies, throw objects or people, or even cause distractions. Fourth quirk, Danger Sense. Once used by the fourth user of One for All, this quirk allows Izuku to sense when danger is directed at him and even in some cases near him. He no longer has the sharp pain that he does when it is activated due to his training. This is more of a passive quirk as it is embedded in the user's instincts. Can also detect emotional hostility. Fifth quirk, Eagle Eyes. This quirk allows him to have a perfect 20/20 vision, and it increases his perceptual awareness. It enables him to track fast-moving objects with incredible accuracy. It was almost as if time slows down for him when they are activated. Sixth quirk, FA Gene. Once used by the third user of One for All, FA Gene grants Izuku the ability to store kinetic energy from physical movements and release it for powerful bursts of strength, speed, and agility. By harnessing the energy built up from strikes, jumps, or even simple movements, Izuku can amplify his attacks or create sudden, explosive maneuvers. This quirk provides him with incredible versatility in combat, allowing for rapid acceleration, enhanced durability, and devastating offensive capabilities. Seventh quirk, Jolt. This quirk grants him the ability to surround himself with powerful bioelectric energy, significantly boosting his speed and reaction time. While Jolt enhances his agility and evasiveness, it doesn't provide an increase in physical strength or direct attacks, but it does allow for electricity-based attacks. Izuku can release bursts or streams of lightning, effectively shocking opponents or creating area of effect disruption. Additionally, Jolt makes Izuku immune to electric-based attacks, giving him a significant advantage against opponents who rely on electricity in their combat strategies. This quirk further expands Izuku's versatility, allowing him to control the battlefield through superior speed and electric-based utility. Eighth quirk, Zephyr Rush. This quirk allows for air and wind manipulation, enabling the user to propel themselves forward, launch into the air, and glide with ease. It also grants control over gusts of wind within a specific area, which can be intensified through rigorous training. While its offensive potential depends on the strength of the wind generated, the quirk excels in mobility and battlefield control, making it a versatile tool for both combat and traversal. Those are all the quirks he has, and he will be gaining more later, but with that, back to the story. Izuku activated Jolt and bioelectricity encompassed his body. With precision and speed, he extended 2 strands of Black Whip from his arms to the street lamps and launched himself forward, the sudden burst of power startling the other examinees around him. His movements were fluid and calculated, a perfect blend of his training. He was way ahead of the pack of students now with that boost as he saw his first few targets. 2 3-pointers and 1 2-pointer. He extended out Black Whip and grabbed one of the 3-pointers. With his strength, he ripped the head off the 3-pointer, making it collapse to the ground. Danger Sense had activated, and he effortlessly ducked underneath the attack the other 3-point sent his way. He was stuck between the 2-pointer and 3-pointer and smirked as he had been wanting to try this move for a while. He started to channel and store air into the palms of both of his hands. Air palm thrust, he said, extending a hand to each of the robots, pushing them into the wall, disabling them. That's 8 points. Got to keep going, he said, activating Jolt once more and using a burst of air to launch himself faster than he normally would. Ironically, he learned this move by seeing Bakugo propel himself using his explosions and realized he could do the same thing with air. Spotting a cluster of 3 1-pointers, Izuku landed gracefully and extended Black Whip once more. He wrapped the tendrils around the legs of 2 robots, pulling them into each other with a deafening crash. Before the 3rd robot could fire, Izuku's eyes glinted. Izuku planted his foot firmly into the ground, letting the energy from Fa Gene explode through his leg. The force of his kick sent the one-pointer flying into a nearby wall, shattering it on impact. Without skipping a beat, he whipped around, scanning for his next set of targets. 11 points, he muttered, adjusting his strategy as the exam arena grew more chaotic. He activated Eagle Eyes and saw there were 2 more three-pointers out in the open. He knew he needed to be faster, and he launched himself at the 2 robots with immense speed. It made it look awkward, but he punched the air 10 times in a matter of a couple of seconds, storing up kinetic energy. Izuku darted toward the 2 three-pointers, his fists flying through the air with blinding speed. Each punch generated bursts of stored kinetic energy, his Fa Gene quirk accumulating power for a devastating move. The robots turned their attention to him, their targeting systems locking on as they began to charge their weaponry. "Not today," Izuku muttered, smirking as he released stored energy. The first robot took the brunt of the punch, launching backward as he collided with the other three-pointer, and the 2 exploded. 17, he said as he looked around. He saw there was one of the contestants holding his right arm from what looked like it was cut off from an attack by the robot, and he rushed over to him. The contestant almost fell over from the gust of wind Izuku generated. "Are you okay?" he asked, looking at his hand. "I'll be fine," the contestant stammered, though his voice was shaky. Just need to stay out of the way." "Not for long, you won't," he said, holding his arm up and placing his hand on the wound. Soon a faint green glow appeared as the wound started to heal up. After about 15 seconds, the gash was healed and Izuku stood up. "You are healed now. Good luck to you," he said as his body was encompassed in lightning, and he was on his way again. The contestant looked in awe as he raced back to the battle to find and get more points. Observation room. Nizu sipped his tea with a smile on his face as he saw the battles happening. "You see, this is why I love this. This is where we get to see if future candidates' certain skills are in battle. For example, some students use wits and brain power to take care of their foes. Some use reconnaissance and gather intel to help them. Others may use their pure destructive power to take care of what needs to be done," said Nizu as screens of various battles played. "But the best use all of these tactics," he finished. Toshinori looked at Inori and Ichiro, who were defeating the robots with ease. Inori was showing her strength and adaptability to One for All as she flung the robots with a wave of her hand, while Ichiro knee a three-pointer in the face. However, he didn't see another screen of a green blur that's smashing robots with ease while healing others. "Oh man, these kids are perfect," said Midnight, bit her lip as the others tried to ignore her. "They do seem a lot better than last year," said Power Loader. "Let's see what else they got before we release the big one," said Snipe. Zone B, 5 minutes left. Izuku wouldn't lie when he said he lost count of his points a while back because he decided to help a few others with Cell Surge. "Ouch! Someone help me!" He heard another voice for help. This one was different. She sounded in pain and in danger. Izuku ran over to see the problem. There was a girl whose arm was stuck under some rubble from a nearby building that landed on her. She had brown hair in the shape of a mushroom, and her eyes were filled with tears from what part of her eyes he could see, likely from the pain. Right behind her, there was a three-pointer that was ready to attack. Izuku rushed toward the scene, his body crackling with electricity from jolt, and his heart pounding with determination. He channels the electricity around his body, ready to aim and fire. "Thunderbolt!" he yelled out as a large green bolt of lightning headed right at the robot with a blinding flash of light. The three-pointer was engulfed in the electrified burst, sparks flying wildly from its metallic frame. The shockwave rippled through the air, sending bits of debris scattering and momentarily disabling the robot. Izuku didn't stop there. As the robot crashed to the ground, he rushed to the girl's side, lifting the rubble off of her. "You're going to be fine," he said as he threw the large piece of concrete like it was nothing. The large concrete slab shattered upon impact with the ground, sending chunks of debris flying in all directions. Izuku stood protectively over the girl, shielding her from the aftermath as his body continued to crackle with electricity. His expression was calm, though his heart raced with the adrenaline of the moment. "You're safe now," he assured her softly, helping her to her feet. She wobbled slightly, still overwhelmed by pain and fear, but Izuku steadied her gently. "Just take a few deep breaths, you'll be okay." The girl managed to make a weak nod, her tears still falling but with a hint of relief. "Thank you. Thank you so much," she whispered. "Now this is going to take a minute, so hold on and look at me." "What's your name?" he said, trying to get her to make eye contact. "Keikinoko Komori," she said as he held up her arm. It was broken, but that was an easy fix for Izuku anyway. He activated Jolt to make sure he could protect them from any threats as a faint green glow appeared on her arm. "My name is Izuku Yagi," he said as he focused on his surroundings right now. "This might feel a little strange, but it won't hurt," he said as he channeled his healing energy. The warmth spread through her arm, numbing the pain as the bone mended itself, muscle fibers stitching back together under his touch. "Wait, won't this prevent you from getting points?" she said, trying to take her hand away. "That doesn't matter. What matters is healing, making sure you aren't going to be hurt anymore," he said, still focusing on healing her. Kanoko's breath hitched as she watched the faint green glow intensify on her arm, the pain slowly fading away under his touch. She wanted to pull away again, to argue more, but something about his calm certainly calmed her fears. His focus was solely on her, completely unshaken by the potential consequences. "But," she began again, her voice cracking slightly, "you could win easily if you just fought for points. While that is nice, making sure people make it out of here just fine is also important," he said as the muscles were stitching back together now. "It will be done soon and they will be on their way." She nodded meekly and blushed from the contact as well as helping her. After a few more moments, Izuku withdrew his hand, the healing complete. Kanoko flexed her fingers, feeling no pain, only the strength of her own body. "It's done," Izuku said, his voice still calm and reassuring. "How does it feel?" Kanoko moved her arm experimentally, testing her range of motion. A relieved smile broke across her face. "It's perfect. I can move it like normal again. Thank you, really thank you." "You don't have to thank me," Izuku replied. Danger sense activated and Izuku jumped in front of Kanoko while charging another green thunderbolt shooting from his fist at a two-pointer that tried to ambush them in the alleyway. Sparks flew in every direction, and the robot let out a sharp screech before collapsing in a heap of twisted metal. The resulting shockwave sent a brief tremor through the ground, shaking the debris around them. "All right, good luck, Komori," he said, giving a salute as he bolted once more, leaving a blushing girl behind. Observation room. Mr. Aizawa had thought he was seeing something from earlier from the lack of sleep like he normally had, but he kept seeing the same thing repeatedly. It was a green blur that would appear on the screen for a split second. He walked over to a screen trying to enhance a camera on Zone B. Cementos had noticed this and was curious as to what he was doing. Mr. Aizawa leaned in closely, adjusting the camera feed from Zone B with meticulous precision. The image of the battlefield flickered slightly, but he was determined to get a better look. The green blur had been catching his attention, appearing in bursts of light, moving at incredible speeds. "Cementos," he said, glancing over his shoulder without breaking his focus. "What do you make of this?" Cementos raised an eyebrow, stepping up beside Mr. Aizawa to examine the screen. "I noticed it too," he said, pointing to the screen. "That green flash, it's not normal. There's something about it." Mr. Aizawa adjusted a few more settings, increasing the resolution slightly. The blur became clearer, revealing brief glimpses of a figure moving with almost supernatural speed. "It's like they're teleporting across the battlefield," Aizawa observed, frowning. "But we've seen nothing like this before." Cementos hummed thoughtfully. "Whoever it is, they're incredibly efficient. One moment, they're in one spot dealing with a group of robots, and the next, they're somewhere else entirely." Oh, it appears something has caught Mr. Aizawa's attention. That rarely happens, said Nizu happily. Put the contestant on screen and release the zero-pointer in all zones, he said as Aizawa looked annoyed at the remark he made. I am trying to, but the person is moving too fast to get a scan of their face to give a name, he said as the person stopped just enough to bring the name on the screen. Toshinori looked over to the screen as he looked away from his daughter with wide eyes. Izuku Yagi, this is your third child, correct, All Might? Asked Nizu. Holy hell, I had to put the video in 0.25 speed just to see him normally, said Aizawa. Toshinori didn't answer Nizu as he walked up to the screen to see his son, his supposed quirkless son, fighting these robots. Yes, he is, sir, he said quietly as he watched him deal with the robots efficiently. He broke out into a cold sweat as Snipe hit the button to release their zero-pointers. He had so many questions about this right now. Why didn't he tell them? Did he tell and he forgot? Why was he hiding this from them? What has Izuku been doing to train with all of this power? How did he have a quirk? His heart dropped as he thought back to a man who gave him his injury all those years ago. All for one. No, it was impossible as he had died all those years ago. He decided to remain quiet to see what this son had in store. He did know something hung deep in his chest that wouldn't go away for a while. Confusion, heartache, but most importantly, guilt. Zone B with Izuku. Izuku used Black Whip to throw a one-pointer into another one right across from it and wiped his brow. He had been going non-stop for the past 8 minutes from what his count was, and he was wearing thin. He had trained his ass off with all these quirks, but using them all and using most at the same time was starting to get to him. 2 minutes remaining, said Present Mike as the other examinees stopped to listen. He had been right, and now he needed to kick it into overdrive. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to tremble. Izuku's gaze shot upward, his breath catching in his throat. There, towering over the city, was the zero-pointer from the mock tests. The enormous mechanical monstrosity cast a long shadow across the skyline, its presence undeniable. He remembered the terror it evoked during practice, and now it was real, looming before him once more. Not now, Izuku muttered. Many of the contestants were starting to run away. He was going to do the same, but he heard something in the direction of the zero-pointer. Help, said a familiar voice. He looked to see it was Achiko, the girl he met earlier, stuck underneath her rubble. This might have been his ego talking, but he wanted to see how strong he was. He knew he could save her, but why not take out the enemy and save her at the same time? He didn't care if there were no points for destroying this guy, but rather saving her from getting run over. Izuku squatted down and activated Jolt with green lighting surging around him. He needed to charge as much power as possible. He had been saving up some kinetic energy from earlier, but he needed more of it to defeat this thing. He used Zephyr Rush to channel air to his feet, and he propelled himself forward using air blasts. He started to punch the air rapidly to store the kinetic energy he needed to beat this thing. He still couldn't get over how weird this looked, but it was something that made Fa Gene unique. With his fists glowing with the accumulated energy, Izuku struck the air in rapid succession, the kinetic energy amplifying with every punch. He could feel the energy crackling through his body, his muscles straining under the pressure. Despite the surreal sight of him punching nothing but air, the energy he created was substantial, each strike adding to the power necessary to take down the towering zero-pointer. The colossal mechanical beast let out a low, metallic hum as it turned to face him. Its massive limbs swung towards him, but Izuku was quicker. His agile movements, combined with his rapidly increasing energy, allowed him to avoid the zero-pointer's devastating strikes. The sheer scale of the robot was intimidating, but Izuku's focus remained unwavering. He cocked his fist back as he channeled all of his different powers into one point. He held a smile on his face as he prepared to hit the robot. "Eat this, you hunk of metal," he said, aiming his for his head. A deafening crack echoed through the air, sending shockwaves that rippled across the battlefield. The zero-pointer staggered backward, its massive frame shaking as if it were struggling to stay upright. Sparks flew from its damaged circuits, and the sheer force of Izuku's strike left a visible dent in its metallic skull. Small explosions trickled across the body of the robot as he stayed in the air for a little longer as the zero-pointer was falling from being defeated, but gravity started to catch up to him as he started to descend downward at a fast pace. God dang it. I need to slow my descent. I wish I worked on my levitation a bit more, he said, having his legs aimed toward the ground first as he was falling fast. He manipulated the air around him to slow himself down, which was helping, but it wasn't effective enough. He braced himself for the fall but felt something slap his foot, making him float for a short moment before falling to the ground. Uraraka had used her quirk to save him from falling. It looked like she used a piece of the zero-pointer to help herself move her to him, and he was grateful for that. He got up and walked over to her as she looked like she was throwing up rainbows and helped her up. Izuku helped Uraraka to her feet, steadying her as she wobbled slightly from the exertion. The battlefield around them was a mess of debris and malfunctioning robots. The zero-pointer lay crumpled and sparking behind them, its massive form no longer a threat. Izuku gave a small nod of thanks, his breath still heavy from the intense battle. "You saved me," Izuku said quietly, genuine gratitude in his voice. "Thank you, Uraraka." Uraraka managed a weak smile, her cheeks flushed as she leaned on him for support. "You don't have to thank me. You took down that thing. It's amazing. You were amazing and you saved me first," she said softly, her voice filled with awe and admiration. "That is it. Time is up," said Present Mike as the two teens sighed in relief. "Here, what did you hurt?" asked Izuku, looking at Achiko up and down. She looked at him confused. "I sprained my ankle, but what about you? Your arm looks hurt," she asked as he looked down at his arm and flexed it. He just realized that he couldn't move it, so he must have overdone it on Fa Gene or on all his quirks. "I'm fine, it'll heal," he said, bending down. Achiko leaned on the piece of metal as Izuku grabbed her ankle, and that familiar faint glow appeared over her foot and part of her leg as he focused on healing her. "Good job, all of you. You are all heroes in my eyes," said an elderly woman looking for people with injuries. Recovery Girl was surprised that there weren't more people that were hurt this year, which made her job easier. She walked over to see a girl leaning on metal and a boy helping her. "There, you are healed, Uraraka," he said, turning to see Recovery Girl, the woman that helped him years ago. "Well, it has been quite some time since we've had a person that could heal others," she said, smiling as she looked at his wounded arm and frowned. He leaned in and kissed his arm, with it healing almost immediately. "Thank you, miss," he said, bowing slightly. "Hey, I remember you. You are that boy that I healed all those years ago. I'd never forget that green hair and emerald eyes," she said, smiling at him. "Yes, that was me that day," he said, smiling at her, glad to be remembered. "All right, examinees, clear out and see Recovery Girl if needed," said Present Mike. Izuku smiled at how he did today. He knew he would pass, but he couldn't wait to see the look on his families when they found out he had a Quirks and he was going to be in the hero course. Observation room. "Holy shit," said Aizawa as he kept replaying the panel of Izuku punching the zero-pointer and knocking him down. Snipe nodded. "Holy shit indeed. Not the first kid to take down a zero-pointer, but the first in a while to hit it in one blow." Toshinori sat in his seat with his head resting on his hands, his mind still racing with what was that. Izuku Yagi, his quirkless son, had a quirk. He didn't get it. It felt like he was spiraling right now, but he was interrupted from his thoughts by Nizu. "Well, looky here," he said, holding up Izuku's paperwork. "It says that his quirk is called Synthesist, but he will not explain unless all the UA faculty is there. It says it is of high importance for all of us to know," he said, looking at it with others following suit. "Well, why not do it now before he leaves?" said Cementos. "Great idea," said Nizu, clapping his hands. "Well, his paws, or whatever they are. Then that way we get to meet All Might's third child." Toshinori nodded slowly as he got up and followed the staff to the boardroom. "Aizawa, please call Present Mike to tell him to bring Izuku Yagi with him and have a meeting with him," Nizu said, with Aizawa nodding in return. As long as I can have him in my class this year, he said, waiting for a response from the principal of UA. Very well. Just be sure to have him get Izuku Yagi before he leaves, he said as Aizawa made the call. With Izuku, after doing the best of his ability, had changed out of his green tracksuit that was slightly torn now and was ready to head out. He opened the door to the locker room when Present Mike was standing right in front of him, making him jump. Whoa! Didn't mean to scare you there, kiddo. Present Mike chuckled, his voice booming with energy. Didn't think I'd find you right outside the door. Izuku managed to make a small, nervous smile. You surprised me. Yeah, you did that to a lot of people today, Present Mike said with a grin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. But I got great news for you, little listener. The request you sent to the station has been accepted and you will meet the UA teachers, and you get to meet them. If you shall follow me, he said, pointing down the hallway and walking down there. Izuku nodded and followed him. He was glad that they would listen to him now. He needed to tell them so they were made aware and did not get the wrong idea. Took a few minutes, but they made it down the hall and Present Mike paused him for a second. All right, I am going to make sure that we are ready for you. Just give it a second, he said, walking in the room. Izuku Yagi is just outside the door. Are we all good to go? He said, waiting for a response. Toshinori stood up as he transformed into his buff form, confusing the others. I thought you said you told your children of your identity, All Might, asked Nizu, confused. I never told Izuku, Toshinori said quietly, his voice carrying a weight of emotion. I told Inori and Ichiro, but not him. I didn't think he was ready, he said, looking at Present Mike. This made the others confused, but they would ask him about it later as All Might gave him the go-ahead. Present Mike looked to the door to see he was waiting there patiently. We are ready for you, kid, he said as he opened the door further. As Izuku walked into the room, he saw many heroes who were teachers. He saw a man with bags under his eyes with black hair, Lady Midnight, Vlad King, his bastard father All Might, Present Mike, Cementos, Space Hero 13, Hound Dog, Snipe, Ectoplasm, a small rat animal thing, and Power Loader all in one room, and he didn't expect there to this much pressure on him. Recovery Girl was the only one not there, but he was sure she was healing other contestants. He knew he had to do this, but it didn't make it any less hard. He had a couple of goals. It was to throw subtle jabs at his dad and his family in front of these people, as well as making them aware of his quirk does not have any confusion. The table around them was in a C shape and he was ready to tell them. Hello, Izuku Yagi. I am the principal of UA, Nizu. You wrote on your application that you need to clarify your quirk called Synthesist, he said, looking up at him. Izuku cleared his throat before speaking. Izuku took a deep breath, his gaze meeting Principal Nizu's steady, knowing eyes. The room was quiet, the weight of expectation palpable. He had anticipated this moment for years, yet it didn't make it any less daunting. Yes, Izuku began, his voice steady but soft. My quirk is called Synthesist. This gets complicated, so bear with me, but my quirk allows me to create quirks. When I touch someone or someone touches me, they quirk's abilities, power, and knowledge are transferred into someone in my brain called mindspace. I do not directly copy the quirk itself, but if I so choose to, I can take certain abilities from other quirks to combine them and make my own quirks. Though I cannot copy the quirks of people that are blood related to me, he said with a serious tone. The room was silent for a moment as everyone absorbed Izuku's explanation. His words hung in the air, and each hero seemed to be processing the complexity of his quirk. Nizu leaned back in his seat, steepling his fingers as he considered Izuku's explanation. Fascinating, he said thoughtfully. Synthesist. The implications of your quirk are profound. Creating quirks, selectively borrowing and combining abilities could change the very nature of heroics. Not only that, but one of the biggest things to my quirk is I need to complete certain tasks to unlock something called quirk creation points. That is what allows me to create quirks. That is why I have only made so few of them and not 100, he said, gauging everyone's reaction. The silence stretched out again, this time punctuated by the weight of Izuku's words. The heroes around the table absorbed the concept, their expressions a mixture of intrigue and cautious understanding. Nizu was the first to speak again, his voice calm yet commanding. Quirk creation points, Nizu mused. That's a fascinating mechanism. It seems you've developed a system to regulate and manage the process of synthesis carefully. This suggests both a strategic mind and an admirable level of self-awareness. All Might, still in his buff form, gave a thoughtful nod. Your ability to control remarkable. Lady Midnight leaned forward, her gaze steady. You mentioned mind space. Could you elaborate on how those functions within your mind? How do you ensure it doesn't interfere with your own identity and thought process? That is where it gets tricky. I need to show you my mind space physically. I can take everyone there if you like, but you need to touch me in order for it to work. Also make sure that you are all sitting because you will go limb when we are transferred there, he said, making them confused. Vlad King looked over at him. Wait, you want us to, see? Yeah, sorry if it sounds weird. It would make much more sense to show all of you, he said. There was silence, but Present Mike got up, brining his chair with him as he smiled. I'm game, he said, sitting himself in front of Izuku. I agree, I would like to see it, said Nizu, hopping down from his chair, dragging it along with him. Are we seriously doing this? Snipe asked, his voice tinged with skepticism but also curiosity. He looked around at the others, his questions hanging in the air. Cementos rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on Izuku. It's a unique approach, he said, his voice slow and deliberate. But if it helps us understand your quirk better, then I'm willing to try. Mr. Aizawa shrugged his shoulders as he grabbed his chair to sit in the circle with them. The others soon followed as they all sat around him. Izuku brought a chair too and he leaned back. Okay, so if you will all touch me, then I can bring all of us there and it will make more sense, he said. All Might locked the door to make sure no one would enter as he sat back down. He held out his hands on his left and right side as far as he could. One by one, the heroes placed their hands on Izuku's shoulders and hands forming a circle around him. Izuku felt someone wrap their arms around him from behind, and he blushed as he smelled perfume. Lady, at midnight, what are you doing? He asked. Well, you said that there must be physical contact, so I am doing just that, as she leaned her bust into his back and he blushed further. Izuku's face flushed deeply, his heart beating faster as he felt Lady Midnight's presence behind him. The warmth of her breath on his neck, combined with the gentle pressure of her touch, added a new layer of complexity to the already surreal situation. He hesitated for a moment, unsure how to respond, but managed to collect himself as the other heroes continued to gather around him. Why yeah, Izuku stammered, adjusting his position slightly. Just make sure you're all comfortable. It's a bit overwhelming when everyone's touching me at once. Remember, it's a dreamlike state, but you'll retain control over your thoughts and actions. The heroes waited for a moment before all of them felt tired and felt a pulling feeling. All of them slumped in their chair as they were transported into Izuku's mind space. Soon they were in the empty void and all of them looked around. Just give me a second, said Izuku as he closed his eyes. Soon the void turned into a mix between a large table, a control console, and a library. Then Chase appeared from right behind them. Izuku cleared his throat. All right, so I have a lot to explain and feel free to look around while I do it. This here is Chase. He is like an AI of this place and helps me with quirk creation. This here is a table just for me to learn about the quirks that are stored over here in my quirk library. As of now, I have 326 quirks stored here for me to learn about them or use them to create other ones. This console here is for me to learn what I have to do to earn quirk creation points as well as create my quirks. I have 1 quirk creation point as of right now. Oh, and before I forget, time moves 5 times slower here. 1 hour in here is 20 minutes out there, he said, exhaling, finishing all in one breath. Snipe, his usual stoic expression thoughtful, leaned forward slightly. So what happens when you combine quirks? Are there ever risks? The funny thing is I can create quirks that have no risks but have smaller power. The more risks I add to them, the more powerful the quirk, he said. Snipe's brow furrowed as he processed Izuku's words. And how do you manage the potential drawbacks? Balancing the benefits and risks must be difficult. Izuku nodded, his expression serious. It is. Every quirk has its own potential dangers. For example, some quirks might have temporary side effects or unpredictable outcomes, but I've developed methods to mitigate those risks. Through thorough study and trial, I ensure that the quirks I create serve a purpose and maintain a level of safety. Present Mike leaned forward, his eyes alight with curiosity. So, you're not just creating quirks for power. You're also considering their functionality and societal impact. Exactly, Izuku replied. Creating quirks isn't just about having the most powerful abilities. It's about making sure they're practical and contribute positively to the world. Hero work isn't about overwhelming strength. It's about making a difference. And that starts with responsible use of abilities. That's why the quirks I've made are not noticeable to others, or they all seem like they are similar in use so that people don't find out I have multiple quirks. That is the main reason I asked to meet with all of you, so that you understand my situation and help me keep it secret. I didn't want to know what would happen if society found out someone can create quirks all willy-nilly. Aizawa nodded at this. You are a pretty smart one, kid, he said, looking at the books. You've thought about these things 10 steps ahead. 13 leaned back slightly, her gaze thoughtful. The secrecy is a double-edged sword. Keeping such a powerful quirk hidden is essential for now, but what happens when the pressure becomes too much? Will there comes a point where the need to share outweighs the risks? That is what I should also tell you as well. I have told a few others that are going to UA as they are my friends. Their names are Fumikage Tokoyami, Ibara Shiozaki, Kyokujiro, Mizo Shoji, and Momo Yayorozu, a recommended student. I also made a backstory for my quirk. I usually say my quirk is a special stockpiling quirk that allows me to use various energies to use them in combat and the like, he said, chasing his finger around the table. Nizu looked at him as Chase was pouring him tea. And what of your parents and siblings? I am sure that they are proud of you for having this type of quirk. This will make you a remarkable hero. Izuku frowned slightly, but he was slightly happy at the topic they were discussing right now. He had hoped it would have gone this way, and he was glad it did. Izuku sighed as the hero's gazes were on him. He saw All Might flinch slightly as he knew what was coming. Well, that's the thing though. I am what you call a late bloomer, and my quirk appeared at 12 years old. Chase said my body needed time to develop this immense power, and when I did tell my parents and siblings, they didn't believe me, he said sadly. All the other heroes were in shock as All Might's smile faltered slightly as he tried to occupy himself with someone. But he felt the gaze of every hero at him. He knew that he let his son down. To be honest, I am not too mad because let's be honest, it is exceedingly rare to have someone be a late bloomer. But it still hurt, nonetheless. They even said that I couldn't be a hero, he said sadly. Present Mike leaned forward, breaking the silence. Man, that's rough, kid. You've got this amazing quirk, and instead of celebrating it, they doubted you? That's not what family is supposed to do. Don't listen to M. Do what you want to do. Izuku managed a small, wry smile. I've come to terms with it, mostly. It's not like they hated me or anything. They just couldn't wrap their heads around the idea. Anyway, does anyone have any more questions? If not, I get us back to the real world. That would be nice, said Nizu. Izuku closed his eyes once more and everyone was back to the real world, still holding on to Izuku. Everyone got up and away from him as they went back to their original spots around the table. He still blushed at the fact Lady Midnight was lying on him for like 5 minutes. Nizu cleared his throat gently, redirecting the focus. Izuku, you mentioned you've told some of your peers at UA about your quirk. I trust they are individuals who understand the gravity of this secret. Yes, Izuku confirmed, sitting up straighter as he addressed Nizu. They all understand the importance of keeping this a secret. Each of them has already proven they can be trusted with something as serious as this. They've been supportive and offered valuable advice that's helped me manage my abilities better. Nizu nodded, his expression thoughtful. Good. Trust is a delicate thing, but it sounds like you've chosen wisely. Be cautious, though, as secrets like these have a way of unraveling if too many people are aware. I understand, Izuku replied. I've been very careful about who I've told, and I don't plan on expanding that circle anytime soon. Aizawa, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed, interjected. That's a solid plan, but you should also prepare for the possibility that this secret might get out one day. It's better to have a strategy in place than to be caught off guard. That is why I have told all of you, Izuku reiterated, his green eyes flickering with determination. I wanted to make sure you all knew about my quirk, as I said earlier. If the public knew about this, things could get chaotic. His words hung in the air, and for a moment, the room was silent as the heroes considered the weight of his statement. Nizu set his teacup down and nodded. Good. Well then, I believe I need to talk to All Might and Izuku alone, he said. Present Mike smirked as he pointed finger guns at they. Ah shit, you all in Triabel? OW. He yelped, being pulled by the ear by midnight. The room shifted as the heroes exchanged glances, clearly curious about what Nizu intended to discuss with All Might and Izuku. However, no one dared to question the principal's judgment. Aizawa stood, stretching lazily as he made his way toward the door. Come on, let's give them their privacy. We've got other work to do anyway. Present Mike, still rubbing his ear after being dragged by midnight, huffed dramatically. Man, just when it was getting interesting. Don't keep us waiting too long for the juicy details. His joking tone earned a few eye rolls, but it also lightened the mood. As the last of the heroes filed out, Nizu waited patiently until the door clicked shut, leaving him alone with Izuku and All Might. The tension in the air thickened immediately, and Izuku shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his gaze darting between the two older figures. Well, Izuku, I think you know why we are here, Nizu said, interlocking his fingers. There was a quirk in there called One for All, right? He asked. Izuku nodded at this, which made All Might fidget slightly. Was your plan to use this quirk as your own at some point? Asked All Might. Izuku smirked internally. Yes, from what I've read, it has immense potential, he said to his future principal. I thought he said he couldn't copy the quirks of people that were blood-related to him. Wait, does that mean because One for All is transferred from person to person that he was able to copy and store the quirk as it was never mine to begin with? All Might thought. I see. Well, listen, I will say that One for All is a lot of hard work to manage, said Nizu. One for All is not just a quirk, Izuku. Those who wield it carry an immense responsibility, one that shapes not only their lives but the future of society itself. Izuku's emerald eyes flickered with determination as he nodded. I understand. That's why I've been careful about even considering using it. All Might nodded along with Nizu. All right, we'll be sure to tell me if you acquired the quirk. I will. Actually, I have some sheets about the quirks that I have right now. I have made 8 quirks and have 9 if you consider synthesist, he said, handing Nizu his sheet of quirks and all that they do to him. Excellent. Now that is all I have with you, my dear child. I need to speak with All Might here. Your results will come in a few days. Have a great day, he said as he gave All Might a look that looked too sweet. Izuku nodded as he started to walk away. Thank you, sir, for having this meeting. Of course. Have a great day, he said. Izuku left the room. Nizu waited until the door clicked shut behind Izuku before turning his sharp gaze to All Might. The once invincible hero shifted uncomfortably under the principal's scrutiny, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced with a tense seriousness. All Might, Nizu began, his voice calm but layered with authority. What the hell did you do? All Might stiffened at his voice and transformed back to his skinny form and coughed up blood. What do you mean? He asked as Nizu stared at him harder. You didn't believe your son, Izuku, your own son, when he said he had a quirk. Not only that, but you resorted to telling him that he could not be a hero, he said disdainfully. All Might visibly recoiled at Nizu's words, his gaunt face shadowed with guilt. His fists clenched and unclenched on the table as he struggled to find the words to respond. The room felt smaller with Nizu's sharp, piercing gaze locked on him. I, All Might stammered, his voice cracking under the weight of his shame. I thought I was protecting him. Back then, when he was quirkless, or at least I thought he was, I wanted to spare him the pain of chasing an impossible dream. Nizu sighed, his small hands interlocking as he leaned forward. And in doing so, you crushed him. A boy who idolized you, who wanted nothing more than to follow in your footsteps. Did it ever occur to you how much weight your words carry? Especially to someone who looks up to you as a hero and a father? Could you imagine how he felt when his own father said that to him? And the irony of it all is that you were quirkless before you received one for all. Nizu's sharp eyes softened slightly, but his tone remained firm. You thought you were protecting him, but instead, you projected your fears onto him. You assumed he wasn't strong enough to face the challenges you endured. In doing so, you underestimated not only his resilience but his brilliance. All Might lowered his head, the truth in Nizu's words cutting deep. You're right. I failed him. I let my own insecurities cloud my judgment. But I want to make it right. I want to be there for him now, even if I'm too late. You messed up, Tashinori, big time. Izuku doesn't seem like he would forgive right even at all. You're using the excuse of saying you were protecting him. Tell me the real reason why you did it, he said calm but demandingly. All Might froze at Nizu's demand, his breath caught in his chest. The piercing gaze of the small yet commanding principal seemed to slice through the layers of excuses and self-delusion he had wrapped around himself for years. He swallowed hard, his hands gripping his knees tightly as he tried to summon the courage to speak. He began, his voice barely above a whisper. I was afraid. Nizu tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. Afraid of what, Tashinori? Afraid for Izuku? Or afraid for yourself? All Might flinched as if struck. He opened his mouth to respond, but the words wouldn't come. The truth felt like a weight pressing down on his chest, suffocating him. I was afraid, he finally admitted, his voice cracking. Afraid that he'd fail. Afraid that he would die if he went in trying, but in doing so, I emotionally neglected him for his two older siblings. Nizu's eyes narrowed, his sharp intellect catching on to the deeper implications of All Might's words. Go on. All Might's hands trembled as he gripped the edge of his chair, his gaze fixed on the polished surface of the table. His shoulders sagged as though a heavy burden had been placed on them, his usual confident aura completely striped away. I focused so much on what I thought was best for him, he said slowly, his voice laden with regret. But I failed to see what he needed from me as a father. Izuku. He was always so eager, so full of dreams and hope, and I should have nurtured that. Instead, I pushed him away. I thought I was saving him from heartbreak, from the dangers of a world that can be unforgiving to those without quirks, or even to those with them. But in reality, I let my fear of losing him control me. Nizu remained silent, his sharp eyes never leaving All Might's face, silently urging him to continue. I thought if I told him he couldn't be a hero, he would settle for something safer, something less dangerous. All Might confessed, his voice growing quieter with each word. But when he didn't, when he kept holding on to that dream despite everything I said, I started to focus on Inori and Ichiro. Their quirks are very powerful, and I put my focus into that instead of him. I failed him because I was afraid to confront my own failures. I told myself I was protecting him, but I was really protecting myself. From the guilt of seeing him struggle, from the fear of losing him, from the pain of watching him chase a dream I thought was out of his reach. Nizu leaned forward slightly. His expression was a mixture of disappointment and understanding. Tashinori, you've spent decades as the world's symbol of peace. standing tall as an unshakable pillar for others to lean on. But even the greatest heroes are still human. You let your fear cloud your judgment, and in doing so, you failed your son in the most fundamental way, not as All Might, but as Toshinori Yagi, his father. All Might nodded, the weight of Nizu's words cutting deeper than any battle wound he'd ever endured. You're right. I abandoned him when he needed me was easier to pretend. I didn't see. To focus on Inori and Ichiro, to tell myself I was doing the best I could for my family. Nizu sighed softly, folding his paws on the table. Toshinori, guilt and regret are natural, but they are not enough. They will not fix what's been broken. Izuku has grown strong despite your neglect, but the scars you've left on him will not heal without effort on your part. If you want to make things right, you must act. All Might looked up, his eyes rimmed with unshed tears. But how? How do I even begin to undo the damage I've done? He doesn't trust me. I see it in his eyes every time we speak. And after everything I've said and done, I don't blame him. You start by listening, Nizu said firmly. Not as a hero, not as a teacher, but as a father. Izuku doesn't need grand gestures or empty promises. He needs you to hear him, to acknowledge his pain, and to accept responsibility for your actions without making excuses. And above all, he needs consistency. Words are easy, Toshinori. It's your actions that will show him you're truly committed to being there for him. All Might nodded, his determination hardening. I'll do it. I'll be there for him, even if it takes the rest of my life to make up for what I've done. Nizu's expression softened slightly, though his voice remained serious. Good, but be prepared, Toshinori. Izuku may not forgive you right away or ever. That is his choice, and it's one you must respect. Your role now is not to seek forgiveness for your own sake, but to prove through your actions that you are worthy of his trust. You're lucky that you get to keep your job, he said, sipping some tea. All Might sat in silence, his thoughts heavy with the weight of Nizu's words. The room was quiet, save for the faint hum of the lights above and the occasional clink of Nizu's teacup against its saucer. The sharp sting of reality settled deeper with each passing second, and All Might felt his resolve solidifying. You're right, All Might whispered, more to himself than to Nizu. I can't force forgiveness. I can't expect it to come easily or at all. But I'll prove to him that I'm here, that I'm willing to walk this path with him, no matter how long it takes. Nizu nodded, his sharp gaze focused on All Might with a gentle yet firm understanding. That's the first step. Your intentions must be genuine. Izuku isn't the kind of person who will easily forget your actions, no matter how small or significant they were. Trust, once broken, is a fragile thing to rebuild. Now go to him, he said softly. Yes, sir, he said, transforming to his buff form and running out the door. Yagi residence. In the quiet hum of the Yagi residence, the warmth of the evening surrounded them, yet a heavy silence hung over the dinner table. Toshinori Yagi, now in his more modest, unassuming form, sat across from his wife and children. His eyes flickered between Izuku and his siblings, watching their interactions with a keen yet distant gaze. His heart tightened as he saw how effortlessly they shared moments of excitement, confidence, and carefree banter, while he remained a silent observer. Mom, it was so cool. I lost count after 60 points. Ichiro boasted, a wide grin on his face as he gestured enthusiastically with his chopsticks. Yeah, I lost count after 55 points. Inori chimed in, her voice a playful tease. Not bad for someone who spent half the exam day lost. Their laughter filled the room, the sound bright and warm. Toshinori couldn't help but smile faintly at their youthful enthusiasm, though the pain of his absence still lingered in his chest. He watched Izuku, who sat quietly, his gaze focused on his plate, hardly joining in the conversation. There was a wall between them, a distance that had grown over the years. Toshinori reached for his own chopsticks, his movements slow and deliberate, his hands trembling slightly. The weight of his thoughts threatened to drown out the lively conversation around him, but he forced himself to stay present. Did you do well, Izuku? His wife asked gently, her voice soft, her concern evident in the way she looked at her son. Izuku's head lifted slightly at the question, but his smile was subdued. It was okay, he said quietly, his tone void of the usual enthusiasm his siblings displayed. I passed, that's all that matters. Toshinori put his chopsticks down and stood up from the table, getting everyone's attention, especially Izuku's. Izuku was curious as to what Nizu talked to him about. He hoped he would get reamed out and in trouble, but he hadn't expected it to do this now. Izuku, Toshinori began, his voice steady yet weighted with emotion. We need to talk. All of us do, he said, starting to steam. Everyone panicked at what their father was doing. Dad, wait. Do not do it in front of him, said Toshinori held a hand up. No, we are doing this now, he said as he enlarged his frame in front of Izuku. Izuku was shocked not because he transformed in front of him, but because he was finally showing him he was All Might. Just what did Nizu talk to his dad about? I'm showing you who I am, Izuku, Toshinori said gently but firmly. His voice was different, no longer the booming voice of a hero, but the softer, more vulnerable voice of a man who had accepted his flaws. No more masks, no more pretending. Inori and Ichiro watched in stunned silence, their eyes flickering between their father and their brother, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. They could feel the tension building in the air, as though the room itself was holding its breath. Toshinori, Inori said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. This isn't how we usually handle things. Maybe we should. No, Toshinori interrupted softly, his gaze unwavering. We're doing this now. Izuku deserves to see the truth, no matter how difficult it is. All Might's figure barely fits in the room as he stood there looking at his third child. Son, I am All Might, he said, showing him in his buff form. Izuku looked at him with a neutral expression as he continued. Years back, I was injured by a man that only allows me to stay in this form for a certain amount of time a day, so I am limited to what I can do. My quirk is known as One for All. It stockpiles power and can be made stronger with each and every user it is transferred to. Dad, you said he wasn't, said Ichiro, but was cut off by his father. Shut it, Ichiro, Dad is talking now, he said, making Izuku shocked slightly as he never told him off, even if it was for a second. Izuku, my boy, I have wronged you for many years now, and I will be the first to say this. I am sorry, he said, making Izuku's expression change to shocked. Either Nizu was a smart man thing, or his dad meant it. It was probably both. I am sorry for every little bit of pain and suffering that I caused you. I will be the first to say that I failed you as a father. I remember that day now, when you told us a few years ago that you said you had a quirk. I should have believed you then. I feel immense regret for everything that has happened to do with what I did these past few years. I know that does nothing for what has happened, but I need to say it to you, he said, clenching his fist. Izuku gritted his teeth as tears threatened to fall. Wait, what? He has a quirk, said Inko, looking at him. There is no way he does, said Inori with wide eyes. I am going to agree with Inori on this, said Ichiro, crossing his arms. Toshinori took a deep breath, steadying himself before continuing. His voice remained firm yet fraught with emotion as he addressed his family. Yes, Inori, Ichiro, Izuku does have a quirk, Toshinori said, his voice calm but resolute. Everyone was shocked as they looked at Izuku, whose eyes were shadowed over with his hair as he clenched his hands into fists. Do you honestly think that I would forgive you from that? Do you know how much pain I was in that my father, the symbol of peace, told me that day I said I had a quirk, that I could not be a hero? It hurt so much, he half shouted, standing up from his seat. You knew? Toshinori asked, confused, transforming back down to his skinny form. Yes, I knew. When I told you what I could do with that quirk I have. The system told me that you had a quirk called One for All, and it showed a picture of you, and All Might right be next to each other. That is how I found out. I have known about his for almost 3 years now, he said, walking up to him. Toshinori stood there, speechless, as the weight of Izuku's words settled into his mind. The truth was undeniable, and the revelation hit harder than he had anticipated. He clenched his fists, his jaw tightening with emotion, trying to process the years of misunderstanding and neglect. So all this time, Toshinori began, his voice breaking, "You knew, and I still—" He stopped, unable to continue. The depth of his failure felt suffocating. "Yes, Dad," Izuku interrupted gently, but with a calm authority. "I knew, and it hurt, every single day." His voice wavered for a moment before steadying. "All of you didn't believe me when I needed you the most." This made Toshinori feel powerless for the first time in years. He was the strongest person on the planet, and he felt like nothing right now, but he knew he deserved it. He deserved everything that was coming. "I understand," Toshinori said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "I failed you in the worst possible way, and I can't take back what's been done. But I am going to say this now. I want you to know that I understand you have no trust in me, your mom, Inori, and Ichiro. But from this day on, I am going to make it up to you. I understand that you may never forgive me, but that does not matter. I deserve everything you feel towards me. Just know that you are my son, and I will make everything up to you no matter how long it takes. Whether it is for the rest of my life or in my next lifetime. Just know that I am sorry, Izuku Yagi, my son," he said as he started to break as tears fell from his face. Izuku sat silently, watching his father break down in front of him. The words Toshinori spoke were filled with sincerity, but they weren't enough to mend the years of neglect and pain. For a moment, neither spoke. The weight of the silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating. "I don't know how to believe you," Izuku finally said, his voice quiet yet steady. "Now listen, I understand that there was no physical neglect from you and Mom. You gave me clothes, food, water, and shelter. I get that. I am also mature enough to understand that yourself and the symbol of peace are different from each other. As much as I hate you for the things you and this family have done to me, I still try to model myself after All Might, as pathetic as it sounds. I still want to be a person that makes people smile and make them know that they will be okay. But the emotional neglect was unbearable. Not having your own family believe in you put me through so much pain that if I hadn't made friends, I wasn't sure what would happen with them. But something you need to understand it that you are an incredible hero who inspires billions. But you are a flawed father," he said, tears building up in his eyes. Toshinori sat, his hands trembling slightly as he absorbed Izuku's words. The room was quiet again, saved for the occasional sound of his breath hitching, weighted down by the enormity of what Izuku had just said. His mother wiped tears from eyes watching this. "I know," Toshinori finally whispered, his voice hoarse. "I failed you in a way that no symbol, no title, no strength could ever erase." Izuku nodded, his gaze steady, though his eyes glimmered with unshed tears. "Like you said, I seriously doubt that I can ever forgive you. I really do not see a way to. Not now anyway. But know that I was and still am hurt and what all of you have done for me. But I would much sooner forgive you and Mom than my so-called siblings over there," he said, pointing to the two of them who were quiet this whole time. Toshinori looked over to his eldest and middle child in wonder at what he meant by that. Inori and Ichiro knew they were in trouble, but they didn't care right now. "I'm going to my room. Just know actions are what matters, not the words that come out of your mouth," he said as tears streamed down his face as he walked to his room, leaving a silenced family as Toshinori still wiped tears from his eyes. The Yagi family felt something that should have been felt long ago. Fractured, empty, and incomplete. Chapter 10, Move-in Day. 3 days later. After that kerfuffle with his family at dinner the other day, Izuku was trying his best to not be bothered by it. His family hadn't properly cared about him for years, but what was bothering him was his father sounded like he meant what he said. Even if he was trying not to be reminded of it, it still hurts to think about it. If his father truly meant what he said, He would have to put the words he said to use and show him through his actions. Maybe then he would consider it. Shortly after he went to his room, his mother came to apologize to him for almost 10 minutes. Inori and Ichiro got disciplined. They were forced to them about the bullying, the beatdown, everything. His siblings were given the works. The scolding wasn't just a slap on the wrist. It was a thorough dressing down, their parents' voices ringing out loud enough for Izuku to hear from his room. For the first time, they were forced to confront the full weight of their actions. No excuses, no justifications. He was sure he heard them getting beat for their actions too. It was the first time in his life that he witnessed, or rather heard his siblings get in trouble. Felt good. Not in the way of revenge, but rather good in the sense that justice was finally being served. He received a half-assed apology from Ichiro, but Inori's sound was much more sincere. Like he said before, if they prove they really are sorry, they will show him. If not, that's on them. He had been waiting for the results of UA, and they were expected today. He had been packing his room along with Inori and Ichiro. He declined any help from anyone harshly as he wanted to be alone right now and get his mind straight. They said by the end of the day UA would come and get their stuff to set it up in their dorm rooms along with a picture of how they had their room. It was weird but cool that they were doing it. The knock on his door startled him out of his thoughts. He turned to see his father, in his skinny form, peeking through the doorway. "Hey, Izuku," his father said, holding a slip of paper in his hand. Izuku's heart skipped a beat when he saw the UA stamp on it. The response from UA came in, his father continued, stepping into the room and handing him the envelope. Izuku took it with trembling hands, his breath catching in his throat. This was it, the moment he had been waiting for. All the years of training, the countless hours spent pushing himself to his limits. It all came down to this. "Good luck," his father said softly before retreating, leaving Izuku alone with the envelope. Izuku tore open the letter to have a little black device fall onto his bed. He fiddled with it for a moment before an image was projected from the device. "I am here as a projection for your viewing pleasure," said All Might as he stood there. Izuku sighed as if he knew, kind of figured his father would do this, but not this soon. "Firstly, congratulations are in order for you to take the UA entrance exam," he said, but he looked off-screen for a moment. "Wait, hurry up. I have to do how many of these? Oh God, this is going to take all day," he said to himself but turned back to the camera. "All right, where was I?" All Might continued on, straightening up and regaining his composure. "Ah yes, young Izuku. Let me first say how proud I am of you for taking the UA entrance exam. It's no small feat to stand among the next generation of heroes, and you've proven yourself worthy of this honor." Izuku felt his heart race. The words were hitting him harder than he expected. He wanted to know how well he did. "Now, on to the results," All Might exclaimed, his signature smile beaming from the projection. "Before I show them, I must say this, young Izuku. You did so well in the exam that you got first place," he said, showing the top 12 scores. Izuku smiled as he took time to read the people who were placed at the top, though it didn't show everyone's scores. Though he did keep the thought in the back of his head that he was going to UA. First place was himself, obviously. Second place was Ichiro, the third was Inori, and Bakugo was fourth. Some guy called Kirishima was fifth. Izuku then smiled even further as his friends had gotten on the leaderboard. Uraraka was sixth, Ibra was seventh, and it showed Tokoyami was 11th. He was proud of how well they all did. The screen then showed All Might showing the scores of everyone else except his, which confused him. Young Izuku. Just for reference, this is how the top 4 scores did below you. Young Kirishima, who placed 5th, had 74 points. Young Bakugo, who was in 4th, had 77. Young Inori had 101 points in 3rd. And finally, young Ichiro had 103 points in 2nd, he said, turning back to the screen. Izuku was shocked, to say the least. He had stopped counting after a while, and if it was his count, it was 52, but how the hell was he first? All Might cleared his throat to speak. "You see, something that isn't known much at UA is that we categorize our points into 2 different areas. The first one is villain points. This is where it measures your ability to effectively take down the robotic foes during the practical exam. This is the category most participants focus on. The second category, however, is rescue points, awarded for displaying the true qualities of a hero, putting others before yourself, even in the face of danger. These points are not as widely discussed, but they are just as important in our evaluation, he said, pressing another button showing the total points of the scores on the leaderboard separate themselves apart. It showed Bakugo had no rescue points but had 77 in his villain points. Inori had 81 villain points and 20 rescue points, while Ichiro had 95 villain points and 8 rescue points. That is where you come in, my dear boy. You broke not one, but several records with the use of your strength. Firstly, let's go over your villain points, he said, showing him. Izuku's eyes went wide when he saw the score. All might continue as he was still in shock. 142 villain points. That is the highest score ever recorded in the villain points category in the history of UA's entrance exams, shattering my own record from many years ago, he said with proudness in his voice. Izuku was overwhelmed, to say the least. That is not all, young man. The essence of being a hero and sacrificing oneself to make sure others will be fine is what gives people rescue points. We have never seen this in the history of UA. You had 8 clips of you not only rescuing people but taking time out of your way to heal them with your power, he said, showing the various clips from the cameras. Even where he was helping the Komori girl. That, young man, is heroism at its finest. That is why you not only broke this record, but you pulverized it, he said, showing his score. Izuku, for what felt like the umpteenth time that day, was shocked. You earned a remarkable 212 rescue points for 8 separate acts of heroism, setting a new standard for selflessness and bravery. You have shown what it truly means to be a hero. He had always dreamed of becoming a hero, but seeing these numbers made it feel more real than ever. Izuku, All Might's voice was steady and firm. You've demonstrated something extraordinary. Your ability to rescue others, even in the heat of battle, is unmatched. No other student has ever achieved such a high score in rescue points. This makes your total score even more impressive. Your total score is 354, the highest ever recorded in UA's entrance exams history. All Might's voice carried a tone of awe, his words sinking into Izuku's mind like a weightless dream. Be proud, young man. You not only have set 3 new records that will be here for years to come, but your actions, your heart, and your unyielding resolve have made history. So, let me be the first to welcome you to UA, your hero academia. Be sure ready to go to move into your new dormitory, he said, clenching a fist to his chest before the screen cut out. Izuku smiled, a genuine smile for the first time in a few days at his accomplishment. He then heard cheering from down the hall, and it was Inori and Ichiro happy they got in. He opened the door to see his mom and dad were celebrating with them. He looked away sadly but was stopped when a hand was placed on his door. Toshinori looked at him once more as they met eye to eye and smiled. Good job, son. I'm proud of you, he said, patting him on the shoulder as he walked back down the hall. He might have felt resentment towards his father and the rest of his family, but a thought had come to him. That was the first time his father had said that to him. He was going to close his door when his mother called out to him. Wait, Izuku. He gave her a sidelong glance, waiting for an answer. Great job, she said happily as she went down the hall. Yeah, that's too weird to hear, he thought as he shut the door, continuing to pack his room. Ichiro looked his way down the hall, clenching the frame of the door tightly as he glared at where his brother once stood. Asshole, he muttered to himself before returning to the pack. 7 a.m. the next day. Izuku had taken a cab with all his stuff down to the UA dormitories. He found out he was going to be in Class 1A, and Ichiro and Inori would be in Class 1B, and thank God for that. He had told them he could handle himself and he would be fine handling everything he had to move in. The paper said that today was a move-in day, and it lasted from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., so he was likely going to be one of the first ones to get there, followed by his family. Oi, we are here, boss, said the cab driver as they pulled up to the Class 1 dormitories. Izuku stepped out of the cab, taking in the sight of the UA dormitories. The buildings were modern yet inviting, blending practicality with comfort. The Class 1A dorm was situated to the left of the common area, its sleek lines and warm exterior colors giving it a homely but professional appearance. Class 1B's dorm mirrored it on the right, constructed with a similar design but slightly different accent colors to distinguish it. The central common area connected the two dorms, acting as a hub for both classes to interact. Izuku stepped into the central common area, marveling at the thoughtful design that blended functionality with comfort. The lobby was expansive, its high ceiling adorned with modern pendant lights that cast a soft, warm glow over the space. The walls were painted in neutral tones with vibrant accents to add life to the room. A mix of polished wood and tiled flooring gave the area a sophisticated yet welcoming feel. At the center of the room stood a circular seating arrangement with plush sofas and armchairs arranged around a low glass table, giving students a place to relax and chat. Around the perimeter of the room, there were various stations tailored to the needs and interests of UA's diverse student body. To the left was a study area equipped with long communal tables, individual desks, and soundproof pods for quiet study sessions. Nearby, a digital notice board displayed announcements, upcoming events, and class schedules. Most importantly, it showed the top entrance exam scores with his being presented. "I really hope this doesn't make me a target," Izuku muttered to himself, a nervous chuckle escaping his lips. On the right side of the lobby, a recreational zone caught Izuku's attention. It featured a gaming area with several large-screen TVs connected to gaming consoles, complete with ergonomic chairs for long sessions. Further back, Izuku noticed a cozy cafe-style setup. A counter lined with stools faced a large kitchen area equipped with coffee machines, microwaves, and snack dispensers. A fridge was stocked with drinks, and a chalkboard listed the cafe's hours and rules for using the facilities. A vending machine stood nearby, dispensing everything from energy drinks to small packs of candies, ensuring students wouldn't go hungry during late-night study sessions. In the far corner of the room, there was a relaxation area with bean bags, cushions, and even a small indoor fountain, the gentle trickling of water creating a calming ambience. Lush green plants in pots and hanging planters added a touch of nature to the space, making it feel less like a school and more like a second home. The most striking feature of the common area was the staircase at the back, which split into two directions, leading to the dormitories of Class 1A on the left and Class 1B on the right. Above the staircase was a mezzanine level with additional seating and a few private study rooms that overlooked the main area. Izuku could already see how this space would become the heart of student life for both classes. He imagined study groups gathering at the long tables, friendly competitions in the gaming area, and late-night conversations over coffee at the cafe counter. Izuku continued to take in the central common area, marveling at its detailed design and the thoughtfulness behind every feature. It was clear that UA had gone above and beyond to create a space that fostered camaraderie, collaboration, and comfort for its students. The dormitories weren't just a place to sleep. They were a microcosm of student life, designed to bring out the best in everyone who walked through their doors. As he looked around, he realized that he was the only one here right now. The common area served as the main hub connecting the two dormitories, but the buildings themselves had multiple floors, each with its unique layout and purpose. The ground floor of each dorm was dedicated to the fitness center, as said by the label near the door, and peeked inside to find a modest but well-equipped gym with treadmills, weights, and yoga mats, a testament to UA's focus on their students' physical well-being, as well as their academic and heroic training. As Izuku climbed the main staircase, he saw that the second floor housed the dorm rooms, some of them anyway. There were 5 bedrooms to his left and 5 bedrooms to his right, meaning that the third floor was likely the same thing. It had a comfortable and welcoming atmosphere, blending practicality with a touch of hominess. Each hallway had soft lighting, and the walls were decorated with motivational quotes from pro heroes, along with framed posters from UA's history. The wooden flooring added warmth, and the faint scent of fresh paint hinted at the dormitory's recent renovations. He looked at the slip of paper to see his room was room 206. He looked to see 2 arrows like that in a hotel. It said 201 to 205 pointing to the left and 206 to 210 pointing to the right. I don't know if y'all wanted to know this, but here are the room arrangements for Class 1A. Second floor. Room 201 Tenya Ida. Room 202 Fumikage Tokoyami. Room 203 Achiko Uraraka. Room 204 Hantasiro. Room 205 Momo Yaoyorozu. Room 206 Izuku Yagi. Room 207 Tsuyu Ajui. Room 208 Kyokajiro. Room 209 Shoto Todoroki. Room 210 Mashireo Ojiro. Third floor. Room 301 Katsuki Bakugo. Room 302 Rikito Sato. Room 303 Yuga Aoyama. Room 304 Injiro Kirishima. Room 305 Toru Hagakure. Room 306 Denki Kaminari. Room 307 Reiko Yanagi. Room 308 Mina Ashido. Room 309 Mizo Shoji. Room 310 Minoru Mineta. Izuku turned to the right, following the arrow toward room 206. The hallway was quiet, and the soft hum of air conditioning filled the space. As he walked, he noticed small touches that made the dormitory feel less sterile and more personal. Along the walls were framed pictures of famous heroes like Mirko, All Might, Frostflare, and many others. Reaching his room, Izuku hesitated for a moment. His name was printed neatly on a small placard beneath the number 206 saying Izuku Yagi. It felt surreal seeing his name here, a physical reminder that he had made it into UA. He took a deep breath and slid the keycard into the lock. The door clicked open and he stepped inside. The room was the exact same as he had his room, if not just slightly bigger. That makes it pretty convenient, he said to himself. Izuku placed his suitcase and backpack near the bed, scanning the room with growing appreciation. The layout was carefully planned for comfort and productivity. To the left of the entrance was his bed, neatly made with a plain gray comforter and crisp white sheets. A small nightstand sat beside it, complete with a reading lamp and a drawer for personal items. The right side of the room featured a desk with a built-in shelf, already stocked with basic supplies like notebooks, pens, and a small calendar. Izuku immediately envisioned himself sitting there, sketching out designs for support gear or jotting down notes about quirks. A corkboard hung above the desk, currently bare but waiting for him to pin up his plans and inspirations. The far end of the room housed a compact bathroom, complete with a shower, sink, and toilet. Izuku peered inside, appreciating the clean and modern design. The addition of a private bathroom was a luxury he hadn't expected, and he was grateful for the extra convenience. A large window dominated the wall opposite the door, allowing natural light to flood the room. It overlooked the courtyard, where he could see the view was calming, a perfect backdrop for both work and relaxation. Izuku began unpacking, carefully placing his belongings where they felt most natural. His notebooks, filled with years of quirk analysis and hero observations, found their home on the desk shelf. He redid them all so that the handwriting was clear and easy to read. He hung his UA uniform in the wardrobe alongside a few casual outfits and tucked his sneakers into the shoe rack at the bottom. As he worked, his thoughts wandered to the projects he had been brainstorming. The extra space in his dorm would be perfect for experimenting with new ideas. He envisioned setting up a small workstation with tools and materials for crafting support items. He was so focused on everything he didn't realize that there was a knock on the door. "It's Dad and Mom," Toshinori said. Izuku froze slightly, but nonetheless, he replied back. "Komein, uno guess." Toshinori and Inko opened the door to see Izuku was unpacking his things. He looked at them expectingly. "All right, what do you need?" he asked bluntly, his voice tinged with impatience. He didn't want to prolong the conversation any more than necessary. Toshinori and Inko exchanged a brief glance, their expressions betraying a mix of guilt and apprehension. It was clear this wasn't easy for them. Inko was the first to speak. "Izuku, we just wanted to wish you luck with everything," she said softly, her voice shaky as she clasped her hands in front of her. Izuku raised an eyebrow, his arms crossed. Okay, thanks, I guess. Is that all? Tashinori stepped forward, his usual confident demeanor noticeably absent. Son, we know things haven't been easy between us, he began, his voice lower than usual. We've made mistakes, too many to count, and we're not here to excuse them, but we want to try to make things right. I don't know what to think, he said finally, his voice quieter but no less firm. You can't just say sorry and expect everything to be fine. It's not that simple. We understand, Inko said, her tears now rolling down her cheeks. But we're not giving up. Even if it takes years, we'll do whatever it takes to show you that we mean it. Tashinori placed a hand on her shoulder, his own eyes glistening. You don't have to believe us right now, Izuku. Just let us prove it. Let us try. I'll think about it, he said, turning to them. Tashinori reached into his suit jacket and handed him an envelope. Here is some money for if you need anything like books or any of that. It probably doesn't mean much, but we wanted you to have it. Izuku stared at it, and it had $1,000, which shocked him slightly, though he didn't show it. Even if his superhero-themed notebook cover business was earning him almost $8,000 in profit a month now, this was something he didn't expect from them. Thanks, Izuku said, his voice flat but sincere. He wasn't sure how to feel about it, still caught between the resentment and the small, flickering hope that maybe they were really trying to make things right. We get out of your hair. Your sister and brother are settled in. I know they didn't treat you right in the least bit, but keep each other safe. You don't have to if you don't want to, because from what they told us, it's messed up, he said as he shut the door. Izuku stared at the envelope for a little longer before putting it down. He wanted to explore the rest of this place. He made his way to the 3rd floor, and he was slightly disappointed as there were another 10 rooms, likely because each class had 20 students. He did note that Tokoyami, Jiro, and Momo were all on his floor, which made him happy. He looked down below to see Inori and Ichiro were exploring the place too and sighed as he looked at them. Now yes, he resented them, but they were still siblings. It's not like he wanted them to die or anything like that, but he wanted them to know how much they fucked up. He felt something in his pocket as it was a phone ringing with the name Kyokujiro, Rockstar, on it. He smiled as he answered. Hello, he answered. Dude, are you here yet? We just pulled up now, she said as he heard a car door shut. Yeah, I am here. I was exploring the place, he said as he briskly walked down the stairs. Well, come down then. I have no clue where my room is, she said. Didn't you get a paper? He asked, confused. I lost it, she said, sounding sheepish. Okay, I'll be down in a minute, he said as he hung up the phone. Izuku was tempted to use one of his quirks to help him down, but wasn't going to test that out if he got in trouble. When he reached the lobby, he immediately spotted Kyoka near the entrance. She stood with her luggage, her earphone jacks dangling casually, and her parents were chatting. Kyoka noticed Izuku approaching and waved him over, a grin on her face. Hey, there you are. Took you long enough? She teased, adjusting her guitar case on her back. Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Sorry, I was trying to get familiar with the place. It's a bit of a maze here. Oh my gosh, Izuku, said Mika, coming up to him and hugging him. Izuku blushed at the unexpected hug but accepted it anyway. If you get any taller, I won't be able to hug you properly, she said, still squeezing him. Izuku gently patted Mika on the back, still a bit flustered. It's not like I can control my height, he said with a nervous laugh. Mom, you are going to make him implode, said Jiro, tapping her foot in annoyance. Oh, Jiro, stop it. It's been months since I saw him. It's like a couple of years ago he was much shorter than you and now he is a giant, she said, breaking the hug. 6 feet tall is not that tall, Mrs. Jiro, said Izuku, scratching the back of his neck. Oh, don't be so modest, and I've told you to call me Mika, she said, waving her hand. Kyotoku put a hand on his wife's shoulder. Honey, let's be calm about this and get her to her room, so she can settle in properly, Jiro's dad said with a gentle smile. steering Mika back a little. You don't want to overwhelm the poor guy. Yeah. Let's get going before my mom decides to embarrass me even more, Jiro said, picking up her guitar case and giving her mom a pointed look. Izuku walked his way up the stairs to show them her room. What's cool is we are on the same floor, you are a couple of doors down from me. Actually, Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu are on this floor as well, he said as they got to the large hallway. That's cool, she said excitedly. They said they were on their way. I'm glad that all of us are in the same class. It is a shame that Shiozaki isn't though, she said as she got to the door with her nameplate on it. She opened it to see it was almost the exact way she had her room. How the heck did they get the room exactly the same? Said Mika, walking in along with Jiro. Izuku was about to walk in when he was stopped by her father, who put a hand on his shoulder. Izuku got nervous and turned to him. Sir, I'm sorry if I did anything to you or Jiro, he said, trying to stay calm. What? No. I just needed to talk to you about something, he said, shutting the door to her room. So they were alone in the hallway. Izuku gulped, thinking he still did something wrong. But Kyotoku had a different look on his face. Listen, kid. I've known you for a few years now, and you being Kyoka's friend has done wonders for her. She is not always the easiest person to get along with. Kyotoku continued with a chuckle, his voice calm but sincere. She's headstrong, a little rough around the edges. But ever since you two became friends, I've seen her grow in ways I didn't think possible. Izuku relaxed slightly, though he still felt the weight of the conversation. I don't think I did anything special, sir, he stammered, scratching the back of his head. Jiro's amazing on her own. She doesn't need me to. Kyotoku held up a hand, cutting him off gently. That's exactly why I wanted to talk to you. You see her as her own person, and that means more than you probably realize. She's a strong kid, but even strong people need someone in their corner. Izuku's face grew warm, and he fidgeted nervously. I just try to be a good friend. I don't want to let her down. You won't, Kyotoku said firmly. But I'm going to ask something of you, Izuku. You're not just a friend to Kyoka. You're one of the few people she genuinely trusts. Keep being that person for her. I think you are a great kid, and I have grown to like, which is very rare for anyone who was a friend to Jiro in her younger years. And if you ever find yourself in trouble or need advice, you can come to me or Mika. Consider it an open-door policy. Izuku's eyes widened at the offer. Thank you, sir. That really means a lot. Kyotoku smiled warmly. You're a good kid, Izuku. I don't say that lightly. But the last thing I ask of you is this, he said, quieter than before. He said, looking at him in the eyes. What's that, sir? He asked curiously. That you protect our little girl, he said sincerely. She is all we have in this world. Kyotoku paused, his eyes steady but filled with emotion. She's our everything. I know she's strong, but the world can be harsh. If things ever get tough, promise me you'll look out for her. Be the kind of friend she can lean on when it matters most. Izuku swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the request settle over him. He nodded firmly, his green eyes meeting Kyotoku's. I promise, sir. I'll do everything I can to protect Jiro and be there for her. You have my word. I would have done that even if you didn't ask. Kyotoku's expression softened, and he patted Izuku's shoulder. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you, Izuku. With that, he opened the door and stepped back into the room. Inside, Mika and Kyoka were busy arranging the furniture. Mika was fussing over the placement of Kyoka's desk lamp, while Kyoka tried to convince her mother to leave it as it was. Mom, it's fine. I don't need it angled like that. But the lighting is better this way, Mika argued, holding the lamp in position. Honestly, Mika, let her handle it, Kyotoku said with a chuckle, stepping in to defuse the situation. You don't want to smother her. Mika sighed dramatically but relented. Fine. I'll leave it alone, this time. Kyoka rolled her eyes playfully. Thank you, Dad. Mom, you don't have to turn this into a home makeover show. Izuku stood by the door, watching the family dynamic with a smile. It was heartwarming to see how much they cared for each other, even if it came with a bit of chaos. After a few more minutes of organizing, Mika turned to Kyoka and pulled her into a tight hug. All right, we'll get out of your hair now, but don't forget to call us. Okay? And eat properly. You're too skinny. Mom, I'm fine, Jiro said, though she returned the hug with a small smile. I'll call. Don't worry. Kyotoku gave Jiro a quick hug as well, ruffling her hair affectionately. Take care, kiddo. And remember, we're just a call away if you need anything. With one last wave, Mika and Kyotoku left the room, leaving Jiro and Izuku alone. Kyoka flopped onto her bed with a sigh, staring up at the ceiling. Finally, I love them, but they can be a bit much sometimes. Izuku chuckled, leaning against the doorframe. They just care about you. It's kind of nice. Yeah, I know, Kyoka admitted, sitting up and looking at him. Thanks for putting up with all that. I know my mom can be a lot. It's no problem, Izuku said, waving off her concerns. Your family's really nice. It's obvious how much they love you. Yeah, I guess. Oh, we should go wait for Ibara, Momo, and the others, she said, getting up and grabbing his arm to drag him downstairs. As they made their way back downstairs, Kyoka kept a firm grip on Izuku's arm. Her pace was brisk, almost like she was eager to escape any lingering awkwardness from her parents' departure. Izuku couldn't help but smile at her determination, though he noticed the faint blush dusting her cheeks. You're really in a hurry, huh? Izuku said, glancing at her. I just don't want them to get here and think I abandoned them, Jiro replied, brushing off his comment but not releasing his arm. Besides, it's better than sitting in my room while my mom texts me instructions on how to decorate. Izuku chuckled. Fair point. When they reached the lobby, they found Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu already there, standing near a cluster of couches. Tokoyami was as stoic as ever, his sharp gaze observing their approach, while Momo greeted them with a warm smile. Oh, Jiro, Yagi, you are already here, Momo called out excitedly. Yeah, we are. You guys are on the same floor, so that is cool, said Jiro as she and Momo hugged each other. Same floor, Momo repeated with a delighted smile as she stepped back from the hug. That's wonderful. It'll make it so much easier for us to meet up and study, or just hang out. Definitely, Jiro agreed, crossing her arms with a smirk, though I'm not sure how much studying Tokoyami's going to let us do if he's busy brooding in the corner. Tokoyami raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanging. Brooding is a necessary part of understanding the abyss, he said in his usual dramatic tone. But I would not hinder a study session. Knowledge feeds the shadows, after all. Izuku sighed as he walked over to his dark shadow friend. It's okay, Tokoyami. I am here to brighten up your day, he said, nudging him in the slightly. Tokoyami blinked at Izuku's attempt at humor, his stoic expression barely shifting. I do not require your light, Yagi, he replied calmly, though the corner of his mouth twitched, betraying the smallest hint of amusement. But I appreciate your effort. Izuku sighed. I thought that was a good one, he said shyly, looking at the ground. Jiro couldn't help but chuckle at Izuku's reaction, nudging him playfully with her elbow. Hey, don't worry. Tokoyami's not one to crack a smile easily. She winked at Tokoyami, who merely raised an eyebrow in response, his expression unreadable. Momo smiled warmly at the exchange, her tone lighthearted as she joined in. It's the thought that counts, Yagi. Besides, I'm sure you're brightening up his day in ways we can't see. Izuku looked at Tokoyami, who still had an unreadable expression but was amused at Izuku trying to make him laugh. Anyway, should we get going to your rooms then, or just wait then? Or, said Jiro, adjusting her earphone jacks. Tokoyami and I will go and put up our stuff. You guys can wait here for us, said Momo. As Tokoyami began walking away with Momo, his usual composed and brooding demeanor intact, Izuku called out, unable to resist an attempt at humor. Hey, Tokoyami, Izuku said, his voice carrying a mischievous lilt. Tokoyami stopped and turned slightly, his sharp gaze settling on Izuku. Yes, Yagi? Izuku grinned sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. If knowledge feeds the shadows, does that mean your brain is on a strict no-light diet? For a brief moment, there was silence. Jiro and Momo froze, their expressions a mix of surprise and stifled laughter. Even Dark Shadow, peeking out from behind Tokoyami's shoulder, made a curious chirp-like noise. Then, Tokoyami turned fully, his face as stoic as ever, though there was an unmistakable glint of amusement in his eyes. Careful, Yagi, he said in a low voice. Those who jest at the shadows often find themselves swallowed by them. Dark Shadow nodded dramatically in agreement, its voice deep and ominous. Swallowed whole, but I liked the joke at least, he said, giving a thumbs up. Izuku let out a relieved laugh, scratching the back of his head. Thanks, Dark Shadow. At least someone appreciates my humor. Jiro chuckled as Momo and Tokoyami backed away. Dude, Tokoyami may never laugh. I would just stop while you are ahead, she said, dragging him over to the couch. Izuku allowed himself to be dragged to the couch by Jiro, his face still flushed with a mix of embarrassment and amusement. I don't know, he said with a sheepish grin. I think I'm getting closer. Did you see that almost smile? It was there, for like, half a second. Jiro laughed, shaking her head. You're hopeless. But hey, I'll give you points for persistence. If anyone can make Tokoyami laugh, it's probably you. Or Dark Shadow, apparently. Izuku flopped down onto the couch, resting his hands on his knees. Well, if I can brighten his day, even a little, I'll take that as a win. Jiro pulled out her phone and gave it to Izuku. What the heck is this for? Free phone or something? Jiro smirked, nudging Izuku with her elbow as she handed him her phone. No, you dork. I need you to charge it with your electricity, she said, looking at him expectingly. Izuku just looked at her with weird look. I don't know, you sure pulled on me pretty hard earlier. Then you told me to give up on making Tokoyami laugh. Then there's the times where you stab me with you jacks, he said, starting to go on and on. Jiro sighed dramatically, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow at Izuku's mini rant. Oh, come on, Yagi. Don't be so sensitive. You know what? He said, getting ready to activate Siri. I'll just call you Mom really quick, he said. Jiro's eyes widened in mock horror as she reached out to snatch her phone back. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No need to bring my mom into this, Yagi. Izuku smirked, holding the phone just out of her reach. Why not? She seems like a nice lady. I'm sure she'd love to hear about how you've been treating me. Jiro groaned, dropping her hands dramatically to her sides. You're the worst, you know that? I ask for one tiny favor, and suddenly it's a hostage negotiation. Izuku shook his head. You know, this is the one time that I decided to tease you ever and you're freaking out about it. Fine, I'll charge your phone, he said, activating Jolt. Jiro crossed her arms, watching as Izuku's quirk activated, sending a small spark of electricity into her phone. She couldn't help but smirk at his over-the-top antics. You know, Yagi, for someone who claims to be so nice, you've got a surprisingly mischievous streak. Izuku chuckled softly as he handed her the fully charged phone. Hey, I can be nice and still have a little fun every now and then. Besides, you've been teasing me nonstop. It's only fair I get a turn. Jiro tilted her head, pretending to consider his words. Fair enough. But don't think this means I'm going to go easy on you in the future. I've still got plenty of material to work with. Great, Izuku said dryly, running a hand through his hair. Something to look forward to. Momo and Tokoyami eventually came back down to chat with them. Soon the lobby was flooded with guests and Shoji and Ibra showed up, but Izuku started to get a bit uncomfortable. He was fine with them as they had been friends for years and he was comfortable with them, but with all these new faces it was going to be rough for a bit. He looked over at his friends and got up from his seat. I am going to walk around for a bit, he said, thinking it was a good excuse. Shoji formed a mouth on one of his hands. Sounds good. We will be here if you need us. Izuku nodded appreciatively at Shoji before heading toward the quieter hallways branching off from the bustling lobby. The low hum of conversation and laughter faded as he walked, replaced by the comforting stillness of the empty corridors. He let out a deep breath, rolling his shoulders to release some tension. "Thank God," he said as he ran a hand through his hair as he leaned against the wall. He was going to relax there for a bit, but he heard something behind him. "Deku," said Bakugo in an annoyed voice. Izuku turned around to see him standing there with an annoyed look on his face. "Yes, Bakugo, do you need something?" he asked. "How did you do it?" he said, gritting his teeth. "What?" he asked, confused, making him madder. "I said, how did you do it? Get an all-time record for the entrance exam. You didn't even have a quirk. Were you just hiding it all these years?" Izuku blinked in surprise, his eyes widening slightly at Bakugo's blunt question. He wasn't expecting this confrontation, but he quickly tried to regain his composure. "If you want an honest answer, the yes, I was. To put it simply, you and my siblings treated me like shit. I saw no point in wanting to be around," he said bluntly. "What the hell are you talking about?" Bakugo growled, taking a step closer, his tone more demanding than before. "Did you not hear the words that came out of my mouth? You treated me like shit, plain and simple. When we were younger, I couldn't wait to see what you would do with your quirk. I knew you would be a good hero. I figured the same with my siblings. But you three decided to take out on me someone whose quirk didn't come in until 3 years ago. Then all I saw was a person who was constantly mocked for something I couldn't control. You all treated me like I didn't matter, like I was just a waste of space. And you know what? I believed it for a long time, but in the end, I don't care what you think about me. I know what value I can give," Izuku said, his voice steady but carrying the weight of years of pent-up frustration. Bakugo gritted his teeth and clenched his hands. "You fucking bastard," he said, charging at him. Before he could do anything, Bakugo had been restrained with wrappings. "My quirk, where the hell did it go?" he yelled out, but down the hallway Mr. Aizawa stood there holding him back from attacking Izuku. Mr. Aizawa stood motionless, his usual calm and composed demeanor in place, though there was a slight hint of concern in his eyes as he looked at Bakugo. "You're not going to solve anything with violence, Bakugo," he said, his voice firm yet patient. "Not here and not like this." Izuku watched the scene unfold, his heart pounding in his chest. This wasn't how he imagined things would go. A part of him wanted to back away, to let Bakugo go off on his own. But there was another part of him that stood firm, unwilling to let his years of silent suffering be dismissed again. He had to see this through. "Let me go," Bakugo snarled, thrashing Aizawa's grip. "I'm going to make him regret this, damn it. We are not fighting." Yagi got in fair and square. "You try something like this again and there will be consequences," he said with red eyes as Bakugo still tried to struggle. Bakugo glared at Izuku before stopping himself. Bakugo's glare burned into Izuku, his chest heaving with anger. For a moment, it seemed like the tension would snap and things would spiral out of control again. But Bakugo, to his credit, slowly stopped struggling against Aizawa's grip, his eyes narrowing, though he made no attempt to hide the contempt he felt. Aizawa tightened his hold on Bakugo, his voice firm and authoritative. "I'm giving you a choice, Bakugo. You can walk away from this with some dignity intact, or you can keep fighting and face the consequences. It's your call." Bakugo's fists were clenched, his breath still heavy, but he didn't respond immediately. He didn't want to admit it, but he knew Aizawa was right. There was nothing to gain by continuing this confrontation, especially in front of everyone else. After a few long moments, Bakugo snorted in frustration and pulled himself free from Aizawa's hold, stepping back. "TCH, you're lucky I don't want to deal with this right now," he spat, turning on his heel and storming off down the hallway. "Thank you, Eraserhead," said Izuku as Mr. Aizawa retracted his scarf. "I'm surprised you knew my hero name." "Not many do," he said, walking up to him. What are you doing back here anyway? Izuku looked at him and sighed. There was a lot of people out there. I got overwhelmed is all. I mean, this dorm is going to hold 40 students and I thought I could handle it, but it just feels different. That's fine, but in the hero world you will need to overcome this with media and all that. So, just go back out there, he said, stepping out of the way. Besides, tomorrow will be the first day of class. You're right, Izuku said, his voice more certain now. Thanks again, he said, going back out there. He made it back to the group as they were chatting with each other. Good, you're back, said Ibra happily. Izuku smiled at Ibra's welcoming tone, relieved to return to the group. The tension from his earlier conversation with Bakugo had left him drained, but being surrounded by his friends made it a little easier to push through. As he approached the group, Momo waved him over, her usual smile back in place. Back from your little adventure, huh? She said, giving him a playful nudge. Izuku chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, you could say that, he replied. The rest of the night revolved around Izuku going around and forcing himself to talk to as many people as he could. He got to know everyone's names in Class A and some of Class B, though he did in the way of he heard it from other conversations. Aside from his friend group, he hadn't talked to anyone else except Uraraka, that is. She was very bubbly from what he could tell, and he was happy to see the girl he helped out in the exams called Komori, but when he approached her was blushed and scooted away. He didn't get it but didn't want to overwhelm her. He checked his phone to see it was 10 o'clock and thought it was time for bed. Quite a few people had gone to their rooms actually, and he decided toes well. Izuku paused as Tsuyu Azui, assuming that was her name, the girl with green hair and large, expressive eyes, walked up behind him. He hadn't expected to be approached by her so late at night, but her presence was always calming. As she caught up to him, she gave him a friendly wave, her tongue still sticking out slightly as she approached. Hey, you're Izuku Yagi, right? She asked. Yeah, it is. Nice to meet you, he said, shaking her hand. I noticed you not much of a talker, are you? She said, making him look away. I am. Just not with people I don't know that well, sorry, he said, scratching the back of his head. Tsuyu looked at him with a slight tilt of her head, her tongue flicking out slightly as she observed him. Ribbit, it's fine. It's not easy to talk to so many new people, especially when there's a lot of pressure. I get it, but you seem to be handling it well so far. Izuku felt a small sigh of relief at her understanding. Thanks, Azui. I guess it's just a lot. All these new faces, trying to remember everyone's names, and then there's all the stuff with the first day tomorrow. It's overwhelming. Call me, Tsu. But yeah, it should be fun for tomorrow. I wonder what we'll do, she said, putting a finger to her chin. Sorry, Azui. My guess is that we will do a mix of Class A and B, he said, rubbing the back of his head as they got to their floor. She gave a deadpanned look as he called her Azui. Again. She smiled and shook her head, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. You can just call me Tsu. It's easier that way. No need for all the formalities. Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his neck again. Ah, right. Azui. Sorry about that. You did it again, Ribbit, she said bluntly. Izuku froze, his face turning a bit red as he realized he'd made the same mistake again. Tsu. I'm really sorry, he said, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. It's okay, she said, placing a hand on her door. Oh yeah. By the way, are you a loud neighbor? Izuku blinked, caught off guard by the question. A loud neighbor? He repeated, a bit confused. I don't think I am. I don't really talk that much, so I don't think I'd be noisy. Tsu raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of curiosity and amusement. Not like someone who would blast music or anything, but some people are naturally louder without realizing it. You seem like you're more of the quiet type, but it's always good to check, especially in dorms. The only reason I ask is I have 2 younger siblings and they're pretty loud. Oh no, I'm not like that, he said, waving it off with her nodding. Tsu gave him a knowing smile. It's fine. I just wanted to be sure. You never know about dorm life. Some people have different habits, and living close to others can make a difference. I'll just have to make sure my siblings don't get too loud when they visit. She paused for a moment, then added, but hey, as long as you're not going to be jumping jacks at 3 a.m. or something, we're good. I think they said that all the rooms have a pretty good soundproofing system, so we should be good in that department, he said, giving a thumbs up. Sue smiled at his reassurance, clearly relieved. Well, that's good to know. Anyways, good night, Yagi, she said as she closed her door. Good night, Azui. Sue, he said, remembering to correct himself. Izuku opened his door but stopped as Momo opened hers and peered her head out. Hey, Yagi, she asked. He turned to her, wondering why she was still up. What's up, Yaoyorozu? This is embarrassing, but could you help me with moving a dresser? She asked. Izuku blinked, surprised by the request. Sure, Yaoyorozu. No problem, he said, stepping back out into the hallway. Is it in your room? Momo nodded, a sheepish smile on her face. Yes, I was trying to rearrange things, but it turns out the dresser is a bit heavier than I expected. I didn't want to wake anyone by making too much noise dragging it. Izuku scratched the back of his head, still a little nervous but glad to help. It's no trouble. Lead the way. Momo opened her door wider, allowing him to step inside. He noticed Jiro was lying on her bed listening to music with her earphone jacks, but her room was immaculate as he'd expected. But there was a noticeable gap where the dresser had been moved partway across that was angled awkwardly, stuck halfway between the corner and the window. Momo gestured to it with a slight laugh. Momo chuckled softly, gesturing at the awkwardly positioned dresser. As you can see, I might have overestimated my ability to move it alone. Jiro offered to help, but she glanced at her friend, who was lying comfortably on the bed with her music blasting. Jiro gave a lazy wave, not even bothering to pull out her earphones. You've got it under control, Yaoyorozu, she said with a smirk. Besides, Yagi here looks like he can handle it. Izuku smiled nervously, feeling the weight of the task as he stepped closer to the dresser. I'll do my best. Where do you want it? By the window, Momo replied, her tone brightening with relief. I thought it would be a better spot for studying, but once I started moving it, I realized it was heavier than I expected. Izuku crouched down and tested the weight of the dresser. It was indeed solid and sturdy, but with some effort, he figured it wouldn't be too difficult to move. He bent over and picked it with not much effort, making Jiro and Momo shocked. I sometimes forget you jacked, said Momo, blushing in embarrassment at how easily Izuku lifted it. He didn't even use a quirk. Izuku chuckled nervously, feeling a little self-conscious under their surprised gazes. Yeah, I guess all the training has paid off, he said, scratching the back of his neck while holding the dresser effortlessly. Where exactly do you want this, Yaoyorozu? Momo quickly recovered from her embarrassment, pointing toward the window with a soft cough. Over there, next to the desk, please. Thank you so much, Yagi. Izuku nodded and carefully carried the dresser across the room, positioning it exactly where Momo had indicated. He set it down gently, ensuring it didn't scrape against the floor or bump into the nearby furniture. How's that? He asked, stepping back to admire the arrangement. Momo clasped her hands together, clearly pleased. That's perfect. Thank you so much. I couldn't have done it without you. Proud of you, Izuku, we make a good team, said Jiro, giving a lazy thumbs up. Izuku sighed as he charged up Jolt in his finger and touched her, feeling a shock making her jump. Jiro yelped and bolted upright, glaring at Izuku with wide eyes as she rubbed her arm where he had lightly zapped her. What the heck, Yagi? She exclaimed, her usual laid-back demeanor replaced with a mixture of shock and annoyance. She was blushing slightly, whether from embarrassment or something else, but she had it visible on her face. Jiro stood up, stretching her arms with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Getting bold now, huh? Let's see how far that backbone goes, she teased, her earphone jacks twitching slightly as if ready to retaliate. Izuku immediately held up his hands in mock surrender, his nervous chuckle betraying his attempt to stay calm. Wait, Jiro, it was just a joke. No need to escalate this. Momo, observing the exchange with a bemused smile, interjected. Now, let's not turn this into an all-out battle in my room. I just got it organized. She glanced at Izuku, her tone half serious. Although, Yagi, you might have asked for this one. Jiro smirked, leaning against the edge of the bed. Oh, don't worry, Yaozu. I won't wreck your room. This time, she turned her attention back to Izuku. But Yagi, you better watch your back. Payback's coming when you least expect it. Izuku laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. Duly noted. I'll make sure to sleep with one eye open. Good call, Jiro said, crossing her arms. You never know when I might strike. Momo let out a soft laugh, shaking her head at their banter. All right, I think that's enough excitement for one night. Yagi, thank you again for helping with the dresser. I really appreciate it. You're welcome, Yaozu, Izuku replied with a small bow. I'm glad I could help. Jiro twirled her earphone jack as she leaned against her bed looking at Izuku with a slight blush. You know, Izuku, I'm sure we wouldn't mind if you called us by our first names. We've known each other for almost a few years now. Izuku blinked at Jiro's unexpected suggestion, his nervous chuckle returning as he rubbed the back of his neck. Oh, I guess I just thought it was more polite to use last names. I didn't want to be too familiar. Jiro smirked, her blush still faintly visible as she twirled her earphone jack around her finger. Polite? Huh? That's sweet and all, but it's kind of weird to keep calling us by our last names after all this time. Don't you think, Momo? Momo tilted her head thoughtfully, then nodded with a soft smile with a faint tinge of pink on her cheeks. Jiro does have a point. We've been classmates for a while now, and we're living together in the dorms. First names might help foster a closer bond. Izuku's face flushed at their reasoning, but he couldn't deny the logic. Calling them by their first names felt oddly intimate, yet appropriate given how much time they spent together. Okay, he stammered, his voice quieter than usual. I'll try, Kyoka and Momo. Jiro grinned, clearly pleased. There you go. See? That wasn't so hard. You'll get the hang of it. Momo's soft smile grew, her tone encouraging. Thank you, Izuku. It's a small change, but it feels more personal. I think it's a step in the right direction. Izuku nodded, feeling a mix of nervousness and pride. Thanks. I guess I just didn't want to overstep. You're fine, Jiro said with a playful nudge to his arm. Okay, I am going to go to bed, he said, waving to them. Good night, Izuku, they said in unison as he shut their door. Entering his room, Izuku closed the door softly behind him and let out a small sigh of contentment. He changed into his pajamas, and the quiet of his room allowed him to reflect on the day. He climbed into bed, pulling the blanket over himself. He pulled out his phone and looked over at his dad in his contacts. He decided to text him. Izuku, for the sake of you knowing, I am going to make it my own, he typed, sending it out. It showed that he had read the text, but it took him a while to respond. He saw the text bubble and nodded at the text. Dad, just know that it's a lot of power. If you need help, I'll be on campus. Good night, he said. Izuku sighed as he put his phone down and looked up to the ceiling. He went into his mind space and saw Chase sitting at the table. Well, good evening, sir, he said, standing up. What can I get for you? He asked, walking over to the screen. Did it work? He said, walking up to the screen. Chase nodded as he pulled up a picture of his sister and All Might. Indeed, it did. You see, you were also able to copy one for all that resides in your sister now, and even if it has been in here system for a couple of weeks, it is stronger than your father's version, he said, showing him. Then let's use a quirk creation point to make one for all my own, from my sister, he said. Right away, sir, he said, making the modifications. Within seconds, a nice aura of energy formed, and Chase was done. It is yours to claim, sir, he said as he stared at Izuku. Izuku reached his hand out as he touched the energy. As Izuku touched the swirling aura of energy, a surge of warmth coursed through his body, sending shivers up his spine. The light wrapped around his hand and flowed into him like a rushing stream, filling him with a newfound sense of power and purpose. He closed his eyes, feeling the energy merge with his very being. "It feels powerful," he said as he looked at his body. Chase then looked at him as he looked at the screen. "Even if you have been training your body for these past couple of years, your sister's version added quite a bit of power in a short time. It says you should be able to control around 50% by these estimates. If you used your father's version, it would be around 55% or 60%, he said, showing him. Izuku stared at the screen, his mind racing at the implications of Chase's analysis. 50%? Huh? He murmured, flexing his hands as he felt the residual energy from the synchronization still humming through his body. That's a lot more than I expected, but it feels manageable. Chase adjusted his posture, tapping a few keys on the console to bring up a holographic projection of Izuku's body. The glowing diagram showed his energy pathways, now reinforced and intertwined with the essence of one for all. As to allowing you to use the power willingly is up to you, he said. Izuku held a hand to his chin. So, what you're saying is, instead of using a 100% out the gate, I need to continually hold 50% all throughout my body at once? Chase nodded at Izuku's question, his expression thoughtful yet analytical. Precisely, sir. Holding 50% consistently throughout your body will build the necessary foundation for you to safely progress to higher thresholds. It's not just about raw power but also control and endurance. Think of it like a reservoir. You're managing the flow to ensure nothing overflows or collapses under pressure. Izuku stared at the glowing diagram on the screen, his mind already working through the logistics of such a task. It's like training my muscles, but for my quirk. If I can master holding 50%, then 60%, 70%, and eventually 100% should come naturally, right? Correct, Chase confirmed. Your body is already accustomed to rigorous training, and your quirks complement each other in ways that should expedite the process. However, you must take care not to overexert yourself. The synchronization is stable, but pushing too hard too quickly could destabilize it. Just remember it will take time. Izuku nodded, absorbing Chase's advice with the seriousness it warranted. He felt the weight of the responsibility, but also the burning resolve that had always driven him. Time, huh? I'm used to taking things slowly and steadily. I won't rush this. Thank you again, Chase. I am going to go practice. Sounds good, sir, just be careful. Don't destroy your room, he said. I won't. Have a good night, he said, leaving the mind space and laying out on the bed once more. He could get to sleep later, but he would try this really quick. He stood up from his bed and inhaled slowly. He closed his eyes, summoning the power within. As the energy began to stir inside him, he felt it ripple like a current, ready to surge. But this time, he wasn't allowing it to burst forth recklessly. He had to control it, hold it steady, keep it in check. He could tell what one for all was as it felt more alive. Green electricity similar to jolt flowed around him, showing his power was activating. When Izuku opened his eyes, he looked in the mirror and the energy swirled around him. But he was determined not to let it burst out of control. He did feel powerful, that was for sure. Izuku kept training this, allowing him to feel 50% of his new power. He had his first day of class tomorrow and he would be ready. Chapter 11, Quirk Test and Hero Training. The 5 friends of Class 1A were walking alongside each other as they went to class. Jiro looked at Izuku, who yawned for what seemed like the 10th time already, and she looked somewhat annoyed at him not going to bed. Dude, you look tired? Did you even sleep? Asked Jiro as a group of them walked to their class. Izuku nodded. Trying to hold 50% was a bit taxing, but it wasn't too bad. He had more or less gotten the mechanics down of activating what he called full cowling, but he didn't want to try to activate one for all alongside other quirks. He remembered that they made them more powerful, so he didn't know what would happen over time. Yeah, I did. I got plenty of it, just nervous about our first day of class, he said, rubbing his eyes. Jiro raised an eyebrow but didn't press the issue further. She had known Izuku for a while now and could tell when he was hiding something, but she also knew when to back off. His dedication to his quirks and training was admirable, even if it sometimes took a toll on him. You know, you should take it easy on yourself, Izuku, Momo said, her voice softening a bit. You're doing great already, and we haven't even started class. Yeah, I know. I just want to do well, he said, looking ahead. Tokoyami raised a brow as he looked at him. You know, Yagi? Tokoyami's voice cut through the chatter as his eyes met Izuku's. You can't push yourself too much in the long run. You'll just end up burning out. Izuku looked at him and nodded. Yeah, I know that, but still, thanks for enlightening me on the subject, he said, smiling at the terrible pun he made to get to Tokoyami. Jiro snickered while Shoji shook his head. Tokoyami gave a small, almost imperceptible sigh, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. Why must you continue the light puns, Yagi? He said with slight amusement. Izuku's grin widened as he scratched the back of his head. Guess I can't help myself. You make it too easy, Tokoyami. If I need to learn to chill, you need to laugh. He felt the tension in his chest lighten just a bit, the playful banter reminding him that despite the stress, his friends were there to keep him grounded. Tokoyami started to walk ahead a bit faster as they reached the door. Sure. Whatever, let's just start out the first day of class, he said, opening the door to hear yelling. Get your feet off the desk. You are dishonoring the people who have sat there in the past, yelled Ida at Bakugo. What's wrong with you? What school made you put a stick up your ass? Said Bakugo, smirking as the group walked in to find their spots. Izuku made eye contact with Bakugo and his expression changed. Izuku looked at the chair number and deadpanned. Just great. Now I have class with him. Am I seriously sitting behind him? This is going to be amazing, he thought to himself as he sat down behind Bakugo. Ida looked over to Izuku and smiled. Hello there, he said, marching over. Izuku was shocked at his very robotic movements, but he continued. My name is Tenya Ida, and I wanted to congratulate you on seeing the true meaning of the test in defeating the robot to save that girl, he said. Izuku put his hand up. Izuku Yagi. But it was nothing. I was just doing what anyone else would. Ida's eyes widened for a moment at the humble response, but he quickly straightened up, giving Izuku a more formal bow. No. You have an incredible sense of justice and determination. What you did in that test was no small feat, Yagi. The way you rushed to rescue that girl, despite the risks, was heroic. Yeah, Yagi, said Uraraka, jumping out from behind him. It was awesome the way you jumped in and destroyed that thing from protecting me, she said, getting in his face. Izuku tried to get the two to back away from him, but it was futile. Bakugo continued to have that look on him as Izuku heard someone come into the door. Izuku saw Eraserhead walk into the room with a yellow sleeping bag. It made sense, being he was an underground hero or someone who works late into the night to fight crime. Achiko and Ida looked to see where Izuku was staring and quickly hurried to their seat after seeing their teacher. Not bad. It took you all 3.46 seconds to be quiet, but that's not going to be good enough, Mr. Aizawa said as he looked like his class. All right, just so we are clear, my name is Mr. Aizawa and welcome to your first day of the hero course. I will be your homeroom teacher. Don't worry, I know all of you already, he said, making them slightly shiver. Now, Aizawa continued, dragging himself out of his sleeping bag with all the enthusiasm of someone who'd rather be anywhere else. Before we begin anything remotely fun or interesting, let me remind you all, you're here because you've shown potential, but potential isn't enough to make you heroes. If you think coasting through this course is an option, you're in for a rude awakening. Now put these on. We will be doing a quirk assessment test outside, he said, leaving the room. A quirk assessment test? Jiro muttered, her brows furrowing as she held the uniform. On the first day? Isn't that a bit extreme? Of course not, Ida said, his voice firm and confident. This is UA High School, the most prestigious hero academy. A test like this is to be expected. It's only fitting that we prove our worth from the start. Urarika tugged on her tracksuit, a nervous laugh escaping her. I thought we'd at least get some time to settle in first, but I guess we should have known. Heroes don't exactly get a lot of prep time in real emergencies. The student ran to the locker rooms to quickly get changed. Beside Izuku, Ida adjusted his sleeves with precision, his movements brisk and efficient. This is the perfect way to start the term. It allows us to establish a baseline for our abilities and demonstrate our commitment to becoming heroes. Shoji, standing a few lockers down, nodded thoughtfully. True, but it's also a lot of pressure right off the bat. Not everyone handles that well. That's probably why we are doing it then, said Kaminari, zipping up the suit, seeing where some shine and others don't. Fair point, said Kirishima. Soon everyone was outside as they stared at Aizawa, who was waiting there expectingly. Good. Now that everyone is here, I have a few words to say to you all, he said, looking at Izuku, who almost flinched under his gaze. Izuku Yagi, come up here for a second, he said as he motioned him with his finger. Yes, sir? Izuku asked, standing before Aizawa, who gave him a long, unreadable look. Catch, he said quickly, throwing the ball with Izuku catching it. There will be many tests to the quirk assessment test. I am sure that as we do this test, you all will notice it is a test that you did in middle school. You'll be tested on various physical activities. A 50-meter dash, grip strength, long jump, sustained running, and finally, a softball throw. You're allowed to use your quirks to enhance your performance in any way you see fit. I want to see how well you can apply your abilities in a variety of scenarios. Something that you all need to understand is that UA we have quirks, and you use the quirks. That is one of the things that sucks about the rules today that need to be trained, he said, looking at Izuku. You placed first in the entrance exam with it breaking records, he said, looking him up and down. How far could you throw a softball without your quirk in middle school? He asked him curiously. I'd say around 53 meters was what it was the last time I threw one, he said, examining it in his hand. Aizawa nodded, his expression unreadable. 53 meters. Decent for a quirkless throw, he said, stepping back and motioning to the circle marked on the ground. Now I want to see what you can do with your quirk. Step into the circle and throw it as far as you can. No holding back. You'll be the first example. Izuku looked at Aizawa as he held a screen. Izuku breathed in and out as he looked at the ball. This is where I need to utilize using multiple quirks at once. I know Black Whip and Jolt will be useless here. The three that are best suited to use are One for All, Fa Gene, and Zephyr Rush. I can rotate my arm in a circle to build up kinetic energy to throw. I know I can't handle 100% of One for All, so that will compensate for it. Then I can use Wind to give the ball momentum. Good. I have a plan, time to execute, he thought to himself as he stepped in the circle. Mr. Aizawa watched him curiously. What have you got, kid? He thought to himself. Izuku looked back at his classmates as they all looked at him expectingly. Except for Bakugo, who was glaring. That loser, he said. He didn't even have a quirk, he said, catching the attention of Ida. He has a quirk, he said as they started to argue. Izuku ignored that as he started to focus. He activated full cowling to 50%, making sure not to overdo it. He started to rotating his arm in a circular motion to build up kinetic energy. The faint crackle of green lightning flickered around Izuku as full cowling activated, signaling the raw energy coursing through his body. His classmates grew quiet, watching with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Even Bakugo's muttered complaints trailed off as all eyes turned toward Izuku. Rotating his arm? Kaminari whispered. What's he doing? Something clearly, said Shoto as he looked at him confused. That isn't going to help him the way he thinks it is, said Toru as she put a finger to her chin even though no one would see. Izuku could feel the pressure mounting as everyone's gaze bore into him, but he tuned it out, focusing entirely on executing his plan. He activated Zephyr Rush, and the wind started to blow in the direction he wanted it to. With one final deep breath, Izuku planted his feet firmly and snapped his arm forward, releasing the ball with all his power of Fa Gene, One for All, and Zephyr Rush. The force of Izuku's throw was unlike anything the students, or even Aizawa, had anticipated. The moment the ball left his hand, the air around him seemed to implode before exploding outward in a massive shockwave. A deafening boom echoed across the training field, causing the ground to rumble beneath their feet. The sheer power sent a ripple of wind blasting outward, strong enough to knock everyone off balance. Students were blown back, shielding their faces as dust and debris swirled around them. Aizawa, who had been standing closest to the circle, stumbled backward, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected impact. "What the hell was that?" Bakugo shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar of the wind as he planted his feet to keep from falling. Kirishima, who had instinctively activated his hardening quirk, grinned despite the chaos. "That was insane. He's got some serious power." "Did he just break the sound barrier?" Mina exclaimed, her voice trembling with awe as she scanned the wreckage left in the wake of Izuku's throw. "It sure felt like it," Kaminari said, his mouth agape as he struggled to stand. "What kind of throw was that? That wasn't just raw strength, that was next level." Izuku, still holding his breath, couldn't quite believe what he had just done. His arm throbbed with residual energy, and he could feel the hum of his quirks lingering, like an aftershock. His heart raced in his chest as his classmates slowly regained their composure. Bakugo's eye twitched in anger. How the hell is this nerd so fucking strong? Did he think he was too good enough to not use his quirk when we were kids? Damn Deku, he thought angrily. Izuku looked over to Aizawa, who showed him his result. "You got 2,544.6 meters, Aizawa said nonchalantly, holding up the measuring device. His tone was calm, but the slight rise of his eyebrows betrayed his surprise. He'd seen impressive performances before, but this was on another level. The class erupted into chaos. "How the hell are we going to top that?" yelled Mina, throwing her arms up in mock despair, though her wide grin showed she wasn't really upset. "Spooky," murmured Reiko, her normally reserved tone tinged with genuine awe. Her pale eyes locked onto Izuku as if he were a ghost who had just come to life. "That wasn't human." The class quieted as Aizawa addressed them, his dry tone laced with a subtle undertone of challenge. "Yagi's performance is an example of what happens when you use your quirks effectively. This isn't about raw strength or flashy moves. It's about understanding your limits and pushing past them in a controlled way." He paused, letting his words sink in as his gaze swept across the group. "Normally, I'd dangle the thread of suspension to make you all take this seriously, but apparently that's frowned upon now." His voice dripped with sarcasm, earning a few chuckles from the students. "Instead, I'm going to say this: you're not just competing against each other. You're competing against yourselves. Go all out, no holding back. Show me what you've got. But if you think the hero course is a joke, then you will be expelled." While they were silenced by their teacher's words, the students looked at each other with determination in their eyes. Everyone knew they were going to have fun, but also showed everyone what they had. Izuku's POV. "As the tests went on, I more or less crushed them. I don't mean to brag, but that is what I literally did. When I did the grip test, it broke from my grip when using One for All. The 50-meter dash was easy as well. I got 0.6 seconds, being the fastest ones of the day. Ida was second with 3.04 seconds. I did start to notice something. As the tests went on, I started to feel off. I had shortness of breath and got tired way easier than I ever did before. I chalked it up to nerves at first, but it wasn't just that. My body felt heavy, and my vision blurred slightly at the edges. Everyone was on the softball throw now, the final test, and I was glad about it. Something was going on with my body, and I needed to know. I still placed first in every test, except the ball throw. Achiko got infinity, which was nothing short of remarkable. That Reiko girl seemed interesting though. She called her quirk poltergeist and she was a telekinetic like my sister. Not as strong but still pretty strong. Thankfully, Mr. Aizawa stood in front of all of us and started to speak once more. Okay students, listen up. This is just day one of your future. Here are all your results, he said, hitting his notepad and showing them a projection. I got first, followed by Momo, then Todoroki, and it just continued down the list. I looked towards Aizawa, and I started to sweat cold now. Could have been someone who had a cold brought it to the doors, and I am getting a fever now, but this suck. I haven't gotten sick since I was a kid. Now students, this is going to be no easy walk in the park type deal. You are all trying to be heroes. If you are on the top 5 on this list, continue to be in the top 5 and everyone else gets inspiration from them. If you are at the bottom 5 of the list, be better. You have potential, but potential means nothing if you don't put in the work. I know all of you have the possibility to be great, but show that you can and will be great, he said with conviction in his voice. That's all for class today. You are dismissed and may return to the dorms. Izuku, Aizawa said, his tone neutral but sharp. Stay for a moment. I nodded, trying to push down the nervousness that was bubbling up inside me. As the last of the students left, I slowly approached Aizawa, trying to steady my breathing. Good job today, but I need to ask, are you feeling okay? He asked bluntly. I froze for a moment, caught off guard by his question. Aizawa's gaze was steady, but I could tell there was something more beneath his neutral expression. He had noticed. There was no way he could have missed it. Despite my best efforts to push through, my body had been betraying me all day. The dizziness, the shortness of breath, the overwhelming fatigue, it wasn't normal. I'm fine, I said quickly, trying to brush it off. Just a little tired, that's all. The tests were intense. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. I'm sure. I noticed how you were barely keeping it together during the tests. You're not the only one in this class with high expectations, he said, feeling the top of his forehead. Kid, you're burning up. Let's take you to Recovery Girl, he said, tapping on his shoulder to move him along. I opened my mouth to protest, but the words caught in my throat as Aizawa's hand rested firmly on my shoulder, guiding me toward the door. He didn't seem like someone who would take no for an answer, and honestly, I wasn't in the right state to argue. My legs felt shaky, and the cold sweat on my brow only made me feel worse. As we walked through the halls, my thoughts raced. Getting sick wasn't an option right now, and I knew that I would fall behind if I did. I still wasn't 100% sure what was causing this, but at least I was at Recovery Girl's office. As we reached Recovery Girl's office, Aizawa knocked sharply on the door before opening it. Recovery Girl was sitting at her desk, flipping through some papers, but as soon as she saw us, her expression shifted from casual to concerned. Not again, Aizawa, she said with a sigh, but she didn't waste any time. What's going on this time? Aizawa stepped aside, gently guiding me into the office. Izuku's not feeling well. He has a fever from what I can tell, but I need a prognosis. Recovery Girl didn't hesitate. Her eyes immediately softened with concern as she motioned for me to sit down. Come on, sit down, Izuku, she instructed, her voice calm but authoritative. I nodded weakly, moving to the chair she had pointed to. I sat down and she put a thermometer on my head. Are you feeling anything else? She asked, and I nodded. I feel a little dizzy and my eyes blur every once in a while. I saw her look at the thermometer. He's running a fever, 102.4 degrees, she said, her tone calm but firm. When did you start feeling this? Middle of the quirk application test. I know I am not overdoing it. I've practiced what I've been doing for a while now, I said, hoping I wasn't getting too sick. Recovery Girl gave me a sharp look as she set the thermometer down. Middle of the test, huh? And you just pushed through it instead of telling anyone? Typical stubbornness must run in the family, she muttered, shaking her head. Her tone wasn't harsh, but I could feel the disapproval laced within it. I didn't think it was serious, I admitted quietly, avoiding her gaze. I thought it was just nerves or something. And don't compare me to Dad, I said, trying to sound angry. But it hurt too much right now with my body aching slightly. Recovery Girl gave a knowing hum, leaning back slightly as she folded her arms. You might not want to be compared to him, but the stubborn streak is undeniable, she said, her tone softer now. And whether you like it or not, pushing yourself like this isn't doing you any favors. You're lucky it's just a fever and not something worse. I sighed, feeling the weight of her words settle in my chest. I didn't want to let anyone down, I murmured. The tests today. Everyone was watching, and I felt like I had to prove I deserved to be here. Aizawa, who had been leaning silently against the doorframe, finally spoke up. Yagi, he began, his voice low but firm. No one here doubts that you deserve to be here. You've proven that already. But pushing yourself to the point where you can't function doesn't help anyone. Least of all to you. I nodded. I know, I am sorry, I said as Recovery Girl walked over to a cabinet too with loads of pills. Recovery Girl rummaged through the cabinet, her movements deliberate as she selected a small vial and a packet of pills. She turned back to me with a pointed look, her tone firm but not unkind. Sorry isn't enough, Izuku. You need to learn from this. You can't help anyone if you run yourself into the ground. She handed me a small paper cup with a couple of pills and a glass of water. Take these. They'll help bring your fever down and ease some of your symptoms. But what you really need is rest. I took the pills without hesitation, the bitterness lingering on my tongue as I swallowed them down with the water. Thank you, I said softly, my voice barely above a whisper. You should be fine by tomorrow, but please be careful, she said with concern. I don't want you to come back here every chance you get, she said, giving me a knowing look. Yes, ma'am, I said as I took 2 pills. According to these readings, you should be able to be rid of the fever by dinner time, so just try to get some rest. Aizawa can walk you to the dorm, she said as she placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. And remember, Izuku, Recovery Girl added, her voice softening, taking care of yourself isn't a weakness. Even the strongest heroes need to rest. Aizawa nodded toward the door. Come on, let's get you back before you collapse in the hallway. I'll make sure no one disturbs you. I stood slowly, the medicine already starting to ease some of the heat pulsing through my body. My legs were still shaky, but I felt a little more stable now. Thank you, Recovery Girl, I said, bowing my head slightly. Third-person POV. As sensei and student walked the halls, Izuku coughed a couple of times as he looked at Aizawa. You know, Yagi, he said, placing a hand on the back of his head. There was a reason I selected you to be in my class. Izuku looked up at him, surprise flickering across his fevered features. You chose me specifically, sensei? He asked, his voice rasping slightly from the cough. Aizawa nodded, his hands stuffed into his pockets as they walked. I don't play favorites, and I expect every student in my class to pull their weight. But you caught my attention from the beginning. Your work ethic, your determination, and your quirk. It all stood out. You remind me of someone who constantly pushes themselves to the edge, sometimes too far. Izuku blinked, processing the rare bit of praise. You mean Dad? Aizawa's lips twitched into the faintest smirk. All Might, yes. Now yes, I understand you don't want to be compared to him because of your situation. But I noticed that in the short time that I've seen you, you still seem to model yourself after him. Yeah. I try to separate All Might and the shitty father he is, he said bluntly, making Aizawa glance at him but didn't say anything. There wasn't much said after a while as they finally made it to the dorms. Izuku wiped some sweat from his brow as he looked at his teacher. Don't come out of your dorm unless it is necessary. No ifs, ands, or buts about. Understand me, kid, he said sternly. Izuku nodded, his body still feeling heavy from the fever and exhaustion. Yes, sensei. I understand, he said, his voice quiet but resolute. He shifted his weight slightly, leaning against the doorframe of his dorm room for support. Aizawa studied him for a moment, his sharp gaze softening slightly. Good. Rest is your priority right now. Don't do anything too exerting. I won't, Izuku promised, bowing his head slightly. Aizawa nodded, his usual stoic demeanor returning. If you need anything, tell someone. Don't try to tough it out alone. Be ready for training tomorrow. We got something special, he said, smirking slightly. Yes, sir, Izuku replied, his tone more genuine this time. With that, Aizawa turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing softly down the hall. Izuku watched him go. It wasn't often that Aizawa opened up from what he could tell about him, and it made Izuku feel strangely reassured. As he walked inside his dorm, he could get out of his gym outfit and hung it up while putting over a black hoodie with gray sweats. He was still sweating a bit, but a fever meant you needed to bundle up even if you were hot. As he pulled the blanket over himself, Izuku groaned softly as he reached over to grab his phone, his body protesting even the small movement. His screen lit up, and he squinted at the message, his vision still slightly blurry from the lingering effects of the fever. It was from Jiro and Momo. Momo, are you coming to lunch? We are in the middle of the room. Kyoka, please come to lunch. I need someone to talk to, and this Kaminari guy isn't someone I want to talk to. Izuku's fingers hovered over the screen for a moment as he read the messages from Momo and Jiro. He felt a pang of guilt. They had been looking for him, and he was stuck in his dorm, unable to join them. He wanted to respond, to tell them that he would love to join, but he knew that wasn't possible. Not today. He quickly typed a reply to both of them, his fingers slow and deliberate as his mind struggled to stay focused. Izuku, sorry, I can't make it to lunch today. I'm feeling a bit under the weather, but I'm sure you'll be fine without me. Please, enjoy it for me. He hit send and set the phone down, the faintest feeling of disappointment hanging over him. He had wanted to be there with his friends, to feel normal, to forget about the exhaustion and the fever for just a moment. But instead, he was left in his dorm room, alone with his thoughts. He then felt something weird. It was a pulling feeling, and it wasn't him. Izuku dropped his phone on his bedside table as he was being pulled into his mind space. Izuku stood there looking around and seeing Chase frantically pace back and forth. Izuku walked over to him as Chase was pacing, his expression tense and his steps quick. Izuku could see the frustration and concern etched deeply into his face. Chase, Izuku called, his voice echoing slightly in the empty space. It was always a bit disorienting when he found himself in his mind space, but something about Chase's agitated movements made Izuku pause. Sir, you need to see this, he said. He made adjusted on his notepad and transferred to the control console in the middle of the room. It was a screen of his quirk names and balls of energy representing each quirk. It looked like One for All was unfolding like a swirling cloud of energy, its power emanating from the central node on the screen. There was a branch of energy, and it was affecting 3 quirks right now: Danger Sense, Black Whip, and FA Gene. Wait. What is it doing to the other quirks? He said, looking a little worried. That is the thing, sir. It is evolving them, awakening them, he said simply. He said, adjusting the screen to show them. One for All is seeing the quirks in your body, and it is using its power to make them stronger, from what I can tell. The reason you have a fever wasn't from overexerting yourself. It was from One for All evolving your quirks, and that is the thing. I don't know if it will evolve all of your quirks or just some of them, he said as the screen shifted to his other quirks. From what I can tell, it is only affecting the quirks that you made your own, that from One for All. One for All is seeing this and is making them stronger than before. This is what is bad. I don't know what it will do to your quirks or how far it will enhance them, but what I do know is that what recovery girl. Your fever will be done when this is done evolving by the time the process is complete, but it could take some time. It's an intense shift, Izuku. The fever is a side effect of your quirks evolving, and it's not just because of physical exertion, Chase explained, his voice serious as he watched the screen carefully. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, so One for All is actually making my quirks stronger? He looked at the glowing orbs on the screen, now pulsing with energy, each quirk connected to One for All in a way he had never seen before. Yes, you won't die or anything like that. It's just unpredictable, and you and I won't know what the power for the quirks will be until you use them. If this was Brain Boost, Cell Surge, or Eagle Eyes, it would have been fine and you wouldn't have felt anything, but because it was quirks from One for All's users that were already made stronger from One for All previously, then I don't know where it will go, he said, putting a finger to his chin. Izuku sighed in relief, knowing he would be fine, but this was still hurting him with the fever and all. Just be sure to limit the use of One for All right now, as I don't know the side effects of what else will happen. That's what I wanted to tell you, Master Izuku. You can rest in the real world now, he said. Sounds good, Chase, thank you, he said as he faded in and out until he was back in his bed looking at the ceiling. This is going to be interesting, he said as he turned over trying to get some sleep. Couple hours later, 1 p.m. Jiro's fingers continued their rhythmic tapping on the couch, a nervous energy building within her. Her thoughts kept drifting back to Izuku. He'd been distant lately, ever since his fever started, and it was hard to shake the feeling that there was something more going on beneath the surface. She tried to focus on the games the others were playing, but every time someone spoke, her mind wandered back to him. Momo, sitting on the other side of her, kept her attention fixed on the game in front of her, but Jiro could tell she wasn't fully engaged. Her eyes would occasionally drift to her phone, and she would give a quiet sigh before returning her focus to the cards in her hands. It wasn't like Momo acted so distracted, and Jiro couldn't help but notice how much her worry mirrored her own. Achiko, sitting beside Mina, tried to keep the mood light with her usual bubbly energy. Come on, Momo, focus. You're going to let me win if you keep daydreaming? She teased, a bright smile on her face, but it was clear even to her that Momo wasn't fully present. Mina, ever the optimist, chimed in with a playful wink. Yeah, Yamamo, we've got to beat Achiko. She's been winning all day. It's time to let us take the crown. She threw a few cards onto the table with exaggerated flair, but the playful atmosphere didn't quite reach the others. The card game was meant to be a distraction, but the undercurrent of concern was too strong. Jiro glanced at Momo once more. Momo, do you think he's okay? She asked softly, her voice barely audible over the noise of the game. Momo hesitated, her gaze flickering briefly to her phone before she answered. I don't know. He said he was fine, just a fever, but it's strange. Yagi has a fever? Asked Azui, putting a finger to her chin. Momo nodded, her eyes reflecting a quiet concern. Yeah, he texted us earlier. Well, fevers are never good, said Toru in frustration at Achiko for placing the last card down on the table, an overdramatic flourish that drew everyone's attention for a moment. Yes, indeed they are quite spooky. In a bad way, said Reiko as she tucked some hair behind her ear. Jiro sat up straighter on the couch, her fingers no longer tapping but tightly gripping the fabric of her jacket. I know he's trying to brush it off, but it feels like there's more going on. She looked up to see Tokoyami carrying a bowl of something in his hands as he was heading towards the stairs. Tokoyami, you heading up to check on Izuku? Jiro asked, her voice soft but carrying a sense of urgency. Tokoyami paused mid-step, glancing over at Jiro. Ah, yes, he replied, his deep voice calm yet tinged with unusual concern. With him missing lunch and not feeling well, I thought he was in need of nourishment, and if his fever is contagious then I'll just use Dark Shadow to drop off the food. Jiro nodded, relieved to hear that Tokoyami was taking the initiative to check on Izuku. Good idea. Momo giggled softly but loud enough to be heard. Ah, you do care about him. I thought you didn't like his puns about the light and dark. He always tries to tell you to get you to smile. Tokoyami gave a rare, soft grunt at Momo's teasing, his expression remaining unreadable, though his eyes glinted with a mix of exasperation and something softer that only appeared in the company of his closest friends. I don't know what you were talking about, he said quietly. Momo chuckled, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she watched Tokoyami's reaction. Oh, come on, Tokoyami, you can't deny it. You know he's always trying to get you to crack a smile with those light and dark jokes. You might not show it, but I can tell you appreciate his company. Okay, I am going to go bring this to him, he said, turning around quickly, going up the stairs. Momo watched Tokoyami's retreating figure with a playful smile on her face. But there was also an undeniable warmth behind her teasing. She knew how much Tokoyami cared for Izuku, even if he didn't always show it. The way he had acted just then, gruff but still willing to check on their friend, was proof enough. Still, Momo couldn't resist a bit of fun at his expense. Boom! I win again, said Achiko, doing some weird dance moves as she placed down her cards. Achiko's victory dance was met with a mix of groans and playful protests from the others. Mina rolled her eyes, though she couldn't help but smile at her friend's enthusiasm. All right, Achiko. You're insufferable when you win, Mina teased, leaning back in her chair. Azui crossed her arms with a smirk. I don't think you need any more victories today, Achiko. You've been winning non-stop. Agreed, said Reiko, shuffling the deck with her telekinesis. Izuku's room. Tokoyami knocked on the door and there was no response, meaning he was likely asleep. Tokoyami hesitated for a moment before gently pushing the door open. The room was dim, with only the soft light of the late afternoon filtering through the curtains. Izuku was lying in bed, his face flushed from the fever, his body still and quiet. Tokoyami activated Dark Shadow, and he now held the bowl of soup as it made its way over to him. He called out to him. Yagi, said Tokoyami as he stood by the door. Izuku stirred slightly at the sound of Tokoyami's voice, his eyes fluttering open. He looked disoriented for a moment, blinking against the dim light. Tokoyami? His voice was hoarse, barely a whisper, as if even speaking required more effort than he had to give. He shifted slightly in bed, propping himself up against the pillows, though his body protested the movement. His forehead was still glistening with sweat, the fever lingering stubbornly. Dark Shadow set the bowl on the table next to him as it stood over Izuku. I brought you something to eat, Tokoyami said, his tone soft but insistent. You haven't had lunch, and I thought you could use something to help your body recover. Thank you, Tokoyami, he said as he sat up, grabbing the bowl. He looked at Dark Shadow, who was still by the bed, and he nodded at him. Thanks, Dark Shadow. He gave a thumbs up as he ate his soup. He didn't feel hungry, but knowing Tokoyami, he would wait till he's done. As he ate, Tokoyami remained at the side of the room, quiet and patient. Izuku felt the weight of his friend's presence, a reassuring anchor in the midst of his confusion and fear. He could feel the tension in his body start to loosen just a little as the minutes passed, though the worry still lingered like a shadow in the back of his mind. I'm sorry, Tokoyami, Izuku said softly, his voice barely a whisper as he took another spoonful. I shouldn't have worried you. I didn't want anyone to see me like this. It's fine, you couldn't have predicted a fever today. When will you be let out? He asked curiously. In a few hours. Despite how I look, I feel way better than I did this morning, he said as he continued to eat. Tokoyami nodded slowly, his expression softening as he observed Izuku eating, even if he seemed to be pushing through it more out of obligation than true hunger. He had always admired Izuku's tenacity, but it was clear that sometimes it could be his greatest weakness. Tokoyami was starting to understand that Izuku didn't always allow himself to be vulnerable, to let his friends fully take part in the struggles he faced. I'm glad you're feeling better, Tokoyami replied, his tone steady. But remember, it's okay to ask for help when you need it. You don't have to carry everything alone. For someone who is always on about darkness and shadows, you sure know how to shine some light on people, he said, smiling, hoping Tokoyami would react. Tokoyami paused, the unexpected pun hanging in the air for a moment. His expression remained stoic, but there was a flicker in his eyes, a small, almost imperceptible glint of amusement. Right. Are you done eating the soup? He said, trying to avoid the pun. Yeah, I am. Thank you for the soup, Tokoyami, he said, handing it to Dark Shadow. Tokoyami took the bowl from Dark Shadow, his expression neutral but with a small, approving nod. You're welcome, Yagi. It's good to see you eating, even if it's just a little. I'm sure it'll help you feel better sooner. See you in a few hours, he said as he walked out and shut the door. Izuku smiled at how Tokoyami was. He would get him to crack someday. As Tokoyami walked down the stairs, he couldn't help but admire the fact that he tried to get him to laugh. Not having many friends made him what he was, but Izuku was always trying to get him to smile or show a reaction that was anything but stoic. Tokoyami often found himself perplexed by Izuku's unrelenting optimism, even in the face of his own struggles. The young hero had an uncanny ability to bring warmth into the darkest corners of his life, not just for himself, but for others as well. Tokoyami didn't have many friends growing up. His quiet nature, his dark persona, had kept him isolated from others. But Izuku, with his infectious enthusiasm and unwavering kindness, had made him feel like he was a part of something, like he belonged. He may not have shown it, but he was glad to have him as a friend. 4 hours later, 5 p.m., Izuku moved slowly but purposefully as he changed out of his sweat-soaked clothes, the lingering remnants of his fever finally beginning to subside. The medication recovery girl had given him had done its job, and though his body was still a little sluggish, he felt like a weight had been lifted. He could feel his strength coming back, but there was still an unsettling, nagging sensation in the back of his mind. The feeling that something was different, something had changed, and he wasn't sure how to handle it. His quirks had evolved. He had felt it earlier, the strange connection to the other quirks within him, the way they surged in response to One for All's power. He didn't fully understand it, but he knew he couldn't ignore it. His strength, his potential, it was all growing beyond his comprehension. And that scared him. But for now, he needed to eat. He was starving. He hadn't realized just how much the fever and the exhaustion had taken out of him until now. His stomach growled in protest, reminding him of just how long it had been since his last proper meal. He needed to fuel up, even if his mind kept circling back to the evolution of his quirks. He left his room and made his way downstairs, his body still a little sore from the lingering effects of the fever, but it wasn't enough to stop him from moving. His legs were shaky, but he pushed through, determined to get something to eat. As he reached the common room, he was met by the familiar sounds of his classmates, the low murmur of their conversation, and the clinking of plates and cutlery. They hadn't noticed him yet. Momo looked up first. Her eyes lit up when she saw him standing at the doorway. "Izuku," she said, a smile spreading across her face. "You're up. How are you feeling?" Izuku gave her a small smile in return, still feeling a little self-conscious about his appearance. "A lot better. Thanks to everyone for helping out. And for putting up with me being out of it." Achiko, who had been sitting next to Mina, immediately stood as well, her usual energetic demeanor returning. "You're finally up, Yagi. How are you feeling? We were worried there for a bit." "I am feeling much better now, but I am starving quite literally," he said as his stomach grumbled to prove his point. Momo's smile widened as she gestured for him to take a seat at the table. "You've definitely earned it. Come on, eat up. We've got plenty to share." Izuku, feeling the hunger pangs intensifying in his stomach, made his way to the table, sitting down carefully to avoid putting too much strain on his still recovering body. As he looked around, he saw his friends busy with their own meals, their expressions a mix of concern and relief at seeing him up and moving again. As Izuku devoured another spoonful of curry, he couldn't help but feel a sense of normalcy return. The rich, comforting flavors filled him, and for the first time in what felt like days, his body felt like it was truly coming back to life. Each bite gave him more energy, more strength, and for a brief moment, the unsettling feeling of his evolving quirk faded into the background. Mina leaned over from her seat across the table, her eyes wide as she watched Izuku consume plate after plate. "Wow, Yagi, you really were starving, huh?" she said, a playful grin spreading across her face. "You're going to eat us out of house and home at this rate." Izuku chuckled nervously, his cheeks flushing slightly at the attention. I guess I didn't realize how hungry I was. He shoved another spoonful of curry into his mouth, the warmth and flavor making him feel grounded once more. The discomfort from his fever and the unease about his evolving quirk seemed to melt away as he focused on eating and the comforting presence of his friends around him. As Izuku continued to eat, he talked to the majority of his class and got to know everyone's name. He continued to wander around as he went to the kitchen to get yet another bowl of curry. He felt a hand on his arm that was placed gently on him. He jumped slightly as he looked to see who was Reiko Yanagi. He thought she was pretty chill with everyone, but he hadn't had many interactions with her personally. Reiko smiled softly, her presence calm and reassuring as she looked at him. "You okay?" she asked, her voice as quiet and measured as always. "You seem lost in thought." Izuku blinked, momentarily surprised by her approach. He hadn't expected anyone to check in on him while he was so focused on food. He appreciated it, though. It made him feel like a part of the group, not just the one who always had to push through everything alone. Yeah, I'm good," he said, his voice slightly hoarse. "Be sure to rest for tomorrow. It is our first day of hero training," she said with a slight smile. "I will, Yanagi," he said as he ate another spoonful of curry. Reiko gave a small, knowing smile, clearly satisfied with his response. She gave his arm a gentle pat before stepping back, her eyes soft with quiet concern. "I'm glad to hear that." She then turned around and walked away, leaving him in thought. She definitely was interesting. Izuku spent another couple of hours eating, and he had come to the conclusion that when his quirks evolved, he needed lots of energy, meaning food. Speaking of which, he should go and test them right now. He put on his shoes and laced them up, but he saw someone standing right in front of him. He looked up to see Jiro with a somewhat annoyed look. "Hey Kyoka, what's up?" he said, oblivious to her growing annoyance. "Where are you going?" she said, wanting an answer. "I was going to go and probably train," he said, making her earphone jacks twitch. "No, you aren't," she said sternly. Izuku blinked in surprise, caught off guard by her firm tone. "Huh? Why not?" he asked, his mind still focused on the urge to test out his evolving quirks. Jiro sighed, her arms crossing as she looked at him with a mix of concern and irritation. "Izuku, seriously, you've just gotten over a fever. You've been eating nonstop, and now you want to head straight into training? You need to rest." Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly, suddenly feeling guilty for his eagerness to push forward. "But I feel fine now. Well, mostly." "Good, then let's keep it that way and go to bed," she said, grabbing his hand and dragging him to his room. "Come on, Izuku. You're not going to get stronger if you burn yourself out before the first day of hero training," Jiro continued, her tone softening but still firm as she guided him back to his room. She had a determined look on her face, one that made it clear she wasn't going to let him get away with it. "But Izuku started to protest, but Jiro shot him a look that made him pause. "No buts. Izuku, resting is just as important as training. You've got to recover properly so you're ready for tomorrow." Izuku's feet finally slowed as they reached his room. He was still mentally wrestling with his desire to train and his body's need for rest. Jiro let go of his hand and pushed open the door to his room. "Kyoka," he said quietly. "What, nerd?" she asked, still a bit annoyed. "I'm sorry," he said, looking at the ground. Jiro's eyes softened and she nodded. "It's fine. Just please take care of yourself," she said, hugging him. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, surprised by the hug, but he didn't pull away. He could feel Jiro's warmth and genuine care in her actions. It wasn't something he was used to, being on the receiving end of such kindness. "It's not fine. I didn't mean for you to worry about me," he said, reciprocating the hug. "It's all right," Jiro finally said, pulling away and looking him in the eye. "Good night, Izuku," she said, patting him on the chest as she walked to her room. Izuku sighed as he walked into his room to call it a day. Next day, battle training. Izuku had been excited all day to see what the first day of hero training was going to be like. His classmates were the same way too, and to his surprise, his father was right at the door. "I am coming through the door like a hero," said All Might as he walked in, getting gasps from the classroom. "God damn it. I knew it was going to happen at some point though," he thought to himself. As All Might strode into the classroom, his booming voice and commanding presence immediately captured everyone's attention. His iconic smile radiated energy and confidence, and the class buzzed with excitement and awe. For most of the students, this was the moment they had dreamed of, the chance to be taught by the #1 hero himself. "Welcome, Class 1A," All Might began, his voice filling the room. "Today marks the beginning of your journey to becoming true heroes. You'll face challenges, push your limits, and learn what it truly means to stand tall in the face of danger." Izuku sat at his desk, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. While he was thrilled to be trained by All Might, the secret of their connection weighed on him. The idea of standing out in front of his classmates made him uneasy, but he quickly reminded himself to focus on learning and improving. "Today's lesson is a practical one," All Might continued, pulling out a remote and pressing a button. A large screen behind him is lit up with bold letters that read, "Battle Training." The room erupted in whispers and murmurs of anticipation. "We will simulate real hero scenarios, and you will face off against your classmates in a controlled environment. But don't worry," he added with a grin. "I'll be watching closely to make sure things don't get out of hand. Now, how about we get in these costumes?" he said, hitting a button as suitcases came out of the wall. "Now go and get changed and meet me in Training Ground Beta," he said as he dramatically left the room with the students excitedly getting their suitcases. Training Ground Beta. All Might waited patiently as he waited for Class 1A and 1B to walk out. They would be in for quite a surprise. He then heard footsteps, seeing Class 1A and 1B walking down the hall, giving each other confused looks. All Might looked at everyone's choice of attire. He looked at Ichiro and Inori costumes and nodded at their choices. Ichiro wanted to wear an outfit similar to his own, and he hoped that they wouldn't notice and figure out he was his son. Ichiro stood proud at 6 feet and 1 inch tall and reminded him of himself when he attended UA. He had green eyes and his blonde hair was in between his ears and his shoulders. His build. Ichiro's hero costume reflected his straightforward and confident personality. It bore a striking resemblance to All Might's iconic design, though it had distinct modifications to avoid giving away their connection. The color scheme was a deep navy blue with gold accents, symbolizing strength and resilience. A bold, golden lightning bolt design ran diagonally across his chest, adding flair and emphasizing his dynamic presence. The fabric was reinforced for durability, with protective padding over the shoulders, chest, and knees. Unlike All Might's classic cape, Ichiro opted for a lightweight, sleeveless jacket that added to his mobility while maintaining a heroic look. His boots were sturdy yet sleek, designed to handle intense physical activity. A utility belt wrapped around his waist, equipped with essential tools for hero work, including grappling hooks and small smoke pellets for creating distractions. His gloves were high-tech, fitted with pressure-activated grips to enhance his strength-based quirk. He looked over to Inori, who would be him if he was a woman. Granted, not as tall obviously. She had long blonde hair and blue eyes and stood at 5 feet 10 inches tall. She had a lean but muscular build. Inori's hero costume was a perfect balance of practicality and elegance, reflecting her analytical and focused personality. Designed with mobility and versatility in mind, her outfit emphasized both her agility and her strength. The main color of the costume was a sleek black with silver accents running along the seams, giving it a modern and tactical appearance. The bodysuit fit snugly but allowed for full range of motion, made from a lightweight yet durable material that could withstand high-impact combat. Her long blonde hair was tied back in a high ponytail, keeping it out of her face during battle while adding a touch of flair. The costume had reinforced shoulder guards and elbow pads, subtly incorporated into the design to provide extra protection during close combat. She had some last-minute changes made to her costume because of her inheriting one, for all making her more physically stronger and not to mention mind's reach. She was going to be a powerhouse in the future. He looked over at Izuku and his smile faltered slightly, but no one would notice. He had gotten here on his own and without his help, and that bothered him. No matter, he would do his damnedest to help him from here on out. Izuku had been proud of his suit. His bodysuit was a vibrant forest green with black and white accents running along the seams, creating a sleek and dynamic appearance. The material was a high-performance, flexible fabric reinforced with lightweight armor plating on his torso, forearms, and legs to offer protection without sacrificing mobility. He made and crafted a lot of the things on his suit. His gloves were the first. The gloves were gray with white accents along the knuckles, giving them a clean, practical look that complemented the rest of his costume. They weren't just for show. They were crafted with functionality and durability in mind. With FA gene and now one for all flowing in his system, he needed something to reduce the impact on his arms. Yes, he had cell surge to heal him faster, but it still hurt. His gloves were built to have a bit of absorption in blows. His boots were a bit more of the same, emphasizing the need for practicality without sacrificing his agility. He spent just as much time perfecting his footwear as he did his gloves. His boots were designed to handle the force of his high-speed movements. The boots were designed to provide him with maximum traction while still allowing him to make fast directional changes. They had reinforced ankle support to help with injury. He was proud of it and was ready to take on hero training. He was interrupted from his thoughts as All Might started to speak. "All right, you bunch of newbies. I am sure you are wondering why both classes are here, right? Well, that is quite simple. This is going to be joint training courtesy of both of your homeroom teachers," he said happily. Izuku's eyes widened slightly, his mind racing with a flurry of thoughts. Joint training. That could mean working alongside the students of Class 1B. This would be fun. "All right, hold your questions to the end of the scenario I am about to present to you all," he said, pulling out some papers. Izuku looked around to see Class A and B were giving each other looks of tension. That wasn't good. Not to mention, but he saw that Inori was looking at him with curiosity and Ichiro looked pissed. "Here is the scenario." All Might's booming voice rang out, capturing the attention of both classes. He stood at the front of the group, his usual exuberance replaced with a more serious tone. "Here's the situation for your exercise. We've got two teams, the heroes and the villains. You're going to be split into teams of 4. 2 from Class 1A and 2 from Class 1B. The backstory for this mock battle is that a group of villains are hiding a weapon payload inside the building. But don't get too comfortable thinking this is just about the bomb. The weapon is fake, of course, but you don't know where it's hidden, and time is limited," he said as all students were paying attention now. "For the heroes, you have 15 minutes to either capture the villains or secure the weapon before time runs out. The villains, on the other hand, will win if they either capture the heroes or keep that weapon safe for the full 15 minutes. Simple, right? Now, before we start, there are a few more things to consider," All Might said, his tone turning more serious. "The villains will be given 5 minutes to find the weapon and set up their defenses before the heroes move in. During that time, the heroes will be given a schematic of the building to study and plan their strategy. Use it wisely. Time is your enemy." Everyone nodded as they understood the assignment so far. "All participants will have a roll of special tape," All Might added. "The tape can be used to tie up your opponents. Once a student is tied up, they're considered captured and out of the game. This means you'll need to be careful with your movements and always watch your back. A successful capture could make all the difference in this training exercise. Are there any questions?" No one raised their hand, and he nodded. "Good. Then let's get out teams picked," he said excitedly. Team A, Izuku Yagi, Reiko Yanagi, Setsuna Tokage, and Shurhei Kurwaro. Team B, Tenya Ida, Katsuki Bakugo, Nito Minoma, and Juzo Hunanuki. Team C, Achiko Uraraka, Fumikage Tokoyami, Yui Kodai, and Tetsu Tetsu. Team D, Hantasiro, Kyokujiro, Sen Kaibara, and Hiryu Rin. Team E Momo Yayorozu, Mina Ishido, Ichiro Yagi, and Manga Fukudashi. Team F, Tsuyu Ajui, Denki Kaminari, Itsuka Kendo, and Yosetsu Owaze. Team G, Minoru Mineta, Injiro Kirishima, Jirota Shishida, and Inori Yagi. Team H, Rikido Sato, Yuga Aoyama, Pony Tsunotori, and Ibara Shiozaki. Team I, Mashireo Ojiro, Mizo Shoji, Koji Koda, and Kozai Tsuburaba. Team J, Shoto Todoroki, Toru Hagakure, Kinoko Komori, and Kojiro Bondo. Alright, now that we have our teams, let's pick who will be facing off first, said All Might, reaching into the bin. He pulled out 2 balls and nodded at the result. It will be Team A, the heroes, and Team C, the villains, he said, handing the teams earpieces. You have time to prepare. Everyone else come to the observation room, he said as they all walked into a separate building. As the students of UA High School filed into the observation room, the tension in the air was palpable. Their earpieces buzzed to life, ensuring that everyone could communicate with the teams while they were in the field. They all gathered around the large screens displaying the schematics of the building that would serve as the battleground for the first mock exercise. Izuku was the first to speak, seeing the team. Alright, I think that we should go over quirks to get a better understanding of each other before we go in. I'll go first. My quirk is Stockpile. I am able to build and store energies to use later on, he said, showing them Jolt, Black Whip, and One for All, though they didn't need to know that. Reiko nodded as she spoke. I can imagine that will come in handy when we need a power boost in the middle of things. My quirk is Poltergeist. I can move objects with my mind. The bigger the object, the more energy it takes, but I can be pretty precise with smaller ones. I can move things as weapons or even use them to block or defend. Setsuna Tokeichi, with her characteristic grin, crossed her arms and chimed in. I'll go next. My quirk is Lizard Tail Split. I can create and control multiple copies of myself by splitting my body apart. The copies can act independently, but if one gets destroyed, I feel the pain. They're not exactly strong, but they're fast and can overwhelm an opponent. The more copies I make, the weaker they get individually. Shirhai Korwaro cleared his throat, speaking next. His voice was calm, almost measured, as he explained his quirk. My quirk is Black. I can merge with and travel through any shadow. So long there's a shadow around, I can use it to disappear and move through the darkness undetected. I can also pull objects or people into shadows with me, though it's easier if I'm in a well-lit area first. It's useful for reconnaissance, setting up ambushes, or just getting out of a tight spot. Izuku nodded, processing the information. This is a pretty well-rounded team. Achiko Uraraka has a quirk called Zero Gravity. She can make anyone, or anything, float by touching it with the pads she has on her fingers. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow is powerful, especially in low-light conditions. The shadow itself acts autonomously, growing stronger when there's less light. That could be a real problem for us if we get caught in a dark corridor or room. We'll need to be aware of our surroundings to avoid being caught off guard. He has the advantage over us because of that, but what are the other quirks? Shirhai spoke to answer him. Tetsu has a quirk called Steel. He can transform his body into steel, making him nearly impervious to physical attacks. His offensive capabilities are pretty straightforward too. He's tough and can deal a lot of damage up close. We'll need to be strategic about dealing with him because direct attacks might not be the best option unless we find a way to counteract his steel body. Setsuna nodded. Yeah, then there is Yui Kodai. She can manipulate the size of objects with her quirk, Size. She can make things smaller or bigger if she wants to. All I know is she can do it to non-living objects, so we are fine, but still, it is a formidable quirk, she said, leaning on Izuku, making him blush at the contact. That's not good then, said Izuku, trying to get her off him. Why's that? Asked Reiko, tilting her head. Because Kodai could just shrink the size of the bomb if she wanted to. That means we're having to capture the 4 of them, and finding the bomb would a needle in a haystack situation, he said, with Setsuna smirking at his reactions. Reiko's eyes widened at Izuku's realization. Ah, I see. The Kodai shrinks the bomb. It could make it nearly impossible to find. We'd be chasing after a needle in a haystack, and if we miss it, the villains win simply by keeping it hidden. It's not an if. She likely did it already, said Shirhai. Dang, that's a bummer, said Setsuna a bit annoyed. Right, so we will need to take out Tokoyami first, then we can go for the rest. Shirhai would be good to that since their quirks are somewhat similar, said Izuku, looking behind Reiko to see there was gravel sitting around a tree and thought of something. Reiko, you said there is no limit to how many objects you can manipulate, right? He said, picking up a handful of gravel. Reiko looked at Izuku, her brow furrowing slightly as she processed his question. Yeah, I can manipulate as many objects as I can concentrate on. The more complex or heavier the objects, the harder it is to control them all at once. But I can handle a decent number at a time, especially smaller things like this gravel. She then realized what he meant by seeing the gravel around the tree. Smart thinking, Yagi. There are hundreds of the small rocks right here, so they are easy to control for me, she said, using her quirk to get as many as she could. Thanks, but the plan should be Korwaro, and I will go after Tokoyami while you start on the second or third floor of the building, assuming that Tokage can float you guys up there. Once we are done with Tokoyami, then we will make our way up there and help you deal with the others, he said, liking the idea. Shirhai nodded, a calm and measured voice. Understood. I'll stay out of sight while you draw him in. Once Tokoyami is distracted, I'll scout the other floors for any other threats and relay the information. 3, 2, 1, go, said All Might through the speaker. The four of them took off. Setsuna uses some of her separated pieces to carry Reiko up to a window where they slipped in, while Izuku and Shirhai ran to the door, staring into the dark and long hallway. One of many they would go through. Izuku and Shirhai stood just outside the entrance, the dimly lit hallway stretching out before them like the gaping maw of a monster. Shadows danced along the walls, making the corridor feel alive and unpredictable. Korwaro, Izuku whispered, dropping into a defensive stance and gripping his flashlight tightly. Stay sharp. This place is practically his territory. Shirhai smirked, his body already blending with the shadows around him. Territory or not, he won't see me coming. Izuku nodded, his sharp green eyes scanning the dim hallway as he crept forward. The oppressive silence was broken only by the soft creak of the old building's wooden floorboards beneath their feet. Shadows flickered along the walls, stretching and twisting with the faint light that filtered through cracks in the boarded-up windows. Every step forward felt like entering the maw of a waiting predator. He felt danger sense go off and looked down the hallway. Ahead, a faint rustling echoed, followed by the low growl of something unearthly. Izuku froze, raising a hand to signal Shirhai to stop. He's close, he murmured. From the darkness, a pair of glowing orange eyes appeared, followed by the looming form of Dark Shadow. The creature's claws scraped along the walls as it advanced, its deep growl reverberating through the corridor. Something he never said to Tokoyami is that Dark Shadow strength can be seen in his eyes. Yellow meant he was calm but strong, orange meant powerful but more aggressive. He hoped that the eyes never changed color after that. The glow of Dark Shadow's orange eyes cast flickering light across the dim hallway. Izuku's grip on his flashlight tightened, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation. Orange, strong and aggressive, but not uncontrollable. Yet, Shirhai melted further into the shadows, his presence nearly imperceptible. His voice was a faint whisper, blending with the creaks and groans of the old building. I'll flank him. Keep his attention on you. Izuku nodded ever so slightly. His heart pounded in his chest, but his thoughts remained focused. Got it, he whispered back, keeping his gaze locked on Dark Shadow's massive form. The corridor seemed to shrink as the shadowy beast advanced, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. Izuku took a deep breath and stepped forward, raising his voice to call out, Tokoyami, I know you're in there. There was a pause, then a low chuckle from further down the hallway. Yagi, came Tokoyami's voice, calm yet edged with determination. You are bold to step into the darkness, but it will swallow you whole. I'll use 20% one for all. If Chase said to limit it for a bit, then I'll do just that. I'll mix Jolt in there to outspeed him. I refuse to underestimate Tokoyami. If Dark Shadow is in a normal environment and has yellow eyes, let's say he is at 100%. I am not sure what his percentage is now, but I don't know what it is like when facing him in absolute darkness, he thought as he charged up full cowl to 20%. Dark Shadow. Tokoyami's voice echoed from the shadows, cold and commanding. Leave no room for escape. Izuku activated Jolt to amplify his speed. He narrowly avoided a strike from Dark Shadow. That was close. Izuku rolled to the side, landing on one knee as he kept his gaze locked on the shadowy beast. The orange glow of its eyes flickered with unrelenting aggression, and its hulking form seemed to expand in the dimly lit hallway. He could barely see that Tokoyami was struggling slightly from the sweat on his face. You had to be tough to control Dark Shadow. He couldn't imagine the strain he was going through. Good. Tokoyami's voice called from the darkness. Run, dodge, struggle. The darkness will consume you in the end. Izuku held his wrist as if he were able to snap his fingers. He held his index, middle, and ring finger ready to launch an attack to push Dark Shadow and Tokoyami back. Let's see how the darkness likes this, he muttered under his breath, releasing a quick flick of his 3 fingers. The shockwave from Izuku's flick tore through the dimly lit hallway, kicking up dust and debris as it struck Dark Shadow. The beast let out a guttural roar, its massive form flickering and wavering like a distorted shadow on a cracked screen. Dark Shadow reared back, claws digging into the walls for stability. The force of the attack had sent a ripple through its inky body, forcing it to shrink slightly. Izuku took the opportunity to catch his breath, his chest heaving as green energy crackled faintly along his body. Impressive, Tokoyami's voice echoed, calm yet tinged with irritation. But you're only delaying the inevitable. Dark Shadow will adapt. And once it does. Kurwaro now, Izuku called, his voice sharp with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, Shurhai sprang into action, moving through the shadows like a predator closing in on its prey. He appeared behind Tokoyami, his body seamlessly blending into the darkness. In one fluid motion, Shurhai launched himself at Tokoyami, wrapping him in capture tape before Tokoyami could react. Got him. Shurhai's voice was cold, yet there was a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Izuku's eyes locked onto Tokoyami as he was swiftly restrained by Shurhai, his hands bound with the capture tape. Tokoyami struggled briefly, but the tape held firm, though Dark Shadow wasn't done. Izuku had planned for this and sent large amounts of electricity from his body with Jolt to tame him. Dark Shadow shrunk as he started to retreat next to Tokoyami. Shirai brought out a flashlight and shined it on the Dark Shadow and with orange-yellow eyes whined slightly. Good job, Kurorio, Izuku muttered under his breath, watching as Dark Shadow's form flickered and faltered, the orange glow finally dimming to yellow. The beast let out a low whine, its aggressive posture giving way to a more submissive one. For now, they had the upper hand. Izuku looked to his left to see a light switch and turned on the lights. Dark Shadow flinched even further as All Might's voice was heard among the building. Young Tokoyami and Dark Shadow have been subdued, he yelled out. Shirai and Izuku nodded at each other as Tokoyami looked defeated. Good job you two though, how did you do it? He said as he leaned against the wall. Kurwaro hid under Dark Shadow's shadow and waited for me to make my move. I used wind pressure to knock you back so that he would be within reach of you to restrain you, said Izuku as Tokoyami nodded. Smart plan, but my team is formidable, he said, warning them. We've got this, said Shurhai as he and Izuku fist bumped each other as they started to jog to try and find their teammates. With Reiko and Setsuna 5 minutes ago. The two of them crawled through the window as instructed and looked around at a room full of light. All right, do you think Uraraka, Tetsu, and Kodai are together or apart? Asked Setsuna. They are likely together, said Reiko calmly, moving the small rocks around her like rings. Tetsu is the muscle, Kodai is likely the brains with a bit of strategy, and Uraraka is probably the wild card in all of this. If they're working as a unit, they're going to be tough to deal with. We'll need to play it smart. Hit them where they're weak. Setsuna nodded, her expression sharp. Yeah, that makes sense. Kodai can shrink the bomb, which gives her an advantage in controlling the environment. Tetsu is nearly impervious to most physical attacks, and Uraraka's gravity manipulation is tricky. We'll need to counter their strengths before they get a chance to use them. Let's stick to the plan, Reiko whispered to Setsuna, keeping her voice barely audible. We need to find them fast and take the upper hand. We can't afford to let them get comfortable. Setsuna nodded, her expression focused. Right, I'll go ahead and see what I can do to draw them out. You cover me. Keep them from getting away. Reiko watched as Setsuna moved with purpose, her body dissolving into pieces that scattered around the room like liquid fragments. Reiko followed suit, staying low to the ground and moving silently. The air felt heavy, quite oppressive, but the faint hum of machinery in the distance gave them a point of reference. She had her rocks ready. After a few moments, Setsuna's voice came through their comms. They're in the next hallway moving. They are looking around, meaning that Kodai likely shrunk the bomb already. How should we proceed? This is a 3-on-2 here. Tetsu's head turned slightly, his steel form glinting faintly under the artificial lights. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the room with suspicion. Did you hear that? He rumbled, his voice low and tense. Kodai looked up from her position near the bomb, her calm demeanor slipping slightly. What? What did you hear? I don't know, Tetsu muttered, his brow furrowed as he tightened his fists. It doesn't feel right. Uraraka, standing near the wall, shifted uneasily. Maybe we should check it out, she said, her voice unsure but cautious. If they're here, we need to know before they catch us off guard. Kodai hesitated, then sighed. Fine, let's check it out, she said with a straight look on her face. Setsuna grumbled. Shit, not now, she said annoyed. Yanagi, they are on their way. I'll make my way back. We are strong, but I seriously doubt we can do a 3-on-1 for either of us, she said, starting to reform right next to her. Look, there they are, said Tetsu pointing at them. Fuck, said Setsuna. We'll distract them, Setsuna muttered, moving into position beside Reiko. Agreed. They will likely focus on defense, so let's attack, said Reiko, launching her large amount of small rocks at the group of 3. Tetsu moved to the front, his steel body absorbing the brunt of the attack. The rocks bounced off his metallic form, sparking faintly as they struck him. That all you got? He bellowed, his confident grin widening as he stepped closer. They then heard All Might's voice throughout the building. Young Tokoyami and Dark Shadow have been subdued. Setsuna smirked. So, Yagi and Kurwaro managed to deal with Tokoyami then. That means help will be on the way, she said as Kodai grabbed a few of the small rocks laid on the ground. You two stand back, she said to Tetsu and Achiko. She used her quirk to then make the rock so big that it blocked the hallway from entry. Setsuna grunted out in annoyance. You've got to be shitting me right now, she said as she looked to see if she would get into between the rock. Reiko and Setsuna exchanged a glance, their expressions a mix of frustration and determination. Smart move, Reiko muttered under her breath. But it won't hold us for long. No kidding, Setsuna said, her fragmented pieces floating back together as she assessed the situation. If we don't deal with this fast, they'll either regroup or make a run for it. No, they won't, Reiko said calmly, holding up a hand for her to stop talking. They then heard the same boom from a different area. She just boxed themselves in. All we can do is wait, she said as she looked at Setsuna. Listen, Yanagi, as much as I would like to wait, we can't. We only have so much time left, she said. I merely suggested we wait for Yagi as he can pack a punch against this boulder, she said, knocking on it. and the Yagi and Kurwaro will be here in a minimum couple of minutes. Ugh, fine, she said, detaching her ears to listen for the two of them. After a minute, she heard footsteps from down the hall they came, and Setsuna nodded at Reiko. The two of them looked to see it was Izuku and Shirhai running towards them. Reiko and Setsuna stood ready as Izuku and Shirhai approached. The sound of their hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway, and Izuku's green lightning crackled faintly around his body, signaling he was already tapping into one for all. Shirhai slowed down slightly as they reached the massive boulder, his dark form blending into the shadows. "What's the situation?" he asked, his voice calm but serious. Long story short, Kodai used her quirk to block the hallway with this oversized rock, Setsuna explained, her fragmented ears reattaching to her head. "They're boxed in for now, a decently sized room and a hallway." Izuku analyzed the situation quickly, his green eyes narrowing as he took in the massive boulder blocking their way. Sparks of energy flickered around him as he activated one for all at 20%. His mind racing to formulate a plan. "We will overwhelm, and that is how we will win," he said. Izuku stepped forward, the green lightning of one for all crackling around him as he focused his energy. His fist glowed faintly as he cocked it back, the hallway trembling under the sheer force radiating from his body. "Stand back," he said firmly, his sharp green eyes locked onto the boulder. With a mighty swing, Izuku unleashed a concentrated punch. The shock wave from his blow tore through the air, slamming into the boulder with a deafening boom. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface before it shattered into massive chunks, the debris scattering across the hallway. Inside the room, Kodai flinched as the noise echoed through the walls. The ground beneath them shook, and small bits of debris fell from the ceiling. She glanced down at the shrunken bomb in her hands, her expression tense. "They're in," she muttered. "Tetsu, take point. Uraraka, cover me." Tetsu grinned, his steel body shimmering under the dim light. "Finally, let's smash him." Uraraka nodded hesitantly, her hands glowing faintly as she activated her quirk. "We've got this," she said, though there was a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Kodai took a deep breath, her eyes narrowing. "Just remember, we hold this position. If they get past us, it's over." As the dust settled, Izuku darted through the gap with incredible speed, his lightning crackling as he moved. Tetsu charged to meet him, his metallic fist swinging in a wide arc. Izuku caught the fist and tossed him back to Kodai and Uraraka. The metallic hero grunted as he skidded across the floor, colliding with a nearby desk. Before the trio could regroup, Izuku smirked, his green lightning crackling as 3 tendrils of black whip extended from his body and lashed toward them with incredible speed. That was when Izuku felt something way different with the tendrils. He had almost forgotten that they had evolved, but he didn't know what way. Before he knew it, the 3 tendrils were around the trio as they were restrained. His 3 teammates went to work as they tied them up and looked for the shrunken bomb. Shirhai checked Kodai's pocket, and sure enough, there was a handheld-sized bomb. All Might's voices boomed throughout the building, with Team C being captured as well as the bomb being taken. "Team A wins. Congratulations on doing both objectives. Please return to the control room to discuss your results," he said happily. Setsuna smirked as she untied the 3 of them. "Well, Yagi, looks like you are one smart cookie if you are able to come up with a plan like that and it works out," she said, cooing slightly, getting closer to him. Reiko raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting to one of mild amusement as she noticed Izuku subtly using her as a shield against Setsuna's teasing. "What are you doing back there, Yagi?" she asked, her voice tinged with mock sternness. Izuku scratched the back of his head nervously, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. "I just figured it's safer over here," he replied, clearly flustered by Setsuna's playful smirk and teasing demeanor. Setsuna started to smile even more now as she tried to reach him. "Come on. Accept the compliment and a job well done," she said. "Well, thank you, but please stop with this," he said as the 2 of them walked around Reiko. Even though Reiko had a mask on, she had amusement in her eyes. "Oi, Yagi," said Tetsu, his voice carrying a mix of respect and frustration as he approached. He rubbed the back of his neck, still shaking off the sting from being tossed earlier. "You're scary strong, man. Tossing me like that? Not bad at all. But next time, I'll be the one doing that." Izuku chuckled nervously at Tetsu's words, rubbing the back of his neck. "I'll try not to go too hard next time. Sorry about that, Tetsu." Tetsu grinned, giving Izuku a friendly punch on the arm. "Nah, no need to apologize. That's the kind of strength we need in a hero. Just don't think I'll let it slide. I'll be ready for you next time, Yagi." Setsuna rolled her eyes with a smirk. All right. Can we stop the macho rivalry for a minute? We've got a debrief to attend, so let's go before they get their panties in a bunch." Izuku nodded, glad to see his teammates weren't holding grudges, despite the intense battle, and glad Setsuna was off of him. He did know that he would need to test the one for all Quirks later to see what was up with them and how they evolved, so to speak. The two teams were the center of attention, and the other 32 students stayed back so they could be looked at from All Might. All Might stood at the center of the control room, his towering presence radiating energy. His bright smile glimmered even more as the remaining students gathered around. Everyone, that was an impressive display of teamwork, strategy, and adaptability. His booming voice commanded attention as he gestured toward both teams. Team A showcased exceptional planning and execution, while Team C demonstrated resilience and creativity in defending the bomb. Bravo to all of you. That being said, I am going to have to give the MVP of this match to young Izuku, he said, pointing at him. Izuku felt a bit put on the spot, but nonetheless accepted it. "Now does anyone know why?" he asked the batch of students, but Momo was the first to raise her hand. All Might pointed toward Momo, his smile encouraging. "Yes, Yaoyorozu, please share your thoughts." Momo stood confidently, her analytical nature shining through as she spoke. "The MVP title goes to Izuku because he demonstrated a blend of strategic thinking and adaptability during the exercise. His plan effectively utilized his teammates' strengths while compensating for their weaknesses. In the beginning, we could see that he showed Yanagi the gravel on the ground to use as her weapons and shield, as well as a plan to take out Tokoyami, recognizing him as the strongest. He also showed strategy in using his quirk to restrain the three villains at the same time, as well as securing the bomb." Momo continued, her voice steady and confident as she addressed the room. "Overall, Izuku demonstrated leadership, quick thinking, and an understanding of both his team's and the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. His ability to adapt mid-battle. These qualities make him deserve of the MVP title." All Might nodded approvingly, his smile broadening. "Excellent analysis, Yaoyorozu. You've hit the nail on the head." Young Izuku's strategy was indeed a key factor in Team A's victory. But remember, young heroes, teamwork, and individual effort go hand in hand. No single person wins alone. All Might clapped his hands together to refocus the group. "Now let's also acknowledge Team C's performance. Tetsu, Tokoyami, Kodai, and Uraraka. You all showed incredible determination and creativity. Tokoyami, your use of dark shadow to fortify offenses was brilliant. Kodai, shrinking the bomb and keeping the bomb on your person made it harder for the enemy to locate. Not to mention you blocking the hallway to give you all more time. And Tetsu, your resilience in holding the line gave your team critical moments to reposition." All Might turned to Uraraka, his warm gaze encouraging. "And you, Uraraka, your quick thinking and use of your quirk to lighten the debris and create obstacles for the opposing team was commendable. Though you were outmaneuvered, your efforts gave your team valuable time to regroup and strategize. Remember, sometimes the smallest actions can have the biggest impact." Uraraka smiled shyly, rubbing the back of her neck. "Thank you, All Might. I'll keep working on being more confident and proactive." All Might's booming laugh filled the room. "That's the attitude, young Uraraka. Every battle is a chance to improve." He straightened, his tone becoming more serious as he addressed the entire class. Heroes, remember, these exercises are more than just practice for combat. They're a chance to understand yourselves, your quirks, and your teamwork. In the field, heroes must trust one another completely. Your performance today shows you're well on your way to becoming the best. The class clapped enthusiastically, the energy in the room buzzing as students exchanged thoughts and compliments. Izuku looked to see some of his friends nodding at him for a job well done. He looked to the left to see Ichiro and Bakugo sitting there with angry looks on their face. He wished that this would stop. They have no one to be made but themselves for what they did to him all these years. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted as Setsuna nudged him, her ever-present smirk firmly in place. Earth to Yagi, you are zoning out on us already? He blinked and offered a nervous chuckle.
No, sorry.
Just thinking about everything. Reiko followed his gaze to see he was looking at his older brother from what she heard. She tilted her head curiously at why he was looking at Izuku like that, but shrugged it off as sibling rivalry. All right, students. How about we move on to the next group? Said All Might randomly trying to ball to see what teams would go next. Izuku quietly pulled out his notebook to write down everyone's matches for nods and the quirks they all had as All Might read the team names. The next match will be Team F versus Team J, he said. Izuku smiled as the match was about to start soon. Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for what his team had accomplished. Yet, his mind also wandered back to his own training with Black Whip. He had to understand it fully before the next challenge. He was determined to master all of his quirks. Chapter 12: Training, Therapy, and the USJ. Izuku's POV. Team J, Heroes, versus Team F, Villains. The fights were amazing just for the fact that not one of them was the same. Team F had Tsuyu Azui with her frog-like abilities, Denki Kaminari who could unleash bursts of electricity, Itsuka Kendo with her immense strength, and Yosetsu Uwais who could link objects together to create barriers. On the other side, Team J had Shoto Todoroki with his dual elemental powers, Toru Hagakure who was invisible, Kinoko Komori who could create spores, and Kojiro Bando who could stick to anything with his adhesive skin. Something I hadn't expected was for it to be done within a matter of moments as Todoroki used the ice portion of his quirk to freeze the entire building. The hero team in a matter of moments had won the game, making it one of the quickest matches. Bando did attempt to fight back, but the ice spread around him, preventing him from fighting. I did find out Tsu has the same ability as a frog to go into hibernation when it gets cold, so that was interesting. But, in the end, Team F's efforts to stop them were futile and Team J won in the end. Team I, Heroes, versus Team B, Villains. I couldn't help but be amazed at how quickly the battles escalated as I observed the match between Team I and Team B. It was a real clash of styles, with each side bringing their unique quirks to the forefront. Ojiro's powerful tail was an advantage in close combat. Shoji's multiple arms were great for both offense and defense. Koda's animal communication was always a wild card, and Tsuburaba could use his air manipulation to control the battlefield. On the other hand, Team B had a dynamic mix with Ida's speed from his engines made him a lightning-fast opponent, while Bakugo was a force of destruction with his explosive powers. Monoma's ability to copy quirks was always a wild card, and Hunanuki, with his ability to manipulate the area around him by softening. Out the gate, Team I went into a four-man cell trying to overpower them. It was a smart strategy, but Team B was ready. Monoma had copied the quirk of Hunanuki, so there were two people using the quirk softening. When they were charging down the hallway to the room the bomb was in, Bakugo attacked brashly and charged in at the four heroes in training. He sent a wave of explosions their way as he smirked, hitting them. "You guys are weak," Bakugo taunted, his confidence radiating as he propelled himself forward with another explosion, landing right in front of Shoji. Shoji raised his multiple arms defensively, using them as shields against Bakugo's relentless assault. "We're not done yet," Shoji said, gritting his teeth as he pushed back against the sheer force of Bakugo's attacks. We then saw he went wide-eyed as his team started to sink slowly into the ground. Try as they might, they were not getting out of there. Down the hall, Monoma and Hunanuki were softening the ground and walls around them. Bakugo's frustration was palpable as he whipped around to glare at Monoma and Hunanuki, who were calmly continuing their strategy. "What the hell are you two doing?" he shouted, sparks crackling in his palms. "I had them cornered." Monoma, ever the provocateur, smirked back at Bakugo. "Relax, Bakugo. The game is about winning, not just blowing things up. We're securing the victory." Hunanuki nodded in agreement, his hands pressed to the ground as the terrain continued to soften around Team I. "They're trapped now. All you need to do is finish the job," he said, his tone level despite Bakugo's fiery outburst. "Finish the job?" Bakugo snapped, his temper flaring. "I was about to finish them before you two messed it up." The group of four continued to sink into the ground as the walls and floors pulled them in. The tension between Bakugo and his teammates was almost as fierce as the battle itself. Team B's combined strategy of overwhelming offense and relentless terrain manipulation was clearly working, but Bakugo's frustration threatened to disrupt their coordination. "Stop whining and focus on the mission," Monoma snapped back at Bakugo, his smirk never leaving his face. "We're winning because of teamwork. Try it sometime." Bakugo's eyes narrowed, sparks flickering in his palms. "I don't need your teamwork. I'll win this on my own." He turned back toward Team I, who were now chest-deep in the softened ground. The two of them stopped softening the ground, and now Team I was stuck in solid rock, unable to move. "God damn it," said Tsuburaba. "With that, the winner of the match is Team B," said All Might through the speaker. Team H, heroes, versus Team G, villains. The matchup between Team H and Team G was a thrilling clash of raw strength, strategy, and creativity. Team H's lineup included Sato with his enhanced strength from consuming sugar, Aoyama with his flashy naval laser, Pony with her horn-homing abilities, and Ibara's unique vine-based powers. On the other side, Team G boasted Mineta's sticky balls, Kirishima's unyielding hardening, Shishida's beastly transformation, and Inori's power telekinesis quirk. As much I hate my siblings, I must admit, Inori and Ichiro are incredibly strong and smart. It took a while, but eventually, Team H found Team G in a secluded part of the building with Inori guarding the weapon. Team H launched their assault with a strong opening strategy. Sato consumed a large quantity of sugar to maximize his strength, leading the charge with his raw power. Aoyama followed closely, using his naval laser to carve a path through the hallways while Pony and Ibara provided support from the rear. Pony's horn-homing abilities proved invaluable for scouting, while Ibara's vines created natural barriers to block off potential escape routes for the villains. In their secluded part of the building, Team G was already bracing for impact. Inori, calm and composed, stood at the ready with the weapon behind her, her telekinesis quirk active and poised to defend their position. Kirishima fortified his stance, activating his hardening quirk to become an unbreakable wall of defense. Shishida, in his beast form, growled lowly, his senses heightened and ready for the incoming clash. Mineta, uncharacteristically focused, had strategically placed his sticky balls around the room, creating traps that would hinder the hero's movements. The first clash was explosive. Sato barreled through the entrance, fists swinging with immense force. He aimed directly for Kirishima, who stood firm and blocked the blow. The impact reverberated through the room, but Kirishima held his ground, grinning. "Is that all you've got?" he taunted, countering with a powerful punch of his own. The two engaged in a brutal hand-to-hand fight, their quirks pushing each other to their limits. Meanwhile, Pony used her horns to target Shishida, hoping to keep him occupied while Aoyama aimed his laser at the weapon. Pony's horns launched with precision, curving toward Shishida's massive form. However, his heightened senses and beastly reflexes allowed him to dodge the initial attack. "You'll have to try harder than that," he growled, leaping toward Pony with a ferocious swipe of his claws. Pony leapt back, sending another volley of horns his way, but Shishida batted them aside with a snarl, his strength overpowering her finesse. Aoyama, meanwhile, had positioned himself at an angle to fire his naval laser toward the weapon. His beam shot out in a brilliant flash, but Inori's telekinesis was swift and precise. She moved a rock in the way of a laser, stopping it. Frustrated but determined, Aoyama fired another laser, this time at Inori herself. However, she anticipated the attack, using her telekinesis to create a shield out of nearby debris. The laser struck the makeshift barrier, scattering fragments across the room. "You're wasting energy," she warned, her tone almost condescending. "Focus your efforts, or this will be over even faster." While Inori held her ground, Ibra joined the fray, her vines snaking through the room to ensnare both Shishida and Kirishima. "You won't stop us," she declared, her determination shining through as her vines wrapped tightly around Shishida's limbs. For a moment, it seemed like she had the upper hand, but Kirishima intervened, using his hardened arms to slice through the vines. "Not on my watch," he shouted, charging at Ibra. Pony tried to assist, launching her horns at Kirishima to distract him, but Minetta's traps came into play. As Pony moved to reposition herself, her foot landed on one of his sticky balls, causing her to stumble and lose her balance. "Gotcha!" Minetta cheered, throwing another handful of sticky balls in her direction. Pony struggled to free herself, her horns flailing as she tried to maintain her focus. Sato, still locked in a fierce battle with Kirishima, decided to ramp up his strength even further. He consumed another handful of sugar, his muscles bulging as his power surged. With a roar, he delivered a punch so forceful that it sent shockwaves through the room. Kirishima blocked the blow, but even his hardening quirk wasn't enough to fully absorb the impact. He skidded backward, his feet digging into the ground as he fought to regain his balance. "Not bad," Kirishima admitted, a grin spreading across his face despite the strain. "But I'm not going down that easy." He charged back at Sato, the two of them clashing in a flurry of punches that shook the very walls of the building. As the battle intensified, Inori took a more active role. She used her telekinesis to lift several pieces of debris and hurled them toward Aoyama and Ibra. Aoyama tried to shoot the debris out of the air with his laser, but his energy reserves were running low, and his shots became increasingly inaccurate. Ibra used her vines to shield herself, but the sheer force of Inori's attacks pushed her back, making it difficult for her to maintain her offensive. Realizing the tide was turning against them, Pony made one last-ditch effort to break free from Minetta's traps. She summoned all her strength, launching a flurry of horns in every direction. Some of them struck Shishida, causing him to stumble, while others flew toward Inori and the weapon. However, Inori was quick to react, using her telekinesis to deflect the horns away from their target. "You're persistent," Inori acknowledged, her tone calm but with a hint of respect. "But this is the end." She raised her hand, using her telekinesis to lift Pony off the ground and pin her against the wall. Pony struggled, but the force holding her was too strong. Meanwhile, Sato, now running on adrenaline, managed to land a solid hit on Kirishima, sending him crashing into the floor. But before he could capitalize on his advantage, Minetta's sticky balls came into play once again. Sato's foot got caught, and he found himself unable to move. "Damn it!" he cursed, struggling against the adhesive trap. With Sato immobilized, Shishida recovered and lunged at Ibra, his claws tearing through her remaining vines. She tried to fight back, but the combined pressure from Shishida and Minetta was too much. She was soon subdued, leaving only Aoyama as the last standing member of Team H. Aoyama, his energy nearly depleted, fired one final laser in a desperate attempt. The beam arced through the air, but Inori was ready. She threw debris with her telekinesis and redirected it back toward Aoyama, forcing him to dodge and lose his footing. "All might, call it," Inori declared, her voice echoing through the room. She stood tall in front of the weapon, her teammates having successfully subdued all members of Team H. Team G has secured the victory. I still can't tell if she is like this all the time or in battle. Even if it's been a few days, she hasn't said a word to me other than she is sorry. Regardless, I got good notes to put in for later. Now it was the final match. Team E heroes versus Team D villains. I could give credit to Ichiro because he did something that I never expected, and that was do something right away. Ichiro activated his impact level 5 almost immediately. The surge of energy transformed him into a blur of motion as he dashed through the building, a trail of shockwaves left in his wake. His speed and strength at this level were incredible, and it was clear that he intended to make an immediate impact. If I had to guesstimate, his impact level 5 was about the equivalent of 12 to 15% of One for All. In a matter of 30 seconds, Ichiro had gone so fast he got to the bomb room and tied everyone up before they were even out of the hallway to start the mission. Similar to Todoroki, the match was done in the blink of an eye. At a blinding speed, I saw Ichiro tie the villains up. I made sure to activate full cowling to see it. The sudden conclusion of the match left the entire class stunned. Ichiro stood in the center of the bomb room, his breathing steady despite the overwhelming speed he had just demonstrated. The villains were tied up in a neat bundle, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. The dust settled in the air as the echoes of his movements faded into silence. Did that really just happen? Ciro murmured, his voice barely above a whisper as he looked at the screen. Oops, I got carried away, he said, smirking. His teammates approached cautiously, a mix of awe and annoyance in their expressions. Carried away? You didn't even give us a chance to help, Mina complained, crossing her arms. I can't help I'm that good, he said, holding his hands out and walking away with an over-cocky grin on his face. I guess this is what happens when you praise someone their whole life about their quirk. Thank God he didn't turn out like them. But at least I got some good notes to put into my hero analysis for later. Third-person POV. All Might congratulated everyone on a job well done before bolting off, and now it was time for some downtime for both heroics classes. They had the rest of the day off for themselves, and Izuku was glad. He had debated on training to see how Black Whip, F.A. Jean, and Danger Sense evolved, but decided not to worry his friends about where he was at. He got out of his room after putting on some clothes and went downstairs to chill out for a bit. He walked past some students and went into the kitchen to get something to eat. He investigated the fridge and pulled out a fruit bowl. He felt someone behind him, and when he turned around, he saw the floating head of Setsuna. He jumped slightly as she started to snicker at him. Izuku let out a nervous chuckle, holding the fruit bowl close to his chest. Tokage, you scared me, he exclaimed, his heart still racing from the sudden encounter. Sorry, Yagi, couldn't resist, she said with a wink. You looked so focused on that fruit bowl. I had to see if I could break your concentration. Besides, call me Setsuna. I don't do that formal stuff. Izuku relaxed slightly, setting the fruit bowl on the counter. Well, mission accomplished, he said, smiling. She giggled as she leaned on the counter. You are going to be so much fun to tease, she said. Izuku's cheeks flushed at Setsuna's playful comment, and he fumbled for a response. I guess I'm glad I can provide some entertainment, he said, trying to match her lighthearted tone. She chuckled manically as she skipped out of the room, leaving him confused. Great. Just what I need right now. Another person teasing me, he said, walking out of the room and pulling out his hero analysis to sit at a nearby table. He decided to review his classmates' profiles on their quirks as well as Class B. He opened his book and started getting to work based on the info he gathered and asked about. Not to mention they had discussed their quirks on the first day of coming here, so he couldn't help but jot down the info. Thankfully, he didn't need to write down any of his friends, as he already had Shoji, Jiro, Momo, Tokoyami, and Ibara. He even had Bakugo and his siblings, but he would come back to those three later. As he ate his fruit bowl, he looked around to see everyone conversing with one another and started to get in a large group. He sighed as he finished the last fruit in the bowl and went to throw it away. Izuku tossed the empty fruit bowl into the trash as he glanced around the common area. His eyes scanned the faces of his classmates as they mingled, chatting amongst themselves. Some were talking about the day's mission, others discussing their quirks and possible ways to improve. The atmosphere was light, filled with laughter and the occasional joke, But Izuku couldn't shake the feeling of being somewhat disconnected. He had spent so much time focusing on improving himself and understanding his quirks that he sometimes forgot to connect with his peers outside of class. He then heard something that he thought he wouldn't hear for a while. "Hey, handsome," a feminine voice said in English. Izuku looked around trying to see if that was for him or not. He then heard the same voice as he still looked around. I knew it. He knows English. He then heard what sounded like galloping as a girl with horns stood in front of him. She had horse features and looked at him happily. "You speak English?" she asked with a megawatt smile. Yes," he said, and was then picked up by said girl and twirled into the air. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as the girl effortlessly lifted him off the ground, twirling him in the air. His fruit bowl momentarily slipped from his hands, his heart racing from the unexpected motion. "W.O., hey!" he yelped, flailing slightly, unsure of how to react to this sudden whirlwind of energy. The girl laughed as she spun him around, clearly enjoying the playful interaction. "Don't worry, I won't drop you," she said, her voice carrying a cheerful tone that made it sound like she was having the time of her life. Her horns, protruding from either side of her head, added an element of wildness to her already exuberant energy. Her horse-like features only seemed to add to her undeniable charm. Once she finally stopped spinning him, she gently placed him back on his feet, giving him a quick pat on the head. Izuku's face was now a deep shade of red, partly from the sudden dizzying spin and partly from the embarrassment of being picked up so easily. "Sorry about that. Didn't mean to startle you. My name's Pony Tsunatori, but you can just call me Pony," she said, still grinning widely. "The reason I am over here was I spoke English earlier in battle training, and you looked at me, which got me thinking you spoke it, and you did. Do you mind me asking how you know English?" she asked, bouncing around him, making him blush slightly at how energetic she was. "My name is Izuku Yagi. Well, my father went to the United States for about 4 years. He taught me and my siblings when we were young, so we knew Japanese and English fluently," he said, trying to get closer to him. "That's so cool. I am learning Japanese myself, and I am mostly fluent but still struggle from time to time. Could you help me learn it when I ask for help every now and then?" she asked excitedly. Izuku blinked in surprise at her request, feeling a little taken aback by her enthusiasm. Sure. I can help if you need it," he said, trying to keep his composure despite the sudden attention. "I'm sure you're doing great with your Japanese already." "Oh my gosh. Thank you, handsome," she said in English, once more making him blush once more as she skipped away, happy as can be. "Women are weird," he said simply as he started to get and find something to do. Now that he thought about it, women really are interesting. Kyoka is different from Momo, Momo is different from Ibara, and she's different from Setsuna, and so on. Izuku sat down on one of the couches in the common area, still a little disoriented from the whirlwind encounter with Pony. He shook his head and chuckled to himself. "Women are definitely different," he muttered quietly, thinking about his classmates and the unique personalities each of them had. He then felt someone over him, and he looked up to see a giant person that he recognized as Hound Dog. He looked up at him, wondering what he was going to say. "Are you Izuku Yagi?" he asked gruffly, but it had a tinge of softness to it. "Yes, sir," said Izuku, giving him his full attention. "All right then, come with me," he said as he gestured to one of the quiet rooms next to the common room. Izuku stood up immediately, sensing the seriousness in Hound Dog's tone. The massive hero led him to one of the quieter rooms adjacent to the common area. As they entered, Izuku noticed the stark contrast between the lively common area and the calm, almost somber atmosphere of the room. The space was modestly furnished, with a simple table and a couple of chairs. Hound Dog motioned for Izuku to sit down, and the green-haired boy obeyed without hesitation. Izuku's mind raced, wondering what this was about. Did he do something wrong? Was there an issue with his performance in class or on a mission? Hound Dog pulled out a chair opposite him and sat down. Despite his gruff appearance, his presence was more comforting than intimidating. He rested his elbows on the table and clasped his hands together, his sharp eyes focused on Izuku. "Relax, kid," Hound Dog said, his voice low but kind. "You're not in trouble." Izuku exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Thank you, sir. I was worried for a moment." Hound Dog's lips curved into a small, amused smirk. "I get that a lot." He paused, his expression shifting to something more serious. "I called you in here to talk about your progress, but do not worry, you were first on my list of talking to me. I need to talk to all 40 of you here, so I might as well start now so I can get home to the wife," he said as he pulled out some papers and his reading glasses. "Talk about what, sir?" he said curiously. "Well, I need to tell you that I am everyone's guidance counselor, and I'm here to make sure you all are doing well. Not just academically or in your hero training, but emotionally and mentally too," Hound Dog explained, adjusting his glasses and flipping through his papers. "Your progress is important, but so is your well-being, Yagi. A good hero doesn't just have strength. They have the resilience to handle the challenges life throws at them." Izuku nodded, his curiosity piqued. "I understand, sir. I appreciate you taking the time to check in with me." "Good. So, my first question is, what type of hero would like to be? There are a few types we have. There are combat heroes, which are self-explanatory. They deal with villains directly, using their quirk to fight, subdue, or neutralize threats, whether it is indoors or outdoors. Then we have rescue heroes, who focus on saving civilians, especially in disaster situations such as wildfires, floods, storms, and more. They may not always get involved in the fighting, but their role is crucial during evacuations or when people are trapped in dangerous environments. Support is the largest and most broad category. A few examples are heroes who work behind the scenes, helping those in combat or rescue situations by providing equipment, strategy, or specialized knowledge. Support heroes typically have quirks that focus on creating gadgets, improving physical abilities, or offering logistical support to other heroes in the field. Some more examples include healing, interrogation, tracking and manhunts, recon, stealth, investigations, and even counseling. Many heroes fit in several categories like me. I fight villains as well as participate in manhunts. Do you know what type of hero you would like to be? It's fine if you don't have an answer now, you just started after all, he asked once more.
Ido.
Given how you know about my quirk already, I would like to be all three and be in as many categories as possible, he said smiling. Hound Dog raised an eyebrow at Izuku's answer. All three? That's ambitious, but I admire the drive. A hero with the ability to contribute to multiple areas is certainly valuable. But, Izuku, do you understand what that might entail? It's one thing to want to be versatile, but it takes more than just a desire to help in every category. You'll have to train not just physically, but also mentally and emotionally. You'll need to learn the ins and outs of each role and how to prioritize them when the situation calls for it. Izuku's smile widened slightly, his determination clear. I understand, sir. I want to be a hero who's capable in every situation, whether it's directly fighting a villain or saving people from danger. I know it'll take a lot of work, but I'm willing to put in that effort. Hound Dog studied him for a moment, seeming to consider something. You remind me of a lot of other students who have big aspirations. A good goal, sure, but remember, your quirk alone isn't going to define your path. You'll need to master the mental aspects of each role, too. Being able to adapt your mindset depending on whether you're in a rescue, combat, or support scenario is just as important as your physical strength or skill. Izuku nodded, taking in the advice. So, it's not just about being physically strong. I need to understand the right mindset for each role. Like, a combat hero might need to focus on offense and defense, but a rescue hero needs to keep a level head and prioritize saving people, even if there's danger around them. Exactly, Hound Dog agreed. You'll need to adjust your approach depending on what you're doing. A rescue hero often has to think quickly to ensure everyone is safe, especially in dangerous environments like natural disasters or large-scale villain attacks. It's not always about how fast or powerful you are. It's about making the right decisions in the moment. But I like your guts, kid. I know you can do it, he said, writing done what Izuku said. Izuku felt a rush of determination after hearing Hound Dog's words. The idea of balancing the roles of combat, rescue, and support seemed like a daunting challenge, but it also fueled his desire to push himself further. "Thank you, sir," Izuku said, his voice steady. "I won't let you down. I'll work as hard as I can to become a hero who can handle any situation." Hound Dog nodded, his expression softening. "I believe you, but I have another question for you. Would you like to talk about your conflicts with your siblings, family, Bakugo, and your middle school?" Izuku frowned slightly. He knew Hound Dog was like a therapist, but still, this was a bit of an open wound. Well, our relationship is pretty complicated," he said, scratching the back of his head. "It's a lot of stuff to go over. So much that I wouldn't be able to explain here," he said, looking at Hound Dog. Hound Dog gave Izuku a thoughtful look, his eyes assessing, but not pressing. He gave a small nod of understanding, his voice gentle but firm. "I get it. You don't have to dive into everything all at once. But it's important to address these things, Izuku. A lot of the time, we carry things from our past into our future, and if we don't deal with them, they can end up affecting our growth. Not just as people, but as heroes too. Would like to say something from the beginning to get off your chest?" Izuku nodded. "I guess I can. When we went to get our quirk tests, we were all so excited. Long story short, my results came back quirkless and they showed Ichiro's and Inori's quirks. The looks on my mom and dad's face were disappointed. They didn't say anything, but I could see it in their eyes. And when they showed Ichiro's and Inori's quirks, I felt like I didn't belong. They were both so powerful, so full of potential. And then there was me. Nothing. No quirk. Not until later anyway." Hound Dog leaned forward, his eyes never leaving Izuku's face. "That must have been incredibly hard for you," he said quietly. "Not just feeling like you let your parents down, but seeing your siblings excel in front of everyone while you were left behind. It's understandable why that experience left a mark." Izuku nodded. "Yeah. I think that is the reason why I train so hard. I don't want anyone who is my friend to give me that look. I don't want to ever do that look again. I think that was the last day that Ichiro, Inori, and I got along." Hound Dog's gaze softened, and he gave a sympathetic nod. "It's understandable why you'd carry that weight with you. The look in their eyes, the feeling of being left behind. It's a hard thing to shake. It's not easy to have your worth measured by something like a quirk, something that you don't have control over. But Izuku, you need to understand that your worth doesn't lie in what you're born with. It lies in what you choose to do with what you have. And you've shown time and time again that you're willing to work harder than anyone to reach your goals." "I know, sir," was all he said as he looked down to the ground. Hound Dog took out another sticky note and wrote down something. "Listen, if it is fine with you, I would like for you to meet me once a week for about 30 minutes. If you want to get anything off your chest," he said, handing him the note. He looked at the note too, and it showed his hours of availability, and smiled. "Thank you, sir. I'll consider it," he said, getting up from his chair. "That's all I ask. Oh, and don't worry, I will be doing the same for your siblings and Bakugo. That needs to be resolved," he said with finality. Izuku smiled. "Thank you again, sir," he said, opening the door to leave with Hound Dog in pursuit. "See you around, kid," as he went to go get another person for the interview of sorts. The hum of conversation from his classmates greeted him as he entered the common area. Most of them were lounging around or discussing their training plans. He spotted Momo and Kyoka sitting on one of the couches, reviewing some notes, while Kaminari and Kirishima were having an animated discussion about the day's combat exercise. For a moment, he just stood there, taking in the scene. "Hey, Yagi," Kirishima called, waving him over with his usual bright grin. "You good? You've been in there for a while." Izuku gave a sheepish chuckle as he approached. "Yeah, just had a talk with Hound Dog. He's checking in with everyone to see how we're doing." Kirishima nodded knowingly. "Man, that guy's intense, but in a good way, you know? He really gets what it's like to deal with the mental side of hero work." "Agreed," said Kaminari. I thought I was in trouble when I went in there with him earlier, but he is a pretty chill guy, he said. They were then interrupted as Mineta spoke up over them. Oi, Yagi, said Mineta, giving him a glare, making Izuku confused. What's up, Mineta? He asked, a bit wary of him as he took an empty couch. How do you do it? He asked somewhat pleadingly. Izuku blinked in confusion, tilting his head slightly as he looked at Mineta. How do I do what? How are you a chick magnet? I swear to God you talked to Jiro, Yaoyorozu, Yanagi, Setsuna, that pony girl, today like it was nothing, he said with jealousy. That's a good point, said Kaminari. Izuku blinked, his face turning red as he waved his hands in front of him frantically. Wait, it's not like that. I just talked to them like normal people. I didn't realize it seemed that way. Mineta narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms as if trying to detect any falsehood. Oh, come on. Don't play dumb, Yagi. You're always chatting with them, and they don't even seem annoyed by you. How do you pull it off? I need tips. Kaminari leaned back on the couch, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Actually, now that he mentions it, you are pretty smooth with the girls. Even Jiro doesn't get mad at you, and she's like the queen of shutting guys down. I would know. Kirishima snickered. Kaminari is just sour, 'cause she turned him down earlier, he said, nudging Izuku while laughing at him. Shut up, Kirishima, said Kaminari, annoyed as he changed the channel on the TV. Kirishima laughed even harder, clearly enjoying Kaminari's embarrassment. Come on, man. I'm just messing with you. But seriously, Yagi's got this whole nice guy thing down. It's no wonder people feel comfortable around him. Izuku, still flustered, scratched the back of his neck. I really don't think it's anything special. I just try to treat everyone with respect and listen when they want to talk. That's all. Mineta rolled his eyes, leaning forward with a dramatic sigh. So basically, you're saying I should be nice and respectful? That's it? That's your secret? Kirishima shook his head at Mineta. Dude, I don't even know a lot about women, and that is common sense. I mean, look at Yagi right here, he said, putting his hands on his shoulders. He is respectful and caring towards everyone, and that is why everyone likes him. I guarantee you women will fight for his attention down the line. Mineta groaned dramatically, flopping back onto the couch as though Kirishima's words had physically knocked him over. That's too much work, he whined, earning another round of groans and face palms from the group. Kirishima grinned, patting Izuku's shoulders in an exaggerated display of admiration. See, Yagi? You're setting the bar for us guys. A true example of manliness. Izuku's face burned as he stammered. I don't think it's anything that special. Really, I just treat people how I'd want to be treated. Sure, man. It doesn't make it any more annoying that you have like 5 females looking at you right now, said Kaminari, showing him the girls staring at him from the distance. Izuku's face turned a deeper shade of red as he quickly glanced toward the direction Kaminari was pointing. Sure enough, several of his female classmates were looking in their direction. When their eyes met his, most of them quickly turned away, pretending to be engrossed in whatever they were doing. Momo even raised a book to hide her face, while Jiro casually adjusted her earphone jacks with a suspiciously nonchalant air. Mina gave a small wave before scurrying off. It's not like that, Izuku stammered, waving his hands in front of him. They're probably just curious because we're talking so loudly, right? Sure, dude. Just sit down and watch some TV with us, said Mineta, pouting. A few hours later, Izuku was chilling out and lying in his room. He was going to do training in a bit after everyone went to sleep, but he couldn't wait anymore and decided to do it now. Izuku got up from his bed with a small sigh, stretching his arms above his head. He decided that he would test out Black Whip and his other quirks to see how they evolved, so to speak. He was in a black tank top and black shorts and stepped into one of the training rooms close to the gym. Izuku stepped into the training room, the soft hum of the lights above and the faint smell of rubber mats filling the space. The room was quiet, empty save for him, which was exactly how he liked it during these late-night sessions. It was a chance to focus, to push himself without distractions. He opened his eyes, determination gleaming in them. First up, Black Whip. He extended a tendril of Black Whip, once more feeling that it was a bit different feeling to him. He could still use 5 tendrils for a long period. 5 tendrils, steady as usual. Izuku muttered to himself, watching the whips extend and sway in the air like living shadows. But can I push it further? He clenched his fist, focusing on summoning a 6th tendril. For a moment, nothing happened, but then, with a spark of effort, another tendril shot out, flickering slightly before stabilizing. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise and excitement. 6. I did it, he said, grinning. But his celebration was short-lived as the extra tendril wavered, unstable, before dissipating into smoke. Izuku winced, feeling the strain ripple through his arm. Still not there yet, he muttered, shaking out his hand. But progress is progress. Izuku retracted 4 of his tendrils and only had 1 out flinging around. He felt something telling him to do this, but he thought of this tendril splitting into 2. It was weird, almost like something from inside telling him. Izuku focused on the single tendril of Black Whip flicking back and forth in the air, the dark energy crackling faintly as it obeyed his commands. The strange feeling persisted, almost like a whisper in the back of his mind, urging him to try something different. Splitting 1 tendril into 2? He muttered to himself, his brow furrowing in concentration. Is that even possible? He stared intently at the single tendril, imagining it splitting apart. First, nothing happened. The tendril wavered slightly, but it remained whole. Izuku clenched his fist tighter, his focus unwavering as he poured more of his will into the idea. Slowly, the energy began to ripple, the tendril quivering as if resisting his command. Then, with a faint crackle, the tendril split into 2 tendrils, both snaking through the air independently. Izuku's eyes widened in shock and excitement. It worked, he exclaimed, his voice echoing in the empty room. He moved the 2 tendrils around, testing their flexibility and range. They were slightly less stable than the original, but they moved fluidly, responding to his thoughts as if they were extensions of his own limbs. This could be useful, he said, a grin spreading across his face. If I can master this, I could use Black Whip in even more creative ways, capturing multiple targets or creating a defensive barrier. Oh, training late at night, are we? Said a familiar voice. Izuku turned around to see it was Bakugo with Ichiro leaning against the wall with a calm gaze. What's up? Said Izuku, confused, retracting his tendrils. What the hell are you doing, nerd? Bakugo demanded, his crimson eyes narrowing as he stepped closer. Well, I am in the training room, so what do you think I am doing? Izuku asked sarcastically. Don't get smart with me, fucker, yelled Bakugo. Guys, what do you want? I am trying to train and what, no Inori, so you guys can jump me like you did several times before, said Izuku, not wanting to deal with their shit right now. Ichiro scoffed. Nope, she didn't want to bother you, she said. That confused him. Normally, his sister was a huge pain in his ass, but I guess not. Deku, fight me, said Bakugo using explosions in his hand.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Bakugo, I am not fighting you. It is a waste of my time, he said, trying to leave. Bakugo's expression darkened, his hands sparking dangerously as he blocked Izuku's path. You're not going anywhere, nerd, he growled. You think you're too good to fight me now? Is that it? You said it yourself. Hell, you, Ichiro, and Inori said so many times that I will never be good enough. You have told me time and time again. So you already have your answer, he said, moving around him. Ichiro stood in his way this time and smirked. Yeah, sorry little bro, we ain't done, he said. That's all right, because I am, he said as he activated Jolt, speed blitzing past the 2 of them. Damn it, Deku! Bakugo roared, his voice echoing down the hall. Ichiro, who was still standing by the door, shook his head with an amused smile. Well, that was one way to get out of it, he muttered to himself. I'm not even mad, he said, kind of surprised. Shut it, Ichiro, said Bakugo as he stomped out of the room frustrated. Izuku had Jolt activated as he ran to his room sighing as he was about to open the door. He looked down and tilted his head as there was a tiny basket of mushrooms there. Izuku stared at the basket of mushrooms in confusion, his brow furrowing. He looked around the hallway, half expecting to see someone watching him, but it was empty. The small basket was neatly placed, the mushrooms inside varying in size and color, ranging from pale white to deep purple. There was no note, no indication of who left them there. He bent down cautiously, inspecting the mushrooms more closely. Weird, he muttered under his breath. Who would leave these here? There was a note on the side of the basket, and he looked at it. It said it was from Kinoko, and he read the note.
Yaji.
I noticed how hard you've been working lately, so I thought you might like these. They're safe, I promise. I grow them myself, and they're supposed to help with energy and focus. Hope they help. Komori. Izuku smiled as he read the note. I'll need to thank her tomorrow, he said, opening the door and entering his room. There was a brown-haired girl who peeked around the corner blushing slightly. Kinoko could only hope he liked the gift. Then again, she could have just spoken to him, which would have saved the issue. But she didn't know how to approach this. She quietly scurried off. The next morning, everyone in Class 1A was sitting in their room and waiting for teaching. Izuku was jotting down his ideas for Black Whip from his training and the possibilities of evolving. Fa Jean seemed like it was the same for now anyway, same thing with Danger Sense. He was glad to hear that Chase said everything was all good now and he was able to use 50% of one for all once more, and he was grateful for it. He was interrupted as someone plopped themselves on his desk. He looked to see Mina smirking at him. So, Yagi, what are you doing? She asked, trying to peek, but Izuku hid it under his desk. Izuku sighed, tilting his head to look at Mina. Just some notes on my quirk, he said casually, trying to keep her curiosity at bay. He wasn't in the mood for a long conversation about his training, especially since it was still a work in progress. Mina leaned closer, her smirk widening. Oh, come on, Yagi. You've been scribbling away like a mad scientist. You gotta share. Is it some kind of secret quirk strategy? Izuku shook his head, stuffing the notebook deeper into his bag. Not really. Just ideas for improvements. It's nothing big. Sure, she said, leaning over towards him, making him blush slightly. So, you are some big smarty, strong, capable, and a bunch of other things, huh? She said, continuing to lean in more. Well, I guess when you put it like that, I guess I am, he said, leaning back in his chair. Mina's grin widened as she saw the faintest blush spread across Izuku's cheeks. You know, Yagi, it's not just about being smart and capable. You've been pretty quiet about a lot of things lately. You're always helping everyone, but no one really asks about you. Well, I just want to help others, he said. Some of the girls started to get a bit jealous of Mina. They knew she knew what she was doing. All right, class, sit down and get in your seats, said Aizawa calmly. The class quickly settled down as Aizawa's commanding tone filled the room. Even Mina, who had been leaning on Izuku's desk moments earlier, backed off with a cheeky grin, mouthing "we'll talk later," before slipping into her seat. Izuku took a deep breath, grateful for the temporary reprieve, though he could still feel the gazes of some of his classmates lingering on him. Today, Aizawa began, his eyes scanning the room, will be a day that will affect you all for the rest of your lives, he said, dramatically scaring the students. Today we will vote for your class president, he said, making everyone sigh in relief before everyone burst into conversation. The classroom erupted into chatter at Aizawa's announcement. Some students seemed thrilled, others apprehensive, but nearly everyone had an opinion on who should take the coveted role of class president. Izuku knew the importance of this, as it could give you more offers from other agencies in the future because of how they see you as a leader. Everyone please, said Ida, standing up. Let's do a vote to see who the class rep and vice rep will be, he said, pulling out some papers. The room gradually quieted as Ida's commanding voice cut through the chatter. He stood at the front of the room, his posture rigid and hands holding a stack of blank papers. "This is an important decision," he continued. "The roles of class president and vice president will reflect not only our class's discipline but also our ability to unite as future heroes. Please consider carefully before casting your votes." "Wait, but we've only known each other for like 3 days. How will that be good?" asked Azui as Ida spoke again. "That is exactly why this vote is important," Ida declared, his voice firm and passionate. "Although we have only known each other for a short time, this exercise will help us begin to understand and recognize the qualities of leadership within our peers. It is also an essential part of our growth as heroes." Suyu tilted her head thoughtfully. "I guess that makes sense, Ribbit." Bakugo snorted from his seat, slouching in apparent disinterest. "This is a waste of time. Just give me the damn job already. I'm the strongest one here." "You'd lead us straight into chaos," Jiro muttered, rolling her eyes. "No thanks." Aizawa stepped into his sleeping bag and sighed. "Just take the vote before the bell goes off. I am going to take a nap," he said, falling down, making everyone sweat drop at their teacher. Soon the votes were in and a surprised Izuku and Happy Momo were standing in the front of the class. "All right, that's 7 votes for Izuku Yagi and 3 votes for Momo Yaoyorozu," Aizawa mumbled, barely lifting his head from his sleeping bag. "We have our class president and vice president. Yagi Yaoyorozu, congratulations. Don't make me regret this." Lunchtime. Izuku was scarfing down his food as he sat with Uraraka, Ida, Jiro, Kirishima, and Momo in the cafeteria. He tried to focus on his meal, but his mind was racing with thoughts of what this new responsibility would mean. He didn't 100% doubt himself, but he found it weird to think about people believing he was a leader. "Izuku, you might want to slow down," said Momo, surprised that he was already on his thirds. "But I'm hungry," he said to her, wiping his mouth. Momo chuckled softly, watching as Izuku quickly polished off another bowl of food. "I understand, but you'll need your energy for more than just eating, Yagi. As class president, you'll have a lot on your plate, figuratively speaking." "Yeah, but it looks like he's got a lot on his plate literally too," Kirishima joked, laughing as he motioned to Izuku's nearly empty tray. "All right, fine. I guess Momo wants me to starve," said Izuku, putting his chopsticks down. "You know that is not what I meant," she said, smiling softly. "Nope, it's too late," said Izuku, playing into the role well, pushing his plate away. "Wow, Momo, you trying to starve Izuku? That's mean," said Jiro, smirking. "Okay, guys, I get it. I was just worried about him overeating and not getting the proper nutrition," she said, pouting as she looked away. The table erupted into laughter, and Izuku, still blushing slightly from the teasing, picked up his chopsticks again. "Don't worry, Momo. I'll take care of myself. I'll even pace myself next time." "Good," she said, her pout fading into a smile as she resumed eating. Izuku looked to Ida, who was quiet for a while, looking at him. "Say, Ida, is your brother Ingenium?" Ida coughed spastically as he looked at Izuku with wide eyes. "Yeah, how did you know?" "You guys have very similar quirks. It was only natural," he said, shrugging. Ida looked at Izuku with a mix of surprise and pride. "I hadn't thought about it like that, but you're right. Our quirks are very similar, although I've tried to hone mine in a more precise way. Ingenium's quirk, however, has become a symbol of speed and reliability in the public eye. It's an honor, really." Izuku nodded thoughtfully. "It must be amazing to have a hero in the family. Do you feel like you have to live up to that?" Ida's face softened, and he let out a small sigh, glancing down at his meal. "There's always pressure, but my brother has always been supportive of me. He's never pushed me to follow in his footsteps. Instead, he encourages me to be the best version of myself. It's a reminder that heroes aren't just defined by their quirks or achievements. It's the heart behind the actions that matter." "I agree, but I assure you that you are on your way to making your brother proud," he said, giving a thumbs up. Ida smiled slightly, his posture straightening with encouragement. Thank you, Yagi. That means a lot. Sometimes I do wonder if I'm doing enough, especially considering the expectations that come with being his brother. But I try to remind myself that I'm on my own path. We're both trying to protect people, just in our own ways. The students were interrupted from their conversations when an alarm went off. Students started to panic, and Ida grabbed one of them. What's going on? He asked demandingly. Not sure, but this is a level 3 security threat, meaning that someone broke into the campus. This hasn't happened in 3 years, he said, breaking free of his grip and running away from them. We should get out of here, said Kirishima. The others followed suit, and they encountered a problem immediately. The hallway was flooded with people and there was hysteria everywhere. Izuku's heart raced as he scanned the chaos unfolding before him. Students were pushing past one another, frantic and panicked. The flood of people seemed endless, and the hallway had become a sea of shouting voices, frantic footsteps, and fear. It was difficult to even move in the direction they needed to go. Every one of the groups was soon pulled in as they were being dragged down the hall. Izuku struggled to stay to wall, but to many people were Izuku, Seijiro, and Momo up against the wall and decided to head to them. Izuku didn't waste a second. He pushed forward again, his quirk-enhanced strength giving him an advantage as he managed to slip past a few more students. Finally, he reached them, breathing heavily. Are you two okay? He asked quickly, looking them both over for any signs of injury or distress. We're fine, but this is bad, Jiro said, her usual cool demeanor slipping as she glanced nervously at the crowds. There's a break-in, and no one knows what's happening. We need to stay out of the way, but we can't just sit here. Izuku tried to speak but was pushed when someone bumped into his back and fell into Jiro and Momo. Izuku blushed as he realized he put his hands up to stop the fall and his hands were on their breasts. Jiro, who had been the first to recover, gave him an understanding look, though her face was tinged pink from the awkwardness. It's all right, Izuku, she said, her voice slightly strained but trying to keep the mood light. It was just an accident. Momo, too, looked at him with an understanding expression, though she seemed to be holding back a smile. We know it wasn't intentional, Izuku. Yagi, yelled Ida as he reached for a handout, and Izuku pulled him over with a blush on his face still. There is media outside on the campus right now. That is what signaled the break-in, said Ida. Izuku's eyes widened at Ida's words, his thoughts racing. Media? Yes, we need to tell everyone so we can all calm down, said Ida, pushing off a student who ran into him. What should we do? Asked Momo as she scooted next to the wall more. Izuku took a deep breath and activated Black Whip, the black tendrils of energy shooting upward to latch onto the pipes above. His movements were deliberate, his focus sharp. He knew he needed to take control of the situation before the chaos spiraled further. Listen, he shouted, his voice cutting through the cacophony of panic. The sight of his Black Whip quirk caught the attention of several students nearby, causing them to pause momentarily in their rush. There's no reason to panic. This isn't a villain attack. It's just the media outside. Everyone, stay calm and move towards the designated evacuation points in an orderly manner. His voice carried with surprising authority, and though some students continued to push through the crowd, a noticeable number began to slow down, looking around with a bit more clarity. Izuku swung himself closer to the pipes, steadying his position so he could better address the hallway. Everyone soon came to a halt and started to walk rather than run, and they even saw the media outside. Izuku sighed as everyone calmed down, and he slowly descended from pipes to land next to his friends. Izuku landed gracefully, the tendrils of Black Whip retreating into his arm. His shoulders sagged with relief as the crowd's hysteria gradually gave way to a more controlled flow of students walking toward the evacuation points. He turned to face Momo, Jiro, and Ida, his heart still racing but his mind sharp. Nice quick thinking, Yagi, said Ida. Yeah, thanks, he said before turning to Momo and Jiro, bowing repeatedly. Guys, I am so sorry. I really didn't mean to do that, he said. Momo gently placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder to stop his bowing. Izuku, it's okay. Really? She said, her voice soft but firm. We know it was an accident, and we don't blame you. Jiro crossed her arms, a small smirk tugging at the corners of her lips. Yeah, no need to turn yourself inside out about it. Right? He said, still blushing in embarrassment. Though the feel of their breasts was just for a moment, it lingered in Izuku's mind, making his cheeks flare an even deeper shade of red. He quickly shook his head, trying to banish the thought. Focus, Izuku. Now's not the time to get distracted. He scolded himself internally, though his confidence went up slightly. Maybe learning how to be a proper leader would be a good thing for him. After the incident, Izuku and the others were sitting in class after that whole dispute. Mr. Aizawa forgot they needed to nominate a class secretary, which went to Ida while the treasurer went to Jiro. With that settled, Aizawa started to talk about more pressing matters. Listen up, my students. Today, we'll be doing something more interesting for hero training, Aizawa said, pulling out a card from his pocket. He held it up, revealing the words rescue training written in bold letters. The class immediately erupted into excited chatter. Rescue training? Uraraka beamed, practically bouncing in her seat. That sounds amazing. This is going to be awesome, Kirishima said, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Time to show how manly we are. Aizawa raised a hand, silencing the room with his usual no-nonsense demeanor. Before you all get too excited, let me explain. This isn't just about showing off your quirks or being flashy. It's about strategy, teamwork, and knowing how to save lives efficiently. We will all be going over to something called the USJ that is close to campus grounds. I know that all of you would like to wear your hero costumes, and I would recommend that you do so, mainly for the reason of in case you would like to make adjustments on them. The students nodded at the advice of their teacher. Well then, go get changed and let's get going. We don't have all day. The teachers that will be present is myself and 2 others. Not to mention that it will just be Class 1A for today, he said, standing up and leaving the room with excited students. When the students reassembled outside, Aizawa was already waiting for them, his usual tired expression in place. He looked over to Izuku and gave him a small nod. Izuku blinked, unsure of what the gesture meant until Aizawa spoke. All right, kid. Round 'em up, Aizawa said casually as he boarded the bus, leaving Izuku momentarily frozen. Izuku glanced at the rest of the class. They were chatting animatedly, clearly excited about the rescue training. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, raising his voice just enough to be heard. Everyone, let's get on the bus. Aizawa-sensei is waiting, and we don't want to keep him waiting too long, Izuku said, trying to project confidence. The class turned to him, some looking surprised while others smiled in encouragement. You heard him. Let's move, Ida said, his usual commanding tone lending support to Izuku's words. Uraraka gave Izuku a thumbs up. Nice call, Yagi. On the bus, Izuku sat next to Tsu and Sato as they were starting to make their way to the USJ. Ida nodded at the setup. Normally, I would have preferred we be in the order of our seat numbers, but this is fine. Izuku looked around to see everyone was still excited about the training at this USJ place. Then he looked over to Tsuyu, who stared at him with her big eyes and looked like she was about to say something. Yagi, Tsuyu said in her usual calm tone, tilting her head slightly. I have a couple of questions for you, Ribbit. Izuku blinked, caught off guard. Sure, Tsu. What's up? She paused for a moment, her gaze steady. So, I noticed something. My first question is, isn't your power a lot similar to All Might's? My second question is, why haven't you talked about or talked to your siblings since we've been here? Is there a reason for that? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, she said. Yeah, I've been wondering that too, said Ida. Izuku blinked, Tsuyu's calm but probing questions catching him completely off guard. His hands fidgeted in his lap as his mind raced for an answer. Well, he stammered, his cheeks tinged with pink. Those are, kind of big questions, Tsu. I know ribbit, she said, tilting her head slightly. But I've been curious. You don't have to answer if you're not ready. The kindness in her tone eased some of his nerves, though the weight of her questions still lingered. He glanced at Sato, who was listening quietly, giving Izuku a reassuring nod. Well, Izuku hesitated, deciding to tackle the first question. About my quirk. Yeah, it does seem a lot like All Might's, doesn't it? He laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. I guess it's just a coincidence, he said, hoping to not draw too much attention. Yeah, your quirk is pretty awesome, Yagi bro. I can call you Yagi bro, right? Asked Kirishima as he continued to talk. It seems awesome to have a quirk like that though, because it will help you get noticed in the hero world. Hardening, my quirk is awesome, but it won't get noticed like yours will, he said, hardening his arm. Izuku, confused at the statement, looked over to Kirishima. What are you talking about? Yours is the perfect blend of offense and defense. You'll be in the top 30 or even 20 in the future. Ah, you think so? I can only hope, but aside from Izuku, I think that Todoroki and Bakugo have a clear shot for most powerful and noticeable quirks, said Kirishima, smiling. Yeah, but Bakugo seems like a person that's pretty rude to other people, she said, making him jump in his seat. What the hell you say, you damn toad? He said with his pupils disappearing. Kaminari smirked as he watched this happen. Dude, the fact that we have been with each other for like 4 days and we already know that your personality is shit mixed with flaming hot garbage says something about you already, he said, chuckling. Shut up, Pikachu, he said as he started to argue. Tsuyu shifted in her seat, signaling she wasn't done. And about your siblings? I haven't seen you talk to them or mention them since we started school. Ribbit, is there a reason for that? Izuku froze, his fingers curling into the fabric of his pants. His throat tightened as memories of Ichiro and Inori flooded his mind. He looked at Bakugo, who wasn't glaring at him but rather just staring. Now that he noticed everyone was looking at him, he cleared his throat to speak. Well, we have a very complicated relationship, to say the least, he said, trying to get the words out. Oh, heads up, we are here at the USJ. Make sure that you are ready, said Mr. Aizawa, getting up to leave with many others following suit. Izuku thanked whoever it was that looked over him, got up and made his way out of the bus. He kind of figured that this was going to happen at one point where people would start asking. As Class 1A made their way into the USJ, they marveled at the place. It was a huge dome with what looked like various natural disasters. Everyone was then met with the Pro Hero 13 standing before them. Achiko, who was most excited, started to bounce on the balls of her feet. Oh my gosh, it's my favorite Hero 13. As the excitement died down, Izuku saw that Mr. Aizawa mentioned All Might being here. 13 held up her fingers, showing the number 3, meaning the time he had during the day to be a hero. Izuku sighed, knowing that when he checked his phone before class, his dad had solved multiple villain incidents which made it so he couldn't show up for a bit. He was fine with it though. All right, Class 1A. Welcome to the USJ, said 13, spreading her arms out. This facility was designed to prepare you for a variety of rescue scenarios. 13 continued, her calm, authoritative tone commanding everyone's attention. As aspiring heroes, your duty is to protect and save lives. However, it's important to remember that your quirks, while powerful, can also be dangerous if used recklessly. That's why we're here, to train you in using your abilities responsibly. To demonstrate, look around at the different zones, 13 said, motioning toward the sections that simulated disasters like tornadoes, collapsed buildings, and avalanches. Each of these areas is designed to test your ability to navigate challenges while saving lives. Today's lesson will focus on teamwork, quick thinking, and adaptability. Remember, in a rescue mission, the lives of others come first. We have a fire zone, storm zone, landslide zone, and more. As the chatter died down, 13 raised her hands for silence. One more thing before we begin, she said. I want to emphasize that your quirks are tools, not weapons. You've all worked hard to develop your abilities, but remember, the goal here is not to fight. It's to save lives. That means thinking about others before yourself and using your quirks in ways that minimize harm. My quirk black hole is the perfect example. It is very destructive, but I use it in ways to rescue people. Aizawa, who had been silently observing, stepped forward. And don't forget you'll be graded on more than just how effective your quirks are. Strategy, teamwork, and decision-making are equally important. Keep that in mind as you go. Suddenly, a deep, otherworldly voice echoed through the massive dome. The lights went out and it seems the heroes in training are eager to begin. The room fell silent as everyone turned toward the central plaza. A dark, swirling mist coalesced into a humanoid shape, revealing the imposing figure of Kurojairi. He was flanked by an army of villains, their menacing presence a stark contrast to the controlled environment of the USJ. At their forefront stood a figure with writhing hands covering his body. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. 13, protect the students, he ordered, his scarf unraveling as he prepared to engage. This isn't part of the exercise. These are real villains. The tension in the air was palpable as the students huddled closer together, many of them realizing the gravity of the situation. Kurojairi's golden eyes glowed ominously as his calm, measured voice filled the air. Where is All Might? We've come to kill him. Izuka's blood ran cold at the statement, his mind racing. Why do they want to kill Dad? He may not have trusted him or liked him, but he didn't want him die. Izuku looked to Aizawa in worry as he watched him get ready to go to the center plaza. Wait, Mr. Aizawa. Don't you need help? You are only good in surprise attacks and not large groups, said Izuku with worry as 13 was trying to get the students to the entrance. Aizawa glanced over his shoulder, his usual stoic expression briefly softening. Stay with 13, Yagi. I can handle this. Izuku clenched his fists, doubt gnawing at him. He wanted to argue but knew that now wasn't the time to challenge Aizawa's authority. He's right, he's a pro, and I'd only get in the way. But the thought of villains targeting his father left a sour pit in his stomach. He shook his head, forcing himself to focus. This isn't about me or him. It's about protecting everyone here. Come on, Yagi, this way, Ida urged, taking his role as class rep seriously. His arm gestured for everyone to move toward the exit, where 13 stood, ushering them along. Listen to me, 13 commanded, her voice firm yet calm. Stay close, don't panic, and… The sound of footsteps echoed ominously as Kurojairi's misty form glided forward. The students froze as his golden eyes locked onto them. Leaving so soon? I'm afraid I can't allow that. You see, we came here with a purpose, and letting you run away would be most inconvenient. Izuku was charging up full cowling to his 50% limit and was prepared to use a wind pressure-based attack to stop him but hesitated from the sound of 13's voice. Get back, 13 shouted, stepping between the students and Kurojairi. She raised her hands, her fingers glowing faintly as her quirk prepared to activate. Stay behind me, I'll handle this. Kurojairi tilted his head, his voice eerily calm. A noble sentiment, but futile. His dark mist expanded rapidly, swirling toward the group. Move now, Ida yelled, pushing the others toward the entrance. Bakugo, however, had other ideas. Like hell I'm running, he snarled, sparks crackling from his palms. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward, explosions propelling him straight at Kurojairi. Bakugo, stop, Izuku shouted as he tried to find an angle of attack. Kirishima, ever loyal, wasn't far behind. If you're charging in, so am I, he called, his body hardening as he leapt into the fray. With a simple motion, he expanded his quirk further, engulfing Bakugo and Kirishima in swirling darkness. Before they could react, they vanished, their shouts of surprise fading into the void. It started to spread to his other classmates, and Izuku thought of something. You used Zephyr Rush to push back this black mist. The wind whirled around him as he pushed back his quirk. Kurogiri took notice of this, and his eyes narrowed. Well, looks like we have a fighter. But in the end, it means nothing in the face of my power, he said as his mist engulfed many of the students. His thoughts flickered to his classmates. Where are they? He had to get to them, there was no time to waste. But Kurogiri wasn't going to give him that chance. The villain's dark form moved toward him, his mist swirling like a storm. You think you can stop me with a little wind, boy? Kurogiri's golden eyes gleamed as he raised his hand. You will learn soon enough that you are no match for me. The mist began to intensify around Izuku, pulling him in. He felt his body resist the pull, but the force was overwhelming. He gritted his teeth, trying to stabilize himself with Zephyr Rush, but the pressure was too great. He couldn't fire off a smash from One for All without risking the lives of his friends, and it annoyed him to no end. He felt himself sinking into the mist as Kurogiri taunted him. Told you I was stronger, he said as Izuku fell in completely. Suddenly, he looked to see he was falling towards a huge body of water and a ship. He activated eagle eyes as he looked around. From what he could tell, this was the flood zone, and he saw two other people falling. He saw a pair of gloves and shoes, meaning that were Toru, and he looked over to see Momo falling too. Izuku reacted quickly and used Black Whip to secure Toru and Momo, pulling them towards him. Izuku used another strand of Black Whip to pull themselves to the boat in the middle of the flood zone of the USJ, landing on the wood floor of the boat. He looked to his two classmates to see what the damage was. Are you both okay? He asked, making sure they were good to go. Toru nodded, though her voice was shaky. I think so. Her gloves twitched slightly as she spoke, a clear sign of her unease. Momo coughed lightly and pushed wet strands of hair from her face.
I'm all right.
Izuku nodded. That good, but Hagek, you're a bit off topic, but are you naked? Because I didn't feel any clothes, and I don't mean it like that, he said, blushing horribly. Toru let out a squeak of embarrassment, pulling her gloves up higher as if that could somehow compensate. Why yeah, well, invisibility and clothes don't work well together, but yeah, I am, she said. I'm so sorry, I would have been more careful, he said, bowing to her. Toru quickly waved her hands, her voice rising in a panicked stammer.
No.
It's okay, really. I mean, it's not your fault. This situation is just awkward, but let's not dwell on it. Her attempt at diffusing the situation only made Izuku blush harder. All right, of course, we have bigger things to worry about, like escaping and finding the others. He rubbed the back of his head, clearly flustered. Momo smirked at Izuku's antics but looked to see something in the water. She looked over the railings to see an assortment of villains coming towards the boat. Guys, look, she called out to them. Great. So, we know that guy teleported all of us around the places in the USJ full of villains, but they don't know our quirks, said Izuku looking at them. How do you know that? Asked Toru. Because of this, he said, showing them Jolt, with electricity flowing throughout his body. They wouldn't have sent me here with all of this water then, he said, counting the villains. Izuku focused on the group of villains advancing toward their boat, his mind racing. There were 6 in total, each with an intimidating presence, but their movements seemed cautious and uncertain. It was clear they didn't know the full extent of his or his classmates' abilities. They don't have intel on us, Izuku repeated, glancing over at Momo and Toru. If they did, they wouldn't send us here with water everywhere while I have access to electricity through my quirk. Momo furrowed her brows, quickly analyzing the situation. That makes sense. They're trying to overwhelm us with numbers rather than strategy. Toru tugged nervously at the blanket around her shoulders. Okay, so they don't know our quirks, but what's the plan? We can't take them all head-on. The plan is this, said Izuku as he pushed them to the center of the wooden floor. I will use my electricity to shock the water and take it out. Just be sure to not touch metal, he said as he walked to the edge of the railing. Izuku reached the edge of the boat, his green lightning crackling fiercely as he prepared to use his quirk. He could feel the weight of responsibility pressing on him. One wrong move could put his classmates in danger. He glanced back at Momo and Toru, both standing in the center of the boat away from the metal railings. Are you sure this will work? Momo asked, her voice steady but laced with concern. It'll work, Izuku said, determination burning in his eyes. I'll send a controlled stream into the water to neutralize the villains. It won't be enough to kill them, but it should knock them out or at least keep them from getting any closer. Izuku stood firm at the edge of the boat, green lightning sparking around his body as he readied jolt. He glanced at the villains approaching, their figures cutting through the water with sinister intent. He took a deep breath, focusing on his focus. Izuku looked to see Momo had created an insulated blanket to wrap around the two of them and smiled. It was pretty smart for the moment and was glad. There you go, Izuku, said Momo. You don't have to hold back now, she said, poking her head out. Thanks, Momo, Izuku said, his voice steady despite the tension. This will make things a lot easier. One of the villains, a large man with shark-like features, grinned viciously as he climbed onto a piece of debris floating nearby. You think your little tricks can stop us? You're out of your league, kid. Izuku didn't reply. Instead, he raised his hand, the lightning around his body intensifying as he focused Jolt into his palm. The water beneath the villains began to ripple as the energy spread outward, and Izuku's eyes narrowed. I won't let you hurt anyone, Izuku said firmly. He thrust his hand forward, releasing a controlled surge of electricity into the water. The effect was immediate. The green lightning arced across the surface, illuminating the dark waters and striking the villains in an instant. They screamed as the current coursed through their bodies, their movements becoming erratic before they collapsed into the water, unconscious. The boat rocked slightly from the force of the attack, but Momo's quick thinking had ensured they were safe. You did it, Yagi, Toru called out, peeking out from the blanket with a mixture of awe and relief. Momo nodded, her sharp eyes scanning the water. Yes, but we should secure them. If any of them recover, they'll come after us again. Izuku pulled the unconscious villains out of the water, his black whip tendrils coiling around their bodies with ease. The villains hung limply in the air as he dragged them onto the boat, one by one. Each villain was a different size and shape, but none of them stirred after the shock had taken them down. Momo, working quickly, conjured ropes from her quirk and began tying them securely, making sure each one was immobilized. Toru stepped out from behind the blanket, looking over the tied-up villains with cautious curiosity. That was really impressive, Yagi, she said, her voice still shaky but filled with admiration. I've never seen you use your quirk like that before. Thanks, I have a very versatile quirk, you know, he said, rubbing the back of his head. Momo tied the last villain as she wiped her hands off from the effort. Well, now that that is done, how do we get out of here? She said, looking at the two of them. I got it, said Izuku as he activated full cowling to 50%. What does that do? Asked Momo, not sure she had seen this. Just trust me, Izuku said again, offering his hands to the two girls. His eyes were steady, but his heart was racing. Full cowling wasn't something he used lightly. It took a toll on his body, but right now they needed speed and precision, and he could provide that. Momo hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward, her eyes searching his face for any hint of doubt. I trust you, Izuku. Let's do this. Toru, looking a bit more uncertain but still trusting in Izuku, nodded and stepped toward him. You've got this, right? I'm not exactly fond of rushing through unknown territory. Don't worry, I've got a good hold on it, Izuku said, his voice calm and confident, though a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead from the exertion of activating full cowling. Hold on tight, okay? He used 2 strands of black whip to secure the 2 somewhat nervous girls around them to make them secure. Izuku's hands glowed faintly with energy as the strands of black whip wrapped around Momo and Toru, securing them gently yet firmly. The familiar hum of full cowling surged through him, amplifying every sensation as the power coursed through his body. His muscles were tense with the strain, but he was focused. His goal was clear. They needed to get to safety and quickly. "Okay," Izuku said, his voice steady despite the underlying tension. "We're good to go. Just hold on tight." With the 2 girls clutching onto him, Izuku leapt into the air to the next location. He had hoped that the rest of his classmates were fine on their own. This is who is in what zones. Landslide Zone Jiro and Ojiro. Fire Zone Ida. Ruins Zone Kaminari and Mina. Mountain Zone Bakugo, Sato, and Tokoyami. Windstorm Zone Shoji and Siro. 13. Todoroki, Azui, Mineta, Uraraka, Yanagi, and Kirishima stared at the towering form of Kurojairi as they tried to come up with a plan. "Listen to me," said 13 as she got everyone's attention. "Who is the fastest one here?" she asked as she prepared her quirk to be used against him. Todoroki looked at her. "I'm fast enough, but we'll need more than just speed to defeat him. He can just teleport through my ice crystals no matter how thick they are. Same goes for my flames," he said. "Then be prepared to leave. I will make an opening. You will need to tell the teachers what is happening to send back. Remember, being a hero means knowing when to trust others to hold the line," she said, shocking him. "But I can't just leave you all," he said, looking at everyone. "You know you shouldn't tell your plan out in the open," said Kurojairi as he charged at him. 13 popped open. "Black hole!" she yelled out as he started to be pulled into her quirk. Shoto hesitated, not sure if he should leave them behind or fight this guy. Shoto's hesitation lasted only a heartbeat, but it felt like an eternity. 13's black hole continued to swirl, its gravitational pull dragging at Kurojairi's mist-like form. For a moment, it seemed like their teacher's strategy might work, but Kurojairi's low, resonant laughter shattered that hope. "An admirable effort," Kurojairi said, his voice calm yet menacing. "But predictable." The villain's mist stretched and twisted unnaturally, reaching behind 13. In a horrifying display, Kurojairi redirected the pull of her quirk back toward her. The rescue hero stumbled, her suit straining against the intense gravitational force. 13. Mineta screamed, his hands trembling as she prepared to launch a volley of sticky balls. "Stay back," 13 managed to yell, her voice strained but commanding. "Focus on the plan." Shoto's mind raced as he took in the scene. He wanted to stay and fight, but 13's earlier words echoed in his head. Being a hero means knowing when to trust others to hold the line. The path was clear, even if it went against his instincts. "Everyone, hold him off," Shoto shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "I'll get reinforcements. Don't let him follow me." "Go!" Uraraka yelled back, her fists clenched tightly. She glanced at Azui, who nodded, her tongue already snapping out to pull Mineta to safety. "We'll keep him busy." Kurojairi's form shifted again, his attention snapping to Shoto. "You think you can escape? Foolish." Before the villain could intercept, Kirishima charged forward, his hardened body slamming into the ground between Kurojairi and Shoto. "Not so fast," Kirishima growled, his jagged arms raised defensively. "You're not going anywhere near him." Kurojairi's mist swirled ominously, his form reforming with chilling precision. "You are brave," he said, addressing Kirishima with a cold, almost mocking tone. "But bravery without strategy is meaningless." Kirishima gritted his teeth, his rock-like armor gleaming under the dim light of the facility. "We'll see about that," he growled, taking a defensive stance. Behind him, Shoto used the opening to dash toward the exit, his boots crunching against the debris-strewn ground. "Keep him busy," Shoto shouted over his shoulder, his voice firm but tinged with urgency. His classmates, standing together as a makeshift shield, gave him the confidence to press forward. Kurojairi turned his attention to the remaining students, his mist-like form swirling menacingly. "You truly believe you can hold me off?" he asked, his voice an unsettling mix of calm and menace. "Do not underestimate us," Yanagi added, her quirk activating as she levitated several chunks of rubble, hurling them at Kurojairi. Kurojairi shifted his form again, dodging the attacks with unnerving fluidity. "Futile," he murmured, but his movements slowed just enough to buy Shoto more time. Shoto sprinted through the ruined facility, his breaths coming in quick, shallow bursts. The cold air around him crystallized with each exhale as he used his ice to create a smooth path, allowing him to slide faster toward the exit. His mind was a storm of emotions: worry for his classmates, frustration at leaving them behind, and determination to succeed. "I need to use my ice to break the door open. It is likely super strong, but I need to do it. 13 is injured and my friends need me. I can only use my flames in unison with my ice for so long, but I need to push through," he thought as he made it closer to the door. Shoto skidded to a halt in front of the massive double doors of the USJ facility. His chest heaved as he took a deep breath, frost curling from his lips as the adrenaline coursing through his veins mixed with his icy power. The door loomed before him, its reinforced steel standing as the final obstacle between him and the reinforcements his friends so desperately needed. He placed a hand against the frigid surface, his breath catching in his throat. "It's reinforced, probably to withstand even high-level quirks. But I can't let that stop me." Frost began to spread from his palm, delicate crystalline patterns racing across the surface. Shoto clenched his teeth, focusing his power, but the reinforced material resisted his efforts. He knew ice alone wouldn't be enough. His left side flared to life as flames erupted from his arm, bathing the door in intense heat. The sudden shift in temperature caused the steel to groan and crack, steam hissing into the air. Shoto winced as the opposing forces clashed within him. Behind him, Kurojairi's ominous form began to materialize, his mist swirling with deadly intent. The villain's voice cut through the air like a blade. "You're too late," he said, his tone calm and mocking. Shoto turned his head, his heart skipping a beat as he saw the dark mist coalescing into Kurojairi's shape. "No, not now." But before Kurojairi could make his move, he froze. Literally. His mist-like form began to rise into the air, his movements suddenly jerky and uncoordinated. "What?" Kurojairi's voice faltered, his composure cracking for the first time. From behind him, Uraraka stepped forward, her fingers glowing as she activated her zero-gravity quirk. "You're not getting anywhere near him," she shouted, her voice filled with resolve. "You damn brat," he said, floating into the air. But it wasn't done there. He felt something wrapped around his metal plate, and it was Tsu's tongue. "Nope, not today, villain," she said as she started to swing him around. She threw him far enough that he wouldn't be able to teleport close to Shoto, giving him some time. Shoto pushed through his limits, and the door blasted open from the intense heat and cold, allowing him to escape through a somewhat small hole. He used his left side to create an ice path while using his flames to propel himself forward, making his way to UA. "Shit," was all Kurojairi said as he watched a child run to UA to get help. Now there was only so much time.